Ich halte dich in meinem Arm umfangen. Wie ein Saatkorn ist die Hoffnung aufgegangen. Wird sich nun der Traum erfüllen, derer, die ihr Leben gaben, für das kaum erträumte Glück? Leben ohne Angst zu haben, Leben ohne Angst zu haben.
People State, State People and Robber Gangs. How the Nation State is Mutating into a Community of Plunder. By Arend Langley Heinlein. We are not pirates, we are gentlemen. Postcard from Isle, a port town in the northeastern Nugal region of Somalia, June 16, 2009. When German Chancellor Olaf Scholz appeared in public with an eye patch for a few weeks in the summer of 2023 after a jogging accident, this was interpreted as a half-successful attempt to spice up his image as a stodgy law enforcement officer, Scholzomat, by adding a few dabs of pirate romance. Less thought has been given to the carnivalesque resemblance to the former Israeli general and later foreign minister Moshe Dayan, who wore a glass eye and later the eye patch that became iconic for him as a result of a gunshot wound suffered during the Second World War when he fought in the elite Haganah unit. Rather than an expression of non-existent respect for Israeli history, Scholz's gesture can be understood as a peace policy combination of boldness and down-to-earthness, as proof of a hardy good guy courage that only exists in Germany and which will always elude Israel, which fights the people it colonizes both excessively and cowardly. Only the peacekeeping power, whose tanks fall to pieces as soon as they are unpacked and whose civilian citizens demonstrate their everyday commitment by giving cuddly toys to Ukrainian academics as well as by saying, "Why don't you go to the front yourself?" which they throw at every bellicist, knows that courage proves itself in everyday life. In everyday life, a state of emergency has always prevailed in this country, and Germans do not need a state of war to declare one. If the boss stumbles over a branch while running in the woods, this is not a mishap, but a wounding that distinguishes the injured person. In the event of flooding, those in positions of responsibility lend a hand so dutifully that they refrain from wearing rubber boots. And although he finds crisp debates more correct than pitchforks, the Minister for Economic Climate is prepared to fight a duel with 2 or 3 farmers in the event of a conflict. Being a force for peace means generously refraining from exercising the state's monopoly on the use of force whenever it is necessary, in order to stage everyday life as a permanent struggle for peace. We will never leave you in peace again, except when you really need help. That is the traffic light state's promise of protection to its remaining citizens. The latest lesson in the importance of the handshake as a political gesture was performed in Frankfurt am Main. The man suspected of being under the influence of drugs, who followed Olaf Scholz in his private car on the way from the European Central Bank building to the tarmac at Frankfurt Airport without being stopped by bodyguards, greeted the irritated chancellor with a hug and a handshake before being led away by security staff. Interior Minister Nancy Faeser commented on the incident with the words "This must not happen," and announced a review of the personal protection of government politicians. As justified as this reaction is, because the unauthorized intruder could have displayed hostility instead of misdirected friendliness, the incident is remarkable for another reason. It reactivated a physical gesture that has had a bad reputation in recent years due to the pandemic-related contact neurosis fueled by the German government. It is more likely that the assault was due to confusion. This is indicated by the man's wavering between 2 gestures that are used in communication between citizens and politicians in various situations. A hug can symbolize confidentiality or grassroots solidarity, a handshake a polite greeting or the signing of a contract. The Scholz greeter used both forms. This speaks to an uncertainty in everyday social communication and reminds us that both gestures, hugs and handshakes, have been considered risky since the coronavirus pandemic. This was accompanied by the recoding of a performative action that traditionally expresses trust and commitment, as the cultural history of the handshake presented by anthropologist Ella Al-Shamahi can teach us. The problem with her book is that she seems to be an enthusiastic handshake avoider herself since Corona, which clouds her judgment. Nevertheless, the book is worth reading because it is the first attempt since the pandemic measures to analyze the current significance of the handshake as an everyday and political gesture. At times, the author's previously made political judgments get in the way of her interpretation of the respective handshakes. This can be seen in the connection between handshakes and hygiene. For example, Al-Shamahi credits Princess Diana with shaking hands unprotected with an AIDS patient during a visit to the HIV ward at Middlesex Hospital in London in 1987, at the height of the AIDS epidemic. She did this to counter the rumor that AIDS could be transmitted through simple physical contact. The author interprets this handshake as an expression of liberality. Diana wanted to set a good example in order to counteract the stigmatization of this disease. However, she pays just as much respect to the double fist bump with which Joe Biden greeted his fellow campaigner Kamala Harris in November 2020, when he was declared the winner of the presidential election, after jogging onto the campaign stage like a professional boxer. In the age of COVID-19, that was tantamount to a handshake. Following Diana's example, Biden and Harris wanted to set a good example. It does not occur to Al-Shamahi that in order to set an example against stigmatization, it would have been more consequent to shake hands that had been disinfected before and after anyway. In general, the author has a preference for fist bumps, elbow bumps, and other forms of greeting, which were reserved for young people and clan members in the bourgeois age, but have enjoyed general popularity since Corona. She enthusiastically acknowledges that Barack Obama gave his wife Michelle a fist bump in front of the assembled press in 2008, after he had been chosen as the Democratic Party's presidential candidate. Al-Shamahi, on the other hand, sees Donald Trump's penetrating handshaking, whose victims include Emmanuel Macron and Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, as an assault that is less about shaking someone's hand than holding them hostage. No wonder Trump later became one of the critics of the coronavirus measures and negligently infected himself. A living hotspot that has fortunately been replaced by an authentic embodiment of the caring and respectful society in Biden. You don't have to find Biden unsympathetic or Trump sympathetic to recognize the extent to which such diagnoses owe themselves to the ideologically motivated neglect of empirical observation. With nuanced gestures, Trump's handshake can be interpreted more as an expression of a failed statesman's pose. A latecomer who will never be able to play the role of statesman seriously is trying to perform it at all costs. Conversely, fist bumps, elbow bumps, and high fives are neither an expression of hygienic political consideration nor of nonchalance, but rather symptoms of an increasing self-tribalization of Western government personnel. Sociographically, these are not expressions of politeness in which distance and closeness are conveyed, but relics of archaic rites that were once part of the codes of conduct of gangs, cliques, and criminal cartels in bourgeois societies. The fact that a president of a Western world power greets his wife in this way instead of kissing her, as would have been permitted, documents a comprehensive breakdown of bourgeois norms. In line with this trend, the hyper-religious rules of conduct during the corona pandemic have made it possible not only to generalize mate gestures that are perceived as abusive among adults, but also to prescribe them intergenerationally in the name of consideration and hygiene. Few things testify to this historical change in gestures as strikingly as the images of Angela Merkel and Karl Lauterbach bumping into the people. If the hands are, as Immanuel Kant once remarked in his writings on anthropology, the visible brain of man, then the decline of the handshake testifies to a decline in the ability to differentiate mentally. Al-Shamahi says just as little about this shrinking process as he does about the pedagogical catastrophe that has hit schools and nurseries as a result of the pandemic-related fear of handshakes and hugs. An entire choreography of age and institution-specific greeting gestures has collapsed under coronavirus. Shaking hands with teachers, in nurseries hugging and lifting up, among young people, high-fiving as a means of distinguishing themselves from teachers. The lively repertoire of gestures of affection and demarcation that was available to children, young people and adults as a form of communication was shut down overnight in favor of a habacked attitude and then, with the onset of lockdowns, banned from everyday life. Meanwhile, the distance-disregarding forms of the fist and elbow salute, which previously served adolescents as a means of distancing themselves from adult politeness, were rehabilitated as a community-building expression of consideration. What has collapsed as a result is a system of gestural nuances whose expressive content was only valid in their mutual complementarity. It has been replaced by a minimal number of crude greetings that serve to prevent contact instead of mediating it. Al-Shamahi's book is exemplary of the state of such gestures in contemporary history in that it tends to level out the differentiations and gradations that developed in the bourgeois era between handshakes and embraces, cheek kisses, etc. The French cheek kiss, which kisses not on the cheek but past it, thus combining intimacy and formality, is therefore just a variant of the German handshake and the Italian hug, and nothing has happened under Corona other than that all these gestures have been replaced by the elbow bump due to the pandemic, which has made employees and superiors, friends and acquaintances, old and young equal and reunited them. Al-Shamahi is as uninterested in the web of connections and distances that has been shattered as she is in those who have contributed to its destruction. When members of the federal government have met over the past 2 years to discuss future harassment of citizens, wearing masks and keeping their distance, shaking elbows instead of shaking hands, the observer has sometimes been left with the even faintest suspicion. These people communicate with each other not like members of a government, but like members of a gang. 2 years later, the crook and gutter language has become commonplace in Parliament, after it became increasingly clear in recent weeks that the gas levy for which Economics Minister Robert Habeck is responsible acts in some cases like an excess profit bonus for large energy companies, from which companies benefit while citizens have to shell out hundreds and hundreds of euros extra for their energy consumption. Habeck has now gone public with a conformist, chummy statement. In it, he promised to examine how solidary the agreement with the gas companies was and moderated his plan to make citizens pay for the federal government's energy policy by imposing compulsory conditions with the words, "Nevertheless, we do of course have a political problem, which has really soured my day for the last 48 hours. It is certainly not morally right for companies that have earned, let me put it in plain terms, a pig's profit to then also say, yes, and for the few revenue losses that we have, we are asking the population for help." End quote. The idea of garnishing the mockery of citizens' energy policy with sentiments against those up there, who to put it bluntly earn a pig's profit, while the electorate, for whose interests one no longer even pretends to stand up, unfortunately has to take a back seat, you have to come up with such audacity first. However, by talking to the powerful in the same brute egalitarian way as he does to the citizens, Habeck is signaling that he is also prepared to take the citizens to task from the side in the event of grassroots democratic opposition instead of taking them seriously. In the same style of authoritarian equality, he had previously announced with regard to compensation for rising energy prices, and if someone says I'll only help if I get another 50 euros, then I'd say, you're not getting that, dude. Dude, I'm not helping you, dude, don't make me mad, dude, you're earning a pig's profit. This jargon, in which civic-mindedness and authoritarianism, obedience and lust for domination merge, is increasingly emerging as the new language of German democracy. It is the language of those who can do little and yet know that they are the movers and shakers. They address the population as if they were a collective with whom one has patience as long as it complies, but which can be dealt with harshly in the event of unruly dissent. It is the language of a postmodern authority that thinks it is close to the people and reacts passively and aggressively like a narcissistically offended toddler as soon as it encounters opposition. The rich are a danger to democracy, Marlene Engelhorn told ORF on January 9, 2024. The Austrian millionaire heiress, who, according to Wikipedia, has been active as an activist since at least February 2021, has been touring the country for years in the fight against the birthright beneficiaries. In our financialized world, Engelhorn believes that the distribution of money is primarily regulated by birth and privilege, which is why the state should mercilessly fleece people like her. Engelhorn is one of the co-founders of the AG Steuergerechtigkeit, Tax Justice Working Group, from which the Taxmano Association emerged in 2021, which brings together wealthy people who advocate higher taxation of large fortunes. She is also associated with the Ressource Generation Group, an association of left-wing millionaires. Engelhorn advocates the reintroduction of wealth tax, which has been suspended in Germany, and inheritance tax in Austria. The money raised in this way should benefit the fight against pandemics and climate change, among other things. Engelhorn is skeptical of philanthropic activities by the wealthy because the decision on the type and amount of donations is left to the wealthy. In the postmodern welfare society, everyone likes to hear Engelhorn's message. Those who lack the means are pleased that someone who is better off is standing up to the privileged. The better off are flattered that one of their own still has honor in her body. Engelhorn is a descendant of BASF founder Friedrich Engelhorn, and the fortune of her grandmother, who died in 2022, is estimated at more than $4 billion. The redistribution activist may concede that a different distribution of wealth can have positive effects, even though it does nothing to change the political economy of bourgeois society, but Engelhorn offers an outlet for resentment against those who refuse to give in to envy, gloating and moral blackmail by insisting on the protection of their privacy and favoring self-interest over the ethics of universal responsibility. When she is outraged that she inherited a fortune simply because I was born, and when she calls the rich the most dangerous parallel society we have in democracy, it becomes clear that her campaign is directed against privilege itself, against the idea that all happiness consists of not having earned it. In his notes, Max Horkheimer defended the memory of this remnant of feudal privilege. Someone inherits a lot of money. How nice that he is kept alive like this without earning it. Then they screech, how unjust. Do you realize that this is the little bit of justice that remains in this world? Happiness without merit. Contrary to the opinion of those who pit concrete justice against the abstractness of law, justice is most likely to appear in those moments in which the sphere of law is transcended by the memory of privilege as a favor promised to all people. Engelhorn cannot even dream of a favor that has not been paid for. That is why, by defaming the rich as a parallel society, she exculpates the real parallel society, the Islamic one, which, by setting aside the principle of comparison and replacing it with patronage, repressive care and blackmail, comes quite close to what Engelhorn considers to be distributive justice. If it were to be introduced as planned by the federal government, the culture pass would be an offer that no one could refuse. All young people who turn 18 would receive a credit of €200 for attending cultural events, which they could redeem on a digital platform within 2 years. In addition to tickets for museums, exhibitions, concerts, cinema, and theater performances, they will be reimbursed for the purchase of books, vinyl records, and other cultural products. The pass is to be valid regardless of the parent's income, and there are plans to extend it to the target group of 15 to 17-year-olds. The offer is not only intended to compensate for the fact that young people have hardly been able to attend any public cultural events during the 2 coronavirus years, but also to help offset some of the losses incurred by the cultural sector during this time. According to the maxim that you don't look a gift horse in the mouth, there would actually be nothing wrong with such a service provided without compensation. However, the Culture Pass is not a nice idea from people who have more money than they can spend, but fits into a series of socio-political measures of recent years, all of which promote the transformation of a free market economy supported by the welfare state into a paternalistic gift economy based on favors, loyalty, and state-supervised care. What began with a coronavirus aid for professional groups particularly affected by the consequences of the pandemic and continued with a €9 ticket and the compensation payment for high gas prices planned for next December is also being implemented in youth and family policy with the Culture Pass. Under the conditions of a state of emergency that has been made permanent with varying justifications, more and more areas of social and economic policy are being removed from long-term planning and private initiative and turned into a patchwork of ad hoc measures. If cultural life comes to a standstill, not as a result of the pandemic but because of government measures to combat it, countermeasures are taken by means of emergency aid, as it is called in the jargon of a state of emergency, in order to keep the occupational groups threatened by precarization in line. If more and more citizens can no longer pay their electricity and gas bills, not because of the Russian war against Ukraine, but because of Germany's misguided energy policy, they are reimbursed part of the costs to help them through the winter. If young people are deprived of essential opportunities for social development for over 2 years, they are later credited with €200 so that they can go out with people. Replacing a transparent social and economic policy with gifts distributed according to tactical criteria has 2 advantages. It conceals the extent to which the need that is supposed to be alleviated by the alleged generosity is a result of government policy and removes the state from responsibility. And it transforms citizens from self-reliant individuals into recipients of care and favors, who are no longer supposed to trust themselves to shape their own lives, but are only supposed to react to the everyday life presented to them as a permanent emergency situation, which is precisely why it is no longer one. People who are able to shape their everyday lives in a self-determined way sometimes give each other gifts to make each other happy. People whose everyday life mutates into a state of emergency, on the other hand, receive the opportunity to continue living as a gift from those in power. It is no coincidence that the French ethnologist and sociologist Marcel Mauss developed his theory of the gift in the 1920s, in view of the economically induced crisis of Western statehood, in which he analyzed the economy of gift-giving in contrast to the economy of money-mediated exchange as an economic form of pre-modern societies organized on the basis of family associations and clans. The exchange of gifts differs in 2 respects from the exchange of equivalents that structures bourgeois societies. Firstly, gifts cannot be returned or exchanged for something else, but can only be reciprocated, through the countergift, which is not equivalent to the gift, but must surpass it. On the other hand, the economy of gift-giving is not based on the tense relationship between competition and solidarity, as is the case with the exchange of equivalents, but on unconditional loyalty. The logic of proof of favor and gratitude on which it is based knows only loyalty or disloyalty instead of competition. This is its affinity with emergency politics, which also tends to suspend forms of economic and social mediation in favor of everyone's obligation to the community. Such a regression is not always imminent when the state distributes gifts. But if it can think of nothing more than that, individual and thus also social freedom is in danger. The slogans "everything for everyone and for free," and "we'll take what we need," have recently become more and more conspicuous when you pass by the flood of left-wing stickers in subway stations, on street signs and traffic lights. What lies behind these power-mongering slogans is the so-called appropriation campaign, which has now reached many German cities. In Berlin, Hamburg, Dresden, and Cologne, people come together at irregular intervals to collectively ride the subway, go swimming, pick out goods in department stores, or visit art exhibitions. Nothing special really, many young people do the same. The only difference: the leisure activities are called left-wing practice, and always take place without a single cent being paid in return, which is generally demanded and provided in every exchange. Because for nothing, at no cost, free of charge is, so it has been established, better for the wallet, which is no fatter for the appropriators than for the majority of their peers. Let people have their free fun, you could say, and let the matter rest, But since the so-called free actions are being seriously discussed throughout the left-wing press and treated as a political strategy, it is appropriate to take a closer look at what need is actually being met here. What is grandly declared to be a revolutionary action has not escaped the attention of the newspaper Analyze and Critic, for example, which is always at pains to put together the shards of the failed class struggle into a new proletarian fist. However, the ladies and gentlemen of AK know that for a genuine class struggle movement, you have to be able to rely on young people, who up to now have preferred to read music, computer or women's magazines. Perhaps, the Hamburg editors think, the appropriation campaign is precisely the topic with which they can finally win over young readers. In the hope of persuading at least the left wing of the German youth from reading Jungle World to switch to an AK subscription, they are trying to quench their potential customers' thirst for knowledge and identification by devoting entire articles to the appropriation movement of the 1980s. Her retrospective on current events is intended to be constructive and merely aims to highlight a few issues that could be of particular importance for today's debates.
End quote.
The AK therefore also considers the demands that operate under the label of appropriation to be worthy of inclusion in the sense of a social struggle at the height of the times. Influenced decisively by the factory occupations in Italy, the so-called Black Cat Group succeeded in organizing a number of more or less spectacular actions in the 1980s in close cooperation with left-wing initiatives for the unemployed, such as rallies and information stands in employment and social welfare offices. The so-called for free actions, which are so popular today, also took place in various places, on public transport, in swimming pools or even in supermarkets. Unlike their Italian comrades, they did not venture into the means of production, e.g. factories. According to the political self-image of the SK groups, they saw it as their task to work within the unemployed proletariat and not to approach the beloved subject from outside as a revolutionary intelligentsia. In the name of an exalted concept of practice, the masses who were largely excluded from the production and thus consumption process, were to be shown a way in which joint protest against the prevailing property system could be expressed. The collectivist character of this movement was particularly close to the hearts of the SK groups, because after all, they were concerned with nothing less than the continuation of the class struggle at a time when the crisis of the 1970s had already left its mark and, for the first time since 1945, the phenomenon of mass poverty had taken on such immense forms that one could confidently speak of the emergence of a new subclass. It was precisely this subclass that was the revolutionary subject of the SK groups, and true to its economic function, the radical rejection of the compulsion to work was added to the otherwise reformist demands as a new, at first seemingly sympathetic element. Contrary to its expectations, however, the appropriation movement did not receive mass support, so that the term movement owes more to self-stylization than to actual conditions. As roaring and noisy as the appropriators had appeared on the scene, they faded into insignificance again at the beginning of the 1990s. The fact that various left-wing groups are now trying to pick up on the tradition of the appropriation movement can be explained first of all by the fact that the army of the unemployed is growing day by day, and many people are therefore faced with the problem of no longer being able to afford the costs of daily life. Nevertheless, it is astonishing that groups that are otherwise at loggerheads can suddenly come to an understanding on the subject of appropriation. From the KP Berlin to the anti-globalization activists of the Fels Group, from AK to Junge Welt, there is agreement that the appropriation campaign is an appropriate form of late capitalist class struggle, at least in part. Jungle World also organized a critical accompanying program, in the context of which Felix Klopotek could not refrain from agreeing, despite all the differentiation he usually likes to display, appropriation is the promise and vanishing point of a fragmented left, JW.
No. 22/04.
And even the Nuremberg value and epidemic theorist Robert Kurz, after initially launching an all-out attack in the Junge Welt, followed up his usual tabula rasa with mild words. The practice of direct appropriation and self-determined reproductive institutions can enrich such social struggles, but not replace them.
End of quote.
Everyone on the left still knows that criticism must always be constructive. So what do the appropriators want? To assert their own needs against the market, KP Berlin, and emphasize the primacy of practice over messianic enlightenment, Fels. In this way, the appropriation campaign aims to initiate nothing less than a general critique of commodity and class society, and to this end, to question money in general. The Fels Group, which has always recommended itself as a stock reformist supporter of the welfare state through its propagation of the subsistence money demand, now believes it can suddenly put the commodity form up for discussion within the newly founded appropriation movement. And this supposedly works as follows. Because the appropriators simply arrange to meet up and try to get into the outdoor pool for free, bystanders could also come to the conclusion that enjoying the cool water for free is a fine thing. Once they feel this way, It is quite possible that they will think that money is getting in the way of their cause and is therefore a nuisance that needs to be got rid of. Third step, they would question the form of money and in this way could join the appropriators, who are actually communists in disguise, because they were the ones who gave them the idea in the first place and are also radical critics of capitalism. You have to admit, an ingenious plan to finally bring the masses closer to solving the money riddle. However, the appropriators are not concerned that only a few individuals, if any, are joining their project. After all, they have long since had to get used to the fact that their well-intentioned proposals fall on deaf ears with the common people. One simply has to experiment, even if the danger of error fells, aka no. 479, cannot be ruled out. After the racist pogroms of the 1990s, it had to be recognized that the error could occur at any time, namely that the resistance of the subaltern classes is not automatically progressive, but somehow the class struggle had to be initiated, because whoever does not want to talk about the class struggle should also remain silent about communism. Fells, Phase 2 No. 7. And that's what they like to do after all, talk about communism, although they don't even notice that they have casually exchanged communism for fascism in their imaginative rewording of Horkheimer's dictum. To them, communism means movement, the struggle of the revolutionary who swims in the people like a fish in water. But a fish that thinks it is critical and does not always follow the people. For although the people show signs of strong resistance to the neoliberal through economization of everyday life, they are repeatedly steered in the wrong direction by those in power. After all, it is a characteristic of the social question as a project of domination that it takes up everyday racism and anti-Semitic resentment and attempts to use these for the purpose of stabilizing domination.
End of quote.
Racism and anti-Semitism are not necessarily inscribed, fetishistic forms of thought and practice in commodity-producing society, but are only stirred up in order to maintain rule and are thus a kind of police of the mind. With this postulate, the appropriators are off the hook. Their practice need not fear the accusation of collaboration with the German mob, because their critique of capitalism is ultimately intended as a critique of domination and is therefore already the opposite of anti-Semitic and racist ideology from the outset. The result is an unscrupulous pandering to the mob. Quote, mass demonstrations have a homogenizing effect in the sense that the diversity of positions on a topic is drowned out. Although we have no place at a peace demonstration with the slogan, "Keep it up, Gerhard," we consider it wrong to reject the political means of mass demonstrations, as forces can be bundled and interests can be represented more loudly together. Arenka No. 28. Whether this common interest is the German way and peace with an Arab national socialist is considered secondary by the self-proclaimed communists. The practice of the appropriators is therefore not nonconformist and critical, but rather it talks at the mouth of the people and constantly tries to distinguish itself as avant-garde, which does not make things better but worse. Quote, in our view, the task of the left therefore also lies in politicizing and bringing together the above-mentioned individual and partly unconscious acts of appropriation. Arenka No. 28. The sealing off from possible criticism, which necessarily goes hand in hand with a glorification of one's own conformism as a practice supposedly directed against domination, gives courage to a decidedly unbiased actionism that relies completely on its moral justification and no longer reflects on what it is actually directed against. Completely unleashed, their supposed criticism of the commodity form therefore turns into a mindless and aggressive affirmation of the commodity world. Quote, if some left-wing critics see here only the appropriated commodity, but not the appropriated need, then they miss the subversive potential in such modes of action, namely the will to enjoy use values even without a general equivalent. Durkheim, Labornité de de. That a subversive potential could articulate itself in the desire for use values. Only those who have not understood that use value belongs to the commodity just as necessarily as exchange value and that therefore the need is not directed against the commodity form, but on the contrary affirms it out of pure necessity can come up with this twisted idea. This is why Durkheim, who writes for AK, can also seriously come up with the idea that there is a deliberate renunciation of consumption promoted by the state, when it is precisely the fact that values can no longer be sufficiently realized. Is the reason for the current crisis. In any case, when it comes to consumption, the appropriators prove to be completely in line with the vast majority of society, which emphasizes the diverse glamour of goods. Everything could be for free. Hamburgumsonst, Arenka, No. 29. Neither the system of commodity exchange nor the law that guarantees exchange are questioned by the appropriators. What they want is to seize things without taking the detour via money and law. Appropriation is thus only a temporary act that cannot be formally distinguished from theft. The appropriators are not even concerned with the appropriation of the means of production by the proletariat, the core of the former class struggle goal for the purpose of establishing a worker state or the collectivization of factories, which should of course continue to produce goods, but simply with the unmediated appropriation of other people's wealth by the underdogs united in a gang. To the extent that the legal system is accepted, the appropriator's concept of property is also profoundly affirmative. It is not private property itself that is subjected to criticism, but rather its claim to allow goods to change hands is confirmed. What was once the wealth of the bigwigs is now to pass into the hands of the people, not as collective property, but as a reward to the individual for their engagement. Individual wealth appears here not as a result of a social process in which free and equal exchange is the condition for the appropriation of the product of surplus work, but as a fact that is not explained by anything and has no history. Wealth itself is fetishized and seen as a social natural phenomenon. Therefore, contrary to all grandiose claims, the appropriators are not at all concerned with a critique of the commodity form, but merely with the distribution of commodity wealth. They do not regard the capital relationship as a universal social relationship of equals who, through their actions, necessarily produce money as a general equivalent, but as a society that is divided into two blocks: money owners and the moneyless. Money appears merely as an inconvenient and superfluous barrier to access to the desired goods. Organized robbery is to take the place of exchange, and direct rule is to replace all soap dependence. The object of the jointly planned robbery is therefore not left to chance. What distinguishes them from organized criminal gangs, whose robberies do not stop at the symbolic act, is that the appropriators are by no means indifferent to who is being robbed. They are concerned with large department store chains and public institutions where the state does not comply with the public welfare demanded by the appropriators and allows privatization. In other words, areas where big money is being sniffed out. In line with their naturalized concept of wealth, the appropriators see the possession of money as a property of the persons and institutions to be expropriated. It is therefore no coincidence that their resentment also affects all those figures who appear in the traditional anti-Semitic arsenal as personifications of the Jewish principle: speculators, merchants, banks. The Fels group in charge of the appropriation campaign, for example, seriously blames a real estate speculator for the financial hole in Berlin's coffers and elsewhere emphasizes the intention of not taking a critique of domination in the abstract, which makes it necessary to personalize a social relationship. The Hamburg-Umsonst group highlights a positive example in this sense. Quote, "In a supermarket, tango dancing couples steal champagne bottles on the occasion of the first anniversary of the uprising in Argentina and pop the corks in a bank responsible for the crisis. Arenca, no. 29. Couples dancing the tango against filthy lucre in the form of the banker and merchant, who in Germany has no longer been called Wertheim since the National Socialist appropriation, but Hertie. Because the appropriators are concerned with more than just changing their own property relations, i.e., they do not want to switch from the side of the moneyless to the money owners. They need a theoretical trick that they have copied from their master Tony Negri. According to Negri, all people are entitled to participate in wealth not on the basis of the fact that they are needy living beings, but because they all participate in the production of wealth. According to Negri, social wealth is produced through the work of those who have jobs, but also through the work of students, women, and all those who contribute to the production of emotional life, sensibility, and the forms of semiotization of subjectivity. Because everyone contributes to the whole, everyone should also be involved in everything. What sounds so friendly as participation, however, actually has a deeply barbaric content. By detaching the concept of work from the context of capital utilization and applying it to every human activity, Negri, even more radically than bourgeois economists, elevates productivity to the standard of human existence. The logical consequence of this is the compulsion to work. Negri does not notice at all that his theoretical concept of a community of feeling contains nothing other than the social reality of the nation. Since everyone shares in the wealth of the community, the distinction between proletarians and the unemployed, which after all creates a feeling of superiority among the proletarians compared to the work-shy rabble, only leads to division. Against this, it was necessary to develop common forms of resistance in order to be able to make a collective claim. But because collectives are characterized by the fact that they only constitute themselves as a community through the exclusion of those who do not belong to it, it should come as no surprise that, in Negri's theory, all possible members of society produce wealth, but a culprit is still needed to unite those who feel cheated into a mob. From now on, the capitalist is a parasite. He is no longer able to control the structure of the labor process by dividing it into manual and mental labor. As if the division between manual and mental labor was a new phenomenon and not a constitutive component of the capitalist mode of production from the very beginning. The capitalist has never performed mental labor himself, which is why he is called a capitalist and not a scientist, intellectual, or philosopher. If one follows Negri's groundbreaking insight into the new character of the post-Fordist production process, then one must consequently concede that, according to Negri's theory, the capitalist has not just been a parasite, but has always been one, which is quite consistent with the folksy resentment of the left. Those striving for popular rule know instinctively that those incapable of ruling are as superfluous to the community as a goiter, which is why they must be got rid of. And Negri also gives an outlook on the social formation in which he would like to live, only in the forms of a democracy, and he adds, a radical and absolute can productivity still be determined, a substantial real democracy, in which the equality of guaranteed incomes also becomes ever greater, ever more fundamental.
End quote.
A guaranteed income, i.e. the state allocation of consumer goods, is to exist in the future revolutionary kingdom of heaven, only the scope of state benefits for all is to be expanded. What a dreamlike idea. But Negri would not be an intellectual if the fundamental problem of his grand plan did not immediately occur to him. Quote, there will certainly be further debates about measures to incentivize work.
End quote.
So if someone refuses to do their duty for the cause, the community will have to impose sanctions. Whether Negri immediately thinks of summary courts and show trials with these measures can only be guessed at with the justified mistrust of people who think about repression even before the revolution. The appropriators have learned from their role model that their fight must be against the capitalists who are merely parasitizing on the wealth, which should actually be theirs if things were going their way. The problem lies in the diversity of claims, because if everyone wants everything, then a social synthesis is needed to regulate distribution. Quote, what does communism look like?
I have no idea.
The only thing that is certain is that very different people desire different things and have different interests and will continue to do so. What is also certain is that these different desires and interests are currently not feasible for everyone. Arenka, no. 29. What money is in capitalism, i.e. the conspicuous appearance of commodity value, which places individuals in a purely abstract context and creates society precisely through abstraction from any concrete constitution, is for the appropriators the immediate rule of the community, the self-empowerment, as an offensive and bottom-up movement of taking. If everyone wants everything, but there is no mediating authority between the selfish interests, then only the desire for loot holds the individuals together as a community. In the modern community of plunder, everyone respects the authority of the community, also out of fear of repression, which can also form itself as a group, racket, gang etc. in order to profit from the extortion of non-members. The form of the collective can only take place according to naturalistic criteria, because only the naturalistic determination is able to create cohesion, to amalgamate the divergent individual interests of everyone against everyone into an organic unity. Involuntarily, the left-wing appropriators also reflect on this naturalistic determination by opposing any universal humanistic claim and instead emphasizing regional or culturalist demands. Quote, structural inequality and oppression as effects of what is euphemistically discussed as economic, political and cultural globalization, however, show regionally specific forms and, above all, have different effects. As a result, local priorities are set in struggles for appropriation or struggles against dispossession. Consequently, these goals cannot be the same everywhere in the world. To formulate a universal standard for emancipation and freedom according to one's own urban needs would be to give room to an overly linear concept of development and to downplay specific needs. Arenka, no. 28. The more vehemently this character of robbery emerges in the projects of the appropriators, the more strongly the naked selfish interest must be denied and the service to the common good affirmed. And so they emphasize that they are not concerned with satisfying individual consumer desires, but with putting a collective act into action. How this collective act could take shape in a society based on one-sided appropriation is easy to foresee. Such appropriation takes the form of tributary levies of a forced or voluntary nature, or in the form of robbery and theft, can be based on subjugation or ancestral rights, etc., and thus stands in contrast to the supposedly intended exploitation-free and domination-free society. As ridiculous and inconsequential as the local appropriation debate may be, it should be taken seriously as a theoretical reflex to social developments in areas of the world where capital has nothing left to gain and where people, who feel their superfluousness on a daily basis, are forced into a practice of appropriation that does not satisfy their basic needs but instead makes them immediately dependent on gangs and clans. In Eastern Europe, Africa, and South America, the majority of the economy is already subject to mafia structures. The gangs that call the shots there engage in appropriation on a grand scale: robbery, theft, extortion, smuggling, prostitution. They do not even stop at the appropriation of human beings, and so human trafficking has developed into a lucrative business. Of course, the exchange of goods and the law of value also apply in South America, as these are the reason why mere robbery has become the predominant form of appropriation in areas where value can no longer be realized. The community created by the gangs, stripped of all mediation, is based on nothing but murder and manslaughter. The fact that production is sometimes very inexpensive in these very regions means that the goods on offer are financially unaffordable for the vast majority of people, and therefore value can be produced but not realized. For them, this is substantial and thus the opposite of the vile egoism that is repeatedly criticized for its tendency to disintegrate the community and degrade it to a mere means. At some point, people no longer kill to enrich themselves, but to ensure their participation in the collective. The urgent and repressed desire for booty has become the total surrender of the individual, the willing subordination to the rule of the community. By exercising violence, the individual gang member proves that he has his egoism under control and can therefore be considered loyal. The appropriators openly admit that they are aware of the origins of their campaign in the movements of the Third World. Quote, "It is actually surprising that the issue of appropriation has received little attention as a form of political intervention from most radical leftists in Germany in recent years, while appropriation struggles in other regions of the world, whether in Brazil or Chiapas, have always met with great interest." Arendt, No. 28. The appropriators' supposed critique of the state amounts to the same practice as that of their role models in South America. Where the state no longer cares about the subalterns, they must take the initiative themselves and unite to protect their interests. The fact that this union is not conceived as an alliance of individuals fighting together for their individual interests, but as an attempt to found a new community of those declared superfluous by the state and the economy, in which the all-sidedness of competition and coercion is even more pronounced than in the reality of the bourgeois state, is an expression of the transfer of external pressure to the constitution of the community. Only those who are prepared to give everything will receive
a share of the spoils.
Just as the entrepreneur demands of the worker that he uses his only property, his labor power, in such a way that as much value as possible is created, so the community of those superfluous for the production of value demands of the individual the full use of his property, his body. Selflessness to the point of disregarding the integrity of one's own body is regarded as a prerequisite for any claim on the community. This is the core of appropriation, to ensure participation in wealth through one's own willingness to make sacrifices, to install the immediate rule of the community of loot where the superfluous have long since been sorted out by the abstract rule of capital. The appropriation campaign is therefore not a link to emancipatory struggles, but merely the theoretical glorification of the barbaric struggle for survival of those who have been made superfluous by capital. The aim is not to abolish the capital relationship, but to flee powerlessly into a naked relationship of violence, stripped of all civilizational progress, which empowers the mob to rule. Quote, "We emphasize the collective moment above all because, in our opinion, only the common demands for access to resources, combined with the concrete action of taking and shaping, are capable of questioning relations of domination and ownership. Ultimately, we are concerned with regaining access to those areas that today's dominant economic or cultural modes of appropriation have deprived us of and/or made impossible. This is precisely why it is necessary to join forces and conduct a strategic debate on the points of contact for the demands." Arendt, No. 28. Even an African clan chief who fights with his collective for the appropriation of resources and is not above doing anything shameful could not have put it more aptly. He wouldn't be a real pirate without the wildest stories of heroic deeds that are so unbelievable that he has hardly ever accomplished any of them himself, even though the public would have liked to have believed him capable of them. Countless products of the culture industry, which satisfy the great thirst for adventure of young people, have unkempt pirate gangs sailing through the nurseries, led by the old pirate captains from the golden age of piracy, who all ended up on the gallows, but whose uncouth manners still impress every growing rebel today. In late capitalism, all that seemed to remain of the real pirate, who was at the service of the emerging bourgeois nations in the phase of the original accumulation of capital and then became a nuisance to them, was the figure who emerged in the imagination of citizens weary of civilization to do what they would not normally dare to do, to show the rich and powerful what a rake is. Who would have guessed that at the beginning of the 21st century, these figures of playful aggression against the inevitability of society would once again escape the world of fantasy and bring their craft to new heights? Perhaps least of all the fans of pirate parties, FC St. Pauli or the Pittsburgh Pirates, for whom the real pirates do not seem real enough because they are not yet equipped with the adventurous legends without which they are not suitable as an object of identification. To remedy this situation, a few reporters have set out in recent months to visit the pirates in order to elicit a few stories from them. The journey took them to Isle, a sandy harbor town in northeastern Somalia, where they saw a good dozen merchant ships as soon as they arrived, but from a safe distance. Some of them and their crews had been anchored in the rugged harbor area for weeks, others for months, as they waited in vain for a successful conclusion to the ransom negotiations concerning them or for one of the rarer rescue missions they had heard about. The pirates they were finally confronted with provided them with the appropriate story. Their fathers had been self-sufficient fishermen who harvested the natural riches of the sea, tuna, shrimp and lobster, which their families enjoyed and brought in a little money in the marketplace. Until the war came, foreign fleets ravaged their coast and the whole world abandoned them. Sheer necessity drove them to piracy.
Quote, "We were forced into this work. We were fishermen.
I worked on the sea every day. But ships from other countries were fishing illegally in our coastal waters, destroying our nets and shooting at anyone who came near them. Our right to fish was taken away. They even left their toxic waste with us.
We couldn't work."
In the end, we decided to defend ourselves.
End quote.
So now they are taking here what was taken from them there. The story spread across all oceans. There was hardly a medium that didn't carry it, but hardly anyone bothered to sort its content according to its fantastic and real elements. And there can be no doubt that the lives of the families in which the pirates grew up were dominated by hardship. Puntland, the Somali province where piracy has become the only profitable business in recent years, is home to a third of Somalia's 10 million citizens. Even before the war, there was not much more than the bare necessities here. Most of the inhabitants are nomads who feed on bony goats and have lived from hand to mouth since pre-modern times. Only fishing had temporarily generated a modest income, even producing a small surplus suitable for export. The war began in 1988, when militias from rival clans attacked the troops of Mohammed Syed Barre's government, which fell in 1991, which was not a misfortune in itself, except that since then no clan has succeeded in gaining the upper hand over the others and establishing a new central authority. Even before or after that, a class society overcoming clan rule and a democratically minded elite that could have promised Somalia at least a vague hope of better times had not emerged. Instead, in the ongoing civil war, the misery administrators of Allah, the gangs Al-Shabaab and Hizbul Islam, who are allied with international Islamic terrorism, are now threatening to win the day. Over the years, however, the northern regions of Somalia have managed to pull out of the war, which has continued uninterrupted in the south, piece by piece. As early as 1991, the Isaac clans in the northwest separated from Somalia and proclaimed an independent state, Somaliland, which, however, did not receive international recognition. In 1998, the Darude clans in the northeast followed suit by declaring Puntland an autonomous state within a Somali federation, which only exists on paper. Although the front was hundreds of kilometers away, the lawlessness that had gripped the entire country made itself felt in Puntland in a way that soon became an integral part of the modern pirate legend. The unprotected coast was frequented by internationally active large-scale fishermen, who were able to help themselves here free of charge and without a license, while other foreign companies dumped toxic and nuclear waste off Somalia unchecked. The tsunami that struck Somalia in the Christmas days of 2004 not only undermined the livelihoods of the particularly hard-hit coastal inhabitants of Puntland even more thoroughly, but also washed some of the aforementioned waste barrels onto the beach, whereupon the mess could no longer be denied. But the illegal activities of international companies along the Somali coast not only played their part in deepening the misery in Somalia by ruining the local fishing industry. The Somali pirates' sense of self-righteousness is also based on this event, and they are now acting as avengers of their bruised generation. There is still plenty of material here for future works of the culture industry. Of course, piracy had its very own appeal without the anti-imperialist legitimization. At more than 3,000 kilometers, Somalia's coastline is the longest of any African nation, and the coast of Puntland forms the actual tip of the Horn of Africa, which extends past the Gulf of Aden deep into the Arabian Sea. All shipping traffic between Asia, India and Europe and between the Arab states and Europe must pass the Horn to reach the Mediterranean through the Suez Canal if the much further and more expensive route around the whole of Africa is to be avoided. At least 20,000 merchant ships with all the world's riches on board pass through here every year, an average of 55 every day. This view from the coast out onto the high seas first opened the eyes of the fishermen's sons to the true wealth of their homeland, which was now revealed as a natural pirate paradise with no state authority watching over it. It is said that they first came up with the idea of simply stopping the ships that illegally crossed their coastal waters and only allowing them to continue their journey after paying a penalty fee or tax. Some of the better-known Somali pirate gangs still call themselves the National Volunteer Coast Guard, or Somali Marines in memory of this. The tax later became the ransom. In truth, of course, the Coast Guard game was already pure highway robbery, just as the reference to it today is a myth intended to give organized robbery the beautiful appearance of a historical mission with the telos of compensatory justice. And there it is again, the figure of the avenger of the disenfranchised, the Robin Hood at sea, a connection that has long since been made in the adventure film Robin Hood and the Pirates, in which Lex Barker still played the leading role. Perhaps Muammar Gaddafi summed up the modern pirate legend best after he was elected president of the African Union. Quote, "This is not piracy, this is self-defense, the defense of the Somali children's food, the answer to the voracious nations of the West who are illegally exploiting Somali resources.
End quote.
Until 5 years ago, no one paid attention to what was going on. When the International Maritime Bureau, IMB, reported a drop in global piracy from 445 to 325 cases for the first time in 15 years in 2004, Somalia was only marginally mentioned with 2 cases. The phenomenon of piracy, which has been on the rise again since the early 1990s, was initially registered in completely different parts of the world, namely in the Caribbean and in Indonesian waters, where almost half of all pirate attacks had been reported by then. Asian pirates were particularly active in the Strait of Malacca, the busiest waterway between China and India. Joint patrols by the Indonesian and Malaysian navies soon brought the problem under control. Off the coast of Somalia, on the other hand, the piracy business was only now really taking off. In 2005, the 1 megabyte once again reported a decline in global piracy, combined with a striking increase in attacks off Somalia to a total of 49, 22 successful and 27 unsuccessful. During this phase, the self-proclaimed National Coast Guards initially concentrated on ships of the United Nations World Food Programme, which brought food and other supplies to Somalia for the victims of the civil war and tsunami and were easy prey due to their coastal route. But freighters and tankers were also on the hijackers list. The most spectacular raid of this period occurred on November 5, 2005, when a gang of pirates attempted to capture the American luxury cruiser MV Seabourn Spirit, which was sailing under the flag of the Bahamas. The ship and its crew were shot at with machine guns and bazookas. However, the ship's chief of security, a former Royal Navy soldier, countered the attack by keeping the pirate boats at a distance using a high-pressure water hose and finally forcing the attackers to surrender with a long-range acoustic device. He was awarded the Queen's Gallantry Medal for his efforts. In 2006, the IMB again recorded a decline in pirate attacks worldwide, this time also off Somalia, where there were a total of 31 successful and 17 unsuccessful attacks. The Somalia experts, who have now been trained as piracy experts, said that the takeover of power by the Union of Islamic Courts, UIC, in Mogadishu in the summer of 2006, which lasted until the Ethiopian invasion at the end of the year, had caused the decline in attacks, which cannot be ruled out. This cannot be ruled out, but is also not entirely plausible, as according to the IMB statistics, which record every single attack, no pirate activity was reported off Somalia in the period in question only between the beginning of June and the end of September, after which it resumed as usual. A decline in piracy during this time of year is not unnatural, however, as the southwest monsoon, June to September, then stirs up the sea to such an extent, 5-meter high waves, that it is not safe to maneuver the main speedboats used by the pirates. In the following year, 2007, in which the total number of attacks off Somalia doubled again to 60, 27 successful, 33 unsuccessful, the 1 megabyte recorded only 3 in both August and September. A significant decline in piracy off Somalia has also been recorded for 2009 since June. Unaffected by these details, a widely quoted briefing paper from London's Chatham House went as far as to say, the only period in which piracy off Somalia virtually ceased was the 6 months during which the UIC was in power in the second half of 2006. This shows that a functioning government in Somalia is capable of controlling piracy.
End quote.
However, the facts underpinning this steep thesis are not correct, as the IMB records 12 pirate attacks off Somalia during these 6 months. Be that as it may, no statistics in the world can convince a piracy expert or stop him from describing the rule of bloodthirsty Sharia courts as a functioning government. At the time, it was thought that the chopping off of heads, hands and feet had led to a decline not only in piracy, but in lawlessness in general, which could only be arrived at if the barbarity of the courts was not taken into account in the statistics. However, this is not to say that there is peaceful coexistence between the pirates and the Islamists in Somalia. In fact, the UIC had announced that they would eradicate piracy and punish every pirate with death. Piracy was classified as un-Islamic, partly because the dollars captured by the pirates brought a touch of luxury to their villages, with fancy cars, pretty villas and women who showed their beauty unveiled, and similar trappings of earthly lust condemned by Islam, as well as the excessive consumption of alcohol and tobacco that is part and parcel of every true pirate. However, it was only when the pirate gangs dared to capture a ship sailing under an Islamic flag that the guardians of public morals had their heads turned. The whole thing took place in the first week of November 2006. The pirates, who did not belong to a gang based in Puntland but to a gang operating from Mogadishu, had hijacked the MV Vishamwan, owned by a shipowner in the United Arab Emirates, while it was on its way to Saudi Arabia with a cargo of charcoal and carried it off to a Somali port. Here it was surrounded by a detachment of UIC militias and stormed a few days later. The ship and its crew were released and the pirates, some of whom were seriously injured in the fight, were brought before a Sharia court.
Their fate is unknown.
Whatever the origins of the Somali pirates and whatever their motives, piracy was now in the process of developing into a large-scale trade. Some of the ransom money was used to expand the business, buying additional weapons, faster boats and more modern navigation equipment. Politicians in Puntland and Somali businessmen who had settled in neighboring countries, the Arab states, Europe, the USA or Australia invested in the booming business and thus played their part in accelerating the accumulation of pirate capital. At the same time, the investors demanded their share of the proceeds, which had to be divided among an increasing number of financiers, accomplices, collaborators and gang members, which in turn drove up the ransom demands. Former officers of the Somali army were brought in to help with tactical and logistical problems or to guard the hijacked ships. Traders and cooks took care of feeding the kidnapped and their captors, and dives were set up where the pirates could relax, have fun and squander their money. The area of operation of the increasingly better organized and equipped pirates, who were growing in number, quickly expanded beyond the borders of coastal waters and soon covered several million square kilometers. In each of the following years, the number of pirate attacks off Somalia doubled, 60 in 2007, 134 in 2008, and this trend continued in the first half of 2009, almost unaffected by the armada of almost 50 warships of the international community currently patrolling the Gulf of Aden and the Indian Ocean. They are sailing on behalf of NATO, the European Union or on behalf of individual states. The USA, France, Germany, the Netherlands, Denmark, Norway, Japan, India, Malaysia, Russia, China, Iran and many more. All of them, even those formally operating under a collective command, have their own national deployment guidelines. And if one wonders how it is that this impressive array of world maritime power has so far made so little impression on the Somali pirates, this diversity of command may also play a role, apart from the sheer geographical extent of the crime scene. Here are a few examples. The USA reacted to the first signs of increased pirate activity off Somalia at the end of 2005 by attempting to additionally commit the multinational naval unit, Combined Task Force, CTF, 150, which had already been present in the region with an average of 15 warships since the end of 2001 as part of Operation Enduring Freedom, OEF, to the fight against piracy. Around 25 countries are participating in CTF 150, including Germany from the outset, whose deployment in the Horn of Africa, alongside the Afghanistan mission, represents Germany's main contribution to the war against international Islamic terrorism. As this U.S. initiative did not achieve the desired result, the USA initiated a NATO operation specifically designed to combat piracy at the beginning of 2009 under the name CTF 151, which has been called Operation Ocean Shield since summer 2009. The U.S. Navy immediately set a good example when the destroyer USS Winston S. Churchill, informed by the Navy that the Bahamas-flagged MV Delta Ranger was already under attack, forced the pirates to surrender with warning shots on January 21, 2006, then arrested them and handed them over to the Kenyan authorities, where they were each sentenced to 7 years in prison the following November. They had tried in vain to defend themselves by claiming that they were merely fishermen who had no intention of taking hostages. On March 18, 2006, 2 American warships chased pirate boats just outside Somali territorial waters, 25 nautical miles from the coast, and arrested the occupants after a brief firefight in which one of them was killed and several injured. Another operation to rescue a ship in distress, in which the Dutch Navy was also involved in addition to the American Navy, failed in April because the pirates had already boarded the ship and taken it and its crew to a Somali port. At that time, there was still no legitimation under international law to pursue the pirates into Somalia's territorial waters or even on Somali soil. On June 1, 2007, the Danish freighter MV Danica White was hijacked 200 nautical miles from the Somali coast. The USS Carter Hall attempted to stop the hijacked ship, sinking the 3 pirate boats in tow and firing several warning shots, but gave up when the pirates reached Somali territorial waters with a hijacked ship. On October 28, 2007, pirates hijacked the Japanese tanker MV Golden Nori within territorial waters. The American destroyer USS Arleigh Burke was alerted by the Navy and reached the scene of the crime together with its sister ship USS Porter, this time allegedly with the permission of the Somali Transitional Federal Government, which in fact has no sovereignty on Somali soil either, but is recognized by the United Nations. The Porter sank the 2 pirate boats and fired a shot in the direction of the Golden Nori to impress the pirates. But then the 2 warships received the news that the tanker was loaded with highly explosive benzene, so they refrained from taking further action and only accompanied the Golden Nori until it was finally released a few weeks later, presumably for a ransom. Paris was even less impressed by the provisions of international law than Washington when the French luxury yacht My L'Opponent was hijacked and taken to the port of Isle in April 2008. After a ransom of $2 million had been paid and the ship and its crew released, a French helicopter squad pursued the pirates, who were fleeing inland in cars with their booty, to the small town of Yariban, from where they wanted to escape further into the desert. But the helicopter fired on the bandits, destroyed one of their cars. French elite soldiers landed with parachutes, killed 3 of the pirates and captured the rest to bring them before a court in Paris. In September 2008, pirates kidnapped the sailing yacht Car Diaz, piloted by a French couple, and demanded a ransom of $2 million as well as the release of the gang members who had been imprisoned in France since April. But before they could hijack the ship to Isle, another French elite unit struck, killing one of the pirates, capturing the others and freeing the couple unharmed. However, the last French rescue operation to date, the attempt to free the one-masted Tannet, which was hijacked by pirates on July 7, 2009, went wrong. One of the 4 hostages was also killed in the exchange of fire with the pirates. The unresolved international legal situation, which hindered some states more and some less in the fight against the pirates, was resolved in June 2008 by a corresponding UN Security Council resolution and declarations by the Somali Transitional Government. However, despite the removal of obstacles under international law, other obstacles to the prosecution of pirates remained. One day after the liberation of the Car Diaz, on September 16, 2008, the flagship of the Royal Danish Navy, the HDMS Absalon, clashed with pirates. The Absalon was in command of the CTF 150 at the time. The Danish Marines discovered 2 speedboats off the coast of Somalia, which were equipped with the usual pirate tools: machine guns, bazookas, hand grenades, ladders. The Absalon initially arrested the pirates, but then released them again after consultations with the home government led to the conclusion that they did not want to bring the detainees before a Danish court. They had not yet done anything when they were arrested, i.e. they had not stolen any Danish property or violated any Danish citizen or any other Danish law. There were also concerns that in the contrived event that they were convicted in Denmark, those who were released after a few years in prison might apply for asylum. They did not want to be extradited to Kenya because the death penalty still exists there, even though all pirates convicted in Kenya have so far only received prison sentences. In December, Absalon rescued a gang of pirates from drowning on their boat in the stormy sea and handed them over to the Yemeni police, who did not know what to do with them either. Japan, which, like Germany after its defeat in the Second World War, practices a pacifist military doctrine, has been present in the region with 2 warships since spring 2009, but they have only had new, parliamentary-approved deployment guidelines since the end of July, which allow them to defend ships against pirates that do not fly the Japanese flag. However, the Japanese warships are not allowed to shoot at the pirates unless they are attacked themselves. Before the summer of 2008, Germany argued that its OEF mission in the Horn of Africa only included a mandate to combat terrorism, not piracy. In Berlin, it was concluded that the German Navy not only had to avoid Somalia's territorial waters, but that it was forbidden from pursuing, arresting, or even harming pirates. The pirates also knew from previous hijackings that the Germans were always prepared to pay a ransom to avoid violence. 2 piracy experts from the German Institute for International and Security Affairs, Stiftung Wissenschaft und Politik, revealed the reasons for this in an analysis written for Die Zeit. Quote, of the pirate attacks reported last year, 43 ships belonging to German shipping companies were affected, making them one of the top international ship owners.
End quote.
In an interview 6 months later, one of the 2 authors remarked, as long as a ransom is paid, most kidnappings are bloodless. Former hostages also report that their kidnappers tended to treat them with care.
End of quote.
Just real gentlemen. But pirates are generally not quite so friendly, as John S. Burnett, author of the standard work Dangerous Waters, Modern Piracy and Tenor on the High Seas, himself a victim of a pirate attack years ago, reminded us. According to IMB statistics, 3,200 seafarers have been kidnapped, 500 injured and 160 murdered in the past 10 years. Burnett also points out the differences. The French response to Somali piracy is now so well known that people in Puntland are talking about avoiding the French option. The pirates know full well that French commandos will pursue them, and some of these French guys are really tough mothers. In Germany, the desire to comply with international law was initially cited as a reason for restraint in the fight against piracy, but once this obstacle had been removed, the debate began as to whether the fight against piracy was a police or a military matter, which continues to this day. The wrangling between the ministries and agencies that resulted from this apparent lack of concept then led to the drama surrounding the hijacking of the Hansa Stavanger. The container ship, owned by a Hamburg shipping company and steered by a German captain, was hijacked 400 nautical miles from the Somali coast in the Indian Ocean on April 4, 2009. The German frigate Rheinland rushed to the scene, but had to turn away when the pirates threatened to kill the hostages, giving the gentleman the opportunity to tow the ship to the port of Haradhir, another pirate stronghold in Puntland, where it was monitored from a safe distance by the German frigate Mecklenburg-Vorpommern. Apparently impressed by the courage of the French, the Germans now wanted to demonstrate how a real European superpower can handle this situation. The Minister of the Interior, who felt that he was competent to do so, I take the blame for everything, sent more than 200 heavily armed elite police officers from GSG-9 to the area, as well as Navy combat swimmers, 6 helicopters with unspecified special equipment, paramedics and employees from the Technical Relief Organization, in order to overpower the handful of pirates on board the Hansa Stavanger with this large contingent. Due to a lack of own capacities, the extensive elite commando was transported to the coast of Somalia by the American helicopter carrier USS Boxer. But then the rescue operation, which had apparently been so thoroughly prepared, was suddenly called off. Quote, in Berlin, the decision was made after a meeting of the crisis team in the Ministry of Defense, after US President Barack Obama's security advisor, James Jones, refused to give the necessary approval for the operation, reported Der Spiegel at the beginning of May, and then added, during the 3-week planning period, there had been several disputes between the ministries involved. The Foreign Office accused the Ministry of the Interior of having involved the U.S. government without need and later complained that no sufficient risk analysis had been submitted for the commando operation.
End of quote.
Focus reported on the same day that Wolfgang Schäuble himself had stopped the operation he had ordered after the command had waited in vain for a favorable moment for a surprise attack. According to other reports, the dispute over responsibility between the Interior, Foreign and Defense ministries led to the failure of the operation. However, because details would have made the matter too complicated, all commentators subsequently spread the simplified version that the Americans had stopped the German rescue attempt because they considered it too dangerous. If it was James Jones who aborted the operation, he probably had more than one good reason for doing so. The pirates reacted to the incident by increasing their ransom demands and, in particular, by torturing the German part of the crew with mock shootings, food shortages, abductions ashore and similar measures. The German media reported extensively on this torture. On August 4, the Hansa Stavanger and its crew were released for a ransom of allegedly $2.75 million, one of the highest ransoms ever paid for a hijacked ship, comparable only to the sum paid in January to ransom the Syria Star, the 330-meter-long Saudi supertanker loaded with 2 million barrels of oil, the largest ship ever hijacked by pirates. The piracy problem is unlikely to be solved by purely military means alone, especially if these are not used and the hunt for pirates is limited to thwarting the immediate threat of attacks on the high seas. The option of fighting the pirate bases on land is out of the question, if only because the clans ruling Puntland are the same ones that form the military counterweight to the Islamic militias in the south, and any attack on the pirates on land, who come from the same clans, would more or less indirectly weaken the only allies that the international community has in Somalia. They are the guarantee that the international community will not have to intervene in Somalia itself. However, experts confuse their politicians by stating that they will never get rid of piracy this way, because piracy is a symptom, not the disease, and lawlessness along the coast of Somalia will continue as long as anarchy is tolerated on land.
End quote.
The dilemma is thus complete, because there should be no military means to cure the disease. So the discussion is going round in circles, but even this already suggests a pleasing evasion. The template for this is provided by the second half of 2006, when the UIC ruled in Mogadishu, which, to the astonishment of the experts, is said to have succeeded in eliminating the anarchy on land almost in the blink of an eye. There are signs of a solution to the problem along these lines after Ethiopia's intervention, which initially removed the UIC's reign of terror, ultimately failed due to insufficient military support from the African Union and the international community. Once again, the military strategists had to give way to the dialogue strategists of the United Nations and the European Union. In January 2009, their experts described the situation quite soberly. The Ethiopian army, which acted as a quasi-government force for 2 years, is now withdrawing from Somalia. While the transitional government is disintegrating into its clan elements, the jihadist armed group Al-Shabaab controls more and more places in the country. But of all things, this confusing phase of upheaval holds opportunities for improvement. Because now of all times, i.e., after the military successes of the Shabaab militias, a ceasefire between the rival Somali militias has a chance of success. The EU should play an active role in this, not least in its own interests. After all, piracy is immediately linked to the crisis on the mainland.
End quote.
Just as the success of the Islamic gangs is linked to the crisis of the international community. Even more clearly than with the pirates, the problem-solving strategy for Somalia as a whole follows the formula: appease instead of defeat. After Ethiopia's withdrawal, the Somali transitional government was reshuffled with the friendly support of the international community in order to prepare it for the envisaged ceasefire. The new president is an old acquaintance, namely Sheikh Sharif Sheikh Ahmed, the former president of the UIC. He is now regarded as a moderate Islamist, and he could actually be trusted to make short work of the Somali pirates, as it was he himself who directed the liberation of the MV Visham in November 2006, presented the captured pirates at a press conference and vowed that the UIC would eradicate all piracy in the region. Except that after becoming president of the transitional government, the Sheikh was considered a traitor by his former comrades and now finds himself on the losing side. However, Al-Shabaab and Hizbul Islam, who now control almost the entire south of Somalia and are in the process of conquering Mogadishu for a second time, are no pirate friends either. This was demonstrated when the pirates once again captured a Muslim ship, the Syria Star, on November 15, 2008 and initially took it to the port of Haradhir. When an Islamic liberation squad made its way there, the pirates withdrew and anchored the tanker around 100 kilometers from the coast, where it could no longer be reached by Allah's gangs, which had previously been less agile at sea. But once they have eliminated the anarchy on land, the experts will surely come up with something else. Perhaps the Almighty will then be financed a powerful navy that will one day cleanse Somalia's coastal waters of all the poisons brought by the infidels, which would also put an end to piracy. Anyone considering a trip to the Federal Republic of Nigeria will find confirmation of what they have already read in the newspaper when reading the security advice currently issued by the Federal Foreign Office. The majority of the country, it says, especially the north and northeast, is relatively safe, and although there could be short-term violent clashes for economic, political, and ethnic/religious reasons, this unrest is of short duration, a few days and localized, which is why it is only advisable to check the daily security situation before traveling outside the capital Abuja and the metropolis of Lagos. On the other hand, it is strongly advised against traveling to the states of Delta State, Bayelsa State, River State, and Akwa Ibom State, i.e. those states located in the southeast of the country, in the oil-rich Niger Delta. There, in the country's treasure trove, war is raging, fighting between organized paramilitary gangs and with the security forces has claimed many lives, and since January 2006 there have even been increased armed attacks on the facilities of foreign oil companies, as well as kidnappings of Western foreigners. In addition, MEND has issued a serious threat against Western foreigners in the Niger Delta, according to which they are considered enemies and therefore legitimate targets. The MEND, Movement for the Emancipation of the Niger Delta, currently the most active and influential rebel organization in the Niger Delta, sees itself in the tradition of anti-colonial liberation movements. "We want control of our resources," is just one of their slogans, reminiscent of the demands of the fighters of days gone by. However, MEND is not appealing to the Nigerian central government for a revision of the key according to which the profits from oil exports are distributed to the individual parts of the country, as Ken Saro-Wiwa, who was executed in the mid-1990s, tried to achieve through peaceful resistance, or the governor of Bayelsa State, Alamaya Saya, tried to achieve politically. Nor is it demanding independence from the Nigerian central state, as Emelka Odumegwu Ojukwu once did when he was president of Biafra from 1967 to 1970, the short-lived secession of southeastern Nigeria, which was mainly inhabited by the Igbo tribe and whose reconquest by the Nigerian army claimed more than 1 million lives. Rather, the oil companies are the targets of the attacks. Their withdrawal from the Niger Delta is the real target of MEND's struggle. The employees of the oil companies are seen as occupying forces and consequently, the members of MEND regard the kidnapped foreigners, who, as in Iraq, are all identified with the hated occupiers, not as hostages, through whom money can be extorted, as was common in the Niger Delta in the 1990s, but as prisoners of war, MEND spokesman Bello Aboko told Le Monde Diplomatique, April 2006. Nigerian President Olusegun Obasanjo has also been threatened with assassination if he ever sets foot in the Niger Delta. However, when the Nigerian army bombed several villages in February of this year in which rebels were suspected, MEND subsequently kidnapped not a state representative such as the governor of the province, but 9 employees of the Shell Company and also threatened to bombard oil industry facilities and foreign ships with missiles. MEND promises the people of the Niger Delta that they will share in the wealth that the oil wells will bring once the Western companies have left the country. What they fail to realize, however, is that the acts of sabotage and oil theft that MEND uses to finance its struggle endanger the very sources of this wealth, as Nigeria's export figures prove. Our goal is to prevent Nigeria's oil exports, MEND continues to proclaim, but without any common sense, so that conditions like those in the undeveloped and impoverished southeast will soon prevail throughout Nigeria, one might add. Unlike the social revolutionary liberation movements of the past and unlike the Islamist groups of today, MEND, the majority of whose members are of Christian or animist faith, does not offer any comprehensive promise of salvation. Its vision is purely negative. It is true that the MEND spokesman sounds as if he is quoting the martyred mothers of Palestinian suicide bombers when he proclaims that Ken Saro-Wiwa's mother did not want to dissuade us from resistance after his death. And neither did the many mothers who lost their sons under this government.
So we fight on. End quote.
Nevertheless, the struggle of MEND and other groups is by no means regarded as a sacred matter by the inhabitants of the Niger Delta, but at best as an honorable one. What makes them adherents of MEND and similar groups is not the belief that they are building socialism or following Allah's plan, but the realization gained from decades of experience that not only the oil companies, but especially the rulers in Abuja, did not care what conditions prevailed in the Niger Delta as long as the oil flowed. MEND is different from the countless heroes who have presented themselves in recent decades as the true saviors of their people and yet mostly only had their own financial well-being in mind and left the Niger Delta when their personal profits from oil theft and smuggling had grown to such an extent that they could afford to build a palace in a less inhospitable part of the country. With rhetoric borrowed from Maoist groups and a deliberately modest appearance, the rebel organization instills confidence in the inhabitants of the Niger Delta like few in the recent past. Educated and eloquent, the members of the MEND leadership like to present themselves as clean men, openly oppose corruption, and ensure that the money generated from oil theft goes solely to the fight against the occupiers. The oil companies, whether this is really the case is not easy to judge, but the image of the MEND leaders is right. As the TAS newspaper reported to its readers on April 20th, they present themselves as representatives of the common people, drive a simple middle-class car instead of a Bentley, like Bello Aboko, and wear worn-out clothes instead of tailored suits. They appear different from their predecessors, like even Ken Saro-Wiwa, which the left-wing activists of the Solidarity with Ken Saro-Wiwa movement in this country have done their best to conceal, earned a golden nose with land speculation before he became a reformed advocate for his people. Or the leader of the NDP-VF, Niger Delta People's Volunteer Force, Mujahid Dakubo Aseris, who personally raked in the profits from smuggling the black gold of the 20th and 21st centuries, Nigeria's oil. It is this staged asceticism that awakens memories of and social romantic nostalgia for the times when it still seemed good and right to sympathize not only with Che, but quite specifically with the peoples of the Tricont in their struggle for liberation, and not only among the authors and readers of the TAS. In general, the reporting also acts as if the oil multinationals and not the corrupt Nigerian administration with its more than 400 ministers alone, who prefer to invest money intended for the development of infrastructure and the ecological regeneration of the Niger Delta in private ventures, bear sole responsibility for the conditions in the Niger Delta. British journalist Andy Rowell, for example, unabashedly claims that all the problems are primarily a consequence of the continued exploitation of the Delta by British and American interests, as if mere interests had ever created problems, and rambles on in the language of Fanon that the oil companies have not only devastated the country ecologically, but have also encouraged the spread of corruption and conditions whose consequences for the people living there are as devastating as those
of the slave trade.
Seconded by British Labour MPs and the president of the all-party parliamentary group on the Niger Delta, the whole sermon again boils down to the unscrupulous Western powers themselves being to blame for the terror. Even greater than the trust in any rebel group in the Niger Delta, however, is the distrust of the Nigerian central government. Even the more or less successful efforts of the current President Obasanjo, who is the first democratically elected head of state to hold office permanently since 1966, do nothing to change this. Although he wants to tackle the widespread corruption throughout the country, streamline the state apparatus, consolidate civil structures, revive the economy and combat the poverty that prevails in large parts of the country, and in this context, also support the Niger Delta with various aid programs. In order to make it agriculturally usable again, a project which, incidentally, was doomed to failure from the outset due to the activities of various rebel groups, nothing good is expected from Abuja in the Niger Delta, and not without reason. Contrary to MEN's propaganda, it is not only the Western oil companies that have profited from the oil produced in the Niger Delta, but in particular the Muslim elites in the north of the country, who, with brief interruptions since the country's independence, have provided the government, however it was constituted. The country's oil and gas wealth is the basis for an extensive system of cliques and clan economies, protectionism, smuggling, bribery, and embezzlement. Even today, more than 3/4 of the inhabitants of Nigeria, which is the 8th largest oil exporting country, live on less than $1 a day. It was the elites of the north, the traditional emirs and rulers, traders and later also the military, who took over power and thus also the rule over the oil-rich areas from the British in 1960 and declared the Niger Delta a quasi-colony in their own country, from which the black gold of the 19th century was no longer exported, but that of the 20th century. 6 military coups since 1966 and various more or less peaceful changes of government have driven the country's economy to ruin and simply brought public life to a standstill in large parts of the country. However, the influence of the old ruling dynasties and their protégés was never broken until 1999. If only because they were always the ones who remained loyal to the military, as long as the latter protected the tried and tested gang economy and allowed the profits from the oil trade and exports, which were actually state-run, to continue to seep into the pockets of the respective clan members. However, with the election of Obasanjo, a Southerner and Christian, as president, this situation, so lucrative for the old cliques of the Muslim north of the country, threatened to come to an end. Not only did Obasanjo promise his electorate, which is mainly Christian and believes in nature deities and makes up almost 50% of the Nigerian population, that he would fight corruption in what is the third most corrupt country in the world according to Transparency International, when former IMF employee Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala became finance minister. The first steps were also taken to follow up the promise with action. In 2005, for example, the government in Abuja submitted a transparency report to the IMF for the first time, in which not only the state profits from the state oil business were disclosed, but also where these funds had gone. The trust of the population in the southeastern and southwestern parts of the country in Obasanjo's government is nevertheless rather low, not least because the court cases against the former torturers proved to be more of a farce than those in South Africa after the end of apartheid. Nigeria's former leaders are still openly mocking those they mistreated in the courtroom today, confident that they will soon be back in power. But even if Obasanjo and Okonjo-Iweala have not succeeded, which is hardly surprising after only 7 years of hesitant reform policies, in breaking the economic rule of the gangs and stabilizing the economy by means of liberal economic policies, the former ruling cliques of the North seem to have been denied immediate access to the profits from the oil business, at least partially and increasingly, since 1999. It should be clear to everyone in Nigeria that their main aim is to restore the status quo, i.e., to add to the estimated $210 billion stolen from the state coffers between 1974 and 1999. The country's wealthy and influential people are not shy about openly flaunting the wealth they have gained through embezzlement, as only the sheiks of the oil emirates in the Middle East do. Like them, they also behave like aggressive traditionalists and have had mosques and Quran schools built for everyone in addition to ostentatious villas. And as in the Muslim states of the Middle East, it is Islam in northern Nigeria that unites large sections of the ordinary population not only in their faith, but also in their resentment of infidels and the supposed decadence of the Western world. However, unlike the revolutionaries in the Niger Delta, they do not regard the oil companies, with whom it is ultimately easy to do business, as the actual representatives of the Crusaders, but rather the country's Christians, who were missionized by the British, and in particular the Christian-dominated government of Obasanjo. After 7 years under Christian colonial rule, 7 years in which others were in government and thus close to the pots with the profits from the state oil revenues, according to a well-known Muslim preacher from the northernmost state of Zamfara, it is now time for a Muslim government to take the scepter into its hands again. Because Nigeria has been a member of the Islamic Conference since 1986 and is therefore a Muslim country. An assessment that is also shared by Kofi Annan when he unscrupulously names Nigeria in a row with other Muslim states, Indonesia, Malaysia, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Egypt, which in his view are called upon to oppose the tyrannical policy of certain powers with Iran in the uranium dispute. Welt, December 5, 2006. The preachers and elites of the northern federal states, most of whom are organized in the Muslim Brotherhood, took Annan at his word and reminded the population in their provinces of an age-old duty of every devout Muslim, jihad. It was the task of all believers in the country to bring the struggle of the great Usman Dan Fodio to an end, whose troops could only be stopped by those of the British at the beginning of the 19th century, and to finally bring the whole country not only under Muslim domination, but to proselytize, by force if necessary. Although Nigeria is a secular country according to the constitution, 12 of the 36 Nigerian states introduced Sharia law as generally applicable law in 1999 as an immediate reaction to Obasanjo's election success. In these provinces, the call to jihad is taken particularly seriously. However, in contrast to the attacks of the rich Muslim oil profiteers, the attacks of the poor Muslims from the street are directed less against the government in Abuja than against the Christians living in their own cities. In Kano or Kaduna, for example, there have always been, as the Foreign Office would probably write, short-term violent clashes on ethnic/religious grounds. After the introduction of Sharia law, however, some of these escalated into outright pogroms. In Kaduna in 2000, for example, around 3,000 Christians who had taken part in a demonstration against the introduction of Sharia law were killed by a hysterical mob, and in 2002, also in Kaduna, around 200 people became victims of such Muslims who gave free rein to their anger over a supposedly blasphemous article on the occasion of the Miss World elections planned in Nigeria. Hundreds of churches have been set on fire since the introduction of Sharia law in the northern provinces of the country. Countless Christian-run stores, hotels and restaurants have been vandalized, and it is estimated that 15,000 people have died either as a result of attacks by Islamists or as a result of the revenge campaigns of Christians. This spring, it was the Muhammad cartoons that brought the Muslim inhabitants of the city of Maiduguri, who, as the Nigerian Nobel Prize winner Wole Soyinka wrote, had never tasted Danish butter in their lives and until then had not even known of the existence of a country called Denmark. New Perspectives Quarterly, Winter 2006, provided the pretext for taking up swords, i.e. for riots against Christians in which around 130 people lost their lives throughout Nigeria. In Bauchi, it was enough for a teacher to take the Quran away from a pupil in class, who was reading it instead of concentrating on her lessons, to provoke the locals to attack Christian houses, in which at least 15 people died. In these provinces to which the Foreign Office, if not advises against travel, at least does not recommend it, all the punishments enshrined in Sharia law were also reintroduced in 2000, which were abolished in 1914 with the establishment of the British colony of Nigeria, which also encompassed what is now the north of the country, whipping for drinking alcohol, chopping off hands for theft and, although not yet carried out, the stoning of women for adultery. State schools, i.e. those not bound to any religious denomination, have also been completely abolished in some states and replaced by Muslim schools, and there has been strict gender segregation in buses and cabs, particularly in the state of Zamfara, with rigid penalties for violations of the dress code. For the increasingly openly Islamist elites of the north, the introduction of Sharia law was a guarantee that they could continue to rule the affairs of state, and they have big plans. Their goal is not only to establish Christian-free and purely Islamic states, but also to establish an Islamic Republic of Nigeria. In this republic, they would not be able to repeat the failure of 1999, when they were deprived of power as a result of losing an election and thus of the opportunity to hold on to the state's profits from the oil business. Consequently, they are calling for the introduction of compulsory Quran lessons in Nigerian schools and are campaigning for Arabic to be introduced as an official language, which is about as crazy as making Latin the official language of the whole of Germany. Usman Dan Fodio, the aforementioned fighter by the grace of Allah, serves as their role model. Like him, they want to push ahead with the Islamization of the country, establish Islamic clerics at the head of state and create a new state in the tradition of the Sokoto Caliphate, one of the largest West and Central African empires of the early 19th century. A state in which Islamic law is more fully implemented than anywhere else outside the Arab world and in which, as the Sokoto legend goes, justice will once again prevail. Unlike in the south, the many poor in the northern regions therefore do not need to be lured into getting a share of the black gold, a promise that would be hard to believe even by Nigerian standards. The Islamic delusion explains the current dire economic situation in the country in its own way. Ultimately, the British Crusaders, who replaced Islamic law with the penal code already tried and tested in India and Sudan, are solely to blame for this, as are the Nigerian Christians as a result. The crisis is seen, as in almost all Islamic societies, as a consequence of the deviation from true Islam, and the reintroduction of Sharia law is thus ultimately interpreted as an expression of final decolonization and a sign of complete political and cultural independence. Every dead and every expelled Christian is therefore celebrated by the Ummah of Nigeria as a contribution to the worldwide jihad against the Crusaders. The warriors of God believe that they too, like the 9/11 attackers, will one day enter paradise. Osama bin Laden is revered here as a hero, and his name is the most popular for the male offspring. The jihadist events in the north of the country leave the public and politicians in European countries strangely untouched, although there are always disturbing things in the news. The riots at the Miss World election, the uproar over Danish caricatures, or the fact that the price of oil is rising because Shell has stopped part of its production in the Niger Delta due to acts of sabotage. However, since the various conflicts in Nigeria cannot be categorized according to the patterns traditionally used by the European left in particular to explain post-colonial societies, one would either have to throw them overboard or openly take sides with Wahhabism. This logical consequence of anti-imperialism and cultural relativism would, however, rather be drawn only in a clumsy and disguised manner. Like the Heinrich Böll Foundation, for example, Dr. Axel Harnight-Sievers from its Nigeria country office is investigating the introduction of Sharia law from the point of view of its constitutionality and harbors no hostility in principle towards a religion and a legal system that do not shy away from threatening pregnant unmarried women with death, for example, including the visible sign of their misstep. Appeasement towards Islam is the watchword, because there seems to be so little rapprochement over the question, Sharia, yes or no, at present that one can only fear that the Supreme Court might one day reach a final decision. This would probably only be conceivable as a victory for one side, which would only further escalate the conflict between the followers of Islam and those of Christianity.
End of quote.
The Boll Foundation delegation in Lagos has therefore decided not to get involved in the fundamental debates on the question of Sharia yes or no, on the question of its constitutionality, etc. at this time. However, the Boll Foundation does not dare to cooperate openly with the Islamists. Quote, despite frequent requests from circles of Islamic lawyers, the Nigeria Country Group does not support any regular training measures for judges in the lower Sharia courts. At this point, says Harnight Sievers, cultural relativism reaches its limits in my view. Nigeria has obviously gone mad over its actual oil wealth. Some are demanding the disposal of resources, some of which they already have. After all, almost 5% of Nigeria's oil production currently ends up on the black market, and which are also becoming increasingly uninteresting for Western corporations due to the immense production losses caused by sabotage and theft. Since Nigeria has no refineries, the Western companies that are being attacked are indispensable for the
utilization of the oil.
The others are trying to secure a gang economy that can only build on the profits from this very oil business. Some present themselves as an anti-colonial liberation movement, just as if the English were actually still ruling the country. Instead of attacking the actual colonizers of their country, the elites of northern Nigeria, they attack those who seem to them to be the immediate successors of the former occupying forces, the oil companies. The others stage themselves as an Islamic revivalist movement and the introduction of Sharia law as a final victory over the British, whose successors they in turn see as the country's more Western-oriented Christians, against whom they have therefore proclaimed jihad. However, they are both fighting the democratically elected Obasanjo government, some despite the government's efforts against corruption and for a reform of the distribution key, others precisely because of this. It is extremely unlikely that the elections due to be held in Nigeria next year will be won by forces that want to promote the democratization of the country and the stabilization of the economy along liberal lines, not least because a census has been announced before the elections, which will also ask about religious affiliation. If this turns out as expected, namely in such a way that it is then officially established that the Muslim tribes make up the majority in the country at around 50%, the elites of the north will derive a claim to leadership from this and, if the current Muslim Vice President Atiku Abubakar does not win the election for reasons ranging from bribery to abstention by Muslim voters, will probably enforce this by force if necessary. Obasanjo's party and similarly aligned parties would then only have the option of either taking underground action against the expected Islamization of the country, as was the case during the dictatorship, or attempting a coup. The current situation in Nigeria is somewhat reminiscent of the situation in Lebanon in the early 1980s. And like Lebanon at that time, Nigeria is also seen by the Western public as a relatively stable country that presents itself so successfully to the outside world that it is even considered a potential candidate for a permanent seat on the UN Security Council, as the undisputed regional power of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, founded in 1975. A position that has been reinforced by the intervention of Nigerian troops in the civil war-torn countries of Liberia, from 1990, and Sierra Leone, since 1997, and its role as a mediating partner between the Darfur rebels and the government in Khartoum. If a revolution were to break out in Nigeria, a country which, paradoxically, is regarded as one of the most stable in West and Central Africa precisely because of its oil wealth, what would the consequences be, asks Robertson MP. Not good ones, one is inclined to answer, at least not as long as the Western public secretly sympathizes only with the rebels in the southeast of the country, who continue to weaken the central state, and the Western governments do not back the current government and support it against the Islamist forces of the north. If the Islamists of the north actually come to power again, German tourists encouraged to travel to Nigeria by the security recommendations of the Federal Foreign Office could then be told at Lagos Airport, and not just when crossing the border of the northernmost federal state, "Welcome to Nigeria, the land of farming and Sharia. We wish you a happy stay." Since 1990, not only have most of the peoples of the East, who until then had been subjugated under the communist thumb, been free to discover and stretch out their national and folkish roots with the breaking up of the prisons of nations. Since then, the young nation-states of the Third World have also been free, no longer forced to choose between two social systems sorted as blocks, but free to decide not to give a damn about any civilization and to live out their national character, unhindered by massacring each other. At least that's how the Süddeutsche Zeitung sees it, writing on May 2, 2000 under the title "The Evil Continent," about the commanders of the African battlefield. For a decade now, these perpetrators have not even had the excuse that the worldwide East-West conflict dictates the conditions of their rule and actions. No powerful African today can claim that he is fighting for or against the world revolution in his country. No one can justify his violation of the law against his own people by waging a proxy war. War and injustice are endemic. What has changed in the meantime is that they have become more African.
End quote.
And with that, this continent disappears again, back into the mists of its history-less naturalness, incomprehensible to us civilized Europeans. Or at least most of it. What is this African thing about Africa? Hegel already divided pre-colonial Africa into 3 parts. Quote, one is the part to the south of the Sahara, Africa proper, the highlands almost completely unknown to us with narrow stretches of coastline by the sea. The other is the part to the north of the desert, European Africa, so to speak, a coastal country. The third is the Nile River Basin, the only part of Africa that adjoins Asia. As far back as history goes, Africa proper has remained closed to the rest of the world, for it is not a historical part of the world, it has no movement or development to show. What we actually understand by Africa is that which is without history and unclosed, which is still completely caught up in the natural spirit.
End of quote.
For Hegel, history is always the history of the general spirit. This culminates in the constitution of the Occidental states of his time, which he describes as the Germanic Empire. In these states, the symbiosis of bourgeois society, state and reason is completed. The general spirit finds its expression as the realization of objective, i.e., historical truth and freedom. Bearers of spirit, for Hegel always peoples, who are not in one of the 3 stages of development described by him, Oriental, Greek and Roman Empire, which are necessary for reaching the highest conceivable stage of development, the Germanic Empire, have no history for him and must allow themselves to be ruled by the superior without any rights of their own. Given this philosophy of history, it is not surprising that the Occidental states have exported their historical truth in a special way to the real and historyless Africa. This Africa, which for Hegel was still unopened in itself, had long since had its doors kicked in and legions of its inhabitants had been familiarized in a special way with one of the greatest achievements of its epoch, the free movement of goods, by enslaving them. Under Arab and Indian leadership, slaves and other trade goods were shipped as early as the 7th century. 12 million slaves were transported via these and other, later discovered trade routes by the end of the 19th century. This figure roughly corresponds to the number of Africans who died in the Congo alone between 1884 and 1908 under Belgian colonial rule. The slaughter of the Hottentots by German troops was, among all the other countless atrocities, another drastic lesson in European mores for the survivors and those who remained. If Rousseau's Bon Savage had lived in an African hut and experienced such circumstances, they would certainly have changed his character considerably, if not corrupted it completely. The good savage, the pure, unspoiled primitive peoples have always been necessary reverse images of the bourgeois consciousness of its own civilizing mission. Their own misdeeds could thus be mystified as the curse of their particular predisposition to cold reason and artificial civilization. When the good savage was unruly, he was transformed into the character of the other side of the view of nature, into a raging beast that could only be subdued and tamed by its own means. But the left also projected diligently. 19th century colonialism did not exorcise African polities of their nationality, as Frantz Fanon claimed, because the substantive conditions for national constitution were not there at all. As special objects of exploitation of the European nation-states, quasi-atria of the national spheres of exploitation, they were denied this development. Subsistence was the determining mode of production in these societies before the intrusion of colonialism, i.e., the one that assigned rank and influence to all others. It was the general illumination in which all other colors were immersed. MEW Volume 42, page 40. Moreover, they were essentially tribalistic in character. Nowhere was there a strong bourgeois element pushing for the founding of nations. The colonial rulers understood the tribal organization as natural entities that could be distinguished by ethnic and, on a larger scale, racial characteristics. How natural ethnicities come into being becomes clear in Rwanda, for example. Even before the beginning of our era, Bantu-speaking people lived here, breeding cattle and farming. The fact that the cattle breeders were called Tutsi and the farmers Hutu was a social distinction, not an ethnic one. In the course of the 19th century, however, the colonialists stated that the Hutu were Negroes and Bantu, while the Tutsi were whites and Hamites, who had supposedly migrated from the north in the 15th century. These pre-colonial structures of subsistence production were by no means completely eliminated by colonial production. On the contrary, the production of colonial goods in the hinterland demanded an independent regrowth of the consumed human material, which, like other natural resources, could be used free of charge. The appropriation of the colonial production sector and thus the orientation towards the world market by the post-colonial elites was the material prerequisite for the constitution of African states, as it took place after the Second World War. The colonial yoke of the Europeans had left them the most important legacy of integration into the world market, which, due to the mostly one-sided orientation of production towards goods that were only suitable for export, took the form of extreme dependency and still does today. As the material basis of the new states, world market production had now become the general illumination, in the light of which the color of the old agrarian subsistence gradually faded. The so-called Green Revolution, which promised the countries of the Third World higher yields even under adverse natural conditions, was nothing other than a large-scale program for the production of cash crops, i.e. food for the world market. The function of the colonial master's whip was now taken over by interest rates and the terms of trade. Command over the liberated countries fell to international capital organized as the World Bank and IMF, among others, which implemented what the colonial masters had only partially succeeded in doing: the replacement of subsistence production by value-added production. The replacement of a natural production of use value by a production measured by the exploitation of value. When the newly emerged nations were still able to threaten political conversion to the Eastern camp, the West was at least to some extent concerned with maintaining a minimum standard of living in the African states. Because they were strategically important, special conditions were offered to ensure that they held together as a geopolitical entity. Despots and oligarchies were provided with so many resources that at least a bureaucratic class and the military could be supplied with goods and were therefore prepared to hold the entity together by force if necessary. Secessions and wars of secession occurred when the West was not in complete agreement, as in the case of the Biafra War, for example. Civil wars and uprisings were instigated when a political leader, in the opinion of the West, looked too much like Russia, such as Lumumba in the Congo, who was therefore murdered. As perfidious and at the same time stupid as it is when the SC author quoted above describes war and injustice as both endemic, according to the dictionary, limited to a certain area, and Africanized, he is right in one respect: today's wars in Africa are no longer proxy wars. The Taylors, Kabilas, Savimbis and other warlords fight their wars exclusively for themselves and their followers. Without the threat of the Eastern Bloc, the West no longer has any interest in interfering in African conflicts. The African countries have become geopolitically uninteresting, and because they were not taken seriously as trading nations before, their function is now finally limited to supplying raw materials, for which they do not necessarily have to act as nations. Whatever political position a Mr. Savimbi holds in Angola can be of no consequence to the diamond buyer as long as he has power over the land and the people needed to mine and sell these diamonds. This no longer has anything to do with forms of national economy.
Mr.
Savimbi and UNITA alone determine who profits from this sale and in what form. It is therefore no coincidence that 20 countries south of the Sahara are not mentioned in the World Bank's 1997 World Development Report. The statistically reported national product of all countries in this region is significantly lower than that of South Korea. According to Ulrich Menzel from the University of Braunschweig, Africa's share of world trade is less than 1% and is continuing to decline. In his opinion, Africa is therefore of no interest either as a market or as a supplier. The West, which now saves on the costs of special conditions for despots and bureaucrats, as it no longer has to worry about a change of sides on the part of the pupil, can also, by taking advantage of the competition between African states, considerably reduce the world market prices for raw materials. Since a bourgeois mode of production encompassing the whole of society and thus the substantial prerequisite for nation building hardly existed, the collapse of the Soviet Union led to the rapid disintegration of the new nations, which were held together in a makeshift manner by the bloc confrontation from outside. As a political social manifestation of a certain mode of production, the nation is historical and thus transient. The fact that people in the West continue to talk about the state of Angola or Congo does not change anything about their real disintegration, nor does the fact that the territory under the rule of a warlord sometimes coincides with the borders of European maps, as in the case of Charles Taylor in Liberia. Uli Krug has exposed the common propaganda pattern of the Western media, according to which misery, hunger and war are the result of corruption and a lack of human rights, when he makes it clear that the crisis is fueling corruption and not the other way around. This pattern has the advantage, especially when it is aimed at other countries, that since specific characteristics of individuals and societies are the reasons for corruption and cruelty, we, the national collective subject, cannot be causally involved in these processes. By insisting on the crisis as the cause of the catastrophes, global capital is immediately in the field of vision and thus also the conditions in Germany. However, it is not any particular meanness that leads the local managers of capital to shrug their shoulders at the deaths of millions of people resulting from their calculations, but the need to exhaust all means to stop the fall in the rate of profit. The misery of these countries, not only in Africa, is a prerequisite for the further development of the metropolises, which is why they are interested in the raw materials and not in the people living there. Scattered remnants of the left-wing milieu like to accuse individual corporations of causing all the misery, apparently hoping that this denunciatory act will have a salutary educational effect on the unbridled greed for profit of these companies. Sometimes De Beers is to blame because it buys diamonds, sometimes an oil company because it produces oil there, sometimes some state that sells weapons to the so-called crisis areas. Yet the Hutu militias or the RUF in Sierra Leone, for example, have long since shown that they know how to kill or cruelly mutilate tens of thousands of people with machetes alone and without purchased weapons. With the disappearance of the state structures and thus the beginnings of a national economy based on civil rights, the interest of the world market in African raw materials remains, but the systematic use of human labor, which is already superfluous in the metropolises by the millions, is completely uninteresting. From this point of view, Ralph Schroeder is wrong when he writes in concrete. At the beginning of the 1990s, sympathizers of the development idea in particular complained loudly that it was foreseeable that Africa would be completely neglected by the West in the future and, as a result, would become even more disconnected from the world market. The opposite has happened. A myriad of Western players were busy during the 1990s and are still busy today gutting the continent and feeding the proceeds profitably into the global economic cycle.
End quote.
It is not the opposite of the situation that prevailed until 30 years ago that has now occurred, but the social forms of mediation, the way in which raw materials are placed on the world market, has changed. The superfluous people released from the nation-states behave no differently than the superfluous people in the slums of the metropolises. They are the same organizational patterns, clans and gangs that ensure the survival of their members. These clans have taken over the former role of nation-states in the sale of natural resources on the world market. The extraction of raw materials is therefore no longer part of a system of national value-added production, but rather the immediate appropriation of a booty, which becomes anything that more or less happens to grow within reach or is up for grabs, whether as a vein of gold or a gold-plated wristwatch. A war reporter from Liberia drastically describes the impact of this new economy on living conditions. Quote, "The fear of the unknown, the unpredictable, which I had felt before setting off from Monrovia, gave way to a feeling of déjà vu as I walked through the streets filled with the smell of decay, where carrion birds and stray dogs fought over the remains of the dead. The city had turned its innermost self inside out. The streets were littered with broken furniture, books and pictures of its displaced inhabitants. The carefully guarded contents of cupboards and desk drawers littered the sidewalk, and people's entrails, otherwise hidden from view, lay exposed. In front of the bridge over the river linking Monrovia to the hinterland, fighters from Charles Taylor's NPFL had stretched the intestines of a dead man across the road as a barrier rope, his severed head signaling that crossing the bridge was forbidden. The moment of truth came when Corinne Dufka, a Reuters photographer from London, happened to witness NPFL soldiers maltreating a suspected Kron militia member on the beach. They had stripped the man naked and were preparing to castrate him with a cutlass, either out of sadism or, more plausibly, to impress the reporter. After photographing the scene, Corinne Dufka persuaded the torturers to let go of their victim. She was proud to have saved the life of a man sentenced to death, but the next morning the man lay shot dead in front of the hotel driveway. Bets were made among the journalists that no magazine would publish the gruesome photos. A week later they appeared in large print in Stern.
End of quote.
So the rebels are not only supplying the world market with raw materials, they are also providing the Western media with the kind of authentic pictures from Africa that their readers expect. In such reports, there is always talk of senseless slaughter. For the bourgeois consciousness, everything that serves the utilization of value, the production of surplus value on an extended scale, is meaningful. Those who are thrown out of this process, or who are not allowed to join it in the first place, do not discover any new higher meaning in their useless existence, but regard it, in this respect traditionally bourgeois, as completely pointless. The counter-question from an NPLF fighter, who liked to pose as Rambo in front of the cameras when asked why he murdered his brothers and sisters, is therefore consequent: why not? The civilized European should actually be satisfied with such an attitude to life. If one would not even dream of abolishing a social relationship under whose dictates the existence of billions proves to be superfluous and pointless, it is only consequent to think about how to get rid of the superfluous. The earth is full of the superfluous, life is spoiled by the many too many. May they be lured away from life with eternal life, said Zarathustra. When the superfluous turn on each other and slaughter each other, they are acting entirely in the spirit of exploitation, i.e., with the blessing of the highest bourgeois authority. If you look at the reports of the war between Ethiopia and Eritrea from this perspective, the senseless slaughter reveals an objective meaning that the participants may only be half conscious of. Two old civil war comrades, now each the head of a still existing state, define an uninhabited, barren piece of desert highland as the object of a conflict that is fought out by the country with a relatively low population, Eritrea, posting its soldiers well entrenched on heights against which Ethiopia, a country with a very large number of superfluous young people, lets those same young people run and bleed to death in great waves. This is how the old comradeship proves its worth. If these leaders use their limited financial resources to buy weapons on the world market instead of grain while the famine continues, they are only proving that they did not earn diplomas at elite Western universities for nothing. To summarize, the social scientist Akil Mbembe, who is also quoted by Ralph Schroeder, defines Africa as a forced community whose sole purpose is the destruction of superfluous population groups and the exploitation of raw materials. When the local media pretend that the first of the two tasks mentioned here, which this coercive community has set itself under the dictates of the world market, is part of a specifically African folklore as an endemic event, they do so for two reasons. The first is obvious and has already been mentioned: we are thus relieved of all responsibility. The second is usually not entirely clear to the reporters themselves. The civilized people secretly suspect their own superfluousness. They are horrified when they then think of their own maxims, which are nothing but the babbled repetition of the course of the merciless exploitation machinery applied to their own senseless existence. Thus the annihilation of the many too many becomes an African phenomenon as the most consequent and fully conceived affirmation of a principle that has grown in Europe and now permeates the world as a totality, as general illumination: the exploitation of value. President Mugabe clings to power with the help of thugs. This or something similar was the headline in European newspapers from the Main to the Thames, with which they tried to write off the opposition's victory in the elections at the end of June 2000. According to Lenin, a revolutionary situation exists when the rulers are no longer able and the ruled are no longer willing, and this is exactly what the reporting on Zimbabwe was supposed to portray: bloody land occupations by rentamobs times, persecution of opposition members, economic collapse. The white farmers were the heroes of every story. They were the victims who just wanted to harvest and sell their tobacco in peace. And right in the middle of it all was President Robert Mugabe, who, like Mao in his day, placed himself at the head of the Red Guards, FAZ, thereby abandoning the neutrality of the head of state that had made the Christian and Marxist-Leninist Mugabe on Mugabe, the socialist darling of the West in the 1980s. He railed against the white farmers as if the liberation struggle had returned and announced expropriations without compensation. What was misinterpreted by the Western press as an election campaign maneuver by Mugabe to retain power was in fact an actualization of the land issue. None of the liberation movements in South Africa, Namibia, and Zimbabwe had been able to assert themselves militarily. The price of political power was not to touch the land ownership. In the Lancaster House Agreement on the independence of Rhodesia/Zimbabwe, a clause was inserted that prohibited expropriation for 10 years. As a result, 60% of the fertile land in Zimbabwe today belongs to around 4,500 white farmers. These ownership conditions and the miserable situation of the agricultural workers were once the main reason for starting the anti-colonial struggle. And now, under changed conditions, the land question is returning and is directed against the liberation movements in power. The land question is the political expression of the general crisis on the African continent. South Africa, Namibia, and other states had no choice but to approve of Mugabe's support for land occupiers, because what is happening in Zimbabwe could become reality tomorrow or the day after tomorrow in Namibia or Kenya, where the first beginnings are already being seen. However, the land issue has become explosive again, not because those who are superfluous to the world market want to take their fate into their own hands, but because the African states are bankrupt. Similar to Yugoslavia, the African states survived by supporting parts of the population through the state. As export revenues fell, subsidies and loans were granted to the state as part of development aid. This is being financed less and less by the West. Instead, subsistence farming is being promoted by the structural adjustment programs of the IMF and World Bank. Mugabe supporters with their poster "Zimbabwe will never be a colony again" are formulating a declaration of war that is by no means as exaggerated and far-fetched as it seems at first glance. In contrast to other African former states such as Congo, in southern Africa it is not just a question of dismantling the state structures that are no longer needed to secure exploitation. In Zimbabwe, Namibia, and South Africa, the white minorities enjoy species protection guaranteed by the former colonial powers. The FAZ quotes a white cynic from Harare as saying that there are more elephants in Zimbabwe than whites. They are therefore also more in need of protection than the whites. On the one hand, recolonization would leave the reproduction of the black workforce to subsistence and in this sense would actually mean a return to the conditions before national liberation, which had never completely disappeared anyway. On the other hand, and this expresses the changed situation, it would not only be an occupying force that would have to protect the white settlers. A state is needed to organize an internal economy that can guarantee a white standard of living. In Zimbabwe, the opposition alliance MDC, in which all kinds of groups are represented, from the formerly radical left and now social democratic, i.e. first anti, and now pro-IMF trade union to the white settlers, offers itself to play the role of the civilized blacks who nip racial conflicts in the bud and thus secure the property relations in favor of the white minority. Mugabe is not wrong to accuse the opposition of being held out by the former slave drivers in London. It all began with his furious display of homophobia, a passion that quickly combined with his dislike of Tony Blair and his gay gangsters. This extended to support for illegal farm occupations, a clear attack on law and order, and an irresponsible willingness to inflict terrible damage on his country's economy. The Times, June 24, 2000, wrote of Mugabe. The fact that he accused the former colonial power of using economic pressure to extend British influence in Zimbabwe is reason enough for the conservative paper to claim that Mugabe had turned into a black Ian Smith, in other words, a racist and really and truly mad dictator, which that leader of white Rhodesia had in fact been. To critical ears, this comparison between Smith and Mugabe sounds like that between Hitler and Milosevic. And as in Germany, this historical comparison also has a primarily exculpatory function in the UK. On the one hand, it is a projection in which reality is simply reversed. After all, the main beneficiaries of the ailing situation are the large British corporations that exploit Zimbabwe's natural resources and the large landowners whose property has not been touched in 20 years of national liberation. And on the other hand, history is reinterpreted in this way. The Labour government has recognized what the critics of national liberation have long known, namely that all that remains of liberation is the nation. Against this background, its own bloody colonial history no longer seems so bad. For Mugabe and the other veterans of the liberation struggle in southern Africa, however, this approach seems like a repetition of history. It must seem to them as if the clock has been turned back 40 years. With his unilateral Declaration of Independence (UDI) from Britain in 1965, the fascist Smith had put an abrupt end to the first wave of African nation-building. Within a few years, 40 African states had become independent, 27 of them in the African year of 1960 alone, and made it clear that the white settlers in southern Africa were not prepared to compromise, as was the case in Kenya and other British colonies. Through the UDI, Rhodesia became a beacon of hope for Nazis of all countries. After all, they were even more radical than the South African regime. With the help of the South African racists, Smith managed to hold on to power until the end of 1979, despite the independence of Mozambique and Angola after the fall of the Portuguese Salazar fascism in April 1974. The last years of his power were marked by war against the eastern and western neighboring states, whose counter-revolutionary terror squads were supported by Rhodesia and South Africa. Internally, however, the armed struggle between the two liberation movements ZANU and ZAPU took on ever greater dimensions until a status quo was finally reached in which neither side could hope for a military victory. When the South African regime, itself under pressure after the Soweto riots of 1976, had to reckon with a war that it had so eagerly exported returning to the sender, the South African troops left southern Rhodesia. This was followed by the Lancaster House negotiations in London. Here, too, the originator was ultimately the mediator. The liberation movements of southern Africa had already stated in a joint declaration in 1968, it could now be dangerous for the development of the liberation struggle, in Zimbabwe, note TK, to assume that the struggle must be waged on the basis of Great Britain as the responsible administrative power.
End quote.
So Mugabe, ZANU, and Joshua Komu, ZAPU, knew what they were getting into when they sat down at the negotiating table. Their alternative would have been to extend the conflict, but that would have presupposed the remnants of the Pan-Africanism in the minds of these veterans with which they once began. For the situation was not so unfavorable. If British troops had intervened, the colonial power would have become a party to the war for all to see. Instead, the leaders of the competing organizations agreed to terms that secured the privileges of the white minority. Only once more did panic briefly arise among the remaining whites when the leftist Mugabe won the elections in April 1980. Rhodesia became independent and was henceforth called Zimbabwe. But apart from that, Mugabe, whose ZANU was supported by China, preached reconciliation. All of a sudden, he stood for an African third way, for the integration of blacks and whites in one nation. The deliberate destabilization of the young states was South Africa's declared goal. In Angola and Mozambique, the murder gangs UNITA and RENAMO, known as rebel movements, carried out one massacre after another. Southwest Africa/Namibia was administered by South Africa. The South African government declared the country independent and installed a black and white puppet government. At the same time, national unity had been the central theme of anti-colonial movements in Africa since the first declarations of independence, at the latest after the failure of Patrice Lumumba in what was then the Belgian Congo. The intervention of Belgian troops on the side of ethnic groups that opposed the establishment of a state led to a bloody civil war, at the end of which Lumumba, one of the central figures of African unity, was assassinated in 1961. As early as 1958, he stated, "In addition to this struggle for national liberation, our movement opposes with all its strength the balkanization of the national territory, regardless of the pretexts under which this is attempted."
End quote.
The fear of a balkanization of Africa was, as has been shown in recent years, very justified, but by relying on the strong state and on the emergence of an elite devoted to the state and willing to protect it, Mugabe and others also laid a foundation for its destruction. In Zimbabwe, as elsewhere, the focus on the state left other main enemies of African emancipation untouched, and even strengthened them. Lumumba named them, "Racism and tribalism must be fought because they are an obstacle to harmonious relations between people and peoples." He wrote shortly before his assassination in his last message, "Note that people come before peoples and that racism and tribalism are mentioned together." The creation of a state appeared to be without alternative, because in the respective territories, whose borders had been defined by the colonial powers, there was not one, but numerous societies, which were differentiated both ethnically and, above all, in relation to the respective colonial power. The idea of African unity in turn was a reaction to the national territories created in this way and was anti-national in that Africa was meant as a continent, not as a nation. It was only in the late 1960s that original liberation nationalisms formed in individual states, e.g. in Zimbabwe, whose character as a unitary state is not yet questioned by the opposition. Fears of balkanization at home led to the military destruction of ZAPU, which was aligned with the South African ANC, and thus the SU, and also represented the Ndebele minority on the border with South Africa, the only rural region in which the opposition won a majority in this year's elections. Arms finds at ZAPU and the fear of South African military intervention on the side of the dissidents led to these draconian measures, including the expulsion of ZAPU from the government of national unity. When it was all over, Mugabe offered reconciliation to the defeated parties. ZAPU and ZANU united in 1987 to form ZANU-PF. Mugabe succeeded in integrating or bribing the entire leadership. Joshua Komu is said to have become Zimbabwe's largest landowner. This was the only way Mugabe could hold on, the only way in the absolute personalization of state sovereignty he could justify the changes of line that followed from the end of the 1980s, which brought about many things, but not one, the expropriation of the large landholdings and the mines. In 1991, ZANU-PF renounced Marxism-Leninism and accepted the Structural Adjustment Program presented by the World Bank. This timely capitulation was accompanied by the end of the provisions of the Lancaster House Agreement. Also in 1991, the Land Acquisition Act was passed by the Zimbabwean Parliament, only it could not be implemented due to the onset of the drought of the century in southern Africa, which lasted for the following years. When the drought ended in 1996, the issue of land was once again on the agenda. As a result of the Structural Adjustment Program, the real income of the wage-earning population fell to a quarter of the 1980 level by 1997, leading to strikes and demonstrations against the IMF and the World Bank, but also against the Mugabe government, which was primarily concerned with the welfare of its own people. The veterans of the liberation struggle took to the streets to enforce the payment of promised funds. The plight of the greatly increased rural population, many of whom still lived in the reserves created by the British colonial power, did the rest to put pressure on Mugabe, who initially referred to African values and castigated the pernicious Western influences. In Zimbabwe and numerous other African countries, fidelity and abstinence are preached instead of propagating the use of condoms. Thabo Mbeki, the South African president, knows how to combine need with mistrust of Western AIDS medicine. Regardless of the truth of this partly esoteric speculation, it is a fact that there is not even money for condoms. And where no other means is available, ideology always does the trick. For Mugabe, one of the pernicious influences is homosexuality, which he blames for the spread of AIDS in Africa and describes as un-African. The fact that this was not just any failure without further consequences was demonstrated by the indictment against the former state president, Mugabe's predecessor Canaan Banana. In the summer of 1997, he was charged with the multiple rape of men. The year before, homosexuality was made a criminal offense in Zimbabwe and gay organizations were banned. This reactionary turn went hand in hand with increased socialist rhetoric, which has never been a contradiction in terms, as Cuba in the 1980s or numerous liberation movements that targeted sexual minorities as well as the bourgeoisie are worth remembering. With African values, the African earth also regained its prestige. The land question, which ZANU-PF had not tackled for 15 years, once again became a central issue. Whether or not this was actually a return to Maoist-style Marxism-Leninism remains to be seen. Above all, Mugabe was thus able to reintegrate the veterans of the Liberation War into ZANU-PF and instrumentalize a significant social disruptive factor. The leader, caught up in the delusion of his sovereignty, has apparently found a way out of the dictates of the constraints of the world market by turning to the Volksgemeinschaft variant of socialist socialization. It is actually rather astonishing that this policy, which is ultimately aimed at subsistence farming and therefore relies on the community of equals, is only now experiencing a renaissance in Zimbabwe that is as dubious as it is desperate. But the world market has already set a trap here. The latest structural adjustment programs, as offered by the British Labour government, also rely on nothing other than subsistence farming. Thus, two seemingly completely contradictory worldviews come to the same result: autonomy for the poor at the lowest level of reproduction. However, they differ on the question of where the country's government should have its power base. Mugabe wants to re-establish his power in the countryside, while the West has chosen the urban population for this purpose. Subsistence in no way overturns the law of value. Before the period of national liberation, almost the entire reproduction of the labor force in the colonies was guaranteed on this basis, which gave the corporations and large landowners wage costs close to zero. At the same time, this guaranteed the continued existence of the tribal structures and considerably reduced the chances of success of the liberation movements. After the end of the Soviet Union, this almost fading memory of better times became the new concept for the African continent. The West no longer needs states to secure the extraction of raw materials. This is now done by private security companies or even gangs of mercenaries. The African states became disruptive factors simply because they still existed and thus set certain limits to the world market. This explains the bloody war in Congo and Zimbabwe's controversial engagement in it. After the fall of Mobutu, who was initially still held by Belgium and France in order to secure diamond production, the advantages of a stateless state were rediscovered for a form of market economy which, in these regions, has consisted exclusively of the theft of human and material resources for over 400 years. The interests in raw materials have pushed the occasional fears of the consequences of state collapse into the background. The West's actions in Congo were understood by Mugabe for what they were: the continuation of the balkanization of Africa, permanent destabilization to secure profit interests. In this respect, he acted as an internationalist when he sent troops to support Kabila, knowing full well that he would not be able to pay for this deployment. The people most severely affected by the denationalization associated with the renaissance of the subsistence economy are the newly emerged strata of workers and employees in the big cities who are supported by the state. They are the backbone of the opposition in Zimbabwe. The head of the ZACTU trade union, Morgan Tsvangirai, is also Secretary General of the Anti-ZANU Alliance MDC, which was formed after the protests against government policy. 2 years ago, ZACTU was still regarded as radical left-wing in its criticism of ZANU and its faithful implementation of World Bank guidelines, but the MDC, whose largest single organization is the union, accepted the conditions for further loans before the elections. Land reform is considered necessary by all, but the MDC is against expropriation. It represents both white farmers and farm workers who fear for their jobs. Because the working conditions on the farms are still more comparable to serfdom, the situation of people who are fighting for such a job and those responsible for it becomes clear here. The main issue in the election campaign was corruption and the dispute over land occupations. The British Labour government is responsible for the occupations. After coming to power in 1998, it stopped the payments that the UK was obliged to make under the Lancaster House Agreement in exchange for waiving expropriation. As part of a foreign policy based on ethical principles, Mugabe was accused of nepotism and corruption. Following the example of Zaire/Congo, where the process had already been successful, various elements of destabilization were used, e.g. the white farmers stopped repaying loans to the state bank. After Mugabe lost the referendum on the new constitution, which would allow expropriations without compensation, as a threat to be able to exert any pressure at all, and at the same time expand the powers of the president and the state, as a precaution against balkanization, the white farmers and industrialists, many of whom are British citizens who also live on the island, sensed an opportunity to finally replace Mugabe. They withheld the tobacco harvested in April to exacerbate the crisis. Zimbabwe is the world's second largest tobacco producer after Brazil, accounting for 30% of exports. In doing so, they finally terminated the status quo of the Lancaster House Agreement, and Mugabe responded accordingly by saying that Britain was welcome to have its children back. But instead of being grateful to Mugabe for refraining from ordering the expulsion of the whites, international outrage set in over the black racist Mugabe refusing to ask the squatters to surrender. Instead, he placed himself at the head of the movement, despite the attacks from London in particular, where no propaganda lie was spared. The result was an image of indiscriminate terror against those who thought and looked differently for election campaign purposes. What may have begun as a maneuver that Mugabe wanted to use for his own benefit has developed into a tangible threat to all former liberation movements in power. The radical left-wing pack called for the land question to finally be raised in South Africa too. Winnie Madikizela Mandela visited occupied farms with the chairman of the Veterans Association, Tshendrai Hunsvi, who calls himself Hitler, and the ruling ANC has not yet publicly distanced itself from Mugabe, despite calls to do so by the trade union and the Communist Party. The ruling SWAPO in Namibia organized a major rally at the end of May in the northeast, where most of the large farms are located. Here, 60% of the fertile land also belongs to white farmers. The Speaker of Honor, alongside Head of State Sam Nujoma, was Mugabe. The opposition-turned-Hali party is demanding compensation from Germany for the extermination of the Hereros in 1904. Today there are large farms on their land with owners who still see themselves as German settlers. This list could be continued. The peoples without a history now have a history that they present to their perpetrators as unpaid bills. The end of the proclaimed reconciliation, which without the dispossession was not even a reconciliation anyway, appears as the return of the race war that the Boers, British and Germans waged against the black population. But contrary to what the FAZ and Times claim, its purpose has not suddenly reversed. The victims are still only whites in exceptional cases, e.g. farmers who resist the occupation of the country. Mugabe has refused to continue to secure white privileges with state power. This enabled him to lead the movement that would otherwise have turned against him. No longer uncontroversial in his own party, he has created a new basis for himself. The national integration of the black majority and white minority, the central project of the Mugabes, Nujomas and Mandelas of the region, has been shipwrecked. After all, they managed to maintain the status quo for almost 20 years, which was the price they had to pay for coming to power. The price was permanent crisis and tens of thousands of human lives. Now, with the former colonial powers, the murderers are returning to the scene of their deeds in order to secure the human rights of the whites. Exportability and national balance are as irreconcilably opposed to each other in Zimbabwe as subsistence and sovereignty. Mugabe's attempt at a synthesis under the dictates of the world market threatens to end in stateless anarchy under the law of value. The idea of self-reliance, which was the basis of Pan-Africanism as well as national independence, leads to the polarization of the forces of the world market and subsistence in Zimbabwe and demonstrates the anachronism of the attempt to harmonize them. Because Mugabe has no other recipe than what was prescribed to him by the IMF anyway, the extensive expansion of subsistence in order to keep the superfluous occupied with a confrontation with first nature, he can only drive up the price for the transfer of power, which in turn only totalizes dependence, no longer on the interests but on the mercy of the West. This has created a situation in which there can no longer be a national solution, either positive or negative. For the time being, despite the threat of national bankruptcy, Mugabe is relying on integration. The new government, in which there are hardly any old veterans but mainly young technocrats, is intended to appease the urban opposition and the West. The expropriation of around 200 farms without compensation is intended to appease the squatters and persuade them to give up their other occupations. However, Hunsvi has admitted that he no longer has the more than 1,000 occupations under control. Because he came away empty-handed from the round of posts, he has announced that he will intensify the campaign. But it looks very little like a renaissance of at least Pan-Africanism, in the minimal sense of the bare survival of the greatest possible number of people at the moment. The anti-apartheid icon, Stern Online, April 14, 2018, Winnie Mandela, wife of South Africa's first black president, Nelson Mandela, until 1996, passed away on Easter Monday. After 10 days of national mourning, the state funeral with military honors took place on April 14 at Orlando Stadium in Soweto, attended by tens of thousands, including top politicians from various neighboring African countries. In the words of one participant, the reverence that she was already accorded during her lifetime is expressed. Quote, "Mama Winnie Mandela fought for us. I was born in 1977. I owe everything I am today to her. I am so sad. It's like I've lost my own mother. Because she was the mother of the nation." End quote. UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres paid tribute to the deceased as a strong and fearless voice in the fight for equality. Across the African continent, Winnie Mandela enjoyed a reputation as the Joan of Arc of the Black Townships, which may have contributed to her being voted the most popular woman in Africa by readers of New African magazine in 2004. But where there is a lot of light, there is also shadow. Jan-Philippe Schluter stated to your ARD radio studio in Johannesburg on the day of Winnie Mandela's death that on the one hand she was the holy resistance fighter who suffered almost endless harassment and always retained her dignity. On the other hand, a sinner full of criminal energy who shamelessly lied and facilitated brutal crimes. End of quote. According to an international mourning community, Winnie Mandela's transgressions were purely personal and had nothing to do with the revolutionary cause she represented. A look at the history of the ANC and its work as a state party since the end of apartheid in South Africa thoroughly disproves this thesis. Born Nomzamo Winifred Madikizela in 1936, Winnie Mandela was the first black woman in South Africa to complete a degree in social work in 1956. She then worked in a hospital in Soweto, married the already popular Nelson Mandela in 1958, and also became a full-time ANC official. The two became the dream couple of the resistance. This did not change after 1962, when her husband was arrested for treason and sentenced to life imprisonment 2 years later. She was also kept under surveillance and placed under house arrest. Torture, exile, and arrests in changing constellations determined her life. During the years in which Nelson Mandela sat in a prison cell, invisible to the world, she was his mouthpiece and gave him a face, which was all the more successful when the ANC decided in the early 1980s to personalize the fight against apartheid and the campaign for the release of imprisoned political prisoners in the person of Nelson Mandela. However, Winnie not only acted as a mouthpiece for her husband, as she says in retrospect, "I also fought physically against the enemy, for example by throwing stones. I'm proud of what I did. Even underground. I am one of those who brought the regime to its knees."
End quote.
The radicalization of black resistance is far more associated with Winnie than with Nelson Mandela. During the Soweto student uprising in 1976, which was directed against the compulsion to learn and speak Afrikaans, the language of the whites, at school, Winnie Mandela led a parents' association and fueled the hopeless street struggle of the students against well-equipped security forces who used extreme violence against the protesters. The fight had to be fought to the bitter end, and for many it was indeed the bitter end. The student protest itself claimed 23 lives. In the weeks that followed, mass riots broke out across South Africa, resulting in the destruction of beer halls, official buildings, and means of transportation. There were 4,000 injuries and 600 deaths. The mother of the nation was therefore prepared to accept numerous deaths among her pupils as unavoidable, if not deliberate, collateral damage. Her affinity for violence was to increase in the following years and reached its temporary climax in 1986 when she publicly announced, "It's time we took our country back. We use the same language that the Boers use against us. They only know one language, that of violence. We may not have guns, but we have stones and matches. And with our ruffs we will liberate the country."
End of quote.
The ruffs are not a fashion accessory in the tradition of knitting for peace, but rather stand for so-called necklacing, in which the victim has a car tire doused with petrol hung around their neck, which is then set alight. These lynchings were carried out in particular on suspected collaborators of the apartheid regime. Although the neck ruff method did not succeed in taking back the country, it proved to be an effective means of brutally turning the people to be liberated towards their race and the ANC leadership. Also making headlines since the late 1980s was a gang of youths operating under the name Mandela United Football Club, whose activities consisted primarily of terrorizing their own neighborhoods and their inhabitants. As the de facto bodyguards of Winnie Mandela, this club was involved in kidnappings, assaults, child abuse, rape, and even murder. For example, 14-year-old Stompie Sepe was abused and eventually murdered in Winnie Mandela's house because he was accused of being an informer. In 1991, a court sentenced her to 6 years in prison for kidnapping and aiding and abetting the assault of 4 young people. The sentence was commuted to a fine at the appeal hearing. Up to this point, she had never had to answer seriously for her crimes. Even the Truth Commission, chaired by Bishop Desmond Tutu, which has been meeting since April 1996 to investigate politically motivated crimes committed during the apartheid era, was unable to bring about a conviction. In Winnie Mandela's case alone, 18 serious crimes, including 8 murders in which she was allegedly indirectly or directly involved, were under discussion. Despite witness statements, which were of course only ridiculed by Mandela and dismissed as hallucinations of lunatics who wanted to tarnish her reputation, the allegations were never cleared up. It is suspected that the ANC turned a blind eye to the activities of Mummy's boys for a long time and thus played its part in enabling Winnie to present herself as the victim of a smear campaign who was unjustly dragged before a political tribunal. After the end of apartheid, Winnie Mandela's only remaining role was as the wife of the president-elect. However, she did not hold the position of future First Lady for long, as Nelson Mandela announced the separation in 1992 in view of the tensions that have arisen between us in recent months, which had long since been politically finalized. While Nelson Mandela transformed himself into a statesman striving for reconciliation in the last years of his imprisonment, for whom reconciliation between the population groups became the most important goal, Winnie Mandela continued to represent the positions and practices of the struggle period. The accusations of violence and murder may have contributed to the tensions between her and Nelson, as did the fact that Winnie, after years of deprivation, cultivated an extravagant lifestyle with luxury cars, a mansion, designer clothes and bodyguards, and had affairs with younger men even after Nelson's release. Due to her engagement for the residents of the still poor townships, she made a political comeback in 1993 as president of the ANC Women's League. Under President Nelson Mandela, she became Deputy Minister of Arts, Culture, Science and Technology. She tirelessly criticized, quite rightly, that the ANC had failed in the fight against poverty among the majority of the population. As an advocate for the poor black population, she accused her own party of failing to complete the revolution and submitting to the whites instead of distributing their wealth to the blacks. Her criminal energy did not stop during this time either. She ultimately had to give up her post as deputy minister due to corruption, unpaid airplane rents and dubious financial transactions, and in 2003 she was even convicted of fraud and theft. The transformation of the class struggle into a racial struggle did not contradict the personal enrichment of the revolutionary vanguard. People who had asserted their leading role in the movement against apartheid with the rough always had to fear that seductiveness and small-mindedness could divert the masses from the revolutionary goal. In the eyes of the radical ANC politicians, the not completely defeated opponent and their own supporters, exhausted after the victory and striving for their own private advancement, made it necessary to hold out as revolutionaries in waiting in the first liberal years after 1990 under Nelson Mandela and to maintain their position of power in the state apparatus. As fearless and admired fighters, they were well paid for this, because a revolutionary elite needs to be isolated from the leaders and the privileges that they provide primarily for themselves, but also for their closest comrades in arms. The story of Winnie Mandela and the tough guys at her side led to victory through radicalization and at the same time deprived the most disadvantaged of the fruits of victory. The African National Congress was founded in 1912 to represent the interests of the colored and black population, demanding full civil rights for all population groups living in South Africa and seeking to achieve its goal through peaceful means, such as passive resistance. At this time, the ANC was still an honorary association of the African educated elite, which had little interest in the farmers and proletarians in the cities, i.e. the majority of the black population. It was only with the founding of the Youth League in 1944 that the organization became a mass movement. One of its founders, Anton Lembede, advocated African nationalism and declared black culture to be an asset worthy of protection, a line that was soon to prevail. It was accompanied by a change in strategy, which was set out in an action program in 1949. Now it was a matter of breaking the law and, if necessary, going to prison for one's convictions. We in the Youth League had risen in the organization in the meantime and led the ANC on a path that was more radical and revolutionary, Nelson Mandela summed up in retrospect. Even though a People's Congress in 1955 diplomatically formulated that South Africa belongs to all who live here, black and white, and cooperation with the South African Communist Party, which the ANC had previously rejected due to the dominance of white intellectuals, became clear that for the ANC, the black population represented the real nation of South Africa and that the goal was to bring about a system change that would lead from the social and anti-racist revolution to a war against Western civilizational, i.e. white, ballast. As a result of this development, a new opposition formed around medical student Steve Biko, which continued to cultivate the African legacy of the late Anton Lembede and propagated a specifically black self-confidence. They referred to the American Civil Rights Movement, Pan-Africanism, and the writings of Frantz Fanon. In response to the ineffectiveness of civil disobedience and the high number of victims, the ANC founded a military wing in 1961 at Nelson Mandela's suggestion, which appeared on the scene under the name Umkhonto we Sizwe, Spear of the Nation. The strategy consisted of attacking military installations, power stations, telephone lines and transport links in order to weaken the state and the economy and to scare off foreign investors with the aim of forcing the government to the negotiating table. Instead of the hoped-for negotiations, however, the ANC and other opposition organizations were banned and the ANC's leading cadres were imprisoned. In response, the liberation movement accelerated its transformation from an openly active mass movement to a clandestine organization. Going underground led to a pronounced paranoia among the activists towards alleged informers, which not only claimed the lives of many false suspects, but also internal dissenters. At the beginning of the 1980s, the ANC became increasingly successful in making itself heard internationally. This was helped by the personalization of the fight against apartheid in the Free Nelson Mandela campaign, which turned Mandela into a mythical figure, and was much better suited to evoking international sympathy than bombs or ideological confessions. The good contacts with the civil rights movement in the USA helped the protests and boycotts to attract a great deal of attention from large sections of the American public and led to Congress initiating a withdrawal of American investments from South Africa, which accelerated the international isolation of the regime in Pretoria. Among the supporters of apartheid, the realization that the maintenance of racial segregation stood in the way of a prosperous economy and could lead to economic collapse, partly due to pressure from South African entrepreneurs, therefore prevailed. Like the white establishment, the ANC wanted to prevent a civil war that would destroy the entire country, and so it too agreed to negotiations. In early 1990, the ban on the ANC and other organizations was lifted, Nelson Mandela was released from prison, and President de Klerk began official negotiations with the ANC on the future of the country. These talks resulted in one of the most liberal constitutions in the world, which quickly earned the country the nickname Rainbow Nation. The ANC finally won the first free elections in 1994. Nelson Mandela became president and was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize together with de Klerk. The ANC had to transform itself from a militant liberation movement into a political party and abandon central demands from the period of exile, such as the nationalization of key industries and the establishment of a socialist society. At the latest, with the Reconstruction and Development Government Program introduced in 1997, preference was given to an economic policy in which social equality only played a subordinate role. The former fighters began to settle into the state apparatus without the ANC's almost unchallenged position among the black masses suffering as a result. After 1994, the ANC transformed itself not only into a political party, but also into a state party, similar to the black independence movements in Namibia, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and Angola. The former liberation movement developed into an instrument of power for the new elite and, as there was no relevant parliamentary opposition and internal party critics were eliminated, became increasingly susceptible to corruption. While the self-enrichment mentality was still the exception in the first years after apartheid, it spread to all levels of government from the late 1990s onwards, which also ensured that the various wings and groups stuck together. It is true that numerous social policy programs were launched, such as the provision of housing, electricity and water, the introduction of child benefits, disability allowances and a tax-funded old age pension, or the preferential hiring of blacks in the private and public sectors. Nevertheless, the inhabitants of the townships in particular continue to struggle with high unemployment, poor educational opportunities and a lack of infrastructure, despite steady economic growth during the terms of office of Presidents Mandela and Mbeki. Although the flourishing economy has created a new middle class, it has not reached the poor majority of the population. Large sections of the population are now resigned to the fact that the ANC elite are living in prosperity, while the inhabitants of the townships still have to live in shacks. Many people have the feeling that they are no better off today than they were during apartheid. Others go so far as to say that they are worse off, which means that crime is currently the best way for many poor people to survive. Today, the country is considered one of the most dangerous in the world. It has the highest rape rate in the world, not least because the generation of freeborns born after the end of apartheid continues the sometimes brutal macho behavior of men. South Africa also has the highest murder rate in the world. The frustration of the marginalized is reflected not least in attacks on immigrants, who are perceived as competitors for jobs and social benefits. In 2008, 60 people, mainly from Somalia, Mozambique and Zimbabwe, were killed in riots. Over 340 stores were looted and 220 houses burned down. As a rule, however, migrants have no entitlement to the welfare system apart from acute health services. For quite a few black South Africans, the cause of all evil lies in the results of the negotiations on the new constitution at the end of apartheid, which left property relations largely untouched. Agricultural land, 73% of which belongs to white South Africans, has been at the center of a new political radicalization in recent years. The Handelsblad newspaper, for example, reports that the farming profession in South Africa is one of the most dangerous. Almost every week, a farmer falls victim to brutal attacks, with the perpetrators often acting like execution squads. Last year alone, 50 white farmers, 6 black workers and 15 family members were murdered in farm raids. As a result of these ongoing murders, more and more farmers are abandoning their work and leaving rural areas, making it necessary to import food into a country that has traditionally been an exporter of agricultural products. These attacks are being spurred on not least by the Economic Freedom Fighters, EF Party, a left-wing splinter group of the ANC. Its chairman, Julius Malema, was once head of the ANC Youth and now sees himself in opposition to his former comrades. In view of his supporters' own initiative on the land issue, he attempted to dissuade critics with the words, "We are not calling for the murder of whites. At least not for the time being to appease critics." The EF tabled a motion in the South African parliament to expropriate white farmers without compensation, which was passed by 241 votes to 83. Malema's party justified its initiative by saying that the time for reconciliation was over. Now was the time for justice. The fact that the ANC also supported this proposal is likely to have something to do with the upcoming parliamentary elections next year. Due to the dissatisfaction of many South Africans, a majority for the ANC is by no means certain, so the land expropriations are being used to gain approval from the poor black electorate. It is doubtful whether this will bring the hope for justice to the impoverished population. The consequences of this policy are already foreseeable. Farms that were previously run by whites and then passed into the hands of blacks are increasingly falling into disrepair, as the new owners lack the know-how for farming beyond subsistence farming and there is no support from the authorities. At the same time, a scenario like that in neighboring Zimbabwe is looming, where the violent expropriations of white farmers from 2000 onwards led to a collapse of the economy and the end of food security. The ANC cadres are confronting this situation with conspicuous calm. Should militant protests occur, it is unlikely that there will be a repeat of scenes such as the 2012 Marikana miners' strike, which was effectively shot up and resulted in 34 deaths and 78 injuries. State-owned mines such as Marikana produce valuable raw materials such as platinum, the proceeds of which keep the state and its countless employees afloat. The former freedom fighters and their entourage have prevented possible losses of votes in the upcoming elections as a result of further economic precarization of the majority of the population in one respect. Unlike with gold or platinum, they cannot make an immediate profit from the proceeds of agricultural exports. The new upper class has not only long since made ends meet, it also trusts that the liberation struggle will be eternally rewarded if it hands over the country, and in many cases the lives of the hated whites to popular anger. There is obviously no contradiction between a national liberation struggle and the plundering of the state by the victors in the People's War. Anti-colonial liberation movements and their militant avant-garde, which in South Africa included Winnie Mandela from the very beginning, evidently develop a pronounced affinity for violence and paranoia in their self-chosen path to the underground, which is why their organizational model is hardly inferior to that of the mafia. Wolfgang Port once remarked that revolutionaries are by no means primarily concerned with developing compassion for the exploited and resolving to improve their situation. In its first phase, the ANC pursued the goal of fighting for equal civil rights for all South Africans, including black and colored people. As an underground organization, however, it forced all black people to submit to it unconditionally or be excluded from the fighting people as spies and traitors and occasionally be given the neck brace as a warning to everyone else. The actions of such an elitist fighting force are always justified by the fact that it should only be seen from a military technical point of view, as an aid to weaken the repressive apparatus without any political ambitions of its own, as an association that releases and protects the spontaneity of the masses. Even if this may indeed have been the intention of many ANC fighters, the proclamation of military necessities, which, once successfully implemented, would result in the great liberation of all the exploited and disenfranchised, is in reality just the bacon with which one catches mice. Those who have taken the bait will soon have to concede further functions and competencies to the People's Liberation Force, whose members are characterized by an extraordinary degree of selflessness, courage, determination, and willingness to make sacrifices. This path of suffering that no one had forced them to take is then used by the power clique to make demands and claims to power. For only with regard to the period of struggle are guerrillas a means of weakening state power. With regard to the peace afterwards, however, the fighting unit is the nucleus of future rule. This is where the future power group consolidates itself, where the boys are drilled and sifted who will later be at the top. After the hardship-filled struggle, the ANC has also established itself as a new parasitic caste in the state apparatus, which sees itself legitimized to make loot, i.e. to redistribute state assets into its own pockets. In this context, liberation only means the authorization for immediate appropriation by those who have established themselves in the new center of power or have the corresponding connections from the good old days in the trenches. The ANC, under whose direction the aspired Rainbow Nation mutated into a mafia state, is not an isolated case in a long series of national liberation movements of an anti-colonial nature, all of which have failed in terms of their once formulated aspirations. On April 10, 2024, Orenthal James Simpson died of cancer at the age of 76. The successful football player, who also appeared as a popular advertising figure, sports commentator, and even a film actor, is regarded as one of the first black sportsmen to become a popular superstar throughout America. In Europe, where American football hardly played a role at the time, O.J. Simpson is a household name because he was arrested in 1994 for the murder of his divorced wife Nicole Brown and her acquaintance Ronald Goldman, charged and acquitted in 1995 despite overwhelming evidence. A case in which a pathologically jealous, choleric ex-partner finally went to the final act after 62 recorded assaults and went into a veritable bloodlust that almost reached the point of decapitating the object of hatred became an absurd media spectacle, instead of a verdict on a man who could not stand rejection and regularly went into a violent rage against women, one was passed against racist
America.
From the arrest, which he tried to evade by fleeing in his white Ford Bronco, to the attempts to turn the police officer Mark Furman into a police officer who wanted to plant evidence on Simpson based on his previous use of racist terms, to the moment in which Simpson tried in vain to put on a glove that was too tight for the perpetrator, right up to the verdict, the world's media, including Today and the Tagesschau, were always there. But it was not only the first murder trial to be turned into a worldwide television event, but above all a court case in which the principles of objective investigation of the facts of the case and, based on this, the determination of the individual guilt of the accused were overridden for all to see and judged according to extrajudicial, purely ideological criteria, which today are referred to as social justice or racial justice. In a perverse reversal of classic American justice narratives such as Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird, in which an innocent black man is convicted by a racist justice system despite evidence to the contrary and, before the verdict can be appealed, is shot on the run, here a guilty black man had to be acquitted in order to settle accounts with racist America. Mark Lamont Hill, black activist, fan of Louis Farrakhan, critic of Israel, TV commentator, formerly CNN, now Al Jazeera, and professor at the City University of New York, summed up this logic like no other on the anniversary of O.J. Simpson's death. On X, formerly Twitter, he proclaimed, O.J. Simpson was a violent liar who abandoned his community long before he murdered 2 people in cold blood. His acquittal of the murder charge was the right and necessary result of a racist justice system. But he is still a monster, not a martyr.
End quote.
By his community is meant the black community, which Simpson is said to have abandoned through his social advancement, his white friends, and not least through his divorce from his first black wife and second marriage to a white woman, Nicole Brown. According to this logic, Simpson had betrayed his race by living like a white man and no longer caring about the concerns of black people, which is repeatedly leveled against politically invisible black sports stars such as Michael Jordan. The actual act was not carried out in cold blood, but was obviously motivated by uncontrolled rage, blind hatred, and a desire for destruction. The perpetrator repeatedly stabbed his already dead victims, which in the case of Nicole Brown bore all the signs of what, according to today's fashion and ideology, should be called femicide. But this is exactly what someone like Mark Lamont Hill has to skip over, who in the first step half misjudges and half condemns the character of the crime, in order to then go on to celebrate the acquittal as an expression of higher justice, even if not for the relatives of Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman. In the progressive hierarchy of victims, women always rank particularly low when it comes to those who are red-white and caught between the fronts of the race war for social justice. It is totally important to denounce the rape culture in male-dominated Western societies at all times and to relentlessly expose the toxic masculinity of seemingly ordinary citizens that leads to femicide. But when it comes to the higher cause, for example racial justice or a liberated, i.e. Jew-free Palestine, then questions such as the status of women in Khan Yunis, Jenin or the black neighborhoods of Baltimore are forbidden and evidence is demanded, as Judith Butler did, for the mass rapes on October 7 in Israel, which in her view should be classified as an act of armed resistance anyway. This is all the more remarkable given that demanding evidence from women who have been or claim to have been victims of sexualized violence is normally strictly forbidden in queer feminist discourse. There, at least if the race of the alleged perpetrator is determined as white, the slogan "Believe all women" applies strictly according to the dogma of definitional power, i.e. that all women are to be believed from the outset when they make allegations of sexual violence. In the wake of #MeToo, it was common to regard every bad pickup line as an assault. To understand the perfidy of Butler's demand for evidence, one must keep in mind that in the case of the brutal rapes of Jewish women by Palestinians on October 7, the forensic evidence as it existed against O.J. Simpson is sorely lacking. In this respect, one is largely dependent on the videos of the perpetrators, the statements of the freed hostages such as Amit Susana, who was interrogated for 8 hours by the New York Times and had to provide details of her medical examination. The coroners and volunteers, who were forced to do gruesome work after October 7, focused on identifying the bodies or body parts and trying to collect as many remains as possible, as Jewish ritual requires the whole person to be buried. In view of the devastation, securing evidence of rape was obviously not a priority. Furthermore, it is often simply not possible to find any evidence of genital mutilation, let alone burnt bodies. This is why Butler's demand for further evidence must be understood for what it was in March 2024, a denial of crimes that surpassed those of the SS Einsatzgruppen in their monstrosity and their targeted dissemination via the internet. Countering this queer feminist version of Holocaust denial with slogans such as "Believe Israeli Women" is not only futile, but counterproductive. The violence of anti-Semitism and the consent that can express itself in jubilation, contextualization, justification, relativization, demand for evidence or denial is simply not accessible to enlightenment and criticism, especially since in this idea both justice and law are determined and carried out according to completely different criteria. It is therefore not a matter of a lack of knowledge or mediation. The attempt to prove contradictions in a Holocaust deniers argumentation is not only pointless, but also puts his accusers, who for their part now have to prove the long-proven existence of gas chambers in Auschwitz once again, in need of explanation and thus harms the criticism of anti-Semitism. The slogan "Believe all women" is similar. It is not suitable for strengthening women's rights, but first and foremost serves to eliminate the difference between a punishable act and queasy feelings in relation to a man. Where criteria for recognizing objective truth are abandoned and replaced by those of identity, the erosion of the rule of law begins, which, if it were to prevail, would herald the end of Western societies. Even when specific and brutal acts of murder or rape are not denied, as demonstrated by the critical inquiries of Professor Judith Butler or the abstruse logic of Professor Mark Lamont Hill, whenever racial issues are mixed in, they must never be seen for what they are, but must be fundamentally contextualized with a global anti-racist struggle in mind. What one could still wonder about in the Simpson trial, namely that the concrete murder of two people by a notorious liar and wife beater could become a case for racial justice, has since become established as a standard in the legal understanding of a generation of young Americans and thus also in the global academic community that statements such as those of Judith Butler, even where they do not meet with undivided approval, are at least taken note of as worthy of consideration and thus deemed worthy of a discursive response. However, nothing pleases the ordinary Holocaust denier more than being discussed with him. Nothing pleases the no less ordinary academic anti-Semites more than when their knowledge of Jewish lies is included in the canon of discourse. Consequently, one can also shrug off the terrible end of the white Nicole Brown if only her killer is freed from the clutches of a racist justice system because of the color of his skin. Article 2 of the International Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide defines it as any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, as such: A. Killing members of the group, B. Causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, C. Intentionally imposing on the group conditions of life likely to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, D. Imposing measures aimed at preventing births within the group, E. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Without much effort, anyone can see that Gaza's attack on Israel on October 7, 2023, meets not one but four of these criteria, which, as the Bahamas has repeatedly pointed out, were formed on the Holocaust, beyond any doubt, and at least eagerly tries to meet the third criterion. Since Hamas is the ruling authority in Gaza and Gaza residents participated in large numbers in the actions, condoning and celebrating them in even greater numbers, it is beyond doubt, at least if international convention is taken as a basis, that the semi-state entity of Gaza as a whole is guilty of genocide. Without the described perversion of the concept of justice in the name of racial justice, it is simply impossible to explain why large sections of the academic youth worldwide and especially in the USA, in a complete reversal of the facts, accuse the Israeli measures to prevent further massacres of its own population of genocide. As has been pointed out many times, the race issue is a substitute for the class issue. The fact that a rich, popular sportsman with a team of the country's most renowned criminal defense lawyers turns a court case into a farce and is acquitted of the charge of murdering his ex-wife, whom he had previously harassed many times, and who had worked as a waitress before the marriage, should have been seen as an expression of patriarchal class justice according to traditional left-wing orthodoxy. But when it is no longer about the murders of a white woman who had become wealthy through marriage and a man who happened to be present, but about a judgment on the entire legal system that is to be rejected as racist, then a practice is put into effect that can no longer be stopped and, above all, is capable of completely destroying the entire sense of justice and thus trust in the justice system. Criminal justice, which is confronted with the consequences of class and racial society, which still has an impact on the situation of black people in America in the corresponding, still relatively segregated neighborhoods, must determine the specific crime, assess the personal guilt of the perpetrator and impose sanctions accordingly. It must therefore abstract from the general social situation and the political climate and examine what speaks for and against the accused as an individual and not as a representative of a group. The fact that capital crimes in particular, such as murder, are prosecuted, solved and brought to justice with appropriate effort is not only a prerequisite for trust in the legal system, but above all for ensuring public safety. The blanket defamation of police work as racist, which increased enormously after the Simpson trial and reached its temporary peak after the death of George Floyd, undermines precisely this in the neighborhoods where the black underclass lives and the murder victims are just as black as their murderers. These neighborhoods in particular contribute to the fact that the rate of violent homicides in the United States is 6.3 per 100,000 inhabitants, which is around 6 times higher than in an average European country. This means that the USA is by no means at the top of the list of countries that are considered to be at least somewhat democratic. In South Africa, for example, the rate in 2022 to 2023 was 45 homicides per 100,000 inhabitants, according to the Associated Press, which corresponds to around 75 homicides per day, to which around 400 robberies are added. In a country with a population of 62 million, there are 2.7 million registered private security forces for every 150,000 police officers, which are to be increased to 160,000 this year. For a fee, these offer armed patrols and immediate response to the triggering of their clients' alarm systems, ensuring that violence does not fully penetrate, at least in the areas that luxury holidaymakers flock to and where the country's elite reside. Public security has been replaced by private security for those who can afford it, while the situation in the townships on the outskirts of the major cities, which until 1994 were regarded as a symbol of the injustice of the apartheid regime, has deteriorated dramatically over the past 15 years. Diepsloot, north of Johannesburg, is one such area that has been largely abandoned by the police. Last year, a murder investigation was launched there after the charred bodies of 7 young men were found. Investigations indicated that the victims had been attacked and burned by a mob in 2 separate incidents. They were caught and tied up before being killed with a so-called necklace. In this method, tires are usually placed over the victims' upper bodies before they are set on fire. The withdrawal of the police and the increase in robberies mean that, under the leadership of respected authorities in the community, the law is taken into their own hands and suspects are given short shrift. As a result, there is little trust in state authorities in such districts, and violent protests regularly erupt when the police take action against people who enjoy the support of parts of the population. Townships such as Diepsloot are generally inhabited by people of different tribes and nationalities, the vast majority of whom have no qualifications that would enable them to find a reasonably paid job. There is a lack of basic education and infrastructure, electricity, running water, and a functioning sewage system. The power supply and transportation system, especially the railroad system, suffer massively from metal theft throughout the country, so much so that entire railroad lines in Johannesburg have had to be shut down. Criminal gangs are also targeting cables. South Africa now exports more copper than it mines. While South Africa, like most countries, experienced a phase of economic growth after the Second World War, the apartheid system proved to be untenable in the 1980s. It was ostracized internationally and sanctions were imposed that hampered industry. Many therefore thought that when the country was finally democratized in 1994 and Nelson Mandela became president, South Africa was on the verge of a huge upswing. What is still by far Africa's largest economy today was also expected to take on the role of driving force and role model for the entire sub-Saharan region. The general expectation was that the liberation of the vast majority of the population and the lifting of sanctions could unleash previously untapped potential. Even if the big boom failed to materialize, the economy grew steadily in the first 10 years or so under the democratic rule of the ANC. Since then, there has been stagnation at best. A study by Harvard University, published in November 2023, investigates the reasons for the decline. The picture the study paints is as follows. Per capita income has been declining for over a decade. Unemployment is the highest in the world at over 33%, and youth unemployment is over 60%. Poverty has risen to 55.5% based on the national poverty line, and many more households rely on government transfers to make ends meet. Most cities are failing to create opportunities for people and are failing to innovate, grow, and drive economic integration. Rural areas in the former homelands, meaning black-only, largely self-governing tribal areas created during apartheid, where almost 30% of South Africans live, have appallingly low employment rates and remain exceptionally poor. 2 main reasons are identified for this: the collapse of state capacity and the persistence of spatial exclusion. The report makes it bluntly clear just how advanced the state's collapse in South Africa has become. Over the past 15 years, state infrastructure has deteriorated significantly in all areas. Electricity is being rationed, and a national state of emergency even had to be declared in February 2023 as a result. Rail and shipping traffic have declined, crime, theft, and sabotage are the order of the day. None of this can compensate for the former strength of the South African economy, the cheap coal production, and the resulting relatively low costs of electricity generation. Overall, stagnation has also led to a worsening financial situation, as corruption-ridden, inefficient state-owned enterprises and the vast majority of the population remain dependent on financial support from the state coffers. By spatial exclusion, The authors of the study mean that during apartheid, townships were deliberately separated from central business districts and economic infrastructure, resulting in fragmented cities. The apartheid system also focused on separating the homelands from the rest of the country, which meant that these areas remained cut off from industry and economic development. Since 1994, not much has changed in this situation. The decaying infrastructure and urban planning regulations and zoning plans continue to ensure that large sections of the population remain excluded as they are forced to live in areas where there is no prospect of education or employment and where opening a small business, for example, is pointless to impossible due to the lack of any form of public security. In this respect, the end of apartheid has brought no improvements for the majority of South Africans living outside the political and economic centers. While the racial composition of the richest South Africans has changed and there are now many blacks among them, the mass of the poor population continues to vegetate in the townships and homelands and is cut off from any prospect of prosperity. The vast majority of South Africans would not yet go as far as neighboring Zimbabwe, where quite a few are of the understandable opinion that things were better in Rhodesia, ruled by the white Ian Douglas Smith, because of the devastation caused under Robert Mugabe. However, it is obvious that the mere establishment of racial justice does not lead to a substantial improvement in the situation of the poor and disenfranchised. Since 1994, South Africa has been continuously governed by the African National Congress, ANC, which, according to its own self-image, is not a political party but a national liberation movement that continues to advocate the elimination of all forms of discrimination and oppression. The longtime leader and first democratically elected President Nelson Mandela emphasized in numerous interviews that the ANC was made up of people from a wide variety of political backgrounds who were united solely by the fight against the injustice of apartheid. As long as the goal consisted of resistance and international agitation against the ancien regime, this movement character was decisive in avoiding conflict and division. However, to still see itself as a parliament of all black South Africans and a liberation movement after 30 years in government, whose political profile is unclear at best, shows that it would have been necessary in terms of genuine democratization to dissolve the ANC, which has ruled alone with around 60% of the votes and mandates since the first elections in 1994, when the only common goal was achieved. Politically and economically, the ANC, which belongs to the Socialist International and is allied with the umbrella organization of the trade unions and the Communist Party of South Africa, oriented itself towards the east. The Asian development model, in which a strong state was to influence the economy, was emphasized positively in official announcements. So it was by no means the ideology and practice of neoliberal sellouts, but on the contrary the influence of the ANC that caused the energy supply crisis through corruption, incompetence and mismanagement in the state energy company Eskom. Since the beginning of South Africa's energy crisis in 2008, countless scandals have come to light that are symptomatic of how the successful liberators of 1994 view the state as their legitimate prey. These practices range from stealing diesel for emergency generators, supplying substandard coal to power stations, stealing metal and sabotaging the energy infrastructure to win contracts for repairs. Contracts for the construction of new power plants or infrastructure can be purchased. Andre de Ruyter, the former CEO of Eskom, explained in a public interview that 4 criminal syndicates had formed within the company and that the pervasive corruption was costing around 1 billion rand per month, approximately $53.9 million. The state-owned company is something like the feeding trough of the ANC, and the energy crisis is largely due to its criminality and corruption. Since the rule of President Jacob Zuma, 2009 to 2018, the country has been referred to as a kleptocracy or kakistocracy, and jokes circulate among the population, such as that the difference between South Africa and the Titanic is that the lights were still on the Titanic when it sank. On April 27, 2024, South Africa celebrated the 30th anniversary of Nelson Mandela's election as president as Freedom Day, and President Ramaphosa did not miss the opportunity to give a campaign speech as the 7th general and free elections were held on May 29. To stay with the image, the performance was reminiscent of the band on the Titanic, which is said to have played on into the sinking. South Africa is an infinitely better place today than it was 30 years ago, said Ramaphosa, before going on to list all the supposed improvements that had been driven by the ANC. According to polls, Ramaphosa is in danger of losing the ANC's absolute majority for the first time, as support for the ruling party, which received more than 57% of the vote in the last national elections in 2019, has fallen to just over 40%. We have carried out land reform and distributed millions of hectares of land to those who were forcibly dispossessed, he said in reference to another failed ANC project. South Africa's constitution, which was adopted after the end of apartheid, stipulated that people who had been dispossessed of land after June 6, 1913 due to racially discriminatory laws were entitled to restitution or compensation. The program, launched in 2005 with the aim of redistributing 30% of white-owned farmland in about 5 years, has so far only achieved about a third of this target. And of the land that has actually been redistributed, considerable parts are lying fallow, which points to the core of the project, which is understandable in principle but has fallen out of time. However, while fertile agricultural land was still a source of wealth for a few landowners in 1913, this is simply no longer the case today. Even though Ramaphosa, who was vice president under Zuma from 2014 to 2018 and has been in office since 2018, acknowledged problems, he accused his critics of deliberately turning a blind eye to what has been achieved. We have made great progress and are determined to do much more. The majority of voters have now understood what this means. However, with the party of the particularly corrupt ex-president Zuma and the Marxist-oriented economic freedom fighters, the second and third largest opposition parties according to the polls offer no prospect of improvement and are possibly available to the ANC for a continuation of rule. The Western-oriented, more liberal Democratic Alliance and the opposition alliance it leads can only hope for a good 20% of the vote alone and therefore has no chance of bringing about a real change of government. The global political equivalent of the oppressed people of color has been operating under the name Global South for some time now. At the heart of this is the fight against colonization and apartheid, whose determined opponents become all the more numerous the longer these eras go back in history. In the left-wing worldview, the conflict between two political and ideological blocs, NATO and the Warsaw Pact, is now replaced by the essentialized conflict between a North that unites all moral misdeeds and the global South, which represents all positive virtues. To this end, the concept of genocide formed from the Holocaust is applied retrospectively to Western colonialism, even though its crimes were committed in a completely different historical context. Only when one considers this geopolitical absurdity does it become clear why South Africa, of all countries, is accusing Israel of genocide at the International Criminal Court. Regardless of the living conditions outlined above, the ANC-ruled country with close ties to China and Russia has been regarded as the ideal representative of the global South since its liberation from colonialism and the apartheid that followed. At the same time, the worn-out ANC force under Ramaphosa can continue to present itself as a national liberation movement by supporting the cause of the Palestinians against the Zionists, who are regarded as colonists and accused of apartheid. Unlike Afghanistan or Saudi Arabia, which currently sit on the UN Commission on the Status of Women or the UN Human Rights Council, in which Eritrea and Algeria are represented, South Africa can throw a certain moral weight against the Jewish state due to its history of liberation, and it is probably no coincidence that it has become the spokesperson for the Anti-Semitic International in The Hague. Despite the obvious ridiculousness of the UN and its institutions, the symbolic value of the proceedings should by no means be underestimated. The Nazi war of extermination and the annihilation of the European Jews led not only to the founding of the United Nations, but also to the founding of Israel and the adoption of the Genocide Convention. Short-circuiting Israel's warfare with genocide not only always means the accusation that the Jews themselves became Nazis, but also aims to deny the state any legitimacy. Far more important than the trial itself and the substance of the accusations was the fact that it was conducted at all and that Israel felt compelled to take part in it for the first time, which further legitimized the farce. South Africa's accusations essentially focused on the unsurprising fact that people are dying in the war in Gaza. The entire indictment does not really take note of the fact that Israel is in a state of war after the attack from Gaza, nor of the genocidal massacres of October 7, nor of Hamas' conduct of the war, which is designed to kill as many Jews and Palestinians as possible. It does not even bother to prove a concrete war crime, but claims, with reference to statements by Israeli politicians, that the war in Gaza is being waged with a genocidal aim of destroying a substantial part of the national, racial, and ethnic group of Palestinians. In a court of law, such an insubstantial indictment, which does not even begin to take into account the circumstances of the alleged crime, would hardly have had a chance of being admitted at all. And even though the court avoided deciding on the merits of whether Israel was committing genocide, it nevertheless came to the following conclusion. In the court's view, the above facts and circumstances are sufficient to conclude that at least some of the rights claimed by South Africa and for which it seeks protection are plausible. This applies to the right of the Palestinians in Gaza to be protected from genocide and related prohibited acts under Article 3, as well as to South Africa's right to require Israel to comply with its obligations under the convention. As a result, Israel was ordered to ensure that the IDF does not commit genocidal crimes in Gaza, that incitement to genocide is refrained from and violations are punishable, that humanitarian aid is provided to Gaza, that the destruction of evidence of Israeli crimes is refrained from, and that Israel must report to the court on the measures it takes. The 2 points that Israel must immediately end its military operation in Gaza and refrain from doing anything that could worsen the situation were rejected. Even if this ruling essentially only orders Israel to do what it is already doing anyway, the news was that the lawsuit was admitted at all and Israel was at least partially condemned. In that respect, it's hard to disagree with Alan Dershowitz, who incidentally was part of O.J. Simpson's defense team at the time. Quote, "It's not a real court. It's a court whose judges are chosen by their countries. It reflects foreign policy, not the rule of law, not the administration of justice. I think Israel made a mistake when it submitted to the jurisdiction of the court, and it would make a mistake if it abided by a decision of the court. This is one of the most absurd abuses of judicial process in modern history."
End quote.
Even if the trial is legally worthless, does not help anyone in Gaza, does not make Ramaphosa's political survival any more likely, and does not improve the situation of South Africans plagued by state collapse, it does help to decree racial justice in the sense of the global South, i.e., to disavow the law altogether and entirely in the sense of North American college students. Thus, after the International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court also felt called upon to take action against Israel. According to media reports, the British Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan, not least due to the constant accusations against Israel from the USA and Europe, feels empowered to issue arrest warrants for alleged war crimes against Prime Minister Netanyahu, Defense Minister Gallant and Chief of General Staff Halavai in order to bring them before the War Crimes Tribunal. The court is thus placing them in the same league as Putin, against whom such an arrest warrant was issued in March 2022 and who since then has often only participated in international conferences via video link. In addition to the most important financiers, Germany and Japan, which are particularly well placed to prosecute war criminals worldwide due to their history, 122 other states have signed the statute and committed to extraditing suspects. The fact that Israeli politicians, military officers, and even soldiers will soon face arrest for organizing the protection of the Jewish state in a democratically legitimized army when they set foot on European soil would be another perverse reversal, this time of the Nuremberg trials in the service of today's murderers of Jews. Even though the USA has not signed the statute and Trump has threatened the court and all those who work for it with sanctions if such arrest warrants are issued against U.S. citizens and citizens of countries allied with the USA, the Biden administration does not seem to have any objections to Khan's actions. However, this in no way means that the threat that such a precedent could pose to American politicians and military personnel means that a legislative initiative cannot be passed in the U.S. Parliament to put an end to the spook. But again, the conclusion of a world gone mad would be that the North and its center in the U.S. refuse justice for the global South if the only states where something like an independent judiciary exists stick to their respective legal systems and protect their citizens from the grasp of a competing world justice system that is already openly anti-Semitic. Attacks on Israel, whether from Gaza, Lebanon, and now directly from Iran, are being normalized at breathtaking speed by the United Nations, its proxy South Africa, sections of the public in the U.S., and its allies in Europe. What is already a fact in northern Israel and in the kibbutzim on the Gaza border, namely that they have been made uninhabitable by war crimes and genocide, will sooner or later threaten the whole of Israel, while at the same time the country will be accused of what jihadists are carrying out before everyone's eyes and the world wants to see completed. Bob Dylan's finding that everything speaks against Israel being able to live according to the rules that the world sets for the Jewish state has not changed in recent decades. However, the attempt to link hatred of the Jewish state with the anti-colonial liberation struggle and the destruction of the law is existentially threatening not only for Israel, but also for the legal order in the United States and Europe. It is not only the example of South Africa that shows what undermining the state order in the name of racial justice and the ideology of the global South leads to. The Americans are reaping what they have sown, says Saddam Hussein, says Junge Welt, says the DKP, says Hamas, says the anti-globalization activist, says the NPD, says the average German leftist, says Wiglaf Drosti, says the Islam expert, says the TV presenter, says the newspaper editor, says the morning German in front of the Brandenburg Gate, says Horst Mahler, says the autonomous anti-fascist, says even someone who thinks he stands in solidarity with Israel. And where Germany is at its most disgusting, in Saxony, not even a week after the massacre, 3,000 Dresden rubble Germans demonstrate for peace in front of the Frauenkirche. 3 Saxon teachers are warned or temporarily suspended for saying what everyone is saying. The first had compared the attacks in the USA with the bombing of Dresden and the Vietnam War. The second expressed sympathy for the murderers, and the third brought the longing for peace to its inevitable climax when she spoke of the USA finally having been taught a lesson. Not for a long time had free opinion been so free and therefore so equal. Oppression and need had driven the assassins, says Johannes Rau, particularly demonstratively applauded by Gregor Gysi, and thus justifies mass murder. The fight for a just cause is also conceded to the murderers by UN Secretary-General Kofi Annan when he says that this cause does not justify the means they used. International law knows no right to revenge. Claudia Roth instructs the USA, as if the massacre itself were not a crime outside the bounds of international law. Finally, Jutta Ditfurth reminds the USA of its obligation for world peace and trivializes the mass murder to an arbitrary attack, comparable to those of previous years. The post-structuralist fairy tale of a place of speech that makes it possible to differentiate the same sentences according to the speakers proves to be a continued attempt to kiss the frog until it becomes a prince. But a frog is a frog is a frog. Not only do they all say the same thing, they also all mean the same thing. They act in the familiar reaction patterns of exoneration and denial. They speak superficially about others and yet only mean themselves. A condemnation of the massacre without the but, which is used to explain the honorable motivation of the holy warriors and or the shared responsibility of the victims, does not cross their lips, because they too actually see symbols in the USA and the attacked buildings that deserve to be attacked. At the same time, this agreement is proof of how little the ideological worldview of the Islamic clerical fascists stems from a different cultural background. Just as it points to the corresponsibility of those who called for a worldwide intifada against globalization at Genoa, who denied the State of Israel the right to exist at the NGO Forum at the so-called World Conference Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia and Related Intolerance in Durban, and who, after September 11, did not shy away from interpreting the Islamic mass murder in the USA as a protest against worldwide capitalism. Yasser Arafat's diatribe in Durban about the conspiracy against the Palestinian people can also be read as a command statement for September 11. In any case, the withdrawal of the USA and Israel from the conference was more like kicking out the last cosmopolitans in order to negotiate the rights of peoples undisturbed. Hardly anyone asked the question of how things must actually be when states like Sudan, where the slave trade is tolerated by the state, or Iran, where it is not uncommon for women to be stoned to death for an offense called adultery, can carry out their anti-Zionist propaganda at a UN conference. Durban turned out to be a success for the peoples after all, because the EU states, Germany in particular, had no intention of leaving the conference from the outset, but rather intended to use it to their advantage. Joschka Fischer met with Arafat after his speech, not despite, but because it was so inflammatory, because this was the only way Fischer could present himself as an angel of peace who was prepared to accept extreme hardship, precisely because of German responsibility, especially at an anti-racism conference. However, the German apology for colonial crimes, delivered by Fischer, was not just the cheap, decades-old, inconsequential and brazen confession of guilt. With it, the foreign minister rehearsed closing ranks with the former colonies against Israel and its protecting power, the USA. Just as little as the demand for reparations for slavery and other colonial crimes still played a role after the withdrawal of the USA, the condemnation of Israel by name was still an issue for the conference after the Jewish state had been disposed of. This is no coincidence, because peoples understand without words. While the NGO Forum still had to explicitly demand the end of an exclusively Jewish state, the official UN conference was satisfied with an affirmation of the right of return of refugees. And where the grassroots spoke of the Holocausts, the government was content to continually equate anti-Semitism with anti-Islamism and even anti-Christianism. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Mary Robinson, rightly characterized the multitude of perspectives that were able to agree on a consensus as the success of the conference. One might have thought that the clash between the former colonies on the one hand and the former and in some cases still active exploiters on the other, such as Belgium and the Congo, Great Britain and Zimbabwe, Portugal and Angola, Germany and Namibia, France and Algeria, would cause bitter conflicts. Instead, however, in the boring implementation of the consensus, the conference perfectly demonstrated that the multiplicity of perspectives is always desirable in the civil community when it suits the revisionist spirit. Thus neither religious diversity, which was embodied in the appearance of the authentic rabbis against Zionism, nor folkdom could refute the impression that the ever-same had only dressed up in a particularly elaborate way in Durban. The fact that the so-called anti-racism conference was a conference of racists and anti-Semites, which expressed with rare unanimity what they thought they had always known about the Jews and plutocrats, was not because anti-racism had been misrepresented or misused here. On the contrary, it was here that it was given its proper meaning. As the practical ideology of human rights, anti-racism demands the equality of all people. Just as no distinction is made in the heaven of the socialization of value, nothing should interfere with exploitation on the earth of capital relations. The narcissistic insult that lies in the realization that one is not the subject of one's own history obviously does not draw attention to the self-contradiction of the bourgeois constitution of the subject, namely that in order to be unique, one must compare oneself with others, but rather awakens in the insulted the vague but clear feeling of being treated unjustly. The demand for justice, in which the blind execution of commodity society must necessarily be personalized in an opponent, is central to anti-racism, together with the demand for self-determination, which help subjects preserve the hope of having their existence guaranteed by their own work. As long as one sees oneself as a victim, one is not, or only partially, responsible for one's actions, which are legitimized by the injustice experienced and, as an expression of self-determination, are given the higher consecration of ostensibly political goals. It was not for nothing that pre-democratic anti-Semites did not consider the Jews to be a race, but rather embodied the opposite race, which only pretended to be one in order to deceive the others. But it is not only the subjectivity of the anti-Semite, who can also be anti-racist because the Jews do not represent a race in his eyes, that shows how unsustainable the popular left-wing attitude is, which believes that it is not only out of convenience to recognize a variety of racism in anti-Semitism. The opposite race was accused of exploiting the real races and peoples, sucking them dry, robbing them of their history and identity, the very accusations that opponents of globalization or anti-racists direct against the global players, America, Israel or Zionism or whatever they like to call it. They are all accused of having a disturbed relationship with the place. That is why the relationship to the land was also extensively addressed in Durban. It was not for nothing that one of the most aggressive anti-Semitic demonstrations took place on September 1st, which had been rededicated from Anti-War Day to Landless People's Day. The Palestinians were celebrated as the avant-garde of the struggle for land. In the blood-and-soil staging of the Al-Aqsa Intifada, those for whom life under capital is nothing more than a natural struggle for existence recognize themselves. Here there is an enemy, an occupier, who can be blamed for the unbearable living conditions. No anti-colonial movement has ever been able to do without the symbols of blood and land in order to create something like a nation whose liberation can be fought for. In Durban it manifested itself that, despite the most diverse conditions set by the natural compulsion to valorize value, these symbols are probably as universal as the capital relation itself. The massacre of September 11th was the attack of a globalized, anti-Semitic mob, encouraged by the alliance made in Durban with the European elite. The fact that human rights do not apply to members of the opposite race was also foreshadowed by Shimon Peres, who justified the departure of the Israeli delegation from Durban with the words, "When we talk about human rights, the first human right is to stay alive." This is very important for Israel, because there are attempts to kill and destroy us. And if you don't have the right to stay alive, all other rights are irrelevant.
End quote.
The Jews' declaration that they are free as birds, issued in the fight against Mammonism Horstmahler, is not based on law, but on equality and justice, a mélange against which the Old Testament eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, a popular anti-Semitic figure that has been used for years to characterize Israeli policy from left to right, represents a great civilizational advance. It is due to this circumstance that, on the one hand, more and more young people born in Israel are leaving the country for the West, while on the other hand, the number of new immigrants has been rising steadily for the past year. Since the beginning of the Aqsa Intifada, over 40,000 Jews, mainly from the countries of the former Soviet Union, have come to Israel. In the week before the UN conference in Durban, of all places, almost 1,300 Jews arrived in 1 week, the highest number since the beginning of the unrest. These figures can certainly be attributed to an increased anti-Semitic projectivity that can be seen everywhere, although it is less likely to be direct attacks than the generalized opposition to globalization, which favors folkish solutions and therefore naturally excludes the Jews. It therefore does not even require special cruelty to pursue anti-Semitic exclusion, as it arises quasi-naturally from social conditions. However, the cruelty that has given the anti-Semitic attacks of recent years their particular flavor is also justified by the fight for justice for the same people. The victims were particularly brutally dehumanized in order to demonstrate their ostracism. Because the cruelty of an act is closely linked to its representation, this natural exclusion is the reason why the disinhibition that comes to bear in the acts of murder has hardly ever been addressed. While it may be attributed to a certain piety not to talk about certain abuses, it is also true that every depiction also serves the voyeurism of the viewer. It is not for nothing that so-called snuff videos, in which real murders and rapes can be seen, are booming. No one had dared to suspect that the attacks in New York and Washington would lead to new insights into the relationship between sexuality and violence. But it works, I must confess. The first sight of the burning World Trade Center was a similar feeling to my first orgasm. The one of the Pentagon being hit made me imagine multiple orgasms, writes a woman under the Germanic pseudonym Freya Meinung on the German website of indiemedia.org in a text she describes as a reflection of the events of September 11th. She is not the only one. Where the cruelty of the circumstances has become nameless, the gutted subject cries out for something concrete. For a real pain, where otherwise there is only phantom pain, for a real death, where one dies various mental deaths of meaninglessness every day. Vegetating in the capital wasteland gives birth to the desire for community. Having become incapable of any sociability, the fascination with violence increases, as it at least represents some form of closeness. The commodity subjects see themselves as victims, but would rather be perpetrators, which is why they in turn look for victims. This happens preferably in the very near, Sebnitz, Saxony, and not so near East, Tico, West Bank. The big difference between the Near East and the not so Near East is that the case of Joseph Abdullah was reported on in such detail that in the end no one wanted to hear about it, and therefore it was easy to agree that the boy had died somehow, at least not at the hands of Germans, and that the case of Joseph Ishran was not reported on in great detail. But in Palestinian Tico on the West Bank, at least there was no outrage about media lies. Here there is no longer any need to deny what is obvious. Joseph Ishran and Jacob Mandel were found dead on May 9, one day after their disappearance. According to initial investigation results, they were probably stoned to death by several attackers during the night, is the only sentence that TASS correspondent Suzanne Knoll loses on May 10 about the cause of death of the two boys. In an article entitled "Settlers Threaten Retaliation," on the other hand, she reports in detail on the settlers' reaction, which, however, bears no relation whatsoever to the barbaric act. Knoll's reporting thrives on sympathy with the oppressed people, so she prefers to remain elegantly silent when sympathy for this people could be affected by certain issues of taste. She stands for journalism that only ever reproduces the debates at the kitchen table at home. Preferably such people go to Israel as journalists, because they know all about the Jews. When she has to report on events in which Jews are victims, her articles are cuttingly cold, without any sign of effort. She doesn't even say a word of sympathy for the victims' youth. The two 14-year-olds had skipped school on May 8 and had not gone to a demonstration in nearby Jerusalem with the other young people from their settlement. It was only after they returned from the demonstration in front of Sharon's seat of government that the two friends were discovered missing, and after hours of searching the two bodies were found. The Times, which can no more be said to have any sympathy for Israel than the TASS, unlike the TASS, names the boys and quotes a neighbor who was involved in the search operation. They looked as if they had been stoned to death and then stabbed. It was a terrible scene. The murderers had smashed the boys' heads in, and their relatives did not recognize them later. Joseph and Jacob had hiked to their favorite place, a nearby desert valley with caves that had been inhabited since the Stone Age. Joseph's family had come to Israel from Kurdish northern Iraq more than 30 years ago. His father is a policeman, his mother a nurse. The Mandels came from the USA 7 years ago, his father a university lecturer and his mother a journalist. The Tico settlement with 250 families belongs, if you like, to the moderate part of the settler movement. Some settlements near Jerusalem were built not so much for ideological reasons anyway, but simply because housing in Jerusalem is unaffordable. The idea of two friends of completely different origins, one dark, the other light, who simply wanted to skip school, also does not support the official image of the fanatical settler. It is more in line with the multicultural wishful thinking of local civil society activists. The spontaneous excursion of the two conveys that they must have felt relatively safe. However, this also applies to the murderers. The police, the Times reports, assume that the crime was spontaneous. It may not have been planned, but anyone who can torture someone to death for hours, stoning is nothing more than that. Reports from Iran suggest that the procedure can take 3 to 4 hours, has already had the desire to do it beforehand. It later transpired that the attackers did not end up killing the young men with stab wounds, but instead beat them with stones until all life had gone out of them, but even after that they were apparently unable or unwilling to stop their bloodlust. And just like last winter, when 2 Israeli reservists were spontaneously murdered, they dipped their hands in the blood of the victims in the cave near Tico and left marks on the walls. Because according to Jewish ritual, the whole person must be buried, hence the pictures after suicide attacks in which even the smallest remains and blood splashes are collected, and hence the bombs that cause the greatest possible mutilation, and incidentally, hence the burning of the murdered Jews in the crematoria of the German extermination camps. All blood-stained stones were given to the boys to be buried with them. In Saxony as on the West Bank, in Senitz as in Tico, there are excursions and outings. Some allow themselves a day off or go to the swimming pool to have fun. For others, however, this is boring. They are waiting for an opportunity to pogrom against those who personify their collective enemy. When the mob, which is raging with senselessness and may well consist of just one person who feels like an enforcer, seeks out its victims, it is not just about killing. The victim must also be staged. This can take the form of a particularly cruel form of killing or a certain way of leaving the dead body behind. With their deed, the executors assure themselves that they belong to their collective, in which everyone must be able to say that they too would have been there. The feeling that they are acting on a higher order enables the executors to proceed with particular cruelty, especially when it comes to demonstrative acts which, for lack of opportunity, are initially still individual acts. This also explains the lack of interest in the exact circumstances of the two boys' deaths, as expressed not only by Knoll and the TASS. While every horrible detail of child murders in Germany is treated in epic detail by the mass media, the 2 dead boys from Tico were once again subjected to violence in the reporting by reducing them from individuals to specimens because they were attacked and died as Jews. The German media understood exactly what the murderers of Tico wanted to convey. This is the reality of a ritual murder. It is of little use to talk about a catastrophe of second nature, an earthquake of the socialization of values, or the like. The term catastrophe for the massacre of September 11th hits the truth insofar as it emphasizes the senselessness of the executors, who see themselves as a quasi-force of nature. Their violence justifies itself as a just cause, Kofi Annan. It needs no external, political justification. The cruelty of the deeds, like the number of victims, merely serves as an indicator of the stage of the struggle in which one believes oneself to be. The concept is untrue when, as happened with the ritual murder in Tico, the victims become specimens, either by selecting them according to class and claiming that one suffers with the workers but not with the brokers, or by comparing the New York dead with the victims of the blind violence of the socialization of value. Those who consider the World Trade Center to be a symbol of the unjust world order are not so far removed from those who also consider the employees there to be Jews and Zionists. In the eyes of the murderers, all of their victims were Jews and Zionists, guilty of being in the center of evil, where injustice against the nations is supposedly organized. The unbelievers who worship Mammon are Jews to the anti-Semite, regardless of whether they really are Jews or not. The success of the murderers of New York and Washington lies in the extension of the delusion from the real to the imaginary Jews, so that everyone has understood the message. In anticipation of an American counterattack, a new edition of the anti-war movement is now being tinkered with. To this end, indiemedia.org is happily discussing cooperation with the NPD, and at the same time denouncing the USA for its patriotic mobilization as a Volksgemeinschaft, although it is no longer possible to imagine society in any other way. People are so full of sympathy for the murderers that so far the question of what they were actually trying to achieve with their actions has not even been raised. On the other hand, there is great excitement when Chancellor Schroeder speaks of a declaration of war against the civilized world, because he thereby conceals the banal realization that it is precisely the so-called civilized world that has built its wealth on crime. But no one wants to entertain the idea that the assassins actually intended a declaration of war, that they wanted nothing less than a new stage in their fight against the Jews and Zionists and evil itself. So once again the Association of German Writers lives up to the predicate in its name. German writers in particular must emphatically oppose the campaigns launched by the Bush administration to blame entire nations and religions for the terrorist attacks of September 11th, so that the spirit of November 9, 1938 can never again gain a foothold, reads a statement summarizing all the crude, inhumane stuff that is circulating on the net in the form of statements and appeals, and contains everything that people in Germany have always really thought about Auschwitz. From the complicity of the victims to the justification of the perpetrators, from the relativization of the crime to its denial in conspiracy theories. What we have seen on the German left since the beginning of the Al-Aqsa Intifada is nothing other than identification with the Palestinian aggression against Israel, also an answer to the question that they do not want to be asked. For a year now, the ignorance of the actions of the fighting people in the autonomous territories has been striking. The collective intended for anti-Semitic wish fulfillment is defended even when it is foreseeable that its deeds are directed in general projectivity against everything that is defined as different. And thus also tends to be directed against leftists who elsewhere still refuse to accept the Folkish consensus. Any denunciation of these acts as the product of Folkish mobilization is denounced as anti-Islamic or anti-Arab racism. German television also came up with a claim that the images of cheering Palestinians shortly after the September 11th attacks became known were staged, an indirect, yet massive accusation not only against their colleagues at the BBC and CNN. That is why Palestinian police officers will have taken away the films from cameramen from various countries that could have been used to document the general holiday mood. It is simply denied that the suicide bombers have only one goal, namely to kill Jews. But even if that were the case, the neoliberal retorts, it is only an expression of the fatal consequences of the occupation policy, with which the Jews are partly to blame. After September 11th, people followed the suicide pilots and recognized, in anticipatory protest against NATO or US measures, the same main enemy, the USA. In an almost unsurpassable feat of rationalization, the first left-wing statements meticulously examined whether it was right to speak of a war. It is now clear that it was an attack that would now be answered disproportionately with war. The identification with the anti-Semitic aggression is expressed not least in the coldness towards the victims. Those who were still upset about the way NATO described the victims of its attacks in Yugoslavia as collateral damage are now no longer even aware that thousands were murdered, or it is dryly put on record that nobody mourns the 24,000 people who starve to death every day. It need not even be mentioned that the USA is of course responsible for this. This kind of pity for the real victims, as the Germans always felt after 1945, is not only so hypocritical because of course nothing is done to change this, but also because the starving are always pulled out of the hat when you don't know what to do. So the lack of consternation in view of the fact that hundreds of Germans are buried under the rubble of the World Trade Center is hardly surprising. While in Great Britain the fact that this was not only the most serious terrorist attack against the USA to date, but also against Great Britain, is of great significance in Germany, although the same applies here, the old German proverb that where there's planing, there's chippings is trumps. The pastoral tone underlying the pious wish expressed by Germans of all factions and nations to the USA to please turn the other cheek instead of retaliating only reinforces the impression that it was intended to avoid, that the lust for war, the wish that things would really go wrong, is the quest of those who pretend to want to prevent a war. When Joseph Fischer describes the real socialist states as a layer of ice under which, among other things, the classical nation-state was preserved, one has to agree with him today, 10 years after their melting away. In view of current developments, the state-capitalist dictatorship of development appears to be the Hegelian concept of the state that has become reality. In accordance with its historically determined purpose, the state, in this very form disciplined society, which was drifting beyond itself and was therefore always at risk, and only then did it convey its self-confidence, to be a socialist production community as a nation. The state functionaries, from whose ranks the first gang leaders were recruited after the collapse, may have secretly rejected the moral idea of the socialist nation-state, which was still being proclaimed at the time, as ideological rubbish. By the time they were unmasked, however, they had to pay tribute to the propagated idea and curb their urge to enrich themselves. It became clear that the West was already much further ahead when, after the collapse of the system, Western journalists hallucinated fabulous riches where petty bourgeois sluggishness could be seen, because they could not believe that the privileged endowed with such a wealth of power did not also seize it without restraint. In the meantime, people in the East have learned and in part surpassed the Western model. The state apparatuses of the new proud nations in the East have become coveted spoils of competing gangs, and what is usually called plundering and looting has since been called the transformation process. However, the CMEA not only preserved the nation-state as a moral idea internally, but also influenced the state constitution of both Western competitors and Third World countries by means of systemic competition. Their impulse to emulate their former colonial masters and to constitute themselves as bourgeois nations was supported by the competing power blocks to the best of their ability. As both were interested in stable political bases, the young nation-states received material help in developing their education systems and infrastructure, for example, from the model they had chosen. The leaders of these states could be sure that someone was always interested in them. The only condition was that they had to have their affairs under control. This interest on the part of the big players was certainly not always pleasant or useful for the newcomers. The absolute lack of interest that Third World countries now experience when they have nothing to offer apart from humble respect is deadly for many people. For such a nation-state, being neither an object of competing great power interests nor a subject on the world market means losing the reason for its existence. The nation frays along tribalistic lines and the old tribal structures are revitalized. But even the countries that still have raw materials to offer are not much better off. Why buy the whole calf if I only want the sweetbreads, says the oil company, which now maintains a local gang and equips it in such a way that the production facilities and pipelines are effectively protected, instead of indirectly securing its influence via development aid from state to state. The pipeline protectors share the income with their relatives, who in turn guarantee supplies and new recruits, and jealously protect their new source against competitors. This does not exactly strengthen national cohesion either, but rather the old tribalism. This process of disintegration, which has accelerated in just a few years and continues to do so, is of course also changing conditions in the Western metropolises. In his book Brothers in Crime, Wolfgang Port shows that the constitution of bourgeois society since the primitive accumulation, which was itself the result of state-sponsored robbery, carries within it the tendency to regress into gangland. This could be seen quite early on in the coalitions of working people. These by no means emerged under such tranquil circumstances and by no means behaved everywhere as staid and well behaved as we know from Germany. In the USA, the model country of great capitalism, it is still possible to study today how closely gang crime and trade unions are intertwined. If successful personal enrichment is always proof of belonging to the top performers, it only takes favorable circumstances for the flexible freelancer to mutate into a gang leader. However, it only becomes interesting when these circumstances become a reality for a large number of citizens. This is the case in the crisis. However, the everyday mind, the greatest ideologue after Hegel, has so far understood crisis-related changes quite differently in the various late capitalist countries. If, for example, mistrust of the state is growing in the USA, the German everyday mind reacts differently. The latter regards the entire capital utilization process as a national event, whereby its state is supposed to safeguard this process in such a way that it fulfills its actual purpose, to provide for it, the German citizen. To this end, he votes for the party that he hopes will best operate this intricate wealth-generating machine and guarantee his personal ability to participate. Chancellor Schroeder gets to the heart of this awareness when he defines the essence of Rhineland capitalism in the FAZ of August 25, 1999 as follows. It is essentially the fact that after the Second World War we understood how to build a society that was based on participation in a very broad sense, including that of the broad sections of the working population. Participation here means participation in material prosperity, in the material values created by the majority themselves, in an appropriate, thoroughly differentiated manner.
End of quote.
Everyday German common sense understands that this is the result of fortunate circumstances, firstly, and this is the prerequisite, because the Germans are an industrious people, and secondly because they were clever enough to elect governments that skillfully steered the exploitation machine and thus served the people. In this way of thinking, the existence of a state has always been an unquestionable prerequisite for any economy. Incapable of even suspecting that the nation-state is only a historical transit station necessary for the development of capitalism, Germans see the nation-state as the natural form of a civilized people. The everyday mind does not understand the people as the result of its own civilization, whatever that may be. Rather, civilized is added as an attribute to the natural category of the people and thus remains external to it. The utilization of value and all economic events are regarded by the everyday German mind as an event external to the people. It is probably at this point that the central difference between the German common sense and its American counterpart, to which the capital relationship has evidently become second nature and thus the ultimate purpose of all activity, can be found. However, one cannot place any hope in this, for example in the sense that if the capital relationship were only a means for the Germans, the path to communism would already be prepared if this means proves to be unsuitable. On the contrary, as long as it works in the Schroderian sense and as long as the participation of the productive majority is ensured, accumulation is seen as a sign of German efficiency and the result of prudent political leadership. From left to right, the only difference is how wealth should be distributed and how large the gap between the lower and upper performers should be. Everyone admits that not everyone feels committed to the common good, but that everyone really just wants to line their own pockets, but that doesn't matter if everyone is making money. With a wink, the citizen feels like a little Castellani when he makes a bargain with the tea-share. But what if the core of Rhenish capitalism, the participation of all Germans, becomes soft, and it hasn't just been so since the Schroeder government? The classic reaction of the superfluous, who do not see themselves in a position to fundamentally change the situation, or who do not even think of wanting to do so, is to leave the normal course of business and seek out niches. This process and the associated realization that money can also be earned in an illegal shadow economy is accelerated by the bourgeois nation-state itself, which is being fleeced by the superfluous. Because the time when states could deport their superfluous citizens to colonies is over, the nation-state is increasingly on the defensive. The richer parts of the country are refusing to co-finance the poorer ones. Separatist movements invoke long-bearded Nordic ancestors in order to get rid of the descendants of supposedly foreign, southern tribes, the special Catholic faith, which is being recalled after decades, or a unique Slavic dialect, which requires new national borders to be maintained. The fact that all this nonsense is believed does not contradict the sober calculation of creating regions of higher productivity, which are supposed to be islands of bliss for international capital. If this does not work and capital stays away, the separatist leaders have no choice but to maintain the new state apparatus, complete with ideological junk, as an instrument of plunder. So far there is no evidence that the superfluous people of the poorer regions are behaving more reasonably. They too regress and seek protection and a livelihood in the tribal association, which is all the easier if this does not have to be fantasized, but because the capitalist slicer has only fleetingly touched the remote region still actually exists, as in Albania and Kosovo. Just like the formation of nations in the past, the disintegration of the nation-state is not progressing evenly and simultaneously everywhere. The disintegration of one nation may temporarily strengthen the cohesion of another. The internal constitution of nation-states can change completely, but maintaining the form may appear opportune for foreign policy reasons. When Western nation-states join forces to shoot a ding-dong, as in the Balkans, the entire planning and execution of the action, in which no one knew exactly what they wanted, is reminiscent of a piece of trickery. The national armies required for the operation, however, affirmed the nation-state constitution as necessary, for the time being at any rate. Due to its special constitution, the German everyday mind comes more easily than others to much more radical crisis solutions. What the implosively defensive strategies in the late capitalist countries have in common is that they want to withhold the fruits of capital utilization from the superfluous by means of a lean state or regional self-responsibility. The capital relationship itself not only remains beyond criticism, but is affirmed as an end in itself. If, on the other hand, shares go down the drain for the vest pocket Castellani and he is denied Schroeder's participation in both the common creation of values and common consumption, he hardly questions the national constitution, but insists on an explosively aggressive solution to the nation-state crisis. Since he understands belonging to the people as the natural cause of nation and state, he now focuses his criticism on the profiteers who are harmful to the people. If self-serving money-making excludes the majority of the people of the state from participating in its results, then the state must, according to his appeal to the state, commit production to the common good. The people of the state assert themselves as an end in themselves and the state and see the tricky machine of wealth as if afflicted by a disease. They attribute this illness to vile self-interest and secretly know exactly what name these self-interested people have. With this murderous fantasy, the people of the state form themselves into a gang. If the elite accepts the mob's offer, the bourgeois nation-state is gone. The gang arms itself and wants to prey according to the law of the strongest. What was previously a bourgeois nation-state mutates into a modern den of robbers. That was the past and is perhaps also the future. It should be noted that the Taliban, the KLA and the Germans are probably closer to each other than the Germans are to the French. If the first three define and aggressively assert their respective social cohesion as completely independent of any form of economy, they gain the abstract freedom from objective domination, as it appears in the law of value as the most general determination. As superfluous people regroup into tribal communities and found new territories and communities, the German elite and the people are already sensing a kindred spirit. The fact that both sides have now rediscovered each other as allies and are physically embracing each other in the Balkans is a provisional result of developments since 1989. The brothers and sisters in the spirit of barbarism will certainly receive reinforcements from all directions. Whether this ultimately self-destructive alliance manages a smooth march through and ignites a third world conflagration depends only on how easy or difficult its progress is. Our sympathy is therefore with all the difficulties of the terrain. But to want to defend the old nation-state against the barbaric tribal communities would be hopeless and anti-enlightenment, because it would mean affirming the very instance to which the possible regression owes its origin in the first place. Decades have passed since the Swiss journalist, historian and writer Niklaus Meinberg ironically argued for the abolition of foreign correspondence. La France Revue et corrigée par Zurich et Washington is how he mockingly described the Neue Zürcher Zeitung's practice of reporting on France according to the X-pattern of Anglo-Saxon-inspired economic liberalism. Since the fall of the Berlin Wall, however, and with the triumph of the ultra-liberal doctrine of unity, in whose form the traditional German aversion to France's centralism and bureaucratism has resurfaced, a pattern of interpretation of France has prevailed that portrays it as a relic of the vanished age of political control of socialism and totalitarianism, and thus goes far beyond the mania ironized by Meinberg. This interpretation is produced by an investigative journalism that presents itself as sober and far removed from ideology, marking its peak precisely in its distance from the age of ideologies. The tendency to brand any criticism of the unreflective and resentment-fueled replication of the permanent location emergency as impracticable, even dangerous interference in the course that things would take anyway, shows an ideology that no longer recognizes itself as such. Ideology, as objectively false consciousness, rises above the question of true or false by virtue of its objectivity, i.e. its superiority over subjective consideration. Indeed, this question itself is inadmissible, i.e. ideological. Politics and journalism are characterized by a mindless doership that is not classically authoritarian only because it no longer has to justify itself anyway. The departure from Keynesian-inspired Rhenish capitalism has brought to light traits of the authoritarian character anew, at the center of which is a peculiar anti-statism. What is new here, however, is only the relationship in which the longing for authority is mixed with the rejection of the bourgeois state that is alien to the people or distant from the people. The sprawling state has become the new enemy image, and yet, as Adorno emphasizes in a follow-up study of the authoritarian personality in Germany, it is already part of the iron stock of fascist propaganda, along with its attributes: the tax bailiff, centralism, bureaucracy, the luxury civil servant, the social parasite. If the enemy image is projected abroad, cliched and spiteful characterizations are created of those states that, real or fictional, oppose the rigorous unity doctrine. France, or what is taken to be France, is one such projection surface. Whether liberals, right-wing populists such as Hayter and Blocher, or the SPD's Fundamental Values Commission, report of September 15, 1999, There seems to be a consensus that Paris is an obstacle on the way to a regionally structured managerial Europe in which the state is reduced to its repressive functions, but integration is handled by subsidiary social units such as the region. Blood and soil would thus be spent in smaller coin. For some time now, reporting on France has thus been offering plenty of illustrative material on how economic liberal authoritarianism in Germany is now mingling with the regained self-confidence of the Berlin Republic itself. The grumbling about the French situation is becoming more and more blatant in its desire to bring its Western neighbor down from the throne of its great power dreams. Der Spiegel 37/1995. In the course of the 90s, state interventionism has become the foul word par excellence, and what it refers to has become taboo. It was not only the NZZ, the veritable Pravda of capital, that abandoned the former doctrine of Wilhelm Röpke and has since championed Friedrich August von Hayek's liberalism without an adjective. If we were to extrapolate to the present day what was being spread about France in German-speaking countries at that time, we would have to be dealing with a Soviet-like, isolationist, nationalist, pauperized and ecologically broken, clinically dead entity. After all, a country in which even a certain section of the right wing does not give a damn about the deregulation case of the Chicago school and every fourth employee is paid from the state purse, Tagesspiegel, February 16, 2000, must come to a bad end, as if capitalism were a single success story of increasing prosperity through free trade and a lean state, and not this story itself a phantasm of economic journalism whose time horizon is like that of a small child. The projection mechanisms of the neoliberal authoritarian character function as usual. Others should not escape what you do to yourself. Quote, "We have adapted, tightened our belts, heeded the prescriptions of the economic theoretical leadership caste. The Frenchman should fare no better."
End quote.
Anyone who refuses to take the oath of allegiance to the Blair-Schroeder gospel and is accused of Jospininism may as well hang up his career as a social democrat. Despite the unparalleled wave of privatization, Jospin's job creation measures and the debate about the 35-hour week are simply tainted by the primacy of politics over economics. The eternal accusation of centralism, for example, is the subject of all kinds of mischief. The Corsican question is often treated as a colonial relationship. A ZDF program dedicated to Corsica in the summer of 2000 not only insinuated that there was a quasi-imperialist relationship between an incomprehensible central power and a freedom-loving island people, but also claimed that Paris had deliberately ruined the Corsican economy. The people interviewed on the streets and in the squares were all negative about Jospin's Martignan agreement, described the members of the regional parliament as bought by Paris and or demanded more autonomy or even independence. This tendentious television tinkering has nothing whatsoever to do with the actual situation in Corsica. Neither did it mention the mafia-like and fascist tendencies of certain nationalist groups, nor the fact that polls have never shown more than 10% of Corsicans in favor of independence. The other 90% are perhaps asking themselves some legitimate questions. What guarantees are there that centralism will not be reproduced at regional level? Is it a coincidence that the Protestant sects in the USA are ultra-federalist and that the Vatican is enthusiastic about regionalization in the EU? In the end, Parisian centralism is still preferable to the insanely identitarian regionalism and its local heroes. This kind of identity-mongering even extends to the pots and pans. The renowned so-called left-liberal Weltwoche did not hesitate to declare French regional cuisine non-existent, as it was overarched by Parisian gastrocentralism, September 21, 2000. According to the Lebensart journalist, French gastronomy is limited to haute cuisine, served to the pseudo-aristocratic French in restaurants stuffed with absolutist pomp. Of course, the reference to arrogant waiters could not be omitted. On the other hand, it should be noted that regional cuisine in France has long since regained its vitality. What the scribbler is polemicizing about may have been the case to a certain extent in the 60s, what was 30 years ago is being passed off as current. But the fact that it is even possible to write such high-grade nonsense an hour's drive from Alsace requires further explanation. The gastronomic critic Wolfram Siebeck, who is otherwise better known for his shallowness, once aptly remarked that the Germans' culinary italophilia is probably due to the fact that they freeze at the mere sight of a French waiter for fear of embarrassment. A visit to a trattoria is much more relaxed. Siebeck has certainly tapped into something deeper. In German climes, the view still seems to be widespread that novels should primarily function as cheerful purveyors of wine and food. If they do not fulfill these expectations and even afford themselves a strong state with a claim to middle power, they become scary and arrogant. One last thing about the accusation of being pseudo-aristocratic. It is absurd to make this accusation against countries that have a sophisticated food culture, because they have far less need to convert food into cultural capital. If there is a need for prime examples of gastafetishism, then they are to be found less in Paris or Lyon, which are pragmatic in this respect, than among the yuppies and the big bourgeoisie of Zurich, Munich, and Berlin. Something of such projection mechanisms also shines through when France's normalization is praised both smugly and undauntedly. The NZZ welcomed the slow changeover of France's clocks to world time, February 18, 2001. This is rather brazen on the part of the flagship newspaper of a country that only introduced women's suffrage 30 years ago. But this is not what is meant, rather, the decreasing resistance to the liberal economic unity doctrine, the propagation of which the Stahlhelm faction from Falkenstrasse has made its daily business. The unexamined traditional cliché of chauvinism and nationalism can also be blown up to fantastic proportions. Rudolf Augstein seems to feel like a warmongering pimp again when he sees Jacques Chirac acting a la de Gaulle against the rest of the world, and hallucinates that France wants to lead Europe and Germany by a tightrope and weaken Germany's economic power. The France specialist and deputy editor-in-chief of the ominous Weltwoche, Oliver Farney, predicted the fascization of Europe from the West in a front-page article, March 26, 1998. Such an almost paranoid assessment seems all the more grotesque as it came at a time when the Swiss People's Party, SVP, which had become the strongest party in German-speaking Switzerland, was at the height of its racist advertising and poster campaigns. The imagery used here would probably make even Hader or the Vlaams Blok blush. When a Swiss-German newspaper warns against the march of French fascism in the midst of the most successful phase of right-wing populism in its own country, the due media criticism calls for psychoanalytical rather than political categories. Not only has the Front National never achieved the power of the SVP in eastern Switzerland or the FB in Austria, it also passed its zenith in the second half of the 1990s. The French, in particular, are in the enviable position of not having to deal with daily national populist drooling along the lines of British tabloids or the Bild newspaper. You don't have to be an astute observer of right-wing extremist and racist developments in Europe after the fall of the Berlin Wall to see the obvious. If there is a flank of fascisation, then it is Central European. From the Lega Nord-dominated areas of northern Italy, where in certain cities the use of black footballers is avoided for fear of the revenge of racist fanblocks, via the right-wing populist Alpine fortresses of German-speaking Switzerland and Austria up to the new federal states with their national liberated zones, the Verona-Berlin axis is in place. The constant accusations of nationalism and chauvinism directed at the French thus take on classic functions of derivation and repression. The more widespread populist and racist integration mechanisms are on one's own doorstep, the greater the need for a nationalist sourpuss, the Serbs in the east, the French in the west. Even the relatively permissive French naturalization law is not immune to the condescension of the Germanophone journals. Following the soccer successes, the naturalization practice was reinterpreted everywhere as a profit center for the sport. The French had bought in their players, so the tenor went, in order to freshen up their team ethnically. Sportbild outdid itself in this way of presentation in the first issue after the European Football Championship final on July 2, 2000. It compiled a list with the headline, "Where do the French players come from?" The result, 11 fake and 9 real French players. The two Basques, Deschamps and Lizarazu, were described as borderline cases. The picture ethnologist overlooked the fact that all Occitans, Bretons and Alsatians should also be considered borderline cases in this type of ethnic identity assignment. It is also interesting that Pires, who came from Portugal, was regarded as a true Frenchman, in contrast to all blacks from the overseas departments, who have all civil rights from birth. The fact that France, unlike Great Britain, does not differentiate between nationals and citizens does not seem to have gotten around yet. The Antillean Thuram, who grew up in Paris and was apostrophized by Bild as a fake Frenchman, is more French than Pires. But that doesn't go through the head of a Germanic man who grew up with blood rights. A Negro cannot be a real Frenchman, period. When the left-wing Jacobin and ex-minister Chauvinement rebuked Joschka Fischer for his EU plans and stated that the nation and not the people should be the basic entity of the future Europe, no one thought of discussing the problematic implications of ethno-communitarianism, but dismissed figures like Chauvinement as notorious provocateurs. This interpretation is a rhetorical camouflage operation that pushes the German problems with dual citizenship into the background. Not to mention the arbitrary conditions in Switzerland, where the municipality is responsible for naturalizations. In certain municipalities, profiles, on which even the taxable income is listed of foreigners wishing to be naturalized are sent out with the other voting documents. In a secret ballot, Yugoslavians and Turks are then systematically denied naturalization, even if they have lived here for 30 years. In Switzerland, this is called direct democracy. After all, fascism only exists elsewhere, doesn't it? It's nothing new that the German-language press is now using the anathema of unworldly backwardness to describe anything and everything that doesn't immediately submit to the counter-reforms. Whether in the FAZ or the NZZ, if France, together with Canada, is at the forefront of opponents of the multilateral agreement on investment MAI, this is primarily due to the protectionist fear of free trade. The CPF is, of course, a national communist party from the day before yesterday. The striking railroad workers are privileged civil servants, with a salary of 10,000 francs a month, and document what is involved in inflating the state. In short, everything skeptical of globalization and hostile to reform stems almost naturally from provincial chauvinism that refuses to recognize the signs of the times. The alleged backwardness must have cultural consequences at some point. On February 1, 1998, the Zürcher Sonntagszeitung reported on the astonishing commercial success of French pop. This was all the more astonishing, it said, because up to now, French pop music had been largely limited to figures such as Jean-Jacques Goldman, Johnny Hallyday, and Serge Gainsbourg, who was more of a horse lecher than a musician anyway, and was generally irrelevant. Of course, such an assessment has been pure rubbish since the 80s at the latest. Once again, the impression is created that the author's backwardness and incompetence are transferred to the subject of the research. But research is obviously not the point. Rather, the aim is to accuse the country, whose cultural, political, and socio-economic habitus still deviates from the standards of automatic, so to speak reflexive modernization, of a deficit in all respects. The gloating about Gallic prestige thinking and blind optimism that followed the Concorde crash was foreseeable and in this specific case, certainly largely justified. However, the mechanically recurring accusation of megalomania has long since taken on a pseudo-critical character, which on closer examination turns out to be pure ideology. For example, in a major article entitled The Vanity of the Grande Nation, Basler Magazine 48/2000, economist Thomas Schenck mocked, among other things, the TGV express train, which is in the red. What was not mentioned, however, was that this balance sheet is mainly due to the lack of export success of the TGV, which in turn is linked to the austerity policy of countries that would not be averse to the train, but cannot afford it. However, economic liberalism cannot admit this to itself. On the contrary, the problem is not the US and Australian states, which, despite their interest, ultimately decided not to buy the train due to their budgets, which only allow for pathetic public transport. They are fine, they could, so the opinion seems to be converted ecologically with a little creativity. The express train itself and its megalomaniacal elitist project planning were much more to blame. The phrase Grande Nation, coined by Napoleon but now out of use, appears in French reporting as surely as the Amen in church. Without explication, national pride and excessive ambitions are as if intrinsically attributed to the country, as if in an analytical judgment. In this way, the diffuse negative judgment of anti-status liberals and anti-national Greens is served from the outset, while at the same time confirming to the German nationalists that they can say, the French never miss an opportunity to express their national pride, why can't we? Even more concentrated is the reproduction of the Francophobic assessment pattern on the lower level of the characterization of French-speaking Switzerland by the German-speaking media. The NZZ's correspondent for French-speaking Switzerland was seriously tempted to claim that the French-speaking Swiss leaned towards statism from Colbert to de Gaulle, which implied support for a strong central state. Now, it doesn't take profound knowledge to know that hardly anyone in Geneva, Lausanne or Neuchâtel is enthusiastic about Gaullism or centralism. So if it's complete rubbish, what is it for? Quite simply, the more welfare state-friendly voting behavior of the French-speaking Swiss, maternity insurance, for example, was rejected throughout Switzerland, but accepted in French-speaking Switzerland, is to be deprived of its intrinsic value by claiming that it is of statist French provenance, i.e. non-Swiss, as it were. On September 17, 2000, the German communications expert Klaus Stolker joked on the Sunday chat show on the private television station Tele24, where he is a regular guest, "I'm fed up with this eternal whining from the French. They should do more." With this, Stolker not only proved whose psychological mind is behind his communication, but also that recourse to Germanic Volker psychology, in this case the image of the slovenly, work-shy Welsh, has become socially acceptable again. Quote, "Objectively, I consider the central problem of the work to be the question of whether the elaborated tendency of a crisis-free economy directed from above really expresses the objective tendency of reality, or whether the ideal purity of this construction is also ruled out in principle for the future by the antagonistic state of the present. I feel unable to really answer the question. My instinct on this is something like the following. What is right about the conception is its pessimism, i.e. the view that the chances of perpetuating rule in its immediate political form are greater than those of getting out of it. What is wrong is the optimism, also for the others, What is perpetuated does not seem to me to be both a relatively stable and in a certain sense even rational state and an incessant succession of catastrophes, chaos and horror for an incalculably long period and thus, of course, also the chance of an outbreak. Theodore W. Adorno on Friedrich Pollock's essay State Capitalism in a letter to Max Horkheimer dated July 2, 1941. In an article for the Cologne magazine Perdomo, Nicholas Machunsky aptly described a kind of resurrection of Hans Kelsen in the guise of a misunderstood reading of Marx. According to this view, the state is a machine that achieves rational results as a mindless and blindly operating machine. Only through personal intervention or intervention from outside does it become a tool of subjective madness. As a machine, the state guarantees rationality solely on the basis of its internal functional conditions, which is opposed to the irrational arbitrariness of non-state actors.
End quote.
What is not mentioned here is that on the basis of this argumentation, one's own engagement as a non-state actor contained therein is concealed as a matter of principle, disdain to reflect on it, and as a result, one's desire to intervene is all the more exposed to arbitrariness, since in view of such a machine, to which the engagement is incognito, every engagement must become the epitome of subjective madness. In this way, it makes the legal positivist argument, which only has truth in the negative, appear as a positive substance, and under this cover image of a machine in whose form sovereignty and the legal order are thought to be completely merged into one another, the delusional projection that the politicians are to blame for everything that does not suit one in the constitutional state continues unabated, be it a special law on circumcision, the right of asylum for refugees, or the legal regulation of Stuttgart 21. However, if we want to recognize what the inherent logic of the state machinery is based on, we must first and foremost talk about the legislative process, the separation of powers, and perhaps even the transformation of democracy. It is not possible to contrast subjects with a constitutional state in an abstract way, as if the latter could manage without subjects, as if the law applied itself. The state personnel are not something external, alien to the constitutional state, but the latter requires the mediation and implementation of physical persons in order to exist at all. The old German dream of legalizing everything possible springs from a civil servant's soul that desires nothing more than dispensation from political decisions. The consciousness of the subjects is present in every state activity. Procedural regulations and ordinances define the scope for decision-making and thus set limits to the subjects' arbitrariness, but the cases are not subsumed under the laws by themselves. Conversely, the need to interpret the law means that the liberality of a society depends to a large extent on the awareness of the people who support it. The central task would be to find the reasons for whether or not they pursue rational interests in their decisions. Although the degree of liberalism or repression in a society depends on this individual awareness, there are certain limits to this dependency in the rule of law. Taking sides for the rule of law therefore generally means preventing the worse. If the scope for decision-making is established here and thus the arbitrariness of the subjects is curbed, which, incidentally, is also where the moment of truth of the machine metaphor can be recognized, the other, equally central question is what actually constitutes this resistance power of law, as Max Horkheimer called it, because in a serious case it must be a question of what trust can be placed in it. The metaphor of the machine only retains its moment of truth for the predictability of processes within the legal system if it is always clear what the state of consciousness is, whose arbitrary impulses and decisions have to adapt to the quasi-mechanical laws of the processes, whether on the part of the judge to pass judgment or on the part of the citizen to demand his right. For these are laws that cannot possess any capacity for resistance independent of this consciousness. When Hobbes, for example, often uses the machine metaphor for the state, he does so in the sense that he and Descartes also regard the human body as a machine, so that the contractual construction on which he bases the state is also given a body. At the same time, however, the image is reversed and presents the opposite of a machine, a mortal god or a biblical monster. It is probably part of the deformation professionnelle of those professionally involved with the law that one wants to perceive the law firm, courtroom, robe and the body underneath as the matter and resistance force made flesh, although National Socialism has demonstrated sufficiently how quickly all of this can be converted into mere administrative work for rackets. In its form, it is rather confronted with itself, even if, from an individual and, so to speak, empirical psychological point of view, the lawful in the modern state results from the mere assumption that most people in the state abide by the laws and that the state authority recognized by them intervenes in this sense. In any case, state authority has no interest in predictability of its own accord. It puts individuals in prison or kills them even without it, and all the better for it. Its only interest is that it is recognized. However, the fact that it is not recognized immediately, i.e. according to the leader principle, but only through the laws it guarantees, can only be assumed insofar as such recognition among citizens is always based on the prospect that wealth, the immense collection of commodities, Marx, can be produced and appropriated through contracts, which also means that the laws include the rights that individual citizens can claim as their own. Just like law, this wealth presupposes the forcible separation from the objects of the satisfaction of needs and thus, of course, cannot dispense with violence, which law nevertheless claims to banish from the realm of means. They presuppose it, but do not simply coincide with it as they did under the conditions of the condition of nature Hobbes, where people were also separated from the objects of their satisfaction of needs, again and again, in order to take these objects or the people themselves as prey. Law, on the other hand, which has formalized this separation by distinguishing between objects and people, i.e., commodities and commodity owners, is both identical and non-identical to violence. If the sovereign stands outside the applicable legal order and yet belongs to it, this means that the legal order is dependent on both. Conversely, international law demonstrates what remains of law when it is not covered by a monopoly on the use of force and yet cannot be regarded as superfluous. The state continues to actuate that force of war with which loot was once made, but now when it strives for genuine hegemony, for the purpose of coming to an agreement at some point on the basis of international law and thus complying with treaties without guarantees, on the off chance, so to speak, because the loot itself, at least the really big one, now only exists in the form of treaties anyway. If it does not strive for hegemony in this way or does not subordinate itself to that of another, it naturally regresses to a mere racket, which is once again intent on mere robbery. However, since states internally form the organized coercive power with which they can guarantee the fulfillment of contracts on their respective territories, they are in no way able, even if they are not mere rackets, to dispense with the right of the fist externally, which makes this monopolization possible. They are not individuals, and only individuals have access to a categorical imperative through the law and an internal differentiation from it. However, this only confirms what Horkheimer wanted to express with the concept of the power of resistance. Law in the constitutional state does not exist without a certain relationship of consciousness to itself, thus also not without a claim to truth beyond theology, in contrast to the self-utilizing value of capital, which to a certain extent blocks out such reflection, or rather, which only allows self-reflection through the legal relationship, because both legal and commodity form are at the same time irrevocably one. Marsilius of Padua, whose interpretation of Aristotle in the writing Defensor Paces from 1324 can perhaps be considered the earliest exposition of the power of law to resist, already had to experience the sharp contradiction to theology. Better in judgment is that to which there is no passion at all, i.e., no attitude that can mislead judgment, than that in which it belongs to nature. Now, this is not inherent in the law, passion, or subjective attitude, but the human soul necessarily has it, and indeed, every one. Aristotle said every one, without excluding anyone, no matter how hard he tries. That is why it is necessary to establish something in the state without which judicial judgments cannot be made correctly under any circumstances, through which they are made lawfully and protected from defects as far as is humanly possible. These defects would lie in the inner attitude of the judge or ruler, e.g., that of hatred or love or greed. Similarly, Marsilius implicitly rejects the idea of the law as a machine. He does not say that in it can be perfectly determined what is just or unjust, useful or harmful, for every single act of man in civil life. He says that this can only be almost perfectly determined in the law precisely. This reservation already contains the question of the sovereign, which Marsilius leaves open, however little clarity he is able to create about the compulsion attributed to the law, which can only emanate from the law if there is a sovereign behind it. Here we are only talking about the majority in the state, which anticipates something of the idea of popular sovereignty. When it became known who the author of the Defensor Paces was, Marsilius had to flee Paris and only found protection and employment under King Louis IV, who to a certain extent anticipated modern sovereignty and was already in open opposition to the Pope at the time. Accordingly, the law is as dissonant as it may sound to the ears of critics of the state, a condition to think a categorical imperative, instead of God's command, i.e., to distinguish the law in the state from the law in one's own breast. Kant, this internalization means refraining from state authority at all, quite as if it did not exist at all, and replacing the assumption that most people in the state abide by the law with the certainty that, in principle, all people must be able to
abide by it.
This is related to the fact that an imperative such as Kant's and Horkheimer in particular has repeatedly emphasized this directly and indirectly, is based on the refusal, which is only found in Judaism, to make a finite into an infinite, which, translated into the categories of bourgeois society, means distinguishing the finite means that can be appropriated through contracts from the end in itself that must be attributed to the contractual partner. The dialectic of enlightenment states that the reconciliation of civilization with nature, which Christianity wanted to buy prematurely through the doctrine of the crucified God, remained as alien to Judaism as it was to the rigorism of the Enlightenment. Moses and Kant did not proclaim feeling, their cold law knows neither love nor the stake. It is precisely the reflective moment of Christianity that is to blame for the disaster. It is precisely that which is claimed to be of a spiritual nature that proves to be of a natural nature before the Spirit. It is precisely in the unfolding of the contradiction against such pretensions of the finite that the Spirit exists. What can be enforced in such a way in the state by its law was thus already commanded long before by the Jewish religion before its infinite, which was removed from all embodiment and made unity possible in the self-preservation of the persecuted, as persecuted and not merely as united tribes or as a united kingdom. Thus the original categorical imperative can also be seen as an attempt to universalize the refusal of which Horkheimer speaks, implicitly directed against Christianity, the universalization and internalization that no longer refuse to turn a finite into an infinite. In this context, the much-cited vile anti-Semitic aperçus that Kant sometimes interspersed in his writings and letters seem like a kind of indulgence, which does not excuse them, quite the contrary. In a word, under the law, in a certain sense, a subject-object relationship has developed universally in the first place, not to mention the relationship between ego, superego, and ID, one that explodes the non-contradictory unity of the tribe, but which also does not sacrifice the separation in unity to the false reconciliation of the crucified, but which is just as universally permeated by the coercion that the modern sovereign embodies as the other side of the capital relation, and yet does not disappear in the sovereign as long as the latter, for its part, must be thought of as the real embodiment of coercion, standing outside the valid legal order and yet belonging to it. The fetishization of this coercion is expressed precisely in the apologetic view that the state is a machine. The object of law thus reflects the fact that in capitalist society one side of the subject/object opposition, that of the object, or more precisely, nature, in which man is undoubtedly embedded, is elevated to the rank of the synthesizing third party. If today we speak of objectivity instead of truth as the sciences do, then we have long since accepted deep down that the separation of subject and object does not refer to a synthesizing third party, analogous to that of being and becoming in Greek philosophy, but to the fact that what we like to call the subject is nothing more than a moment of the object, to which, in order to become an object completely, only a certain recalcitrance is still attached, which will give itself away. Whoever speaks of objectivity instead of truth is therefore basically talking in the same way as Heidegger when he talks about the existing that moves in time and shows the knower, what he calls the Descienden, that it is. The ambiguity of law, which Franz Neumann once formulated in such a way that in a society that cannot renounce violence in principle, true universality is not possible, this ambiguity, which can just about be conceived under Christian auspices, but only as long as non-violence is set as a value here, i.e. also, real violence is suppressed. Islam wants to liquidate in its idolatry of the straight line of violence in order to exclude the possibility of abolishing coercion as such once and for all. For from its point of view, abolishing it could and can become the subject of a categorical imperative at any time, and it is no coincidence that this imperative was formulated by Marx in his critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, to overthrow all conditions in which man is a degraded, enslaved, abandoned, contemptible being. Conversely, this is the only way to understand why Jewish messianism, as can be seen from Benjamin's influence on critical theory, could suddenly give theology, which had already been disempowered by law, the impulse to implement this imperative after all, at the very moment in which law was actually to disappear in the counter-sovereign, and the mass murder of the Jews was to be implemented. The concept of law is therefore no longer conceivable without the counter-concept of racket. This also applies vice versa. If one believes that collectivity per se entails the oppression and conditioning of the individual, social groups could also have a function that strengthens the individual, and the author points out that Franz Neumann saw a danger to the individual precisely in the elimination of democratic associations, above all the trade unions. Here, however, it should be added to the criticism that the question of whether the collective strengthens or destroys the individual cannot be answered independently of whether the power of resistance of the law is reflected within the collective itself, i.e. in the relationships between the individuals, namely in that they, in Freudian terms, refrain from identifying with each other in their egos and all place one and the same object, the leader of the group, in the place of their ego ideal. This is the decisive insight in Horkheimer's projections and notes, which were published under the title The Rackets and the Spirit from his estate, as well as the corresponding passages from the Dialectic of Enlightenment. Leapfrogging the commodity form and the capital relationship, the resistance of law is initially understood here only as a relativization of power relations. Quote, if an organization is so powerful that it can maintain its will in a geographical area as a permanent rule of conduct for all inhabitants, then the rule of persons takes the form of law. This fixes the relative balance of power. As a fixed medium, however, law, like other mediations, gains its own nature and power of resistance. By becoming a substantial element of the spirit, it incorporates the harmony of generality and particularity as a necessary idea. The meaning and purpose of law, to serve as a guideline in social life, determines its detachment from the particular person and from the past, its validity for and against everyone from the appointed day until its public revocation. The means of domination opposes it as the reflection by which it exposes itself.
End of quote.
At this point, the temporal core of the concept of racket becomes immediately apparent. It is the violent enforcement of unity against the law that it has as its actual object, even if this unity ultimately produces nothing other than an incessant succession of catastrophes, chaos and horror for an incalculably long period. Adorno, whose unity can only assert itself as annihilation for the sake of annihilation. It is no coincidence that in legal usage the word refers to illegal economic practices, alluding to criminal methods that can repeatedly accompany and replace contractually secured regulations and must be combated by the rule of law. However, when Horkheimer takes it up, he immediately applies it to the question of state sovereignty. The society that is shaping itself in a totalitarian way is waging the struggle against law, against all mediations that gain their own life and exist in the forms of language. In contrast to the spirit lies the fundamental illegality of the racket, even where it is not only legal, but behind the laws. Defending these mediations does not yet mean reconciling the general and the particular or true generality, which, as even Franz Neumann has just emphasized, is by no means the right. It only means defending the conditions for this reconciliation and generality to come true. But their idea could only exist if law had become the substantial element of the spirit. Just as Horkheimer assumes that within democracy, in which the rackets still rule, the true idea of democracy, which was invented to abolish this rule, cannot really disappear. Quote, breaking the boundary between inside and outside is the goal of politics, the fulfillment of which will transform the world. In the true idea of democracy, which leads a repressed, subterranean existence in the masses, the idea of a society free from the racket has never completely died out.
End quote.
But such a society would also be one that made the law superfluous. For law, as I said, can never be true generality, but in contrast to the racket, the falsely particular, it is, as a generality that must come to consciousness, the prerequisite for considering it possible after all. The schizophrenia into which the consciousness of the legal subject necessarily falls, both in its genesis within the family and then under the employment contract, is nothing other than the real form of the subject-object relationship required by law, is in turn the precondition of dialectical thinking, which first of all enables us to go beyond the schizophrenia itself and aim for reconciliation without simply dissolving the opposites, without transfiguring the starting point, however it may be defined, of the unidentifiable unity of the infant with the mother or the tribal member with the tribe, as an origin to which we must return. The internalization with which the family as the agency of law initially produces the legal subject in the individual develops the necessary conditions for the distinction between external and internal command to the same extent, between state law and categorical imperative, which makes any possibility of a different social state conceivable in the first place. To paraphrase Horkheimer, reflection can only fully expose domination by understanding itself precisely as its means, and thus only points beyond it. But it only points beyond this and leaves the Hegelian tautology of the spirit if it is simultaneously understood as the consciousness of the individual, or rather, if it understands itself, i.e., if it is a reflection on the inescapably corporeal existence of the individual as an end in itself, insofar as it is bound to nature. And it may well be true of the latter that Horkheimer did not emphasize it enough at the point in question in his direct adoption of Hegel's thought. But when he speaks of the substantial element of the spirit, which law is capable of becoming, then this indirectly and quite misleadingly refers to a promise that appears in bourgeois society like in no other, but cannot really be fulfilled, not a promise of happiness, but one of preventing unhappiness, namely that the body, whatever conflicts the individual may find themselves in, should not be injured under any circumstances. The fact that it is to be thought of as a condition of this possibility was sometimes tacitly supported in critical theory, as when Adorno writes in Minima Moralia that the emancipated society would not be a unitary state, but the realization of the general in the reconciliation of differences. Politics that is still seriously concerned with this should therefore not even propagate the abstract equality of people as an idea. However, such politics, which is no longer politics, because it should not propagate the ideal of abstract equality and wants the general as the reconciliation of differences and the primacy of the particular, is only possible on the basis of a consciousness that already knows the abstract equality of law as its practical precondition, because, as Horkheimer says, law has become a substantial element for it, and in the state of lack of freedom, it must not shy away from protecting the reproduction of life Adorno and the minimum of freedom Neumann, through the threat and ultimately the use of violence, If the possibility of a society without law, as in the Third Reich Adorno, of an unstate Neumann, that permanently takes it back and organizes universal annihilation within it, were completely excluded. This is the reservation that was imposed by National Socialism on even and especially the most radical critique. Only by taking it seriously could it retain its radicality. It was formulated by Horkheimer in the Aufzeichnungen übers Racket, by Neumann and Kirchheimer in their analyses of National Socialist rule, by Adorno in the expositions of negative dialectics on exchange, intelligible character and law. If, on the other hand, Hannah Arendt assumes that really nothing can and may take the place of the law, she seems to count this precondition of every revolution worthy of its name as a revolutionary goal. But it also contains the power to judge how else emancipation from the state could be measured except by the fact that it makes the law superfluous without replacing it with violence and coercion. This is also the reason for Arendt's emphatic reference to the Greek Polus and Socrates, when the latter said that in his opinion no greater good could befall Athens than that he should sting the city like a biting fly stings a large, well-fed but rather sluggish horse. Then he could only have meant that nothing better could happen to a crowd than to be dissolved into individual people who become responsive in their uniqueness. If this were possible, if every human being could be made to think and judge for himself, then it might indeed be possible to get along without fixed norms and rules.
End of quote.
What is already striking about the title of his projection, however, is precisely that Horkheimer's argumentation, instead of deriving the power of resistance of law from the critique of political economy, makes immediate recourse to philosophical concepts of German, namely Hegelian idealism, which it would like to see translated directly into the political. The silent love of law and the hope associated with it for the resilience of the West in general philosophically feeds on trust in the timeless power and truth of mediation, i.e., on a Hegelianism that has not been overcome, which believes that it can preserve something essentially different in Hegel's absolute idealism than the unfolded form of reflection of the inverted society, i.e., the self-mediation of value. In Horkheimer's line of tradition, the inner form of the system of mediations, the only negative synthetic self-continuation of the concept, which Hegel himself defined as the movement from nothing to nothing, and which could be critically further defined as gnosis without God, as the secularization of the sacrifice at the height of the value form, hardly becomes thematic. Critical theory still remains faithful to Hegel because he philosophically perfected the analytical divisions of Kant's doctrine of constitution in a system of generating categories through categories, always already mediated by the self-sufficient contradiction within the category itself, and thereby found systematic recognition of the particular and the individual, the finite and the transient for the first time in the history of philosophy. Only Hegel overcomes the Platonic methexis and raises the particular and the individual as moments of the self-movement of the absolute to the level of the general, which thus appears as something like non-violent intersubjectivity. The contradiction is entirely justified where a certain line of tradition is concerned, which has led to the theory of Jürgen Habermas as well as to the criticized views. One adopts the power of resistance of law as a love of judicial apparatuses. However, Horkheimer himself only remained a Hegelian to the extent that he also became a supporter of the U.S. entry into the war. In Hegel's abolition of the particular and the individual as moments of the self-movement of the absolute, he accentuates the moment of preservation and sees in it the defense of the preconditions for still considering a unity possible at all in which violence is not done to the individual, in terms of content. He sees in the formal postponement granted by that unfolded form of reflection of the inverted society or the self-mediation of value, if not the chance to realize this unity, then at least the possibility of still containing violence for the time being. However, the fact that this cannot simply be a parallel to Hegel's position on Napoleon results first and foremost from the fact that National Socialism includes the war of extermination against the Jews. Or in other words, the talk of substance and idea ultimately turns out to be political partisanship. Although Kant already said in good Hobbesian sense and tone that the problem of establishing a state was solvable even for a nation of devils, if only they have understanding, he did not know what would become of it and whether it would be preserved. Even Hegel's system could not provide any reassurance here. From the true idea of democracy, which is present even in the worst democratic reality, Horkheimer nevertheless gains his positive concept of politics, but like Hegel's concept of the state, to which it owes its existence, it remains dependent on consciousness, the mind, and forbids the state to be understood literally as a machine. To describe the state as a machine in order to affirm it can therefore only refer to Hegel's philosophy of law in pretense, just as it must be regarded as a mere reversal and not as a reflected critique of the oldest system fragment of German idealism, which had condemned the state as a machine. It is curious that with the development of industrial production, the application of the term to something other than the machinery of this production brought back the judgmental, pejorative meaning that the word had in Greek antiquity, and machine could once again mean machinations, i.e., deceptions suitable for ideology. If this is not reflected upon and machine is taken literally, the designation of the state as a machine is itself based on deception. The Latin term apparatus proves to be more neutral here, as it does not have the connotation of deception. So when Horkheimer speaks of the means of domination that opposes it as the reflection by which it exposes itself, he never refers solely to the rule of law or the apparatus of justice, even if it sometimes sounds that way in Hegelian formulation, but always also to the consciousness that invents or applies it. If a difference between the legal subject and the commodity subject can be determined in this respect, it is that the latter must be able to know what it is doing, while for the latter, according to Marx, the following applies: they don't know it, but they do it. In other words, unlike the legal subject, the commodity subject is not a subject at all. Marx, who was still aware of the traditions of classical philosophy, does not utter the word, which is en vogue in the more recent reception of Marx, at any point. He says commodity guardians, who must exist because the commodities cannot go to market themselves. If his critique of political economy speaks of the subject, then as a deliberately placed oxymoron of the automatic subject, which today, however, in the wake of the intellectual devastation caused by French post-structuralism and the Nuremberg critique of value, is turned into a pleonasm. Thus, as far as institutionalized law is concerned, we cannot speak of a crisis, but only of a state of emergency. Its ever-present possibility, however, means that the crisis fundamentally calls into question the rationality that allows the legal subject to know what it is doing. In Horkheimer's projection of 1939-40, the spirit, to which law had become a substantial element, is still located in the consciousness of the masses, although it is probably part of the fragmentary character of the notes that he does not say at this point that the masses can only be thought of as masses of individuals and that what is called spirit cannot be considered in isolation from the consciousness of each individual. It was as self-evident to him as Kant, who did not attribute mind to the people of devils, but to the individual devils. When it finally became apparent that the idea of democracy in Germany no longer led a repressed, subterranean existence in the masses, he felt compelled to regard the post-Nazi German state as a mere mechanism in a certain sense, but the consciousness without which it could not function in the sense of the true idea of democracy, he then found with historical justification, embodied only in the U.S. occupying power. In this shift of the mind to the American hegemon, the eminently historical aspect of the power of resistance of law is expressed, which Horkheimer himself had left out of the projection, and it is precisely this historical aspect that initially refers unmistakably to the critique of political economy. Those who want to assert themselves in the constitutional state can only do so by subsuming their demands and claims under certain legal principles or laws, and those who need a share of social wealth, and everyone needs it in order to merely maintain themselves, can only obtain it via the detour of participation, however mediated, in the valorization process of capital. In analogy to Hobbes' Leviathan, an imaginary primal contract could also be assumed here in the political economy, with the equally necessary reservation, of course, that this heuristically, as it were, lends meaning to something meaningless such as the capital relationship. All those who wish to participate in wealth, even if it is only in order to survive, accept its form, of which they admittedly have no more to know than their awareness of rights conveys to them. They therefore do not need to know that this form is the opposition of exchange value and use value, of private labor, which at the same time must be represented as immediate social labor, or of particular concrete labor, which at the same time is only considered abstract general labor, that in the final instance, society is synthesized through the measurement of the labor time socially necessary for the production of the respective commodity, which is what all forms of mediation in modernity ultimately amount to. However, they must know at least one thing about that fictitious primal contract, as it is implemented daily in the unity of production, reproduction, and circulation, that wealth can in principle only be appropriated through contracts. Conversely, this means that the resilience of law is based on this agreement. But what if wealth cannot be appropriated through contracts? Capital is an automatic subject, Marx, and at the same time it is not. It is an automatic subject as long as we abstract from the crisis, from the fact that it simultaneously undermines its own preconditions, as Marx also shows, and thus challenges the non-automatic subject, so to speak. Why should the contractual form be recognized when, as a result, the process of decay sets in and it is no longer possible to participate in wealth via contracts? This could hardly be called rational, and this is where the necessity of this reservation becomes fundamental. For this contradicts the principle of self-preservation, which alone can do justice to it under capitalist conditions. Today's suicide bombers, including the Iranian regime, which is the suicide bomber among states, are the greatest apologists for this contradiction after the National Socialists. In their pathic projection and delusions of victimization, they concretely anticipate where society as a whole is drifting according to its abstract law. Social relations constantly reproduce the potential unfolding of the worse, insofar as they tautolize the need for life through the mere execution of just exchange relations. According to its own logic, capital tends to reduce the factor V, by which Marx means the variable part of capital, the necessary labor force, to zero, thereby permanently degrading man as a species being to a recipient of alms and a seeker of booty. The insights of Robert Kurz and the Croesus and exit circles in this regard regularly turned into blindness as soon as the logic of the automatic subject was to be inferred as an automatic collapse. The philosophical consequences were that the automatic subject was understood as the end of the concept of the subject, and thus of the Enlightenment, and thus secretly ingratiated itself with postmodernism. The political consequences were that the U.S. attempts since the 1990s to prevent the worst were loudly condemned and thus pandered to the anti-imperialists. In the third volume of Capital, however, Marx merely shows how the productive power of labor under the conditions of capitalist commodity production produces such a law, meaning the famous law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, which at a certain point is hostile to its own development and must therefore be constantly overcome by crises. Insofar as we speak of a law, we are not yet talking about the unity of the law and that which is subject to it, i.e., no matter how far logic progresses and the factor V tends towards 0 will never be reached, and people will therefore never escape the question of how long they are still prepared to put up with this unity. However, the fact that people are prepared not only to affirm this degradation, but even to trumpet in pathological projection, delusions of annihilation and victimization, is of course not explained by this, as it cannot be explained at all, not even by the dialectic of enlightenment. All that remains is to fight it, with whatever prospect. Anyone who reads Heinrich von Kleist's famous 16th century tale about the horse trader against the background of those projects on the dialectic of the Enlightenment can see the connection and contradiction of right and wrong united in one person. Calhus is presented as one of the most righteous and at the same time most horrible people of his time. This extraordinary man could have been considered the model of a good citizen until his 30th year. He owned a farm in a village that still bears his name, on which he quietly supported himself through his trade. He brought up the children his wife gave him, in the fear of God, to be industrious and faithful. There was not one among his neighbors who would not have enjoyed his charity or his justice. In short, the world would have had to bless his memory if he had not gone astray in one virtue. But his sense of justice made him a robber and a murderer.
End quote.
When the Junker von Tronka, as if on a whim, took Calhus' horses as pledge for a pass which he had no right to demand, and their value was finally ruined by using them ruthlessly in his fields, so that the merchant was practically unable to sell them, and when all the proper mechanisms of the authorities, to which he appealed to get him justice, were rendered ineffective by the Junker's personal connections within the state apparatus, Calhus finally took over the business of revenge and devastated the country with the mob he could gather around him. In one mandate, he called himself a lord free of the empire and the world, subject to God alone, an enthusiasm of a morbid and misguided kind, which nevertheless, with the sound of his money and the prospect of loot, gained him a large following among the rabble that the peace with Poland had put out of bread. Finally, in a further mandate he issued, he described himself as a governor of Michael the Archangel, who had come to punish with fire and sword all those who would take sides in this dispute with the Junker, the deceit in which the whole world had sunk. From the castle in Lutzen, which he had taken by surprise and in which he had taken up residence, he called on the people to join him in establishing a better order of things, and the mandate was signed with a kind of madness, given at the seat of our provisional world government. Kleist's narrative style already moves beyond German idealism, but at the same time takes Hegel's concept of the negative will at its word. Quote, only by destroying something does this negative will have the feeling of its existence. It probably means to want some positive state, e.g. the state of general equality or general religious life, but it does not in fact want the positive reality of the same, for this immediately brings about some kind of order, a particularization of both institutions and individuals. But it is the particularization and objective determination from the destruction of this negative freedom that itself consciousness emerges. Thus what it thinks it wants can in itself only be an abstract idea, and the realization of it only the fury of destruction.
End of quote.
The fanaticism of this gang terror thus wants an abstract, not a division. Where differences emerge, it finds this contrary to its indeterminacy and abolishes them. That is why, in the revolution, the people again destroyed the institutions which they themselves had made, because every institution is contrary to the abstract self-consciousness of equality.
End quote.
In this, however, Hegel regards the period of horror of the French Revolution as a necessary stage of the spirit, in the overcoming of which the true idea, bourgeois law, is realized. Overcoming itself appears to be irresistible, as such it is already inherent in the concept itself. I do not merely want, but I want something. A will that only wants the abstract general wants nothing and is therefore not a will.
End of quote.
In Kleist's story, the role of Napoleon, who embodies this overcoming in Hegel, appears to be taken over by the figure of Luther. In a personal debate, which Kohlhaas himself forces after Luther has publicly condemned him for his actions, he succeeds in returning the free of the empire and the world of the band terror to the realm of law and treaties. Kleist has the reformer act as if he himself were the missing hegemon among the German states, which proved to be powerless in the face of the mob's uprising and on which Luther is able to exert pressure here. Kohlhaas' surprising willingness to accept his proposal, which apparently stems from the remnants of a Christian attitude, as he holds out the prospect of the restoration of the legal order, seems to just about prevent the horse trader from becoming a kind of Protestant jihadist or the anticipation of National Socialist racket leaders. In truth, he cannot become one, since in him law and racket remain united in one person, and he has cut himself off from reflection on the law and thus from the principle of self-preservation, not even in the delusion of provisional world government. The narrative must, of course, lose its stringency from this point onwards. It even takes a more chaotic course the more clearly Kohlhaas is now shown again as the object of jurisdiction and sovereignty, which in turn reveal racket structures all the more clearly, for the hegemon, as Kleist imagined him in Luther's figure, is no longer a world spirit. He no longer appears after his intervention. In the much more positive portrayal of the Prussian electorate as the case progresses, however, something of Kleist's political hope that this German state would have what it takes to replace Napoleon still shimmers through in the margins. The Battle of Hermann then buries this hope in the identification with the Germanic leader, which has already cut itself off from reflection on the law. The disagreement between the states, the Dresden and Berlin courts, in which the Polish state and the Viennese imperial court are then included, remains, however, and shows all the more drastically the state of the legal order. The horses, for whose sake the state was tottering, and their owner, whose sense of justice caused it to totter, are dealt with according to the standards of law and sovereignty, i.e., by means of various investigations and negotiations, domestic and foreign policy, intrigues and scheming. The new arbitrary suspicions, the convoluted official channels and constant disputes over authority between the authorities, which anticipate Kafka's novels, lead to the amnesty obtained and guaranteed by Luther gradually turning into imprisonment, so that Kohlhaas even tries to escape again. The feeding of the horses, although it is no longer clear whether they are really the ones in question, helps him to gain his rights after all, and he himself is executed. Finally, the plot revolves around the prophecy of a fortune teller about the downfall of the Saxon state, incorporating openly irrational motives, the wording of which must remain hidden from the sovereign because Kohlhaas rejects his offer to hand over the note on which it is written in exchange for being able to escape execution through his intervention. He spurns it both out of a thirst for revenge and a sense of justice, not least because he can no longer trust either the legal system or the sovereign. Shortly before the execution in Berlin, Kohlhaas swallows the note in front of the Saxon elector, who is present incognito and sinks down at the sight, fainting in convulsions. From this perspective, the law has an ever-dwindling power of resistance. However, this also means that the mere prospect that at some point wealth could once again be appropriated in this inherently mediated way must play an ever greater role. Society today, and everyone has at least a dark inkling of this, is moving towards a state in which this power is only borne by this hope, to the extent that it takes on a speculative character and thus corresponds in its own way to the transformed proportions of government debt on the financial markets and the low interest rate policy of the central banks. Apparently, the same movement can be seen in the field of foreign policy. Even the hegemonic interventionist policy of the USA since the end of the 1990s had to speculate to a considerable, hitherto hardly known extent that wealth would one day again be produced and acquired in the countries of the Middle East by means of contracts backed by a local sovereign, despite the simultaneously serious indications to the contrary. The isolationism that is now gaining increasing support in the US, but to which the Obama administration has already provided an ominous prelude, is like the bill presented to this pure speculation. Although U.S. foreign policy has been in decline since the Obama administration following the upswing under George W. Bush, it should nevertheless be noted that even this decline can still produce results that contradict its basic tendency, and in this respect differs from the potential dangers that EU policy continuously and almost without contradiction produces in at least two key respects: the opposition that the disastrous Republican presidential candidate is able to articulate, however cringeworthy, to the policies of Obama and his former Secretary of State Clinton shows, firstly, that the isolationism he threatens is a more indirect threat in support of Israel, not a direct and offensive campaign against that state, such as the EU is increasingly shamelessly pursuing and to which Obama and Clinton have long since relented. Secondly, the already clearly visible renunciation of the primacy of foreign policy, if Trump's announcements can be trusted here at least, goes hand in hand with a willingness to abandon the deal with Iran, which represents the greatest threat to Israel. This openly apparent contradiction has to do not least with the fact that the decline of U.S. foreign policy can no more be simply deduced from the recent financial crises than the West's former appeasement of Nazi Germany from the Great Depression. That is why the foreign policy of the Bush administration, however open it had to remain as to whether and for how long it could be successful, was at least in its basic features the only thing appropriate to the hegemon. The revision of the former appeasement thanks to Churchill and Roosevelt's engagement, which, if one looks at the development of production in the USA at the time, was able to create new economic facts, was to a certain extent incorporated into Horkheimer's recourse to philosophical idealism, into the indispensable speculation on the reconciliation of the general and the individual. But the recourse that allowed Horkheimer to speak of the power of law to resist in the first place only took place and could only take place against the background of the darkest prophecies of critical theory about the worldwide enforcement of rackets against all mechanisms of the rule of law, including those of the USA. And these prophecies are also based on the fact that these are mechanisms, forms of mediation, whose necessity, always assuming coercive force and a monopoly on the use of force, does not exist independently of consciousness any more than the self-valorizing value, which consciousness, unlike law, must blindly follow, contains even an atom of natural substance. That is why it is the most natural thing in the world that the corresponding rackets that appropriate state power can work towards abolishing it themselves in and with constitutional methods, which they still retain for some reason, but presupposes in the individual the willingness to abandon the subject-object relationship, which it owes to the law, in favor of a subjectless community whose object can only be the total enemy. Carl Schmitt. Since Marx, the noblest purpose of the critique of political economy has been to disappoint the hope that it is in the hands of the actors on the markets and in the state apparatuses to subject the exploitation of value to reason and to banish the irrationality of law. Since Auschwitz, however, there has also been the practical imperative to regard this end as a means of contradicting any trivialization of what threatens, not least when it believes it can invoke the power of law to resist. It is all the more infamous to talk about sovereignty as a machine that can prevent the worst. The current developments in Turkey not only show that not all states of emergency are the same, especially in comparison to the similar measures in France following the attacks in 2015. It also becomes clear that any necessary determination of what this state means in concrete terms also leads the abstract concept of the functioning constitutional state as a machine ad absurdum. The work of this machine is definitely a process in which the changed consciousness of those who operate it exceptionally changes everything that comes out of such work, all the more so when it is an Islamic racket like the AKP that shapes this consciousness. The persecution of the Gulen movement, apparently a kind of Islamic Scientology sect, after the military's failed coup attempt, has taken the AKP racket a significant step further in this respect. However, to the extent that the rule of law mechanisms are still being used to abolish them, and by means of dual citizenship, the religious authority to which the mosque associations abroad are subordinate, as well as conspiratorial political parties and humanitarian and cultural NGOs operating in Europe, as long as they are not banned in Germany like the IHH. Erdogan's racket can also serve the mechanisms of the rule of law in other countries in this sense, the projection of the total enemy, which is already followed by those who dedicate themselves to this work, is not yet fully developed. Although it is already behind all the enemies that can be replaced according to tactical calculations and the current situation, such as the Gulen movement, the opposition left and the Kurds in terms of domestic policy, or the Assad regime and the so-called Islamic State in terms of foreign policy, there are certainly other unifying factors in state and society alongside it, which in Turkey owe their existence to Kemalism in particular. In certain respects, this also includes a certain amount of pressure that can be exerted from outside, from the USA, NATO and the EU, but whose influence can also be traced back to older traditions in the state apparatus, for which such alliances were still important. It is still conceivable to conclude treaties, as the Erdogan regime recently did, with a country that has already been chosen as the total enemy, as can be seen from the AKP's ongoing friendly relationship with Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood, i.e. with Israel, and conversely. These treaties can also make sense for the country that is already at least unofficially at the center of the enemy image projection in Turkey, just as a person threatened by the Turkish regime must continue to strive to use all rule of law mechanisms. Something quite different, however, is the deliberate split consciousness of the German government, which on the one hand makes a deal with Turkey to arrest the masses of refugees outside the EU, and on the other hand, as can be seen directly from an answer to a question from the left party in the Bundestag, which should actually be treated confidentially, knows only too well that this contractual partner has become the central platform of action for Islamist and terrorist organizations in the Middle East thanks to the Erdogan regime. No one can say how long the process of eliminating the rule of law mechanisms will take and how long the possibility of putting a stop to it will continue to exist. At the end of the process, however, the final triumph of the rackets over the resistance of the law is certain. As deeply rooted as trust in the state to overcome crises such as the current influx of migrants remains in Germany, the misconception that anyone who opposes repressive and violent policies is already a critic of the state is rampant on the left. Very few people realize that sovereignty must be able to play both tunes, coercion and liberality, in order to survive in a highly globalized world. The fact that even doing nothing in certain situations can be a decidedly political act can be seen, for example, when a state deliberately no longer punishes crimes that are actually not tolerated by the law because it believes it will benefit from doing so. This attitude does not contradict sovereignty, but it does contradict the idea of the rule of law, which is supposed to bind and tame the sovereign itself. The well-known problem is that the reason for the validity of the law does not lie in itself, but in the sovereignty to be tamed, in other words, in the constitutive possibility of arbitrarily creating facts by force. For citizens of a constitutional state, this means that although they can invoke their rights in their daily dealings with fellow citizens and institutions, they are always dependent on these rights not being suddenly revoked in an exceptional situation. And when this exceptional situation arises is determined by the state, which can initially create unlawful facts that, in case of doubt, are only subsequently revised and annulled through constitutional procedures. Materialist critique of the state has therefore always opposed illusions about the law and emphasized its dependence on violence. The difference between law and violence should not be leveled out, but rather their necessary relationality should be considered against fetishizations of any kind. One type of fetishism consists of deifying law as an absolute, almost metaphysical being, as expressed, for example, in the delusion of the world sovereign. The other type of fetishism is to turn law into a mere manifestation of violence, thereby negating the independence of law, which is accompanied by a power of resistance to arbitrariness. In the blink of an eye, a materialist reservation thus becomes a contempt for law that no longer wants to recognize the existential significance of law in cases of doubt, but instead agrees with Carl Schmitt's decisionism. It is therefore all the more urgent for critical theory to reflect on the form of contemporary sovereignty and to explore the extent to which this threatens to undermine the legal mediation of rule. In a programmatic essay a few years ago, Clemens Nachmann identified a diffusion, a diversification of sovereignty as a prominent feature of the current social movement and drew two conclusions from this. Firstly, it is a matter of defending the mediations of the old post-fascist order, however illusory these may have been. Secondly, one must go one step further. It is an anti-German task to undertake a partial defense of the German, where German obviously does not include precisely that. Which still has to be the object of criticism, but rather a name for the rapidly fading memory of the possibility of being blissfully happy according to one's own way under the existing conditions, without being cashiered by parastate apron organizations in which the future is already being rehearsed. The aim of the social trend was the state immediacy of the subjects already realized under National Socialism, with ideological cliques taking the place of the state. The old order of post-fascism was worth defending because it had defined individual freedom itself as a state objective, which, in case of doubt, can be enforced by the state against its illegitimate use by certain individuals. As much as this freedom was subject to the reservation of the Volksgemeinschaft that the use of freedom could be condemned by the state as illegitimate in specific cases, this freedom still existed here, at least in terms of its claim, and thus in a very real sense. The moralizing rackets of today would know no pardon for any deviation from the common culture, no matter how private. It goes without saying that the German, where it stands for the separation of powers, therefore represents something better than direct democracy or Islamism. A defense of the post-fascist order, on the other hand, which on the one hand ignores the special circumstances of its implementation and on the other tears apart the connection between law and violence, also threatens to miss the essence of sovereignty, and thus at the same time to lose sight of the interlocking of instrumental reason originating from capital with Islamic needs. The central question of how this connection is to be determined, certainly not as an identity or necessary consequence, but as a conditional relationship, falls by the wayside when the West and Islam, law and violence, universalist reason and particularist culture are contrasted with each other in the abstract. If society's general tendency is towards barbarism, the decisive question is from which side the next aggravation, from where the worse threatens to come. The worse is not the completely different, the unknown, but is already inherent in society in a latent form. Social relations constantly reproduce the potential unfolding of the worse, insofar as they totalize the need for life through the mere execution of just exchange relations. According to its own logic, capital tends to reduce the factor V to zero, thereby permanently degrading humans as species beings to recipients of alms and seekers of booty. How people react to this objective process is the subject of criticism. If Marx was right and the conditions themselves turn the forms of knowledge into ideology, then common sense must be permanently mistrusted. As a result, it appears as if the greater disaster threatens to come from the subjects rather than from the social conditions in which they live and which shape their thinking. It is undoubtedly the subjects that transform mute compulsion into screaming terror, but it only seems as if it can be had without it. In fact, the progress of capital coincides with the disintegration of society. The individual finds himself increasingly defenseless and looks for allies. If it is not to be the gangs and cliques that demand the sacrifice of the individual, only the state remains as a general entity enthroned above particular interests in accordance with its own demands. The metaphor of the father state has its origins here. It grants its citizens protection from the outside world as well as from the quarreling parties within the family. In return, however, it demands loyalty and subordination, which in the best case are not directly conveyed by the granting of protection and freedom, but are also granted to naughty children to a certain extent. Precisely this, a leap of faith, is what the expression independence of the law means. The question of what role the state actually plays in the process of social disintegration, which is characterized by the spread and increase in power of family ties, rackets, to the detriment of children, weak individuals, is therefore particularly pressing. Does the state slow down the general tendency towards decay, or does it accelerate it? Justice Wertmuller has addressed this question in 2 articles and comes to an ambivalent conclusion. On the one hand, in view of the general process of decay, he sees the state as a relic worth protecting because it protects the individual. On the other hand, it is precisely the state executive in the form of Angela Merkel that is promoting the decline of the state from within. Whether the state, if it were really an object in need of protection, would still have the ability to assert itself against particular claims is a speculative question, but what is more decisive is how the relationship between the idea of the state and the reality of the state, or in other words, the constitution of the state and the practice of the state, should be conceived at present. According to Wertmuller, Merkel is an example of the spread of the psychological dissolution of boundaries to the state. Accordingly, the scenario of further decline proceeds by means of the immediate intervention of a state power acting on call. In the scenario painted by Wertmuller, the sovereignty of the state is undermined by the fact that it places itself at the service of non-state actors. The latter have succeeded in transforming Merkel from a servant of the state into a servant of the new sovereign, who has placed herself at the forefront of political development through a revolution against the nation-state. Based on the Schmittian wisdom that the sovereign is the one who decides on the state of emergency, Wertmuller defines the new sovereign as a conglomerate of students, social workers, teachers, local green and SPD functionaries, etc., which, as an auxiliary sovereign, ordered the opening of the country's borders in the refugee crisis. Although Chancellor Merkel, seemingly sovereign, opened the borders against the resistance of the majority of the population, she did so merely as the executive body of a counter-sovereign, which was made up of refugees as well as their helpers and sympathizers. Merkel had therefore deliberately dispensed with a proven state means of self-protection, the exclusion of useless or harmful people, and placed herself at the service of a superficially humanitarian but ultimately dangerous ideology. With reference to the expert opinion migration crisis as a federal constitutional problem commissioned from Udo Di Fabio by the Bavarian State Chancellery, the legal experts Jürgen Bast and Christoph Mahler's note, Di Fabio's argument has a second problem. Even if statehood were as generally protected under constitutional law as he believes, it would still have to be clarified when its existence is so questionable that a duty to protect is triggered. His formulation of uncontrolled influx ultimately leaves this open. For either the federal government cannot control the borders, in which case such a legal obligation would be useless because it could not be fulfilled, or the federal government opens the borders voluntarily, in which case it seems strange to speak of a loss of statehood. To derive from the principle of statehood the protection of the state from its own actions and thus to restrict the state's ability to act in the name of statehood is a strange argument.
End of quote.
The question now is what image of Merkel's time in government will remain in people's minds in the future. According to Wertmuller, Merkel was always strong during her time in office, where she relied on the functioning of the apparatus and did not govern with a steady, or in reality, a strong hand, but instead let the agitators and 5 to 12 apostles in her own ranks and those of the opposition run into the void in a pleasantly calm tone, but quite systematically. In contrast, she was weak from the outset when it came to countering the ideological impositions that had become a cross-party, unassailable truth and thus the raison d'etre of the state through the columns of the conservative press.
End quote.
In other words, Merkel was always a force that stopped the decline when she did not steer the state machine, but simply allowed it to process. According to this view, the state is a machine that achieves rational results by operating mindlessly and blindly. Only through personal intervention or intervention from outside does it become a tool of subjective madness. As a machine, the state guarantees rationality solely on the basis of its internal functional conditions, which opposes the irrational arbitrariness of non-state actors. But if one wanted to specify what the inherent logic of the state machinery is based on, one would first have to talk about the legislative process, the separation of powers, and perhaps even the transformation of democracy. Even Bismarck knew that the less people know about how sausages and laws are made, the better they sleep. Accordingly, Wertmüller remains silent about the genesis of laws and instead takes refuge in general formulas such as the need to differentiate between law and violence as long as there is no crackdown, although it is precisely the involution of democracy described by Agnoli that problematizes this distinction. Wertmüller treats the constitutional state as a phenomenon that is detached from society, which has decoupled itself from the subjects and therefore confronts them as a machine. On closer inspection, it therefore appears that Wertmüller is not really talking about the rule of law at all, but about bureaucratic administration as described by Max Weber. The decisive reason for the advance of bureaucratic organization has always been its purely technical superiority over any other form. A fully developed bureaucratic mechanism relates to these just as a machine relates to the non-mechanical ways of producing goods. Precision, speed, unambiguity, knowledge of records, continuity, discretion, uniformity, strict subordination, savings and friction, material and personal costs are increased to the optimum in strictly bureaucratic, especially monocratic administration by trained individual officials compared to all collegial or honorary and part-time forms.
End of quote.
Compare this description of bureaucracy with a statement by Uli Krug. Quote, "This practically means that the procedural rules of the West German state are to be preferred to the wishes of its citizens for the time being. The provisional counter-sovereign periodically rehearses the uprising in Stuttgart and elsewhere precisely for this reason, to remind the state that it has to decide morally, and not logically, folkish and not legally, that there should no longer be any institutional limits to the delusion."
End of quote.
For both Wertmüller and Krug, the idea prevails that those not yet afflicted by madness could barricade themselves behind the institutional hurdles of the state, which guarantee residual reason, against citizens who have gone mad. But it is precisely the SS, remarks Adorno, that shows how much the formal concept of rationality assumed by Weber, limited to the ends-means relation, impedes the judgment of the rationality of the ends themselves. The state machinery from which protection is hoped for is supposed to guarantee this by showing itself to be immune to the psychological irrationality of the subjects due to its autonomy, its own logic. According to Weber's rationalization thesis, the apparatus is supposed to impose its imperatives on the individual subject to it and thereby show itself to be resistant to the rampant irrationality of individuals. Their irrationality, however, is an adaptation to the irrationality of the whole, which is reflected in them. Because the instrumental reason of the administered suborganizations does not add up to a rational whole, the individuals are required to be flexible and supple in dealing with the conflicting institutions, which in turn undermines their resistance to objective irrationality. The authoritarian personality, the epitome of social irrationality, is a result of this subjugation, not its counter-principle. Since positive law leaves room for interpretation and is not strictly defined by a single purpose, it also obeys anyone who has it at their disposal. The basic law attempts to protect it from arbitrary access by linking it back to human rights, a lesson learned from the failure of the Weimar Republic, which, according to the unanimous view of constitutional lawyers, was not sufficiently defensive against the enemies of the state. However, since the basic law must necessarily distinguish between civil and human rights, because the state, which is formally committed to the realization of human rights, is only capable of exercising particular rule on a specific territory over a specific group of people, it finds itself in an ambivalent position. On the one hand, the democratic state can only fulfill its role if it serves a clearly demarcated demos, but if it does so exclusively, it exaggerates its particular obligation and closes itself off to humanity. However, if it serves the latter, it can no longer fulfill its democratic task. Every state is by definition particular, but without state authority, human rights are not real rights. Thus the state lacks universal access, and universal law, as a direct consequence, lacks validity. But the problem goes even deeper. The state, too, is not a monolithic block, but fragmented within itself. Its individual parts serve different masters and different purposes. This is important for the diagnosis of the present insofar as the seemingly trivial talk of protecting the mediations of the constitutional state conceals the fact that parts of the state bureaucracy, and not just the head, itself advocate ideological goals. Far from being merely executive members of an independent, anonymous apparatus, the civil servants and employees of the public sector have a more lasting impact on reality than the idea of the state machine would suggest. However, state personnel are not something external and alien to the constitutional state, which requires the mediation and implementation of real people in order to exist at all. The old German dream of legalizing everything possible springs from a civil servant's soul that desires nothing more than a dispensation from political decisions. Conversely, however, the need to interpret law and justice means that the liberality of a society depends essentially on the consciousness of the people who support it. Hegel knew this very well and subsequently formulated his thesis of the state as the realization of the objective spirit, which drove generations of critics of the state to despair. In other words, if the law is not mediated with the society that creates, interprets, and applies it, it does not exist. Accordingly, law, like the value to which it corresponds as a political form, is a real abstraction that is not valid because it is written down, but because people who are born into a relationship of rule practically follow what is written down. The central question is to find the reasons why they do or do not do this. As little as individual thefts cancel out the value form, so little do they affect the legal form, whether they pursue rational interests in their decisions or not. However, the motive of merely keeping the seemingly soulless machine, which for this very reason provides a minimum of protection, running and not intervening in its operation, eludes precisely this question. After all, the subjects that Wertmuller rightly fears are shaped to their very core by the social institutions that are now supposed to oppose them. To contrast these very subjects with the rule of law in the abstract, as if the latter could manage without subjects, implies that the law applies itself. However, its rationality is not destiny, and the state is not an automatic subject. From the correct argument that general law, even in its post-Nazi variant, is preferable to sheer arbitrariness, the false conclusion is drawn that law is the cure for fragmented rule, which, correctly and consequent applied, could eliminate the contaminating subjective factor and grant the individual protection from the rackets. When a court, as recently in the case of the arson attack on the Wuppertal synagogue, declares anti-Semitism non-existent in a verdict, legal idealists can only react by either seeking a procedural error or declaring the law morally impermissible. Point 16 in the case of anti-Semitism, which is only prohibited in Germany if it expresses itself in a specific way, whereby the specificity, in turn, requires interpretation. This is a rather helpless position that relies on the judges, who read the Süddeutsche Zeitung every day, watch ARD Weltspiegel plus Tatort every Sunday, and are driven by the usual resentments, suddenly switching off this imprint in the courtroom and only listening to the voice of reason. Very unlikely, as the Karlsruhe federal judge Thomas Fischer explained in Die Zeit. It is not only the relationship between bureaucracy and the rule of law that needs to be defined in more detail if the question of possible resistance to the collapse of the state is to be answered, but also the role of particular communities within society. The bourgeois ideal has always been a society consisting only of individuals who, although in competition with each other, are synthesized by the invisible hand, and in this way contribute indirectly to the common good with their selfish interests. In truth, citizens have always helped themselves to success in social competition by joining together with others to form groups, or rackets. The economic process of monopoly and cartel formation, which according to the diagnosis of critical theory in the 1930s, turned into the new Ordnungspolitik of the National Socialist non-state Newman, has been preceded since early bourgeois times by the separation into professional and religious political rackets, the latter of which in the form of the modern denominations define their position in society primarily by their proximity or distance to the respective ruler. The fundamental reform attempts of the nation-state in the modern era to homogenize the population not only brought mass suffering, death, and displacement, but also took group formation to a new level with nationalism instead of inaugurating true universality. If, in the so-called post-national age, nationalism is increasingly frowned upon by the elites because success in global competition permanently requires the transgression of nation-state borders, without making the nation-state form itself obsolete, it can come as no surprise in a society based on the commodity fetish that people do not join together to form an association of free individuals, but instead seek to improve their starting position in the struggle for spoils through targeted re-archaization and religious cultural community building. What can be observed in the new right-wing parties in Europe is that the rediscovery of nationalism does not really differ from racket formation in terms of content. Showing people the price they pay when they engage in this re-archaization is a basic motif of materialist critique, which stands alongside the ideology-critical analysis of why they perhaps do it against all reason. First of all, however, the starting point of critique must always be the individual, because it is the individual that is at stake. For what reasons and to what end do individuals join certain collectives? As human beings are social beings, and this is not to be seen as a deficiency, but rather as an advantage. Collectivity is not per se associated with the oppression and conditioning of the individual. Social groups can also have a function that strengthens the individual, and little would be gained if American-style communitarianism were to be countered as an ideal by the post-Nazi nation-state, of all things, which sets the individual as an atomized subject incapable of state intervention. Franz Neumann already saw a danger for the individual in the elimination of democratic associations, above all the trade unions, but with regard to the USA, it should be added, also church congregations and cultural associations. In today's Germany, there are no longer any associations between the individual and the state that could protect the individual and support his freedom. The dissolution and assimilation of all social groups, the destruction of any democratic co-determination within the associations, the superimposition of the leader principle, all this results in the complete atomization of society and enables comprehensive control of the individual by the state.
End of quote.
Collectives are therefore to be evaluated according to the extent to which they increase the freedom, self-determination and happiness of the individual, or whether they oppress him, make him stupid and ultimately, sacrifice him. If the nation-state is contrasted with the Islamic racket as a positive in this respect, this is based on a considerable historical blindness, despite all the necessary differentiations. Since Wertmüller is aware of the bloody history and the logic of nationalism that terrorizes the individual, he separates the republic as an enlightened and rational form of government from the blood nation and believes that he has thereby played off law against arbitrariness. In today's republic, which is threatened on all sides by cultural communities and many small counter-sovereigns, the isolated individual alone should still be able to invoke the law. However, the law does not hover above society, but is dependent on its development, just as the rackets do not form out of nothing, but arise from the crisis of the nation-state order itself. Of course, Krug is also aware of this, briefly referring to Otto Kirchheimer's account of the development of law, but in his exuberance he identifies a retarding, alien moment within post-Nazism from the possibility of protecting oneself judicially. He correctly notes that after the Second World War, under the aegis of the Western Allies, individual protection and objection functions, the generality of the law and the standardization of its procedures were re-implanted. However, the implementation of this re-implanted law depended on the Germans, who had better or worse things to do than to apply it to the murderers among them. This fact prompted the same Kirchheimer to state, the behavior of state officials, who together with the political elite create and shape the institutions, determines the effectiveness of the existing legal system. As little as laws derive seamlessly from the basic law, they do not apply themselves. The consciousness of the subjects is present in every state activity. Procedural regulations and ordinances define the scope for decision-making and thus set limits to the arbitrariness of the subjects, but the cases are not subsumed under the laws by themselves. Responsibility cannot be shifted to the institutions. As Fritz Bauer once astutely recognized, they can make paragraphs, they can write articles, they can make the best basic laws, what they need are the right people to live these things.
End quote.
The dialectical interpenetration of culture and industrial production, as described by Nachtmann in his essay on the aging of anti-German critique as a phenomenon of the substantialization of exchange value, also applies to administration. Not only are the products of industry culturally and morally charged, but administrations are also culturally grounded entities. Corporate cultures cannot get along with each other, which is why mergers of different bureaucracies fail. State and private bureaucracies follow and advertise their philosophy, and departments obey an esprit de corps. The higher spirit that consumers claim to serve when they buy vegan or fair trade products does not stop at the institutions in which these consumers serve. The irrationality of the whole is communicated to the parts. Formal rationality, which is limited to the end-means relationship, makes it possible to charge the end with ideology. It is precisely because this rationality is indifferent to the end that it can be put to use. It is the spirit of the new capitalism to take up the cause of saving the world.
Google, Apple, and Company
do not want to be merely capitalist companies, but moral actors who promote the salvation of the world. And representatives of the old economy such as RWE or BMW do not want to be left behind and try to give their goods the most innovative design and their administrations the latest spirit. Because the goods refer back to the company, it is not only these goods that are ideologically charged, but also the companies that produce them. Culturally and morally charged goods presuppose either cynical or ideologically convinced actors. It is not only the modern consumer who follows a philosophy of life such as vegetarianism. Companies and their marketing offices also try to make moral and cultural values credibly their own. A company that can prove that it uses morals merely instrumentally, but does not make them part of its corporate philosophy and does not live them, as the jargon goes, is at risk of being punished by consumers. Companies and bureaucracies in general need authentic employees who are committed to their work, which is why tattoos, piercings and strange beard styles have long since ceased to be an obstacle to employment in an administrative position. Even the cliché of the gray tax official pointed to the identity of personality and task, and the hipster in the job center today radiates the necessary flexibility, willingness to adapt and the presumptuous self-confidence of the modern work monad. The ideologically blinded are not only on the side of the consumer, but also on the other side of the fence. The ideal of this society is the indistinguishability of inside and outside. What is to be administered should follow exactly the same ideas and laws that the administration obeys. Conversely, the objects of administration also impose their spirit on the administration. The humanization of the state and the nationalization of society are interdependent, and the bureaucratic administrative apparatuses are not uninvolved in this. The pioneer of this development was the democratic state itself. In this respect, democracy is not much more than a corporate philosophy. For it to function, the democratic state needs employees and subjects who think democratically. The state is measured by its citizens against the ideal of an administration that is supposed to serve those who form the state. The Wutberger is not only morally indignant about a state that is no longer faithful to this ideal, he also wants to know better and be able to do better. He identifies with the purpose of the state through and is an expert on the question of how this purpose can be served more efficiently. He shows the state where and how it can save money and how it could spend it better. If the AfD, for example, is to be believed, then supporting refugees at the expense of social spending for Germans is detrimental to the common good. The Merkel parliamentary group counters that spending on refugees is an investment in the future in view of the shortage of skilled workers and demographic trends. Both have their ideologies, but what they have in common is the state's strict commitment to the ends means rationality, which turns the subjects, who cease to be individuals in these calculations, into mere objects of domination and administration. Treating people equally here means declaring them equally unworthy and recognizing their sacrifice for the sake of the common good as a comprehensible measure that may have no alternative. The ruling of the Cologne Regional Court on circumcision can serve as an example of how people influence state institutions. It aimed to restrict individual freedom by limiting parental authority over their children and placing them more immediately under the control of the state. The judgment was an expression of a political justice system that used the law as a means of undermining the protective function of the law against the state. The fact that the ruling, as well as the law that ultimately came about, deprives the Islamic patriarchy of a central option for correction is as true as it is politically welcome. However, to the extent that normative appreciation was superimposed on the analysis of what formally took place there, it suddenly appeared as if the state was the ideologically neutral custodian of the individual, following only the egalitarian logic of the law. Thomas Moll, for example, wrote that positive law of its own accord had urged a ban on the circumcision of boys and welcomed the ruling as an expression of legal logic. As a case of political justice, however, the Cologne court ruling shows how rackets in the state can instrumentalize the law. Political justice, writes Kirchheimer, aims to eliminate political opponents. Added to this is the psychological effect of political processes on the population. An attempt is therefore made to suggest to the population an image of political reality that makes the accused the embodiment of antisocial tendencies. Under totalitarian conditions, the judicial apparatus is entirely at the disposal of those in power. Under the rule of law, the government can use the judicial apparatus to directly eliminate its opponents through charges of treason, sedition, and, in certain cases, perjury. But it cannot prevent other groups from also making use of the judicial apparatus, albeit in a somewhat limited form. They may instigate insult trials or initiate perjury proceedings. In this way, groups excluded from power can influence the political imagination of their fellow citizens and try to oust those currently in power from their positions or keep rival groups out of power. The group of circumcision opponents that initially managed to gain access to the courts was made up of professors, a judge, a public prosecutor, and members of the Giordano Bruno Foundation. The radical atheism that united them all was responsible for their inability to differentiate between Jewish and Muslim circumcision of boys. This put them in opposition to the majority of Jews in Germany and sparked a campaign launched by themselves in which Jews were ultimately portrayed as religiously motivated child abusers. The whole smear comedy, in which the legal scholar and university lecturer Home Putzke played a key role, can be read in an excellent summary in the Berliner Tagesspiegel. What Putzke wrote affirmatively at the beginning of his programmatic essay on circumcision of boys can be seen as a summary of the relationship between law, state, racket, and individual discussed here. Quote, "There is no guarantee of eternity for conventions, morality, and religion. No one who claims to be reasonable would think of taking the entire text of the Bible literally and aligning their behavior completely with it. Everything has its time, and times change."
End quote.
Even if Putzke used this relativization of absolute principles as an opportunity to push through his questionable political agenda, it also shows that there is no solid ground on which the individual can stand. In the prevailing society, the weal and woe of the individual remains dependent on power, arbitrariness, and violence, it remains the task of materialist critique to bring society to the realization that a reasonable coexistence also implies a break with the form in which it is constituted. If in these times of pronounced crisis the return of the state is conceded, indeed vigorously demanded by everyone, this expresses the fact that in this country leisure pursuits, sexual practices or habits of dress and diet may differ from time to time, but that one thing can be relied on: the Germans' unconditional trust in their state. The basis of this trust is the libidinous misjudgment of what constitutes the state of capital, namely being the militant guarantor of the inverted social context. If the state is not conceived as an obstacle to individual freedom, but is instead embraced as a father, then it should not only provide warmth for the citizens belonging to it, but should also be allowed to organize the flip side of Oedipal care, the threat of castration. In the infantile gestures of those who have come up short, which are currently and once again mainly directed against bank managers and so-called locusts, the whole state fetishism based on persecution is resolved, which continues to identify the Germans as particularly evil specimens of the human species and, in an incomprehensible routine, drives them to the same old appeals to the fascist potency of their state. In It Can't Be That Those Up There. And One Should. The panicked subject longs for the generalization of his need for punishment into an overall social imperative that would be able to establish the identity of the citizen with his state. For despite their extended arrogance of omnipotence, citizens do not want to be completely alone in slashing and stabbing at the enemies of the community. Although the celebrated pleasure in drudgery and the enthusiasm in and for dull masses under the patronage of the sovereign was largely fought for by the German left in its most important form, social democracy, it has never been reducible to it. Whenever someone from the CDU or CSU circles rants about the tasks of the state, its responsibility and the sense of community and talks about abolishing circulation while maintaining domination and exploitation, they usually get just as shaky as the National Socialist Lafontaine. The indistinguishability of the competing factions, which Horkheimer described as the dark relationship between Bismarck and Lassalle in matters of state control, is omnipresent even after National Socialism, which brought about the complete fusion of state and citizen across all classes. They all love their state and their constitution, regardless of which club, association, or party they belong to. The pivotal point of the criticism of post-Nazi society is the continuity of the now democratized Volksgemeinschaft, not the class, which for its part is only relevant as a resource for university and research sociologists and as doping for their left-wing movement comrades. When, for example, Joachim Hirsch, one of the best-known key wordsmiths for radical left-wing street fighters, dryly discusses the functioning of the bourgeois state, only to immediately come up with a feverish idea of global grassroots democracy, which he calls radical reformism, as an alternative to the capitalist state, he is speaking in the spirit of the left-wing movement's repression of the completely deformed real subject. Panic, destructiveness, and anti-Semitism are still terms that the materialist friends of the masses can do nothing with. A globalization from below, as Hirsch calls for, would actually mean a fight against the state, but only against the Jews, in the eyes of the left-wing internationalists who come together at world social forums, etc. For if the different factions of the no-globals are united by anything, then it is the fight against Israel, in addition to the obligatory anger at circulation. A criticism of the state that is aware of the possibility that even worse is possible at any time is therefore still crucial. It is precisely those leftists who include the state in their respective accounts who regularly fail to make the necessary effort with the term, which consists of not forgetting the difference between normality and the state of exception. A critique of the state must be aware of what it has in mind and what would take its place. Anti-nationalism is not critical, it is stupid. A critique of the state that is supposed to be good for more than a guide to action for autonomous jumping jacks or a large group sociological interlude in boring university life must start from the individual and not speak confidently of classes or masses. Only then is it possible to think meaningfully about the negative potential of enthusiasm for the state, which has survived the change in form of authoritarianism and no longer smolders in the Prussian subject, but in the post-Nazi active citizen, a transformation that can be wonderfully studied in the figure of Bernd Stromberg. The subject of these days, who as a worker is supposed to be autonomous, flexible and spontaneous and regularly fails in the face of this demand and is increasingly ashamed, is the result of the historical change in the composition of capital, which issues the motto for the workers who are still needed that authoritarian obedience is less productive. The job scroungers who feel like entrepreneurs of their own accord, who forfeit welfare state-regulated security on the open labor market and experience that no heroic and high-threshold leader conjures up guarantees, may lose faith in the state's provisioning function, but they do not renounce it as a result. On the contrary, they become active themselves, speaking and acting, when they become political, as if they were small states themselves. And of course they would be more consequent, tougher and more honest than the corrupt politicians presented to them by the media. The fact that, in contrast, those who are honestly concerned about anti-Semitism initiate campaigns against Iran and scatter lists of signatures around the world, name the disaster but shy away from criticizing the conditions of the disaster, is a recent problem that has led the practice of solidarity with Israel, which was not conceived as folklore marketing and PR bullshit, but as a critique of ideology,
ad absurdum.
It is annoying that people who have our support in their substantive demands, such as Israel's right to self-defense, the fight against Iran, etc., resort to methods that they could have learned in the Manual for Civic Politics on their own initiative and thus act at the level of civil society stump production. Even if the protagonists of practical solidarity with Israel talk like Musel's Count Leinsdorf, they should actually realize when distributing the signature lists, creating the campaign slogan, squinting at well-known personalities and pandering to the next biggest journo or party, a working group for Israel in the left party is an embarrassment that can only be described as grotesque. That their practice produces far more excitement than sense. It may offend. The most profitable thing that could be done for Israel and the abolition of anti-Semitism would be the realm of freedom. But as long as this cannot be achieved with people as they are, criticism as the intellectual anticipation of revolution, Hans-Jürgen Kroll, remains the last and best possibility for political intervention for those who cannot believe that Israel's security can be established under the global rule of crazy forms and who are aware of the limits of their own ability to act. The German model has come under pressure to change. In addition to the restructuring of the welfare state, a redistribution of state competencies is increasingly being considered. In connection with the future structure of the EU, relevant journals have been debating such a change in the structural organization of the state for some time. Here, however, the focus is less on the usual juxtaposition of European superstructure and remaining state activities, as well as the effects on the sovereignty of the respective nation-states, and more on the relationship between state and region, as envisaged by the German side for a future Europe. Regionalism is not only the subject of political science considerations, it is also popular. The fear of a Moloch Europe and the Brussels bureaucracy has ingredients reminiscent of the well-known fear of the evil empire. Since the latter has lost its horror through parcelling out and is now only the home of the mafia and migrant workers, the protection that the desired powerful Europe was supposed to provide is now more in demand as isolation and an effective border regime. A new superstructure is also considered necessary to defend against global capitalism, which is often identified with the USA Europe as a protective community based on strength and confrontation potential in the military, economic, and monetary fields. In this respect, Europe should mark out the terrain within which competition is fought out without weapons. The regions, steel district against steel district, are increasingly appearing as the subjects of the competition, whose strengthening as units capable of acting is being pursued and whose interdependence is moving to the center of political and economic strategies, Seat and Wolfsburg. At the same time, a stronger self-constitution of the region as a productive and cultural homeland is taking place. The fact that the reference to home/region corresponds to the highest degree to the given requirements of global market competition is hardly recognized. When the German government now argues for the strengthening of the regions in the EU and federalism as a form of union, this naturally needs to be explained, because every federation is governed by the strongest of its members. It is suddenly understood that Bonn has set itself the goal of a federal Europe.
End of quote.
However, this assumption by former French General Pierre Gallois is at best half the truth. German politicians are not simply reinforcing a trend towards regionalization that is independent of them, but are instead advocating the German version of it. This strengthening of regionalism within the EU pursued by Germany corresponds externally to the concept of anti-hegemonic cooperation directed against the USA. The future regions are to ensure basic integration as part of the states and the EU in a mixture of self-administration, ethnic and cultural particularism, and economic and ecological regionalism. The regions are seen as flexible and, in terms of productive structure and social composition, integrating units. As market players, they should strengthen informal cooperative relationships and create a unity of action between companies, employees, the population, and the administration. This discussion is stimulated by the fact that regional responses are currently being given anyway to adapt to the conditions of exploitation, which are becoming conscious as a crisis of reproduction of universal society within the national framework or as a crisis of the state itself. The first steps towards perpetuating this process have long since been taken. For example, when unemployment assistance financed by the federal government is cut in order to phase out the long-term unemployed, but the local authorities have to step in with social assistance. Regionalism as a concept is intended to free the state from dead, non-productive costs. By scandalizing the simple use of state transfers in fighting terms such as supply mentality or social fraud, the aim is not only to lower the level of social guarantees, but also to generally question their raison d'être and their function for certain sections of the population. The current development increases the need for state integration, but also restricts the material means for this. Thus, the discovery of the post-Fordist world of work, the shift of responsibility to lower levels, is celebrating its political triumph in regionalism. The previous self-determination of the federal states is to be expanded to include further elements of personal responsibility. The realization of manageable living spaces, this common ideal of classical conservatives and the offspring of the former alternative movement, appears in the economic discussion as flexibility in relation to world market requirements, in the discussion about health and social standards as integration into self-help structures, and in the discussion about crime as suburban social hygiene with the help of local vigilante groups. Since federalism was reintroduced under the Allies, it has been regarded as anti-fascist because it represents a rejection of a centralized, homogeneous state. Sympathy for regionalism therefore appears to be a success for Allied policy towards Germany. Behind this honorable facade, however, a sense of community, beyond class and a consciousness of class affiliation, is at work today in the regional community of interests at the location for success on the world market. The success of a subsidiarism modeled on this image will depend, in addition to the unsecured EU-wide enforceability, on whether the regional location provides enough holding power for the inhabitants to endure those economic and social uncertainties. While ubiquitous unemployment and legal regulations limit labor migration within the EU, a deteriorating standard of living is to be sweetened by ethnic and cultural regional ties. And so, together with xenophobia, the willingness to commit oneself to the location is growing at home, because not only the mayor of Erlangen knows that in the tougher and now often international competition between locations, the economic consequences alone would be a disaster if a city were to lose its appeal. FAZ August 15, 97. The peacefulness of the social partnership was thus maintained in Germany, partly to the astonishment of political observers, despite considerably reduced social transfers and the absolute lengthening of the working day. In the context of economic and monetary union, there is a growing tendency to use the EU to revive the success story of German corporatist production culture. In the FRG, there are currently calls for an acceleration of politics, NZZ 9/10.8.97, be it through BDI President Henkel's push in July for a restructuring of the political system, or through Graf Lambsdorff's call for genuine federalism. The grumblings about a political blockade of state leadership by the rediscovered duality of party, state, and government, in which the parties exploited federalism for their own purposes and thus discredited it, stand for an authoritarian mood against the preventive power of the partial powers. FAZ December 8, 97. However, this is not aimed at abolishing federalism in Germany but, on the contrary, at making it more effective by changing the distribution of powers between the federal states and the federal government, or reorganizing the states in the direction of more effective, viable political units with a view to a future EU. This is why, in the same issue of the FAZ of December 8, 97, there is also a demand for greater independence of the federal states, e.g., in the form of limited fiscal autonomy. There are also calls for the Bundesbank to have sole responsibility for monetary policy, i.e., the annulment of the codetermination of the state central banks, while at the same time the heads of the state chancelleries and Senate administrations are working on ways of transferring areas of federal law back to state law in several areas: higher education framework law, farewell to uniform models, social law, abolition of uniform federal social assistance rates, construction planning law, assembly law, genetic engineering law. In contrast to the insistence of Stoiber, Biedenkopf and Vosgerau on co-decision by the minister-presidents on the admission of further countries to the EU, the federal government is to be strengthened for effective European and global policy. However, when it comes to social standards and location policy, the regional decision-making levels are to apply. Equal opportunities are no longer sought for individuals but for regions to which the individuals belong. In future, there should be fewer general social policy guarantees from the state. In the future, these should rather be organized by the regions and thus create regional loyalties with economic and socio-political autonomy. Region is the magic word for resource-based home identities and cultural economic units. Much more beneficial to the common good than the competition of the many for the reproduction guarantees of one state seems to be limited regional competition between economic regions. Inequalities in living conditions could be tolerated more easily in a large number of smaller regions than within larger units. The traditional federalism of the FRG was characterized by the constitutional obligation to ensure the uniformity of living conditions. With this mandate, the federal government justified the expansion of its legislative powers and relativized the autonomy of the federal states. However, such a uniformity of living conditions should no longer apply to a future Europe. Political advisors are therefore pondering how more diversity and competition can be reconciled with solidarity between the federal states. If this can be achieved, there is every reason to hope that the Federal Republic will be able to play its regional policy trump card.
End of quote.
In German corporatism, the state acts as the architect of parity-based regulatory institutions, for which it sets the rules of the game and the objectives. This form of corporatism requires a strong state and parts that act independently in line with the purpose of the state. The current changes in the healthcare system, for example, are not simply based on funding cuts and reallocations, but on corporatization as a health policy strategy, which has become increasingly pronounced since the 1970s as an alternative to direct state control. The resources of the associations, in particular their capacity for obligation, are placed at the service of state policy objectives. The internalization of state control requirements through self-administration is probably only surpassed in its extent in Austria. Even if there is widespread and sometimes gloating talk of a crisis in the German model, it should not be overlooked that its consensual nature has never been seriously called into question. The link between social pacification and maximum labor productivity, as well as high wages and the welfare state, has its fans not only in Germany but all over the world, among French leaders and trade unions as well as in the extensive U.S. sphere of influence with Laurent Kabila in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Even the coup general of 1971, Hugo Banzer, tried the social market economy based on the German model in order to become Bolivian president again in 1997, but this time by
election.
With Germany at the center of attention, the French insurance expert Michel Albert described a Rhenish model of capitalism as a combination of capitalism and social democracy, which has been fighting for world domination against the neo-American model of capitalism, especially since the collapse of real socialism. Instead of an insight into the necessity of liberation from capitalism, sharpened by the German model, Albert describes a Germany that has become a model of capitalism with a humane face, against the neoliberalism of the US style. Germany is attractive to a social reformist left. These former guerrillas in Colombia, Venezuela, Guatemala and El Salvador have long since left the hideouts in the mountains and highlands and founded reformist political parties in the cities. All of these former guerrillas are now fighting for Rhineland capitalism, writes the New York Times, for a welfare state with strong trade unions and high tax burdens, the likes of which can only be found in Germany. In the view of the U.S. magazine Newsweek from March 96, however, the German model carries the German disease, a deadly combination of overpaid and underemployed workers, rigid labor laws, risk-averse management and an overactive state. A change to the German model is on the agenda, but not as an annulment of the previous one by adopting U.S. practices, but as a plan to establish a new model of consensus, competition and productivity in the EU. It is valid to speak of a Rhineland capitalism in Europe, because with the increasing cooperation within the EU, Germany has transferred essential elements of its system to the EU states. For example, with the help of the future European Central Bank, the commitment to monetary stability. With the stability of money, not only the usability of the euro against the dollar is in the sights of politicians, but also the endeavor to further expand a political culture in Europe that is particularly familiar from Germany. The strength of the DM expresses the confidence that investment capital places in Germany, in the Germany of the few strikes and the trade unions, which are fully aware of their responsibility for the profitability of Germany as a business location. The binding declaration of the stability criteria for participation in the future euro implies a commitment on the part of capital and labor to a smooth overall process understood as the common good. In the past, the unity of the nation was speculated on with a strong Europe. The motive for German European policy before 1989 was predetermined by German policy in the sense of a softening and loosening of the Iron Curtain. Quote, in the realization that the nation-state is an outdated element that can no longer serve the European peoples as a refuge of self-determination, their prosperity and their spiritual development, it should become easy for the Germans to decide to see the focus of their national interests in the creation of a greater area system in which the coexistence of their nation would naturally become possible again. In order to remain German, i.e. in order to preserve the foundations of our national independence in the era of the space age and to restore the community of our people, we must become Europeans.
End of quote.
Only a pronounced federalism would give the peoples the opportunity to devote themselves to the cultivation of their creative qualities determined by mentality and tradition. In these sentences, which Franz Joseph Strauss uttered as finance minister in 1967, the German division, which was perceived as a necessity, and the claim to world status became a virtue of cooperation between nations. As late as 1989, the then minister-president of Baden-Württemberg, Lothar Spath, echoed Strauss' credo, "We must use European initiatives to demonstrate our willingness to transfer to the community those foreign and security policy sovereignty rights that would theoretically allow us to strive for territorial change as a goal of national policy."
End quote.
However, after the Aussies switched to the D-mark instead of Europe, There were shifts in German policy between the nation-state and political union. Although the concepts for a fully valid preservation of the nation-state had long existed, they only became the position of official German politics after the GDR's accession, as can be seen, for example, in the change in CDU rhetoric. Federalism, which was seen as a prerequisite for German strength and had proven itself during the annexation of the GDR, was strongly emphasized, as was the plea for strengthening regional identities. The Unification Manifesto of the 1990 CDU Party Conference stated, "We want to pave the way for a United States of Europe through political union." In 1992, the document of the Dusseldorf Party Conference dealt with the Maastricht Treaty. Quote, "In keeping with the novel character of the unification process, its outcome will be historically novel. The aim of the European Constitution cannot be defined in conventional terms. However, the CDU in Germany is striving for a federal solution."
End quote.
The 1994 Basic Program states, "We want a strong Europe that secures the future of the nations. The European Union must be free, democratic, federal, subsidiary, and a federal state. The nation-state will change in the course of this development, but it will not dissolve. Rootedness at home, national identity, and European commonality complement and depend on each other."
End of quote.
Whereas in the past the European federal state was supposed to restore the nation, today home roots and national identity are supposed to preserve European differences. Thus, no EU uniformity is being sought, which would mean a social community obligation. The purpose of the EU reform would be to enable a variable geometry, or multiple speeds. The CDU/CSU parliamentary group in the Bundestag committed itself to the institutional development of the EU by reforming all existing institutions. This must be based on the model of a federal state structure and the principle of subsidiarity, and thus be modeled on the German model. With this in mind, Bundesbank President Tietmeyer called in the Handelsblatt, June 2, 1996, for more flexibility and competition and not more integration and harmonization. Not all issues need to be heaved onto the European level. It is the basic idea of subsidiarity that, where possible, decisions should be taken at the level of the regions and the nation-state, says Wolfgang Schäuble in a new paper on German foreign policy after the tide changed in 1989-90. The concept of subsidiarity, which stems from Catholic social teaching and is based on the ideas of the estates, means that the superordinate social/political unit only carries out those tasks that cannot be carried out by subordinate units, family, municipality, member state, church, or would not produce the desired result. The right of small circles of life is intended to regulate the course of solidarity action between self-help and authoritarian paternalistic intervention. Subsidiarity imposes on the state the duty to be helpful to its recognized members. The state, as the embodiment of the general beyond social antagonisms, exercises unchallenged supervision over solidarity within society, which it itself guarantees and, if necessary, enforces as a community. The corporation that has earned state recognition then acts quasi on behalf of the state. The Church, too, first had to prove that it supported the state before it could act on a subsidiary basis, which is why Scientology is not recognized in Germany. In the Weimar Republic, the principle of subsidiarity was the basis for the state's compulsory arbitration system in labor disputes as an expression of the Volksgemeinschafts's balancing of wage, labor, and capital. The social policy of the Federal Republic of Germany is also based on this principle, Federal Social Welfare Act. Subsidiarity created a link from the welfare state postulate via the Vaterländische Hilfsdienstgesetz, Patriotic Relief Service Act, to the Stinnes-Legion Agreement of 1918. The principle of subsidiarity can be understood as an individual or group principle, but also as a territorial principle. The territorial principle refers to the state, country, or district, while the group principle refers to minorities, ethnic groups, or social groups. It does not serve the purpose of greater proximity to citizens, as is often said, but rather the strengthening of the responsibility of the individual for the whole and the direct economic and ideological utilization of this responsibility. German expansion in Europe can be regarded as assured because the regions in Europe that are strong in terms of their production culture and economic power also benefit most from a federal and regional EU concept. The collective will to self-assertion invoked by Strauss today relies on the flexibility of the regions. True to this tradition, most of the European concepts being discussed in Germany strive for competitive regionalism. Regions thus become units of integration, held together by a regional location identity in which corporate identity and band formation merge. As early as 1989, Lothar Spath dreamed of the FRG, the former only EC state with a federalist structure and experience, becoming a system-shaping power in a future Europe. The FRG was to enforce federalism in Europe by mediating between the English position of a merely symbolic union and the French position of comprehensive central authority. At that time, Spath developed a scenario in which, in addition to the uniform macrostructures, regions, states and provinces emerge stronger from the European unification process and enter into a competition between locations in the internal market and between local and regional policies. This peculiar unity of diversity and homogeneity should not only be good for adapting economic, scientific and technological capacities to international competitive requirements, but also for preserving national identities and expanding cultural diversity. Alongside the harmonization of technical developments and legal frameworks, there are regionally styled production regimes for the absorption of added value. Germany has become the spokesperson for regionally based policy concepts. The transfer of federalist and regional principles to the political, institutional, linguistic and ethnic cultural heterogeneity of the member states of the European Union has led to a reorganization of political spaces, especially where federalism has not previously had a state-constituting character, not only in Eastern Europe, where decentralization was understood as a democratic reform in the course of the rapprochement with the EU, but also in Wallonia, Scotland and Padania. The Labour government, for example, has set up an advisory council for changing the state system and has just held a vote on regional parliaments for Scotland and soon for Wales. The German federal states already have the status of regions in Europe. They have their own offices in Brussels and can compete with some member states of the European Union in terms of population and economic output. At the EU, regions are initially the administrative reference points for funding from the grant pots. Partly because the practice of allocating European funds is exclusively regionally oriented, a push towards decentralization and regionalization began in the EC in the mid-1980s. The criteria for a region are not uniform. They can be the federal states, as in Germany, but ethnic, tradition-related and production-related criteria can also play a role, whereby one cannot usually do without the other. In Belgium, 3 regions with economic policy competencies were established in 1980, and in France 22 regions were established in 1982, with a further 4 outside geographical Europe. Finally, Spain joined the EC in 1986, a country whose post-Francis Constitution of 1978 established the regionalization of political structures. The centralized orientation of the EU, which was reinforced by the accession of Denmark, Great Britain and Ireland in 1973, belongs to a bygone era. Apart from the FRG, there are still regions with legislative powers in Austria, Belgium, Italy and Spain. With the exception of Greece, all member states have directly elected regional assemblies. The withdrawal of the state as a service provider corresponds to a simultaneous increase in its regulatory powers for the framework conditions of the market and law. The legitimacy of the supranational EU arises from the need for a global presence. The legitimacy of the member state would come from its constitutive role for the EU and the remaining regulatory competences not transferred to European institutions. With the principle of subsidiarity established by Germany in the EU Treaty, regions are becoming more and more political units. The state and the EU ensured that the competition between locations was below the Yugoslavian threshold. Subsidiarity, which was included in the Maastricht Treaty under German pressure, was specified in Amsterdam. According to point 5 of the 13-point protocol, the community should only be able to act if the objectives of the proposed action cannot be sufficiently achieved by action by the member states within the framework of their constitutional system and can therefore be better achieved by action by the community. This means that, in addition to the national level, the regional or state level is established in accordance with the German constitutional order. What this means in practice is not yet clear, the FAZ continues, and may have to be clarified by the European Court of Justice. Then the prevailing indifference and astonishment that accompanied the German desire for more subsidiarity during the government negotiations could be a thing of the past. The federal government's policy in Amsterdam was not to extend community tasks to areas where the interests of the federal states and German, so-called cultural characteristics would have been affected. For example, Kohl prevented the extension of majority decisions in industrial policy, the professional code, German Crafts Code, the right of establishment, freedom of movement and the right of asylum, which was otherwise always demanded, particularly against the British. The Ministry of Health also announced that a treaty amendment proposed by the Commission to harmonize and align health systems would not be implemented. The aim is to intensify, but not extend, core European competences, Handelsblatt June 17, 1997. Elsewhere, France and Germany wanted to enable majority decisions for flexible integration, with a joint initiative. According to this, EU states willing to do so should be able to join forces more closely in certain areas in order to implement the core European concepts and the multi-speed Europe more easily. However, the British added the proviso that an individual state could veto this. One example of flexible integration, however, is the arrangement reached in Amsterdam, according to which the Schengen Agreement becomes community law, but the UK, Ireland, and Denmark are allowed to retain their border controls. So far, the German side has not been able to establish the Committee of the Regions as a third chamber on the Brussels stage alongside the Council of Ministers and Parliament. Only the Committee's co-decision rights vis-a-vis the Council and Parliament have been extended, for example with regard to employment, social, environmental, and transport policy. The French and English attempts to push back federalist structures in the European treaties as a means of aligning them with the German state structure are countered by the federal government's efforts to strengthen the federal states. This promises plenty of potential for conflict in the future. Another element of Germany's regionalization efforts is the promotion of cross-border regional cooperation within the EU. This will bring interests and loyalties across the existing states to bear and will not only mean a further destabilizing element for the states in Eastern Europe, but will also make existing divergences within Western European states, such as in Italy and Belgium, the driving force behind social restructuring. The regions within the EU should also be given the opportunity to enter into regional cooperation with, quite self-proclaimed, regions outside the EU, which presents states cooperating with the EU with the problem of having to keep a closer eye on regional particular interests. This practice creates loyalties across the existing states and strengthens the state within the EU that makes itself the spokesperson and guardian of the interests of many regions. The then Minister-President of Schleswig-Holstein, Bjorn Engholm, demonstrated what cross-border regional mobilization can look like. Quote, "The South is winning, the North of Europe is in danger of finding itself in a new marginalized position. This applies to the north of Germany as well as the north of Poland, the Baltic republics of Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, the Baltic part of Russia, Sweden, Finland, Denmark and Norway. There is only one strategy that will help us: to join forces in the north, to cooperate across national borders right now. We must concentrate our efforts on Northern Europe as a location, as much added value as possible in the north."
End quote.
Regionalization efforts such as those in the Baltic Sea region, in which all Baltic Sea states are involved, lead to economic and political structures alongside the existing countries. Germany attracts the four largest trade flows in the Baltic Sea region, with Sweden, Denmark, Poland, and Russia. Schleswig-Holstein conducts 25% of its foreign trade there. With the established network of partnerships in the Baltic Sea region, Schleswig-Holstein has built up a network of partnerships since 1992. The state government has signed joint declarations on regional cooperation with the Gdansk Voivodeship, Poland, the Kaliningrad/Königsberg Oblast, Russia, the Republic of Estonia and Latvia, the province of Vasa, Finland, with SYD-SAM, an association of southern Swedish regional authorities, and the Oslo/Akershus region, Norway. Under conditions of market integration, self-determination is its own malicious caricature, and the belief in the harmlessness of regional productivism is akin to the invocation of demons. The chances of Germany's plans for regionalization below the level of existing states are increasing less because they are a German project, as such identification would be more of a hindrance. They are increasing not least because Germany's actions fit into a context that has long misunderstood regionalization and decentralization as democratization. When Gerd Klaus Kaltenbrunner published the volume In Praise of the Small State, on the meaning of manageable living spaces in the Herder Bucheriai Initiative, a subscription series for conservative elites, in 1977 and wrote hopefully of a particularistic turn towards the tradition of European small-scale thinking, that even today, in contrast to the centralist tendencies of modernity in East and West, an opposing tendency is emerging that can be described as pluralist, regionalist, provincialist and primitivist. He also explicitly referred to national social liberation movements and thus also included the left in this turnaround. This hope was not to be disappointed. Authors such as Enzensberger or Schmeyer dream of regional confusion or regionally supported multiculturalism. In addition to supporters of nationalist and regionalist movements, the communitarians have established themselves as the spiced-up representatives of a particular community. Since their concept of community in American thought has been inextricably linked to the idea of an identity of community and democracy from the very beginning, this tradition shows the German debate a way out of the taboo of dealing with community. Rejoice the German friends of the common good. No place in Europe could have been better suited for the 50th anniversary celebrations of the Mont Pelerin Society in 1997 than Barcelona. The illustrious society of academic propagandists of liberalism was able to celebrate the triumph of its founder, the Nobel Prize winner von Hayek, over the enemy he had fought against all his life, the market-disrupting central state, like nowhere else. Hayek, who even more obsessively than his companion Friedman, saw in every economic activity of the central state the road to serfdom, in every state transfer the beginning of Bolshevism, would certainly have seen in the city administration of Barcelona the late confirmation of his pure theory of capital. Barcelona, and with it the region of Catalonia, has not only withdrawn the political control of market activity, but has even reversed the relationship. Beyond ailing municipal finances, bureaucratic red tape, and bureaucracy, Barcelona has subjected itself to market economy regulations like hardly any other city in Europe, rejoiced the FAZ on July 28, 97. Liberal orthodoxy, which defines the political community as a joint stock company, is celebrating its practical resurrection in the form of Barcelona SA. Where once the state was supposed to set limits to the counterproductive anarchy of the market in favor of regional infrastructure, now the apparent effectiveness of the market replaces the municipal arm of the state. The city is valued as assets of 12 billion marks. The former city administration is divided into independent subsidiaries which, if they do not operate profitably, are subject to outsourcing, such as the Kindergarten AG or the zoo. Nevertheless, a total annual profit of 160 million marks remained for 1996. The genius loci alone, the old merchant tradition of the Catalans, FAZ, was certainly not the reason why the Liberal Brain Trust announced that, after the victory over socialism, it would not rest until the complete dismantling of the welfare state through privatization and decentralization in favor of a new formation and division of tasks between the local authorities, FAZ. December 9, 97. Not only in post-Franco Spain, Belgium or Italy, whose bicameral commission is preparing constitutional reforms for the most comprehensive regionalization of a Western European state to date, but even in Great Britain, probably the most centralized state in the EU, the signs are pointing to devolution. This term, under which the state reform plans of New Labour operate, is deliberately contrasted with the term evolution, which is a sociological metaphor and everyday perception describes an obviously overwhelming historical tendency towards unification. A seemingly secular unification in which the expansion of the market, i.e. the universal comparability of everything with everything in money, the true commonwealth Marx, entailed the expansion of the state, i.e. the universal organization of all formally equal citizens in the nation. 290 years after the martial incorporation of Scotland into the English state and 50 years after the statist integration through uniform social insurance and the nationalisation of the health service, the British Prime Minister was now making a mockery of the historical law of development. In the election campaign for regional autonomy for Scotland, Labour, of all people, called for the future Edinburgh Parliament to be independent in the areas that had once welded together monopoly capital and the welfare state, economic development, social security and, limited, fiscal sovereignty. It is not without irony that, at first sight, a Labour Party is engaged in the self-mutilation of integral statism. For the Labour movement, which always believed itself to be in harmony with the historical tendency, had known how to offer salvation to the agony of the commodity subject, whose social right to exist depended on an unpredictable law of nature, called the market, the state. This was presented as the general utility and the political will. Under its protection, it was believed that the dangers of the self-utilization of each individual could be eliminated and the market cycles, which come like periodically recurring natural disasters, could be smoothed out. The extension of rationally organized rule over early bourgeois freedom of contract was the price of security from the supposed consequences of the egoistic particularity of the sphere of circulation. With the preponderance of the factory over the stock exchange, of work over money, the authoritarian state solved the social question, creating the balance between capital and labor that had been demanded since early socialist days. This was not only the credo of the official labor movement, but also that of its Strasserist bastard, and academic sociology and national economics followed Weber, Elias, Spencer, Schumpeter and Keynes with compensatory cultural pessimism. The periodic laments of the leading article about uniformity and mediocrity, in a word over integration, were not very serious Sunday speeches, which could not and were not intended to cover up the true social consensus that one thought one could calm the primal fear of the commodity exchanger of one's own superfluousness with the incantation that the Leviathan had overcome the beast of the crisis. Bernstein's convulsive self-assurance that the state economy would flatten the crisis cycles linked the ideologies of the KWNS, the Keynesian welfare nation-state, as it is known in current Frankfurt sociological jargon, and state monopoly capitalism. According to this doctrine, the state and monopolies appear to be institutions removed from competition. In order for the state to fulfill the task ascribed to it, i.e. to guarantee a consistently high rate of profit, the monopoly profit must be produced by the state, so to speak, and state expenditure must mutate into state capital. In the Keynesian variant, savings are transformed into investment by means of state demand. However, because government spending is by no means capital that can be utilized, but rather a state investment that redistributes the social mass of surplus value from one sector to another, it only delays the social equalization of profit rates. Although such interventions delay the onset of the crisis, they in no way solve the actual problem, namely that the average rate of profit in society as a whole falls as the organic composition of capital in society as a whole increases. The more integral statism practiced suppressing the value form of production, propagating anti-cyclical economic policy and socialist commodity production, the more insistently the crisis of crisis resolution is reminiscent of the capitalist state of nature, only generalized and not overcome by the authoritarian state. State rule and social security are as little necessarily linked to each other as the market is to the right to secure reproduction of its forced members, the doubly free wage earners. It is the task of the state to organize the mute compulsion of conditions into this double freedom. The degree of this primary integration into the market determines the political secondary integration. The state's actions in laying down peasants and colonization were solely aimed at integration into the world market, and the integration of the welfare state is also committed to the same goal. The centralized, national welfare state was and is only in the eyes of those subjected to it the counter-principle to the sanctity of the market, but in reality it is a transitory form of organization. The welfare state marks the transition from the formal to the real subsumption of labor and the expansion of credit beyond the gold standard. What appeared to the ideologues of statism to be the stilling of market anarchy was in reality the establishment of the uninterrupted bellum omnium contra omnes. It must have escaped their notice that the eternal system of the authoritarian state is no more real than the eternal harmony of the market economy. The crisis-ridden change in the system of secondary integration, welcomed by some as the end of the Keynesian Moloch, condemned by others as the nefarious machinations of international speculators and even exposed by the very shrewd as a mere feint of the prevailing social cutback propaganda, is by no means a relapse into the liberalist phase of capitalism, but on the contrary, the consequence of its authoritarian abolition. The official renunciation of the equalization of living conditions and their central regulation, the willing establishment of different levels of productivity within the classical European nation-states and even more so under their supranational union, brings two basic features of the authoritarian state to completion. On the one hand, regionalization means that the state submits to its own economic business basis, that of surplus profit. On the other hand, regionalism even surpasses the principle of the old-style people's state. Citizenship, in which the combination of the people's need for productivity and the state's guarantee of reproduction coagulates into a natural characteristic, finally becomes a community of fate when citizen and tribal member become one. The belief that the future of the national welfare state depends on the right monetary policy, be it national or European, unites left-wing Euro supporters and their critics. After 60 years of Keynesianism, the power of the money riddle marks over the consciousness is more unbroken than ever. The taming of the market by the authoritarian state, the catechism of the labor movement, seem to have succeeded with the help of the very means of the market, money. The fervent desire for the primacy of economic policy over the natural laws of capitalism, which the state ultimately only represents, is hardening into a left-wing religion of everyday life. The position for a single European currency, which is seemingly set apart from this and is intended to put an end to the German Sonderweg, simply reverses this relationship by assigning money the civilizing role that the left traditionally expects from the taming of the nation-state. The master support in this regard is often quoted from the relevant passages of the manifesto. The bourgeoisie tears all, even the most barbarous nations into civilization. The cheap prices of its commodities are the heavy artillery with which it shoots all Chinese walls into the ground, with which it forces the most stubborn xenophobia of the barbarians to capitulate. MEW 466. An argument limited to this remains stuck in the prehistory of the authoritarian state, the phase of early imperialist free trade, but even so, if one progresses to Marx's analysis of British rule in India, one could learn something about the uneven development, the surplus profit. There, the English textile industry, which produced more cheaply, i.e. below the average labor time required in the market sector, had outcompete the Indian, and also the continental European domestic industry integrated into the common market. The position taken by André Gorz in a FAZ interview is more in line with the everyday theology of our time, according to which any political intention can be realized in supra-national money. Gorz shows that one can be both for and against the euro with the enemy image of international finance capital, but never against the authoritarian state of labor. Quote, "You can use the euro to expand the social pact. The euro can also be used to force the dismantling of the social pact. We are dealing with a new form of class struggle." Question: what do you mean by that?
Who is fighting against whom?
Answer: globalized, homeless finance capital against the birth of a supranational European state. So far, finance capital has succeeded in largely disempowering the nation-states and subjecting them to its dictates by invoking the so-called laws of the market.
End quote.
The first illusions of statism are also its last. One would like to humble such structurally anti-Semitic outbursts, if the long wave, which will remain inseparably linked to Keynes' name and in which the law of the state obviously outdid the law of the market, had not actually existed. Others, such as Altvater, who, like the alternative ideologue Gores, do not think they are reinventing the critique of political economy for the umpteenth time, also understand the crisis of the national welfare state, i.e., the transition from demand-oriented to supply-oriented policy, as an expression of the lack of international regulation of the financial markets, a hegemonic vacuum. Altvater. In contrast to Gores, however, Altvater is well aware that the current crisis of national credit marks is not due to the malice of the financial market, but represents the mere reproduction of the flawed cycle of accumulation on a global scale. Lenders and state budgets enter into the same contradictory relationship to each other in which interest and corporate profit have always stood, as ossification and independence of the two parts of raw profit against each other. MEW 25, 386. Since interest-bearing capital appears as capital as property vis-a-vis capital as function, MEW 25, 392, the two contradictory results of accumulation also collide in this form. The expansion of credit collides with the organic composition of capital, which is increased with its help, and its inevitable result, the fall in the average rate of profit. Both tendencies intertwine in a form corresponding to the schizoid form of profit. Indebtedness is the result of the apparent infinity of money on its actually shrinking value base. Indebtedness in the face of which the legal form public or private of capital as a function is completely indifferent. Unable and unwilling to get to the bottom of this mystification of capital in its most glaring form, MEW 25, 405, it is precisely the labor metaphysicians who lament the decoupling of the money markets from real value creation as the cause of global deregulation, who demand legal regulation of the monetary sphere. They simply want to curb the growth of fictitious capital by an act of sovereignty, as if the criticized evil, the expansion of credit, and thus of interest, which goes hand in hand with capital itself being traded as a commodity again, were not an expression of the contradictory nature of accumulation and, as a consequence, the falling rate of profit. The proposal to levy a tuppen tax, the taxation of short-term currency speculation, celebrated by Gores and Hufschmid as the successful squaring of the circle and welcomed by Altvater as a step in the right direction, does not change the organic composition of capital. Those who sing the praises of productive labor and yet are all the more desperate to suppress the connection between the value form of production and the crisis of the welfare state do not want to admit that the debt gap represents the inner barrier of value form production, and is by no means caused by manipulation in the sphere of circulation. They join the collective of the Jesuits of Value Brune, between terraced house owners and small savers, whose creed is the protection of supra-national labor by supra-national money. The more pungent the smell in the stairwell, the less is said about the corpse in the cellar. This agreement has become naturalized since the days of revisionism through STAMOCAP to regulation theory. Although you really don't have to be a prophet to be convinced that the accumulation of capital ultimately leads to its self-destruction, to the limiting case where the value of variable capital is zero, those who recall the fall in the rate of profit are readily countered that the so-called collapse theory cannot explain the welfare state, and that we should therefore believe in the miracle of political regulation, i.e., the suspension of the processive contradiction. This miracle only retains its persuasive power if the fall in the rate of profit is assumed to be absolute. However, this would only be true in the completely improbable case that profit rates were balanced across the world market and thus also the organic composition of all operating capitals. The fact that this is not the case and must not be so, even under penalty of the downfall of capitalism, elevates the question of surplus profit to the question of the survival of capitalism and also to the economic basis of its state organization. Surplus profit, i.e., the fact that certain capitals with a higher organic composition absorb the surplus value generated in other sectors with lower productivity, compensates and overcompensates for the fall in the rate of profit, due to the rising organic composition. However, this game is by no means endless. As soon as the sectors from whose surplus value mass the outflow takes place stagnate and the capital invested in them is devalued or flows into the sectors realizing surplus, the realization of surplus profit is initially ended. Profit rates equalize and fall. In order to restart the surplus cascade, a new unequal development is necessary. This can be illustrated by the transition from capitalism of free competition to classical imperialism. Towards the end of the 19th century, a process of equalization took place in Europe between the domestic sectors of society with a lower and higher organic composition, founding crisis. A massive export of capital to non-European raw material production began, with the result that the average organic composition of capital fell because the early industrial organization of labor in the colonies, combined with an increase in the rate of surplus value for metropolitan capital, made raw materials, circulating constant capital cheaper. The international reconstruction of the surplus differential promised capital, which only realized average interest rates, a sudden increase in marginal efficiency gains. The result: Department I increased its organic composition, mechanization of mechanical engineering, to the detriment of the old industries of Department II, textile manufacturing. So although the productivity of labor has increased, and therefore its value has fallen, the surplus cascade offered the opportunity to establish a welfare state. This was already obvious because the state took on an increasingly direct economic function in the imperialist period of capital, goods export, and the social character of production seemed to be anticipated in the monopolies and joint stock companies. The social imperialist faction in the SPD and the trade unions were only openly expressing a truth, the cause of which they themselves did not understand. Despite the fervent hope that the state would flatten the crisis cycle of accumulation, it soon raised its snakehead again. The pressure to increase its own rate of surplus value or perish led to a surge in rationalization both in the colonial extraction of raw materials and in Department II. The loss of value of the colonies was offset by an increase in the organic composition of Department II, automobile production, electrical appliances. The well-known vicious circle of a socially equalizing organic composition of capital, electrification, and a falling rate of profit set in, a vicious circle that could no longer be stopped even by controlling the interest rate. This was Keynes' starting position. A radical increase in the rate of surplus value became indispensable. Fascism and the war economy achieved this. The deficit spending by the state, the whole complex of rearmament, from which the myth of the crisis overcoming function of armaments originated, and infrastructure expansion could only work for reasons of time, on the one hand, because in the context of the gigantic alimentation of Department I, both a renewed cheapening of fixed and circulating constant capital could be prepared, technical industrialization of agriculture, oil production, acceleration of turnover times, transport, communication, etc. On the other hand, the relative share of labor costs in the cost price of goods could be prospectively reduced by, initially still experimental, semi-automation even without manifest terror. However, the transition from imperialism to the long wave of late capitalism thus marked led, by virtue of its own dynamics, to a constellation that began to permanently deprive the national, uniformly integrative welfare state based on the international surplus gap of its foundation. The cost relief effect of decolonization was short-lived. After the developments described above, the various empires could no longer be used profitably as a means of reducing the organic composition of capital. The elimination of the periphery as a surplus zone shifted the theater of war of the world market back to its starting point. The main source for the realization of surplus profit no longer lies in international productivity differentials, but in productivity differentials between sectors and corporations. We must not forget that in the previous historical periods in the 19th century, characterized by a disappearing gap in labor productivity between the two departments, capital had the great escape route in agriculture and above all in the colonies and semi-colonies, an escape route that no longer exists or exists only to a limited extent. In this sense, globalization means its opposite, the unchecked entry of the surplus scramble between industrialized regions of comparable productivity, while a large part of the world regions in which there is no longer a hunger for surplus value, the hunger sans phrase, have already been eliminated. The contraction of the surplus gap, called globalization, generates an immense pressure to accelerate technological renewal in capital's frantic hunt for the technological rent, a constant shortening of the turnover times of fixed capital, which fuels the faulty cycle. As automation progresses, the mass of surplus value begins to fall. In order to prevent the rate of profit from falling, the rate of surplus value must therefore be constantly increased, which further restricts the mass of surplus value and thus demands an exponential increase in the rate of surplus value. Even layoffs do not bring lasting relief to the gigantically growing amortization pressure caused by the shortened turnover time, because the share of variable capital in the cost price of goods is falling rapidly. Only the state-guaranteed relief of companies from the dead costs of production can help stabilize the rate of surplus value. The attempt to defeat the cyclicality of accumulation with credit, to separate the good from the bad money, is now transformed into the horror figure of homeless, international finance capital. The lamented decoupling of money and production is not a throwback to pre-Keynesian times, but was also Keynes' very own program. Without wanting to know the connection, he drew the conclusion from the capitalist unity of the labor and exploitation process, which demanded an expansion of the credit system to secure sales. The abolition of the gold standard, the link to the quantum of abstract labor of the commodity gold, which in fact proved to be a fetter on accumulation, was already inherent in current account credit, because uninvested money capital still served to accumulate treasure. The pressure to invest capital increases when the link to the determinable commodity value of gold is removed. The secret of the success of Bretton Woods was that an expansion of the market was linked to an expansion of credit via the dollar as world money. It was not the state-controlled expansion of credit, so neatly separated from the rampant insanity of surplus hunting in the economic consciousness, which appears as an ingenious use of fiscal and legislative tricks, that was the basis of the welfare state and full employment, but the simultaneity of the increase in the mass and rate of surplus value past prerequisites in any case. Without them, the authoritarian longing for the state to protect its chosen citizens from the nightmarish consequences of globalized competition regresses to a fixed idea. The compulsion to increase the rate of surplus value in the struggle for surplus, the horse cures downsizing, to which the functioning capital must submit in order to maintain its share of the raw profit, forces the budget of the Keynesian central state into an insoluble dilemma. On the one hand, it has to limit the contribution of capital to the state's social funds, tax burden, ancillary wage costs. But on the other hand, it is forced to compensate for the visible success of the increase in the rate of surplus value, i.e., falling revenues due to the loss of real wages, by increasing transfer payments for the growing industrial reserve poor. The debt crisis of the national credit, the national debt, the contradiction of capital as function and property, drags the collectively repressed back into the light of day, namely that money is the true commonwealth, and produces general inequality precisely as a medium of comparison. Therefore, the state expression of this commonwealth cannot represent its counterpart, but must institutionalize the inequality compared. Atarism gets rid of the standardization of living conditions, just as warfare once got rid of the armies of knights. What ensured the surplus title in the Fordist reorganization of society in the first two-thirds of the 20th century, the complete integration of the reproduction of the population into the reproduction of capital, rightly referred to as the internal land grab, becomes a burden. The reorganization of the surplus cascade within the nation-state, and even more so in common trade zones formed by different nation-states, turns uniformity into a handicap and creates what appears to be a paradox. The depth of market integration enforced by integral statism is in one sense the condition and cause of the central state's withdrawal from socio-political integration. The direction of this retreat seems just as paradoxical prima facie, supranationalization of the currency in step with the regionalization of production conditions. In the usual frank language of the FAZ business pages, a senior economist at the London Stock Exchange provides clarification. Quote, "The larger the Eurozone, the fiercer the competition for capital. And the more diverse the participants are, the more the great European location competition will force local and national governments and collective bargaining parties to make their regions and countries as attractive as possible for vagabond capital. Some regions and governments will try their luck by lowering taxes on capital or increasing subsidies. Others will seek to offset slightly higher tax rates with a better supply of public infrastructure and a well-educated workforce. Still others will try to attract companies by offering more flexible labor market conditions."
End quote.
Regionalism, the preservation of the non-simultaneity of development, is advancing in a double sense from the toy of folkloristic run amok to the solution strategy of budget constraints. The diversified competition between locations lowers the dead costs and transforms regions that were previously recipients of transfer payments into suppliers of surplus profits. Following a tried and tested pattern, the highly composed automotive industry, for example, which is itself in a cost-cutting competition that is not dampened by state devaluation measures, realizes the surplus value enclosed in the products of Neapolitan child labor without having to pay for the consequences of this realization through the central state. The no bailout clause laid down in the Maastricht Treaty, which states that over-indebted participants may not be bailed out, emphasizes the role of the problem areas as suppliers of surplus value in an unmistakable manner. The imminent end of the Uniform Regional Collective Agreement or the debates on restricting the financial equalization of the federal states also point to the profitability of inequality within the Federal Republic of Germany. With a keen eye for efficiency reserves, Graf Lambsdorff took up the saber-rattling of BDI President Henkel and proposed a specific tax autonomy for the federal states, in which federal taxes would be clearly separated from state taxes that could be placed at the service of location competition in addition to revenue generation. This competition would go hand in hand with a restriction of the fiscal equalization between the federal states and the federal states. Anyone looking at the recklessness of budgetary practice from Berlin to Saarbrücken will suspect enormous efficiency reserves here.
End of quote.
In the final analysis, however, efficiency is merely a neologism for the successive withdrawal from standardized social guarantees. The central state withdraws from them and leaves it to its subdivisions to decide what to do with their own surpluses. The new Employment Promotion Act has already made an unmistakable start with the transfer of the long-term unemployed to municipal social assistance. The European future of the regional competitive state has only just begun. But there is not the slightest reason to hope that the crumbling of the integral state Gramsci, could open up post-monetary spaces for a post-politics, or even that federalization is therefore an essential component of institutional democratization. On the contrary, federalization can be based on the natural grouping of all those who believe they have been cheated, and that is almost everyone. The transformation of the central state from defender to predator of honest labor is familiar to everyone. Those who profit from the surplus cascade seem to do so because the state still provides transfer payments at all, and those who do the opposite because the state cuts transfer payments. In the crisis of Keynesianism, the fetishism originally directed at the state withdraws to the manageability of regional labor. There, active Saint-Simonism, self-organization, face-to-face social control, personal responsibility and forced labor form the basis on which regional and communal workfare regimes, Schumpeter, such as Barcelona's, can emerge. The national people was already a community of enemies, because subjects exchanging goods cannot form another one. Held together only by the bundling of individual competition with the outside world, the national nation is completed in the competition between the regions. In the identification of the individual with the surrounding ensemble of production conditions, the authoritarian state is doubly suspended in Hegel's sense. The external compulsion for self-exploitation that it exerts on the subject is internalized by the self-governing activity for the benefit of the location. The EU state itself, by limiting itself to the framework conditions of the subsidiary, acts only as the governor of the exchange of goods on earth, side by side with the European Central Bank, but with the license to imprison and wage war in the name of free trade. On the evening of September 15, 1996, the former party secretary of the PDS, Achille Keto, visibly upset, exclaimed in front of the assembled press, "Now the Liga has turned into a monster." Shortly before, the political spectacle of the Declaration of Independence of the Republic of Padania had ended in Venice with a kind of book burning. The activists of the Liga Nord, also known as the Green Shirts, clad in fantasy uniforms, had completed their first task as the Padanian National Guard, which had been assigned to them by the newly self-appointed Prime Minister of Padania, Senator Umberto Bossi. Not only had they taken down the Italian tricolour during the reading of the Rights of the Free Padanian and flown the flag of Padania instead, which bears a green Celtic sun symbol on a white background, bearing a distant resemblance to a hybrid hemp plant, but they had also heaped up and lit a large pyre consisting of insignia and documents from the hated Roman thieving state. In other words, mainly receipt books, proof of payment of broadcasting fees, from the state television station RAI and notices from the Ministry of Agriculture informing growers of the permitted production quotas. In view of this, Keto, who after all is considered the inventor of the oak tree, had to admit, previously i.e. before Padania's proclaimed secession from Italy, the Liga was praised as a principled ally against Berlusconi. This is an obvious misjudgment. We did not fight Bossi for what he represents.
End quote.
Was it ever possible to make a misjudgment in the face of Umberto Bossi and his Liga Nord? The 3 Padanian days, the weekend from 13 to September 15, 96, on which the theatrical staging of a ride by Bossi along what he called the Godpa was to help the Republic of Padania to be born, by no means marked the sudden transformation of a Dr. Jekyll into a Mr. Hyde. There is no doubt that the whole operation had a highly paranoid character in its attempt to establish a new state mythology, from the proclaimed ethnic contrast between Celts and Latins, i.e. northern and southern Italians, to the extraction of spring water on the Plan del Re, the plateau where the Po rises, in order to consecrate the Padanian flag in Venice. However, this trait characterized the League movement from the very beginning. The Liga Lombarda, the original nucleus of today's Liga Nord, founded in 1982, attempted to elevate the Lombard dialect to a language of its own, seeking the status of an autonomous region a la Alto Adige, South Tyrol, in line with the classic definition of the nation as a linguistic community. As with its role model, tax autonomy and ethnic linguistic quotas were to apply to the allocation of jobs and even bar licenses. The Liga Veneto, which merged with the Liga Lombarda and smaller regional movements in northern Italy, to form the Liga Nord in 1991, reinterpreted the inglorious role that the not in vain so-called White Northeast played in Italy's unification wars as a kind of national tale of woe. This tale of woe allegedly befell Veneto, which was in itself a Habsburg region, under Roman rule. The populist Bossi uses central historical catchphrases of the progressive camp, such as the Vento dal Nord North Wind, which was originally a paraphrase of the partisan fighting spirit. Bossi, on the other hand, used this catchphrase to propagate the division of Italy into 3 autonomous regions, North, Center, South, corresponding to the 3 Italian peoples that had been annexed, or the division into Padania and the Apennine Peninsula, as he described the rest of Italy in the Italian equivalent of Der Spiegel L'Espresso, on December 9, 96. Which has been favored since 1995. All this could hardly cast doubt on the Liga's resismo diffuso, especially as its former chief ideologue Gianfranco Miglio never made a secret of how serious the Liga was about its prosperity chauvinism. His much-discussed book, published in 1993, which predicted the end of Italy in 1996, left nothing to be desired in terms of clarity. Occhetto is now alone in the PDS with his call to fight the Liga, at least in the future. The PDS and the Olive seem to have grown so fond of the Liga that even the Alleanza Nazionale, as the MSI has called itself since 1994 following its split from the National Revolutionary Wing that paid homage to Mussolini, was given the propaganda success of profiling itself as the only anti-legendary force. Gianfranco Fini, leader of the AN and prototype of a national liberal pinstriped fascist, took full advantage of this opportunity to be celebrated as the protector of the fatherland by 150,000 demonstrators in Milan, who sang the national anthem and the old fascist battle song Boia, Chi Mola, which translates roughly as to hell with those who flinch. After this performance, PDS Interior Minister Napolitano's excuse remained lame: "We could have filled the seats too, but we wanted to avoid tensions." The statement by Prodi, the head of government of the center-left coalition L'Alivo, was hasty: "The fuss is over, now the dialogue begins."
End quote.
He thus remained true to his line of pro-legislative campaigning. The propaganda newspaper Il Nord, Quotidiano della Padania, Padania's daily newspaper, which was distributed among the Legists on the day of the secession, gave a smug insight into Prodi's courtship of the Liga. "The Liga is an extremely interesting and important movement that is much closer to us, i.e. the PDS, than the Rifondazione."
End quote.
What does a social democratic governing party like the PDS have in common with an ethno-esoteric bunch of regulars tax rebels? Massimo De Lima, party secretary of the PDS, gives what at first glance appears to be a surprising answer, and not just because of the biblical metaphor. Quote, "The Liga is one of our ribs, it is the largest workers' party in the north. It has a lot in common with the left, it and we have a similar social base."
End quote.
The base of the PDS, formerly the PCI, of which De Lima speaks, is as clearly defined regionally as Lombardy was in the early days of the Liga. The so-called Red Belt, consisting of the provinces of Emilia-Romagna, Tuscany and Umbria, regions in which the PCI has always had political hegemony Gramsci since the end of the war, and whose regional governments, after the PCI was given self-elected governments in the 1970s as part of the decline of the state party Democrazia Cristiana, and the PCI's striving for the historic compromise, under pressure from the latter, were always provided by the PCI. Although the institutional framework of regional autogoverno self-government was and still is narrowly defined, the regions do not have their own budget, but receive their funds from Rome, and all regional decrees only come into force after the placet of the regional commissioner of the central government. But for the sake of peace, Rome mostly let the red regions have their way, and took on their debts as state debt. The regionalization of the Italian central state was therefore a concern of the PCI, true to the slogan issued by the legendary party leader of the post-war period, Palmiro Togliatti, that the party was one of struggle and one of government at the same time. Attempts were made, especially as the mythical Sorpasso overtaking the DC did not succeed, to do at least at regional level what did not seem possible at national level, to put into practice the classic workers' movement's coercive idea of a state of labor. This state was supposed to suspend the anarchy of the market in return for effectively spent labor power and guarantee the will to integrationist welfare embodied in the state, i.e. the party. With this concept of the model region, in which an industrious people with a moderate, clean government demonstrates that puritanical capitalism and socialism are identical, the PCI had always encouraged the delusion that it was solely due to the ineffectiveness of the Roman central state that the fruits of honest labor were not consumed by those who imagined they had done this work. After the collapse of the First Italian Republic, completed by the uprising of the cleaners, led by the Milan prosecutor's office, the Liga and the PDS show more than just a formal comparability of parties based on regionalism. Legism is the logical, if seemingly illegitimate, product of anti-monopolistic democracy. Hardly anywhere in Western Europe had this concept of an alliance between the organized working class and the other productive strata of the people against the predatory, parasitic monopoly capitalists, which Marxism-Leninism envisaged for the peaceful conquest of power in the so-called highly developed capitalist societies, come as far as in Italy. Throughout Europe, the fetishism of the labor movement saw the rationally organized state as the antithesis of the irrational market. Its irrationality was seen as irrationality of a personal nature on the part of the capitalist class and its selfish interests, which allegedly prevented the increase in productivity of labor from benefiting the workers. The democratic state, neutral in itself, must therefore be torn from the clutches of the misappropriators and placed at the service of the working people, who can thus democratically eliminate the evils of disorganized capitalism with the help of nationalization. In Italy, however, in contrast to the rest of Western Europe, This view was incorporated into the Reason of State and the Constitution, Article 1 of which read, "Italy is a democratic republic founded on labor." In reality, this meant that the state holding company Istituto per la Ricostruzione Industriale (IRI), which was founded under fascism, continued to exist after the collapse of the regime. It included the 6 largest banks in Italy until 1994, as well as to this day the largest parts of the steel and shipyard industry, the telephone company, the oil company AGIP, large parts of the food industry, the electricity industry Alitalia, the armaments industry RAI, shares in the chemical and textile industries, etc. All in all, around 35,000 companies belong to the state economy. The management level of this state holding company was provided by the political civil service. The DC under de Gasperi, who originally expressed reservations about retaining the state economy, attempted to create a domestic power against the imagined communist threat through the allocation of posts. However, in the 1960s, the state-owned industry sector became the driving force behind the infrastructure program for the South, and thus the main contributor to the Cassa di Mezzogiorno, and a model for the expansion of a welfare state based on the Northern European model. At the same time, a form of institutionalized mediation of interests was established, which meticulously reflected the social proportional representation in the distribution of posts and accordingly also included the PCI and its trade unions in the 1970s. The almost indissoluble fusion of industry and social compromise caste and party form, which made Italy a prime example of the so-called Fordistatist post-war era, in turn always fed the fetishistic fiction that social reproduction was a variable dependent on state planning and political will. The Keynesian Leviathan Italy Bassi also had to learn from the mid-1970s that the exact opposite is the case. However, not in the form of a privatization shock as in Great Britain, but in the form of galloping public debt. As the political legitimacy of the state was inextricably linked to its role as a major entrepreneur balancing out the perils of the market, and the political apparatus of the republic, above all the parties, was financed immediately by the state economy, there was no other option than to subsidize a number of actually uncompetitive industrial conglomerates from the state budget in order to avoid bankruptcies and mass redundancies. The national debt grew from 70.5% of gross national product in 1981 to over 120% in 1994. In the form of national debt, however, the crisis also appears to have been caused by the state. Whereas the state was initially seen as a means of politically abolishing the anarchy of the market, the role of the central state is now turning into that of a vampire-like parasite, in whose ever more rapacious tax claws the prosperity resulting from industrious productivity is disappearing. The consciousness, however, which once demanded the state as entrepreneur and today condemns it as a gang of robbers, remained true to itself, true in the pathological projection that blames some group of people for the impersonal fact that the concretely performed labor must pass through the eye of the needle of exchange as abstract general with an uncertain result. If in Togliatti's time this was the unproductive, bag-cutting big capitalists, today it is the Roman partitocracy. Regionalism, which originally grew out of the muck of the PCI, thus reveals its true meaning through a legalistic rampage. What began with Gramscian undertones as regional hegemony against Christian democratic dominance in the central state was in fact the birth of the post-Fordist Homo economicus. In the more infrastructurally developed regions north of the Tiber, a social structure known as the fabrica diffusa, dispersed factory, developed under the auspices of the stagnation of state industry and the pressure to rationalize large-scale industry. In Lombardy, as in Tuscany, small-scale entrepreneurship flourished in sweatshops, where the padrone toiled alongside his son and 2 or 3 workers for 10 hours a day, made possible by low-interest loans granted by decree of the regional governments, for which the state budget was ultimately responsible. The resurrection of early capitalist myths of success through one's own hard work is mixed with the remnants of party communist work metaphysics and regional pride to create a concoction that identifies the unproductive parasites of the central state and the southern regions as the enemy of one's own lavorosità, industriousness. Last but not least, this Saint-Simonism remained from the Euro-communist euphoria of the late 70s. Berlinger's idea of revolutionary austerity already combined the petty bourgeois puritanical austerity mentality with the idea of structural reforms, which promised a fair reward for a fair day's work in a regionalized revolutionary popular democracy Italy, to the detriment of central government spending. Consequently, everything that goes beyond the horizon of the regional fabrica diffusa remains alien to localist narrow-mindedness, be it white or red. Taxes for the central state become robbery, the institutional mediation of interests between the parties, trade unions and the employers' association is simply regarded as corruption. The Monty Pulite Clean Hands campaign, which began in 1991-92, was the revolt of post-Fordist petty bureaucracy against the ruins of the centralized welfare state. A pettiness that is the legitimate successor of a consciousness that still confuses state personnel with the workings of the exchange of equivalents. The mafia hysteria fomented by the left wing of the PCI in particular, which turned judges into popular heroes, completed the transformation of fetishism in Italy, which redefined the state from a panacea to a poison, and always acted in the name of honest work. The editorialist Manuela Cartosio, who had mingled with the legists on the Puffer, aptly characterized this state of consciousness. To describe the gifts of the chosen Bossi, one said that it was he who showed us where our money disappears. In this sense, the legists are truly vulgar Marxists.
End quote.
The hands in Rome are probably among the cleanest in Europe at the moment. They are just as far away from meeting the Maastricht criteria as they were before the authoritarian revolt, despite gigantic cuts in basic services for the population. In terms of the proportion of the national budget accounted for by all forms of unemployment benefit, Italy is now number one among Europe's social savers with a paltry 0.5%. As the regionalization of politics, and thus its ethno-federalization, has become a barely disputed business basis in Italy, especially for the PDS and the Olive, they have nothing else to offer in substance to counter the so-called Bossi plan to overcome the crisis. Bossi, who sees the reason for Italy's economic crisis in the fact that the subsidization of the South, which undermines the innovative strength of the North, no longer indirectly benefits the North in the form of demand, but instead flows off to the Far East, proposes the introduction of two currencies. The Padanian lira, which is to be brought back into the European currency union at a rate of 500:1 to the DM, and the Meridional lira, which, thanks to the possibility of its constant devaluation, is suitable for turning the South into an export region for agricultural products and simple industrial goods. He is simply bluntly shouting out what all the reform proposals of the PDS and Olive, presented with pomp and circumstance, amount to. For example, Massimo Cacciari, formerly a figurehead of militant operaism in Germany and Italy and now mayor of Venice, is winding his way around questions of his relationship with the Liga with his proposals for a postmodern federalism concerned with cultural differences, while his and Prodi's proposals for financial reform also meet the Liga's objectives in a roundabout way. They provide for every province in Italy to be given a status roughly comparable to that of South Tyrol. 70% of revenues are to remain with the province, and important state social measures, such as pension provision, are to be placed in the hands of the provinces. The effect is clear. Without financial compensation from the disempowered central state, living conditions in Italy will diverge drastically. The already developed regions will be at least informally connected to core Europe, while the South will see where it ends up. Its response will not be long in coming. In some constituencies, the AN's share of the vote is already over 30%. And leader Fini is calling for a rigorous presidentialismo, a disempowerment of parliament, in order to give the entire country a centralized, authoritarian neoliberal horse cure. Some people, inspired by the romance of the brigands, are hoping for an anti-Maastricht revolt in the south, where they will encounter the ever-lengthening shadow of Mussolini. Only the centri sociali, squatted houses and cultural centers in a legacy from the times of the urban Indians, alive and kicking in the cities of the north and center, demonstrated against the region and the nation on the Padanian weekend. The proletariat has no fatherland, was written on a banner that preceded the demonstration in Milan, which is both commendable and historically correct. Unfortunately, it must be added that the community of fetishists and labor metaphysicians is capable of almost any atrocity in the interest of the location.
When on 13.
When Marc Dutroux and two accomplices were arrested in Charleroi, Belgium, on August 13, 1996 on suspicion of kidnapping, sexual abuse and the murder of children, which was quickly confirmed, this case in itself would not have been much more than a voyeuristic horror story, a news item that could only have been used as a footnote, at best for a campaign by the therapists' lobby to create more therapy places to accompany punishment, at worst for another episode in the periodically flaring up anti-liberal culture war of recent years. However, unlike the case of the English sex murder West, also uncovered in 1996, who was guilty of crimes comparable to those of Dutroux in his House of Horrors, as the press dubbed him, the latter was not the type of hard-working suburbanite who turns into Mr. Hyde. In contrast to West, Dutroux was a sex offender who had been released early from prison, under the recently liberalized penal system in Belgium, and was on social welfare, but still earned a considerable income by filming his acts of violence and selling them to the Brussels businessman Niehoul, who then put them into circulation. Niehoul, on the other hand, a porn dealer by trade, was apparently awarded various contracts by the Brussels administration, which was not unusual for a real estate speculator, which he mainly was. It was not least due to these ingredients that the Dutroux criminal case became the Dutroux state affair. They allowed stereotypical patterns of perception, which the authoritarian character is forced to construct as projections of his own failed socialization, his own suppressed and diverted desires, to snap into place like well-oiled hinges. Stereotyping, which occurs hand in hand with prejudice-laden personalization, usually suffers from the fact that the projectors retain a faint inkling that stereotyping and personalization are both inadequate to reality. Since the projections of stereotypes, such as that of a hidden conspiratorial world domination of the Jews, are completely detached from reality and wander wildly, nonsensical distortions occur when the stereotypes are confronted again with reality, with the real misery of the Eastern European ghetto, for example. In the perception of the Dutroux affair, on the other hand, the projection was able to shake off the mild, distorting self-doubt that otherwise forces it into flimsy, rationalizing auxiliary constructs. As such, the Rothschilds or the Elders of Zion are necessary to the anti-Semite. Rarely before has there been a singular occasion that served different stereotypes at the same time: the pleasure-hostile masochistic envy of the non-working social parasite, the sexually charged sadistic desire for the authoritarian, both disciplining and punishing state, a state which in its present form is secretly ruled by sinister powers and conspirators, as the persecution mania suspects, and which cruelly massacres its innocent victims, as the persecution desire almost ritually
Imagines with delight.
In Belgium, the authoritarian aggression Adorno, made up of these components quickly, spontaneously, and without public demand or fixed organization, brought about a popular movement of the purest water. The White March against child abuse and for judicial reform on October 20, 1996 is just one highlight of actions in which all decent Belgians take part. The Employers Association and trade unions jointly call for work stoppages in protest, which are joined by Liège steelworkers and the Brussels Fire Department. Officially, the White Movement demanded the establishment of a parliamentary committee of inquiry into the Dutroux affair and the appointment of the investigating Judge Connerotte, who had just been forced to resign from the Dutroux case due to obvious bias, as supervisor of the committee. Unofficially, this march, like so many other smaller ones that also like to visit Dutroux's house, now the most visited place of pilgrimage in the Benelux region, called for the reintroduction of the death penalty, which was only abolished in June 1996. The king, from whom many expect an authoritarian signal, with which he places himself above the judiciary, which is perceived as too lax, and the political institutions, which are despised as being too tied to interest groups, i.e. too democratic. And after a brief hesitation, the Belgian Prime Minister De Heen also shows solidarity with the above-mentioned official demands. But the openly expressed, fervent wish of the White Movement, that some high-ranking political representative could somehow be branded as a perpetrator, is repeatedly disappointed. To this end, pretty much every somewhat spectacular criminal case of the last 15 years is dug up and linked to mafia influence in the overly lax state apparatus, preferably in Wallonia, secret fronts in the overly restrained gendarmerie, ominous blackmail attempts after chic orgies and/or international racketeering and pornography rings. Under this pressure, all Belgian parties finally came together in December for a conference on the renewal of political mores. The vast amount of dossiers that had come together in the course of the Parliamentary Committee of Inquiry and its purge campaign required national consecration, although they only revealed such great things as the embezzlement of party donations and cheating the tax authorities. Nevertheless, the green phone continues to ring, an invention of the national hero Connerotte, on which sexual offenses can be denounced anonymously and free of charge. By mid-December 96, 1,500 investigations had been initiated in response to such calls. It is not surprising that Di Rupa, the Minister for Economic Affairs, who openly admits his homosexuality and is also the son of southern Italian immigrants, came under the greatest, now obviously unfounded suspicion. What is impressive, however, is that investigations are now pending against 5 federal ministers in the matter of sex with minors as a result of denunciations, so there is no end in sight to the popular anger. On the contrary, according to opinion polls, a party, the Whites, freely invented by pollsters on behalf of the Belgian newspaper De Manche Matin, would receive 56% of the vote in parliamentary elections in Wallonia and over 60% in Belgium as a whole. The moral heroes on the other side of the border are viewed with the utmost benevolence and a large portion of malice by those bourgeois newspapers in Germany that are most committed to a moral renewal of the Verkirchen type. The common good takes precedence over self-interest, civic sense over a sense of entitlement, such as Der Spiegel or Die Zeit. The anger at the ridicule that Western countries poured on the mother of all hysterical grassroots movements, Germany, in the 1980s, when hundreds of thousands of people inspired by responsibility took up arms against lesser or completely unreal dangers, such as misalarmed American cultural imperialism, the end of the German forest and radioactive way, and the community-destroying Flick affair and La Fontaine's visits to brothels were loudly lamented everywhere. Too deep for us not to hear with satisfaction our own resentments from the mouths of yesterday's mockers, such as from the laissez-faire Republic of Belgium, the tax evasion paradise that let its community rot, Zeit, 49/96. Der Spiegel is even clearer: Belgium, in its own self-image an orderly, mature democracy, suddenly felt like a banana republic, 39/96, a unique biotope of corruption, negligence and surrealistic federalism, in which Balkan discord and Congolese times prevailed, 38/96. But it is not only that the mature democracies are subject to the same staggering as the XY unresolved nation. Even more, one can stylize oneself as the bulwark of true, i.e., consolidated democracy in two respects. On the one hand, you can warn against hysteria and right-wing radicalism, as in the reporting on France and Le Pen, the poison of rumors and the complete upheaval FAZ, from a high vantage point, and on the other hand, you can have your own frenzy subsequently confirmed as exemplary, as for example by an intimate of the Belgian royal family, whose statements Die Zeit reported on November 29, 96, the turnaround, she hopes, has begun in Brussels. Quote, just like back then in Leipzig. The Belgians, Flemish, Walloons and German speakers stood together as one people.
End quote.
She continues, the king has understood that this is a crisis of meaning, while the first minister has nothing but materialism on his mind.
End of quote.
So is the world upside down? Are the others now dancing to the tune of Carl Schmitt and Moller van den Broek, hating the fake democracy that is alienated from the people's organism, the divided party system with its weak leadership, while Germany wisely shakes its head at so much impetuosity? This impression can certainly arise in view of the hundreds of thousands, not to mention the silent majority of potential white voters, who demonize and scandalize the outdated form of bourgeois society in its liberal phase, hundreds of thousands who give free rein to their longing for the authoritarian state, who perceive the protection of privacy from the judiciary as a crime, who see the separation of powers as aiding and abetting conspiracy, who no longer want to subject the executive branch to the negotiated compromise of social interest groups in the legislative branch, but to a unified will of the people, embodied in the hero state attorneys and judges. But the justified disgust at the people's anger tends to overlook the fact that this anger in Belgium still applies to an at least formally existing distance between state and society, between citizen and citizen. In the words of Die Zeit of September 13, 96, the emotions of the people, the sobriety of the intellectuals express the same distance. The great distance of the Belgians from the political system, their deep alienation from the state, which has objective reasons, historical and
current. End quote.
It is by no means the case that mass projection is weaker in Germany. The Russian mafia and sex monsters around every corner are a permanent feature of the news. However, in Germany, the social and political spheres' respective lives of their own, their distance and their constant mediation, have long since been absorbed into the dialectic of the people's state and the people of the state, the community of values and the common good, whereby the people's resentment is expressed in the raison d'etat, but the raison d'etat provides the basis for the resentment. Belgian conditions are hardly possible in this country, one hears. How true, when the condition sought by the white Belgians has long been codified both in German constitutional law and habitualized in the form of public opinion. No popular movement was needed for the tightening of criminal law, the most noticed part of which was, of course, the increase in the maximum sentence for child abuse from 10 to 15 years. With this, the state hastened to anticipate its people's need for revenge, which makes a mockery of any rational argument. The new laws to combat organized crime will certainly not face any serious obstacles of a bourgeois liberal nature, as in pre-Dutrix Belgium. In the infamous War Aims speech of 5.4, 1916, Reich Chancellor Bethmann Hollweg declared the Walloon coal and steel region around Liège to be the main object of German desire. In 1996, however, Wallonia, the French-speaking part of Belgium and the home of Mark Dutroux, fills German and Flemish observers with horror. Quote, the deaths could deal a fatal blow to ailing Wallonia, once an important industrial region. For the socialists, who traditionally governed this part of Belgium, are now hopelessly discredited. Up to now, they have been the reliable bulwark against all attempts by wealthier Flanders to change the financial equalization between the Belgian regions. Now that felt corruption and mismanagement have been made public worldwide, the desolidarization of the two parts of the country seems almost unstoppable. Disgusted, many Flemings are turning away from the sordid stories of their francophone compatriots. Someone like Dutroux and his wife, outraged the chairman of the Flemish Christian Democrats, Mark Van Peel, collected DM 4,000 a month in social welfare from taxpayers' money, which was mainly raised in Flanders.
This must come to an end.
Economic death, predicted the Flemish newspaper De Standard, will now be followed by social death, Spiegel, 38/96. It was not only in 1996 that the electoral relationship between these tones and the Padanese secessionist thunder of September 14, 1996 in Italy became obvious. Theo Weigel had already caused a stir on September 20, 1995 with his statement that neither Italy nor Belgium would be founding members of the monetary union to be formed in 1999, as Belgium's national debt amounted to 134% of gross domestic product, 60% is the Maastricht mark, and thus exceeded the Italian rate of 120%. As in Italy, one of the main causes of this national debt is the strong state subsidy commitment in the crisis-ridden branches of heavy industry. Whereas in Italy subsidies and transfers to the agricultural south are two separate complexes of public debt, in the case of Wallonia they are one and the same, making it a post-industrial Mezzogiorno whose products, especially steel, nevertheless continue to be Belgium's main export, despite constantly falling world market prices. And again, not unlike Italy, the political legitimacy of the intervening state is extremely fragile due to the high degree of interdependence with the wheel and mainly woe of the key industries. Coal mining in Wallonia was already discontinued in 1970. Since in the Keynesian interventionist state the organized social interest groups in the public sector, state banks, public enterprises and social security systems provide the personnel directly according to political proportionality, the disappointed civic expectation that the state embodies the general expediency of concrete work as opposed to the abstraction of exchange, which is perceived as external and particular, and its misunderstood crisis-like results, is delivered free of charge as
an enemy.
The dual character of every state, which is based on the unfolded form of value, the boundlessness of the general commodity, on the one hand being the bracket of abstract wealth, Robert Kurz, and at the same time executing its inevitability in concrete personal rule, serves a certain stereotype of perception from the outset. This solves the problem of being subject to tangible concrete domination on the one hand, and sensing a mysteriously abstract logic of events at work on the other. In its own way, it maintains the illusion of a sovereign enthroned above market events by attributing the domineering consequences of the abstraction at work there, e.g. unemployment, to certain intermittent instances in the political apparatus that distorted an inherently just rule. Unlike in Germany, where a people state that by definition stands above the social factions also propagandistically claims to take these factions to task and thus only gives room to a dull, rolling resentment against the ominous politicians, the state embodying an organizational compromise of social factions, as in Belgium, makes it easy to personalize blame. This outlined, classically interventionist form of the state provides the ideal projection surface for what Adorno calls the usurper complex. This complex depicts the existing political system as a betrayal of the idea of the state. If you will, the state appears to be usurped by selfish interests, caught up in conspiracies that enrich themselves from the honest work of taxpayers and use the hard-earned tax revenue for the piety of useless clientele. The nimbus of the state as the guarantor of the common good, i.e. the security of existence that the market subject is forced to expect from it, remains untouched, and is even idealized in the desire for the state to become more authoritarian. To a certain extent, the Italian and Belgian crises were similar until this summer. In both cases, the nest of vipers from which doom is crawling has been purposefully located for years. Just as the industrious Pedanians seemed to realize that they were being ruined by the African conditions in southern Italy, where money disappears into dark, criminal channels and a lazy, incompetent bureaucracy and cronyism fatten themselves up, a large proportion of Flemings have for years been joining in the chorus that Wallonia is their undoing. Nationwide, the radical and moderate separatists, Vlaams Blok and Volksunie, together won 12% of the vote in the 95 elections. And not only they, but also strong factions of the Flemish liberals and Christian Democrats are calling for a change in the current financial equalization between the regions, in which the total Belgian tax revenue is not allocated proportionally to the regions providing it, as the Flemish would like, but is instead directed to a not inconsiderable extent to the structurally weak Wallonia. The Part 1 Socialist, traditionally the strongest party in the Walloon industrial region, which its Flemish counterpart can only dream of, is for better or worse behind the retention of this equalization system, and thus also behind the retention of the last remaining remnants of Belgium's political unity. It is no coincidence that Wallonia's economic decline since the late 1960s has been followed by one regionalist reform after another, accompanied by the continuous rise of separatism. According to Flemish diction, which the Spiegel faithfully reproduces, Liège, the metropolis of Wallonia, is the Palermo of the north. Quote, despite the billions in subsidies from the rich north for the poor south, the prosperity gap is becoming ever steeper. Flanders, a modern high-tech and service state, Wallonia a dreary grey land, a backward-looking sclerotic agglomeration in the clutches of socialist cronyism and the Sicilian mafia, which has its strongest bastion outside Italy here because of the many immigrants of Italian descent.
End quote.
All the ingredients that civic common sense requires for a comprehensive secessionist movement by the Flemish and corresponding reactions by the Walloons would therefore be in place. Even the ethnicization of the perpetrators of the dirty deeds, the parasites and welfare recipients who undermine the community and sour the monetary union, is an easy task for the Dutch-speaking Flemish, in contrast to Italian secessionism, a traditional animosity between the region's highly successful separatist parties and the obscure scandal of the Godfather. Type surrounding the murder of the former leader of the Walloon Socialists, Koels, should do the rest. Although the Belgian scenario bears all the traits reminiscent of the hopeless retribalization spurts in the area of the former Comecon, and even more so of the self-staging of so-called Pedanians, Catalans and French Canadians, in the late summer of 1996 precisely what was to be expected did not happen. Precisely because Belgium's white movement does not bear the horrible dictu familiar traits of classic secessionist movements, but because Flemish and Walloons were once again united in the popular anger ignited by the singular event, the whites impose a different standard than the usual one on left-wing political observation. In this case, even more obviously than in the case of Paydanism, the cherished doctrine of ideology comes to nothing, a doctrine which states that the needs articulated in a social movement have a background that can be turned progressively, through ideological intervention, and are distortions of a concern to be interpreted in terms of class struggle. Thus it seems just conceivable, given the appropriate stubbornness, that some of the activists of the Liga Nord may indulge in a vulgar hostility to capitalism and the state, which only finds its crazy form of expression through propaganda and charismatic leaders. If the Pedanian separatist assumes that mysterious gangs have usurped the state and that a new separate state is therefore needed, then the usurper complex at least benefits from the fact that the shrinking state-administered scope for distribution actually turns lobbies into gangs. But this process of actual political regression is not related to the projection as cause and effect, but is at most a flavor enhancer for the projection, since the stereotype of perception on which it is based is much more constitutive of the subject, as a function of generalized exchange, than its superficial current cause. The apparent plausibility of the doctrine of ideology feeds on a phenomenon that Adorno described as follows: even the worst and most nonsensical conception of events, the wildest projection contains the unconscious effort of consciousness to recognize the deadly law by virtue of which society perpetuates its life. The open folly of the one erroneously calls the folly of the whole by its proper name in the other. This erroneousness often ensures that some sophists still succeed in creating a construction, albeit a hairy one, like the one alluded to in the previous section, in which what the subject actually produces out of itself as perception is passed off as a reflection, be it of Lenin's matter or of Althusser's object of cognition. However, the events of the White Autumn present such a construction of social movement with almost insurmountable tasks. The obvious divergence between the cause of the Belgian popular movement, Dutrix's sexual offense, and the power with which it synthesized all the preceding political stereotypes, definitely forces us to expose the underlying cause of any apparent plausibility of reflection: the connection between projectivity and subjectivity under the commodity fetish. A connection whose effect is succinctly described by Wolfgang Port: worldwide, the conclusion would be that people are apparently reacting to the global crisis with severe disturbances in their ability to perceive. The organization of the subject is collapsing even faster than the organization of the economy.
End quote.
Fatally, it is not possible to oppose the pathogenic opinion Adorno, of either the citizen obsessed with the usurper complex or the esoteric and eco-psychotic fearing mysterious forces from the standpoint of conventional common sense. Because a fatal elective affinity is established between this opinion and reality, which then benefits the obduracy of the opinion, because its projection is subsequently honored by the same reason that its psychotic character eludes and the objective world approaches, the image that the persecution mania projects of it, every eco and corruption scandal seems to ennoble the opinion with the predicate sensitive after the fact. Although psychosis, according to the classical definition, an endogenously caused perceptual disorder, only perceives the political and economic crisis trends in the same way that a stopped clock shows the right time twice a day, common sense, unable to link the misunderstood irrationality of the whole with the initially obvious irrationality of the individual, feels compelled to believe that there is something to it after all. This mind follows the well-known example of Max Weber, who believed that he could attribute rationality to anti-Semitism on the basis of empirical evidence that the wealth of citizens of the Jewish faith was higher than the average for the population. Such monstrous disproportions, which as we have seen are in no way structurally opposed to positivist epistemology, are the cause of the subject's head start in the logic of decay, as noted by Port. In the 1940s, such a disproportion, which was reflected in the largest mass projection in history that had become annihilation politics, prompted the American Jewish Congresses to financially support the research work of the emigrated social scientist Adorno and his team. The aim was to investigate the question of where the driving forces behind such excess in an enlightened society originated. To this end, A large number of test subjects were presented with questionnaires containing statements to be affirmed or denied on superficially completely unrelated topics, such as all kinds of seemingly private moral principles and fundamental judgments, but also social prejudices against so-called marginalized groups that were cleverly made acceptable through restrictive rationalizations. It turned out that other reaction patterns correlated systematically with the social and political prejudice, which were not related to the prejudice either in substance or through possibly generalized personal experiences. In other words, there was nothing to it. These constantly repeating stereotypical patterns could not be linked by formal logic to the concept of ideologies, which only touch the surface of the individual, and therefore inevitably had to be related to psychological dispositions in the individual. Adorno organized these pre-political views of the prejudiced into various groups of assertions, from which he developed the famous fascism scale, a list of judgments in which not once expressis verbis reference had to be made to the actual ideologies, such as ethnocentrism. With the help of this F-scale, it was possible to draw conclusions about how deeply the prejudice was anchored in the individual, i.e., how strongly it correlated with the character structure, how much it satisfied needs stemming from the subject's psychological organization, i.e., how much it channeled them through projection. Based on the respective strength of projectivity, i.e., the extent to which the stereotype has detached itself from reflection, the mental reference back to the facts under discussion, and replaced open perception with solidified opinion, a range of typologies of authoritarian character could be developed. In very simplified terms, a distinction can be made between a conventional and an authoritarian syndrome. The former corresponds to the type of the reasonably harmless conformist who is not prey to aggressive desires. His constant praise of authoritarian upbringing, for example, is not due to sadism, but to the desire not to differ from the normal self-group. The ego is weakened, but the superego remains attached to the ego as an individually set ego ideal to such an extent that the ID, the childish realm of omnipotence, the impossibility of empathy and drive boost, at least remains fenced in. The authoritarian syndrome is quite different. In contrast to the conventional, stereotype here has a genuine economic function in the individual's own psyche. It helps to channel his libidinal energy in accordance with the demands of the strict superego. Adorno describes the political normative stereotype of the modern authoritarian, so to speak, as pseudo-conservatism. Its kind of surface conformism is contradictory. The authoritarian submissiveness in the conscious sphere is accompanied by violence and chaotic destructiveness in the unconscious sphere. The superego, the psychic instance of social authority, withdraws from the horizon of the ego, solidifying and externalizing itself at the same time. The ego, regressed to the vicarious agent of the externalized, anonymous repressive superego according to the mirror image of society, can only insufficiently rationalize the ID, let alone civilize it. The merely repressed drives break through with pent-up energy at the valves that the externalized superego, the social authority, allows. The contradiction of pseudo-conservatism between the submissive surface and the rebellious in the truest sense of the word a social ID, is not a mere reaction formation against hidden desires for rebellion. Rather, it indirectly allows precisely those destructive tendencies that the individual keeps in check through rigid identification with an externalized superego. The result is a pronounced sadomasochism, if the restraint alien to the ID, which the rigid superego enforces, demands that this repression be occupied libidinally masochistically, the cause of excessive pseudoconformism, then the forbidden desires are discharged all the more violently in an exuberant projectivity, in the compulsive search to punish the forbidden in others. This de-differentiation in the organization of the subject throws it back to the infantile. Re-infantilization forces the compulsive revival of irrational mechanisms that the adolescent individual had never overcome. However, the two typical mechanisms of infantile environmental systematization are also well known to value criticism, stereotyping, and personalization. At this point, the value form materializing into a social totality and the de-differentiation of the subject interlock like cogwheels. The enchanted inverted and upside-down world, arising from the fetish character of the commodity, produces a subjective constellation whose projectivity shoots into excess. The latter's underlying inability to perceive grows at the same speed at which the objectification of production relations and their independence vis-a-vis the agents of production erodes the ego strength of the citizen who once believed himself to be the master of his own destiny and property. Commodity fetishism also strikingly confirms the irreversible stereotypes that push towards personalization. Quote, furthermore, the reification of the social determinations of production and the subjectification of the material foundations of production, which characterizes the entire capitalist mode of production, is already included in the commodity, and even more so in the commodity as a product of capital. MEW 25, 887. The self-movement and self-movement, Versubjektivierung. that things assume as commodities in relation to their owners turns the conditions of their own reproduction, which impose the imperative of utilize yourself on the subject, into an ominous witch's sabbath. The increasingly impenetrable domination of the commodity fetish over social existence, which underlies the unpredictability of social demands, forces their personalization. The degree of this unpredictability determines the transition from the conventional to the authoritarian syndrome, because the superego as a psychic incorporation of society is no longer satisfied with a coherent catalog of norms that can be transferred unbroken to the private sphere, but rather the superego is opaque, unbounded, and contradictory. The ambivalence of pseudo-conservatism expresses the loss of even the last semblance of market autonomy of the subject with simultaneous complete dependence on market events. However, the fact that this only comes to fruition through certain social characters which the social process of production imprints on individuals, MEW 25, 887, corresponds to the replacement of the ability to perceive by projected stereotypes. The subjectified personalized conditions of production, necessarily disguised in human form, also impose the linearity and norm of the process on potential labor power. The stamping of individuals on the social properties of these things, MEW 26.3, 498, imprints their stereotypes on them, which are mockingly confirmed to the individuals by their real powerlessness in the face of these objective powers. Thus, the seemingly paradoxical fact that the persecutory delusion is all too often confirmed a posteriori, that the world threatens to become similar to the delusion, is not due to a remnant of undistorted perception, but precisely to the non-existent ability to perceive, which prevents experience. The projector delirious in harmony with the world bewitched by exchange. In the re-archaization of society into a second nature, the subject also re-archaises itself. Just as its actions are dictated by the automatic subject of society, capital, it also loses its ego-determined ability to control. The ascending self-referential and self-running ID throws off drive control in the same way that the love in the body of the real subject capital is in the process of reducing the intentions of the empirical subject to mere waste. Adorno's F-scale, which provided clues to the degree of compulsiveness of the projection, was still used even in the case of pseudo-conservatism because ego-filtering separated character structures that revealed themselves in the pre-ideological, pre-political realm from their stereopathic manifestations in the ideological political realm. Even the two groups of statements on the F-scale that most closely correspond to the authoritarian syndrome, those that deal with projectivity sans phrase and sexuality, obey the underlying assumption that political prejudice only fed from these sources in an ego-mediated way. In the scale sets presented in the following, no superficial rationalizations, as with other variables, restrict the projection, but even the pronounced ego weakness, which they are supposed to help illustrate by dispensing with pseudo-restrictions in the sense of at least instrumental reason, rationalizations, of the judgments presented in contrast to other variables, did not yet seem to have reached the point of complete elimination of the ego filter.
Quote 25.
Crimes of morality, such as rape and fornication against children, deserve more than mere imprisonment. Such criminals should be publicly flogged or punished even more severely. 35. The sexual debauchery of the ancient Greeks and Romans was child's play compared to certain occurrences here, even in circles from which one would least expect it. 38. Most people do not realize the extent to which our lives are governed by conspiracies hatched in secret.
End quote.
One look at these three variables is enough to see that they fully describe the motivation, thrust, and program of the Belgian popular movement. How the mass short circuit from sexual offense to conspiracy hunt takes place can also be illustrated here once again in condensed form, using the person of private detective André Rogge. Rogge has been researching for years on behalf of the Parents Initiative Mark E.T. Corinne into links between suspected sexual offenses involving around half a dozen children who have disappeared over a longer period of time, international gangs, and high-ranking state and party personnel. Despite the futility of the Poirot descendants' investigations, he rose to become a folk hero, editorialist, and television star in Belgium. Based on Rogge's statements, Der Spiegel 43/96 explained the Belgian popular movement as follows: a citizens' movement has arisen that demands ruthless clarification, not only about the monster Marc Dutroux and his accomplices, but also about those behind the scenes and solvent clients. The people know that the judiciary has long since become the prey of the parties. The welfare recipient, Dutroux, owns more than half a dozen houses. In Arlon prison, he subscribed to the stock exchange newspaper. And he probably offered children pumped full of drugs at so-called pertuzes, private sex parties that have a certain tradition in Belgium. Neufchâteau's investigators are now once again focusing on the Pink Ballet's sex parties for the upper classes, where doctors, lawyers, politicians, state protectors, and high-ranking judicial officials enjoyed themselves. The orgies came to light in the early 1980s after a woman died mysteriously. At one of the pertuses, she had threatened to spill the beans about the participation of minors. Nihaul, the man with the far-reaching connections, had also attended these parties. The sex parties he organized at 124 Rue de Atrebates in Brussels were so loud that residents complained about the noise at night. The police never intervened. The prominent Belgian detective André Rogge, who stumbled upon an international pedophile network years ago, does not believe that the Dutrix case will be completely solved. Despite all the efforts of the brave judges of Neufchâteau, there are too many involved, it's too explosive.
End quote.
Sexual projection, as the most immediate to the ID, bundles projectivity. In contrast to the authoritarian structure that Adorno still found in the 1940s, the boundary between political prejudice and the impulses that it rationalizes seems to be falling. While there were certainly extreme examples of anti-Semitic propaganda of the time, most strongly in the German Stürmer, that crossed that boundary, these remained marginal and tainted with feelings of embarrassment for the majority. Here, on the other hand, the ID impulse, the projectivity, has stripped away the mediation that was previously subject to the filtering of the ego, however weakened. This typology, which in Adorno's eyes, only appears in torture chambers and marginal areas of society, and documents a complete failure of differentiation, now has a mass base that mobilizes itself even without any significant manipulative influence on the part of skillful agitators. The fact that repressed, i.e., sadistic and autistic sexuality, which is not formed by any kind of orientation towards the object, succeeds in synthesizing otherwise rather disparate projections that are restricted by rationalizations, indicates that the authoritarian personality has by no means been abolished, not even falsely, but that the authoritarian syndrome, as Adorno outlined it, represents the decisive turning point, but by no means an end point in the de-differentiation of the subject. In the pseudo-conservative authoritarian, the attack of the ID was still diverted into an overflow basin with, albeit more poorly than properly definable emergency valves by a superego that had already been externalized, but which was reasonably consistent and cruel. This consistency owes itself primarily to the social structure of the omnipresent interventionist state, mass labor for disciplining, and the separation of private and public spheres, of family and market demands on the individual, prolonged by family and social policy beyond their time of decay. All this served as a coercive bracket where the internal organization of the subject was already in a state of bright dissolution. The extremely unstable balance, in which even the externalized superego can still hold the ascending projective destructiveness of the ID, because authority appears as concrete in the life of the individual, becomes unbalanced the moment this controlling authority appears to withdraw. The abstraction of the superego in combination with the elimination of the selective ego opens the floodgates that held back the archaic in the history of life and society. It is therefore no coincidence that the crisis of the interventionist state goes hand in hand with the crisis of perception. The creeping or, as in Comecon, abrupt collapse of the leeway that the self-utilizing value of political control initially imposed, but towards the end only conceded, consequently leads to the hypertrophic proliferation of projectivity, which buries the remnants of perceptual ability at breakneck speed. The word deregulation, a consequence of the immoderate acceleration that makes the circulation of money as capital an end in itself, MEW 23, 167, takes on a sinister meaning through the simultaneous deregulation of the subject. The post-Keynesian permanent crisis cements the psychotic character of popular movements, both through the completion of the authoritarian personality and through the completion of the apparent natural law into which the commodity as a product of capital locks the living factors of production. The lynch mob in Belgium, which called for a state of emergency, is only one of the tips of the iceberg. The sudden collapse of the real socialist states, which until 1989 stood in the political landscape like grey giants from the prehistory of thoroughly conventionalized everyday life, left behind an equally thoroughly traumatized subjectivity, whose collapsing organization kept pace with the shrinking world market opportunities. Projectivity, which is no longer rationalized by anything, loses its fixed prejudices and becomes just as chaotic as the ID it rejects. In an ever-accelerating carousel, the projections of guilt and punishment, all too often fueled by real misery, switch from the red criminal gangs to the historical enemies and vice versa. The left-wing consciousness, however, which now, after the shock of '89, naturally wants to carry on as before, this consciousness, which spasmodically represses the increasingly obvious pathology of subjectivity with the help of reality-resistant, empty categories in order to at least swim along on the fringes of the post-Keynesian popular movements, already received the answer it deserves today more than 30 years ago. The desire for positive proposals becomes again and again unfulfillable, and therefore criticism all the more conveniently defamed. Suffice it to say that the obsession with the positive is a cover for the destructive instinct operating under a thin veil. The collective compulsion to positivity, which allows immediate implementation in practice, has now seized precisely those who believe themselves to be in the harshest opposition to society. To counter this would be that the wrong, once determined, recognized, and specified, is already an index of the right, the better. To specify the wrong without reservation is the measure that separates criticism from affirmation. If one were to believe the Tritons of the Greens, a foreign policy counterpart could be added to the taming of the violent character of capitalist German democracy by civil society. The participation of the old 68 in the state game would then correspond to the taming of foreign policy by France, Italy, England, etc. Because otherwise the middle position would make the German nation violent, the left would have to wish for Europe, so the logic goes. The gentlemen make it easy for themselves. They do not want to know a systematic reason for state violence in a market economy supervised by the state. They would rather attribute the cause of 2 world wars, as well as current cases of state conflict, to narrow-minded politics, or a dubiously bad situation in the middle of Europe, or fears of threats, or whatever else they can think of. How someone is supposed to bind someone who, as they say just as metaphorically, carries the bomb and its detonator, without being torn apart themselves in an emergency remains a mystery. It also remains unexplained why other state perpetrators of violence such as England, France and the USA of all countries, should use their violence in relation to Germany to secure peace, when they do not otherwise do so. After all, they are committed to their national benefit. However, the Europhiles of the Greens and the PDS do not allow such pompous objections to interfere with their great task, to help shape this Germany responsibly, to transform it into a fantasized, responsible Europe. Instead, this article wants to deal with the unpleasant effects of the European project by trying to clarify what the establishment of euros is good for and what contradictions the participating states are struggling with in this project. Of all people, a man like Kohl, who really cannot be accused of betraying his fatherland, comes up with a program to transfer the German nation into a much larger European supernation. If the other states do not join in this wonderful project, they will threaten peace, according to his prognosis. If the competitors oppose the unification of Europe for reasons of national benefit, as otherwise entire branches of industry would close down due to the current requirements to reduce the national budget deficit, then they would challenge the German state power, according to Kohl, in the rights it had acquired against its European partners. The export successes of the German economy, its presence on the European markets, and the export of capital, the direct increase of capital through production in neighboring countries, demand the completion of Europe in the Chancellor's opinion. In order to increase pan-European clout, it is necessary to abandon the previous national standpoint in energy, steel, and agricultural production. There is no alternative to this path, according to Kohl's speech, as the only alternative would be war, a war that no one can seriously want, even if Germany would have to want it, should the rights to increase capital it has acquired over decades be impaired. Kohl expresses himself in a selective manner, talking only about the abstract possibility of a relapse into nationally narrow-minded egoism, which could lead to upheavals wars break out, as we know, rather subjectlessly. Nevertheless, his warnings shed a rather harsh light on the ideology of the common benefit that the EU could bring. But not everyone accepts that Kohl is running the EU in the well-understood German interest. It is not only the Republicans who are upset by the prospect of the euro, but also some SPD and CDU members. After all, the success of capitalist economic activity is summarized in the strengthening of national state power. That is why every politician is still concerned about Germany. Up to now, the Euro states have balanced their economic successes against each other, as national economies. The more successful a national economy was in increasing capital, the more it was able to attract international capital, the greater the state's freedom to expand its apparatus of force with tax revenue and, much more importantly, by borrowing on the international capital markets. The purpose of state economic development can therefore be found in the expansion of its sovereignty, the supreme power to which all other powers have to relativize their will. The European states are suffering from this, as can be seen not only in the decline of the British Empire and the French Grande Nation. The unbearable situation for nationalists of having to make concessions to others for the benefit of their own nation's progress, and Europe is not purely dictated by Germany, points to another great nation that is always able to set the framework conditions for the political will of Europeans, America. The closer the euro comes, the more often German politicians say that it would have been far more advantageous if economic unification had been preceded by political unification. This ideal is inspired by the incorporation of the GDR. To hold the power in one's hands that sets the framework conditions for economic subjects that are undoubtedly defined as nationally useful, that is quite different from having to constantly fight for permission to shut down industries, reduce subsidies, or set interest rates against other states. The European project is the realization of the contradiction that particular sovereignty is to be overridden by sovereign will in a joint action, a task that normally requires wars. The participants could not agree to cede their sovereignty in favor of a political union. In the hierarchical relationship that would then inevitably arise, no one wanted to be the one to be subordinate. The common consent to economic constraints in the form of the stability criteria is intended to turn the national advantage calculations of those for whom they do not work out, whereby these constraints are not absolute, but were established in the first place from the advantage calculation of upgrading one's own nation against the USA. The contractual signature under the monetary union is therefore intended to establish the subordination necessary for unification in purely economic terms as a quasi-constraint. In order to create a currency that trumps the dollar, the EU had to agree on tough criteria that would command the respect of the international financial world. The result of the competition that has dominated up to now, some nations have huge debts because they need immense state subsidies to promote their relatively unprofitable industries, is now forcing them to prove their sound economic management. Their membership is no longer just a question of will, but of ability. States are to lose much of the economic basis of their power, but at the same time their political sovereignty, and thus the means of resistance, remains intact. The monetary union installed as an economic constraint to subordination, i.e. political unification through the back door, is therefore by no means a foregone conclusion, all the less so as the ideal of all nations profiting from common money will be thwarted by a global economic crisis. The contradictions inherent in the construction of the euro will therefore continue to occupy us. Their virulence is already apparent. France objected to the regulation demanded by the Germans that fines amounting to 0.25% of GDP plus 0.1% per percent overrun would be imposed if the maximum budget deficit of 3% of gross domestic product, GDP, was exceeded. At the 1995 level, this would have cost France 17 billion marks. Together with other countries, it was able to negotiate exceptions to this clause. In the event of a natural disaster or a serious recession, the duration of which is not specified, France can now be exempted from the penalties. In June 1997, France demanded renegotiations on the stability criteria, which Weigel refused to do. In return, a stronger emphasis on the EU employment policy demanded by France was agreed in the Treaty of Amsterdam. The EU could not decide on employment programs with an impact on spending, but had to better coordinate national activities. This means that national capital promotion programs will remain in place, depending on the scope for stability, but they have now been given a nice-sounding name. France is also demanding that the power of the Euro Central Bank be politically controlled by a Stability Council. It wants to be able to politically counteract any loss of ground in economic competition by retaining more national scope for action. With the euro, France has lost the possibility of devaluation to stimulate exports. Now the most productive capital wins, and therefore not automatically the French. EU economic development programs or the permission of more than 3% new debt in relation to GDP could compensate for this. In the eyes of Germany, France is a euro-softening nation. When France considered withdrawing from individual joint armaments projects, Tiger combat helicopter, NH-90 transport helicopter and FTA transport aircraft, in March 96, Rouen threatened to withdraw from the joint development of reconnaissance satellites. The French desire to fill the NATO Europe South post with a Euro general is supported relatively laxly by Germany, so that the French reintegration into the military alliance will not bear any real fruit. The French proposal to set up a 300,000-strong Euro army for the purpose of implementing NATO's Euro pillar and the establishment of a European command structure with its own general staff was rejected by German politicians. The duplication of structures would amount to a split in NATO. Germany therefore insists that the globally powerful Euro imperialism to be established remains dependent on the functioning of NATO, for the time being. When France decided to transition to a professional army, taking the US Army's intervention capabilities as a yardstick and thus creating a new situation with problems for the Bundeswehr, the French president commented, "But that is a German matter and it is up to the Germans to settle this question." In Bosnia, people pulled in opposite directions because Germany did not want to recognize the Anglo-French defining power over their ground troops. It preferred to stab its brothers in the back with the Americans. The list of examples should prove it. The Euros have a need for a common world power-capable army and also foreign policy. After all, they have economic claims and rights arising from their successes to assert and secure. At the same time, however, the existing nation-states demand to be able to define the structure and use of force according to their interests. Germany is working on France's nuclear weapons, which it would prefer to communitize, while France seeks to use its military and influence on other continents against the economic blackmail power. This has resulted in some progress on the euro, but also some new contradictions. In the CFSB, the common strategy is that the vetoes of others should be eliminated by majority vote. Once the agreement has been reached, each side will seek supporters for its interests. The agreement on merging the nation-state instrument of money will therefore continue to cause problems. A French general, Pierre Gallois, embodies the suffering of the French nation, whose public opinion on Europe is much more divided than that of Germany. He puts forward the theory that the Germans are pursuing the goal of federalism, i.e., creating small units, in order to be able to dominate them. Gallois quotes former Foreign Minister Genscher, who suggested 3 economic zones of prosperity in a newspaper interview. The Western zone would have included only half of France, as far as Paris. With a separate South, France's influence would fall drastically in a situation, according to the general, where Germany's gross national product is already 50 or 60% higher than that of France. As little as it indicates that Germany, as the general suspects, now wants to break up Europe into similarly small pieces as it did with Yugoslavia, for other reasons, the good man's distress has a factual basis. France cannot determine the European reason of state alone, and whether it has as much to throw into the balance as Germany is doubted by a veritable opposition in this country. The regionalism favored by German politicians, Stoiber at the forefront, which ideologically recommends to each region what corresponds to it, is aimed at expanding the regions with strong capital, which would then largely not include southern France. In response to the definition of the stability criteria, there were waves of speculation against the lira and the pound. The result of the subsequent devaluation of the currencies by 20%, these currencies had to leave the EMS, and the 2 nations, Italy and Great Britain, lost around 20% of their ability to acquire international wealth. In order to comply with the debt criteria, 60% of GDP, all Euro nations had to restrict their public borrowing and reduce subsidies for ailing industries. The result: some bankruptcies on a large scale, some reductions in national wealth. Some nations had to offer not only their state-owned companies, but also large parts of their national economy for sale to more potent partners. Spain's economy is not internationalizing, it is being internationalized. Handelsblatt of August 13, 1996. The result is quite intentional. The losers of the competition lose the means to correct themselves. In future, they will no longer be allowed to expand their credit, but will have to reduce it in their hour of need, thereby strangling parts of their capital. The reduced import capability of these industries will then cause problems for exporters from other Euro countries. In order to preserve this innovation, the losing nations were also prohibited from using the euro to compensate for national losses for the period after its introduction. European financial policy only exists as a restriction. The euro should only be usable by countries to the extent that they were previously successful. By cutting off the debt route, the EU's commonality is imposed quite negatively on some nations. Although they are still sovereigns, they have consented to wealth accumulation according to overall needs, which are essentially determined by the more productive nations, and to their territories being developed according to the needs of the winners of the competition. Investments are made in Spain if this is a contribution to the overall accumulation, which takes place mainly in France and Germany. The dependence that the relative competition losers have entered into with the winners is bearing fruit for the latter without them having to make any major concessions. On the contrary, plans for drastic cuts in agricultural subsidies are already in the pipeline for the planned accession of the Eastern European states, a measure which will deprive the Southern European states and Ireland of a considerable proportion of their national product. The less economic weight the affected states have to throw into the balance, the smaller the danger that they will leave the EU and the euro perspective. It is not easy to compete against the rest of the world on your own, without participating in a global currency, especially not if the euro markets are closed to you in exchange for a little equity. No concessions, but blackmail with the power you have. This characterizes the relationship between the inner circle of EU nations and the outer circle. Is the Federal Republic of Germany better off with the euro or the DM? Is the exciting question that is being discussed everywhere in Germany. People who are unable to distinguish between a hard national currency and their monetary needs, or who see it as a conducive condition for solving their monetary problems, are eagerly discussing this with politicians who are quite happy with this confusion, but who are preoccupied with quite different concerns, namely those of the nation. The debate is unfortunate because both alternatives, the DM and the euro, involve a dependence of the discussants on money that guarantees their damage. Whether a soft euro makes bread rolls more expensive is not the issue. It would not become more expensive if the euro could buy fewer dollars, i.e., if its external value were lower than that of the DM, the roll would still be paid for not with dollars, but with the euro currency. Importers would have a harder time, exporters would have an easier time. Normally, neither income flows into the pockets of ordinary people. As there are no common interests here, and often enough the same company is both exporter and importer, no clear motive for a strong euro can be found here either. So everything points to the states that want to make use of the money to be created. The hard euro guarantees them access to the world's capitalist wealth. It is less a question of the EU states being able to collect higher taxes as a result of the growing economy. It is more important that a larger proportion of the world's wealth produced is traded in their own currency, euro. Although the states that comply with the 3% new debt criterion and the 60% to GDP ratio are no longer reducing their debt, in the eyes of the financial world this constant level of debt looks like a reduction in debt, because the euro will not only serve the trade of the EU states, but will also compete with the dollar in relation to third countries both as a means of transaction and a store of value. Ottmar Issing, member of the executive board of the Deutsche Bundesbank, believes that the introduction of the euro will have a positive effect on the European capital markets because the range of available investment opportunities will be broader and the liquidity of individual products greater. In terms of total volume, the euro bond market will probably be the second largest after the dollar market. If all EU countries participate, it will account for around 60% of the US market. Quote, in terms of population, the EU is ahead of the United States. In terms of economic performance and foreign trade, it is roughly on a par. This should be a major advantage of the euro. However, whether the economic weight can be converted into political significance will depend on further progress towards political union.
End quote.
The euro thus becomes interesting for monetary capitalists all over the world, who compare the interest rates and value stability of currencies in order to increase their capital. In this way, the euro is very deliberately competing with the dollar. In this way, the euro makers want to stand up to the hitherto unrivaled American freedom from debt. The means used now, reducing government debt for the purpose of creating confidence, is to give way to the purpose of unpunished higher borrowing in the future. Due to the increased distribution volume of the euro as a means of business, government debt will then attack the euro field less in its stability of value, i.e., the government's freedom to create national credit will be continuously expanded. At least that is the ideal. An unrivaled, stable euro should outperform other national monies, especially the dollar. Their aim is not only to advance their economy, but also to assert their interests externally. Here, too, they are taking their measure from the not exactly narrow American power structure. The self-restrictions imposed on the states to achieve this goal are not easy to realize for any of the euro partners, not even for the FRG, which has incurred considerable debt to ensure the global marketability of its newly incorporated eastern territories. With overcrowded world markets and a general overaccumulation in relation to the limited purchasing power of capital, the return on these investments is a long time coming. The relationship between the realization of value promised by government borrowing, i.e., economic growth, and actual growth is therefore also precarious for Germany. Politicians want to tell international capital that investing in Germany will yield unrivaled returns. So it not only recommends that entrepreneurs drastically reduce wages and never misses an opportunity to portray the nation's decline in the darkest colors, it also lends a hand in reducing wages itself by cutting social benefits wherever possible. This increases competition among workers, who have to accept any job at almost any price, a state of affairs that the trade union diligently helps to create with the viewpoint that the workplace is the highest good. The fact that capital is creating more and more wealth with fewer and fewer workers, which confronts the producers as a permanently increasing hostile force, is understood by the state in such a way that it regroups more and more people from the area of wage replacement benefits into social welfare. It saves the economy costs by reducing social benefits where they are becoming the only food for ever larger sections of the working class. The privatization of state-owned companies is also part of this process. In addition to the billions in revenue, the declared purpose is precisely to rationalize them, i.e. to execute the verdict that they have fed too many people too well up to now. Thilo Sarrazin, a former expert for various federal governments, contradicts the thesis of the necessity of the euro by pointing out that changes are necessary anyway.
Quote, we have too much debt even now.
This has nothing to do with the euro is only the cause. Everyone involved knows that we have to reduce our new debt in any case. The euro is now adding a certain amount of time pressure, that is correct.
End of quote.
Here the talk of the euro constraint is discarded in order to introduce another one, too much debt. For the goal of attracting the world's monetary capital, the state will indeed have to pay attention to the level of debt and a hard currency. This is only a constraint if the state wants to appropriate this money for its own purposes. But who is forcing Germany to measure itself against the power of America? Who is forcing it to send soldiers all over the world to take on the famous responsibility that no one has asked the German state to assume? Strengthening state power, interfering in the whole world in order to push back foreign influence makes a lot of sense for the state power supervising a capitalist economy, but it is by no means a practical necessity, especially not in the way it is presented. that for the good of all Germans they would have to make sacrifices to hard money and the powerful state. But even on the left, there are considerations as to whether some aspects of the development should be affirmed due to practical constraints, in particular, whether it is necessary and right to support the introduction of the euro. The question is being bandied about as to whether, in view of Germany's dissatisfaction at not being able to create Europe according to its dictates, there is not seriously the option of a strong Germany with an Eastern European hinterland down to the Balkans, which should be prevented. After all, CDU parliamentary group spokesman Schäuble even went on record to say that a relapse into old conflicts cannot be ruled out, and that the 1930s are not yet as far away as some people think, and the Europe of alliances and counter-alliances, of combinations and competing alliances could return. But it is precisely the threat that shows that it is suitable for blackmailing concessions. If going it alone were the more promising path, Germany would have taken it long ago. As things stand at present, it is still the worse alternative, albeit an alternative, to the development of a Euro-Europe under German hegemony. 1. Germany wants to use the economic plus military power of the other EU countries precisely because its own is not sufficient. And does the whole of Eastern Europe really produce more capitalist wealth than Italy? 2. With the EU variant, Germany is not decoupling itself from the influence of Eastern Europe, but rather bringing Eastern Europe into the EU as its own core member state and area of influence. This will increase Germany's opportunities to largely determine the political direction of the EU. 3. Germany is by no means limited to Eastern Europe. It can count on the help of smaller nations that meet the euro's toughness criteria and see the hard euro as a means for their industry, e.g. the Netherlands, Austria, Denmark. These nations share Germany's view that the level of agricultural subsidies is a luxury and are pushing for their reduction. Moreover, the DM has been established as their reserve currency. The scope for national monetary policy is severely restricted, and the Netherlands has even set up a joint German-Dutch high command for external military operations. Even France, which would be affected by the reduction of agricultural subsidies, does not want to reject this position. After all, unproductive subsidies are an obstacle to the global monetary quality of the euro. 4. This is why the dispute about Europe, which interestingly enough has broken out within the coalition of the ruling German nationalists, Stoiber etc., themselves, is not one that would call Europe itself into question, but in fact only one about the euro's hardness criteria, or more precisely, about the firmness of the pressure of the German stamp. The certainty of the benefits of Europe is ultimately much less controversial in Germany than in the other major nations. 5. The dispute between the 3 or 4 nations capable of determining the political purpose of the super-sovereignty to be created is about the transfer of the current foreign policy objectives and the imperialist positions achieved to the overall sovereign. The common starting point, the increased common capital power, which finds its expression and leverage for further successes in the euro. The common starting point, the increased common capital power, which finds its expression and leverage for further success in the euro, creates a common state obligation to establish and secure by force the enforcement of the thus established legal claims to the use of all wealth in the world for European accumulation. This is opposed by the different spheres of influence actually achieved and also concepts of interference. Whether the power nations will overcome their contradictions remains to be seen. 6. Speculation as to whether the EU is the ideal path for German imperialism is of little interest. The fact is that this path is being pursued quite decisively at the moment. Even the promotion of Germanism in the Czech Republic, Poland and Russia fits in with Europe. The growing German influence on these countries can be used both within and outside the European project. The explanation of the European in deeds of German politics is necessary to dissuade those affected from participating. The announcement that Germany could follow in the footsteps of the Third Reich, by going it alone once again only appeals to the nation's partisans with the idea of its failure, war lost. The confrontation of the nation's current path to success with an imagined or actual worse alternative also only gives people clues for alternative Euro-imperialism, as if the one that is about to be realized did not also have its battlefields mapped out. 10 years ago, when nationalist slogans were chanted at mass marches in the countries of the CMEA and demonstrators demanded Western prosperity, the local press could hardly be more unanimous in its praise of the awakening peoples who were now taking their fate into their own hands and were no longer prepared to spoon up the socialist beggar's soup. The uprising of Romanian miners from the Schiltel in January 1999, as was written everywhere, idyllic and sounding so German and homely, who also demanded nothing other than a sufficient, regular income and whose nationalist slogans could not be ignored, was anything but applauded. Certainly, this species of agitator had never been seen before. 4 times already, in January, February and June 1990 and then again in September 1991, the stormtroopers of the counter-revolution, Tagesspiegel, January 23, 1999, had invaded the capital, beaten up anti-communist demonstrators and contributed significantly to the fall of the reform-oriented Roman government. The fact that the beating miners were by no means guided by noble ideas, but represented tangible interests, the preservation of their livelihood, did not make them any more sympathetic to local public opinion. Even then, a clear distinction was made between the stubborn adherence to socialist privileges, as exemplified by the shill-tailers, and the longing call for Western capital that could be heard in the freedom chants of the beaten-up students. Even in the late 80s, people knew how to distinguish between bad and good nationalism. Good and natural were almost separatist nationalisms, whereas efforts to hold together the disintegrating states were generally interpreted as the great power chauvinist preservation of artificial entities. So everything was the same after all?
Not at all.
Although the bludgeoning of the shill-tailers was loudly lamented, they were basically only seen as a rearguard action in a war that had already been won for the West. With the restructuring of the socialist forced economy, sooner or later the advantages of the Western way of life would dawn on even the most deluded coal miner. He would then have to understand his commitment to the unhindered exploitation of capital as his very own interest. But things turned out quite differently. The more intelligent among the strategists representing public opinion realized that they had become victims of their own propaganda, and their belief that functioning in the new private capitalism would eventually become second nature to the Eastern Europeans crumbled. Schmidhauer, for example, analyzes the Romanian miners' uprising as part of growing tensions among millions of people in Eastern Europe. Rough Hungarian farmers have already harnessed their horses to the panj wagons in front of the Polish farmers. And they will demonstrate again. In Masuria, in the Puszta, in Wallachia, he writes in Die Zeit of January 28, 1999. In the same paper, a colleague, taking up an idea of the Romanian trade union bloc, recommends the resettlement of the miners in 5-7 bourgeois villages, which will fall into ruin after the emigration of the Saxons, in order to take the edge off an impending uprising. Like their blessed ancestors, they are supposed to survive there in a dull lack of history solely by eating their own produce. In fact, in recent years there has been a constant retreat of those who have become superfluous into subsistence production. And many have become redundant. If pars pro toto, the FAZ blames delayed structural reforms for the economic disaster in Romania, then the previous governments, whether post-communist or neoliberal, must be defended, because they have all done a great job. The old structures were thoroughly reformed, and domestic production was reduced by 40% between 1989 and 1992 alone. The scene is familiar from all other Eastern European countries. Traditional industry collapsed when it had to compete with Western products on the world market. New, and in some cases old elites and the population placed great hopes in the influx of Western capital. The Romanians are still waiting. While foreign direct investment accounted for 10.2% of GDP in Hungary and 5.6% in the Czech Republic in 1995, in Romania it had by then reached just 1% of the already miserably shrunken domestic product, which, after 3 years of low growth in the last 2 years, has fallen back to its lowest level. Privatization is certainly keeping pace with the collapse. The sale of 73% of all goods produced is now likely to fill private pockets. The miner from Schiltel sees it when he strolls through the capital without his gang and gets googly eyes from all the glittery stuff. But he suspects that there is no blessing in the advance of the Western world. Looking back, Ceausescu's state capitalist development dictatorship does not exactly appear to the miners to be a paradise for working people. In 1977 they clashed massively with the government over social demands, but the economic effort at the time to establish national self-sufficiency may seem sensible and coherent to them, especially from today's perspective. Together with the farmers, the food producers, they were the first link in the chain of the national economy as producers of primary energy. They cannot comprehend that coal, so laboriously extracted, is worth nothing today. What they could understand would be the replacement by easier to extract and therefore cheaper foreign coal. But what they are experiencing is a general collapse of the entire industry. In future, the large coking plants of the iron and steel works will no longer coke coal mined abroad, but pig iron and steel production, which fell by half in the first 5 years after Ceausescu, is now on the brink of collapse. In the next few weeks, rigorous job cuts will begin in the iron and steel industry. At Sidex in the industrial city of Galati alone, 23,000 workers, soon a tenth of the population, are to lose their jobs, writes Die Zeit, January 28, 1999. The miners are thus experiencing a permanent decline in production, and with it, consumption. And this despite the fact that the actual producers would like nothing better than to continue working in their usual manner. After all, their products are needed more than ever, and replacements are either not in sight or unaffordable. But they are not let go. But who are they? On the one hand, and easily recognizable, it is the West, i.e. the IMF and the World Bank. The demand for the closure of the unprofitable state-owned steelworks is on the table during the loan negotiations as a precondition for the granting of loans. Everyone learned during the decades of the Ceausescu regime that the West wants to degrade the Eastern European countries to vassals, i.e. to suppliers of raw materials. If the West seizes its opportunity now, it will come as no surprise to those who now remember this. What must astonish Schiltaler, however, is how quickly and easily the West was able to implement its sinister plans and how little resistance there was to them. This could only happen, he thinks, because the West has strong allies in the country itself. Let's take another look at the Schiltaler promenading in Bucharest. He has grown up with the propaganda and practice of national economic self-sufficiency, has the almost complete collapse of national production as a personal fate before his eyes. The worst he fears is yet to come. Based on the increasing misery in the capital, which he presumably registers with horror, a fascinating glittering world is growing that he has only seen in American television series up to now. There is a hectic hustle and bustle, a lot of money is at stake, certain businesses are flourishing, but he doesn't understand much more. But it is clear to him that on this terrain he has identified the not even secret ally of Western finance capital. The nouveau riche traders to the people swankily cruise in their luxury cars from the posh hotel to the high-class restaurant. Accustomed to thinking in ethno-national categories, the Schiltaler now only needs a tiny reminder of the whispers of his peasant ancestors to identify the Jew behind the haggling trader to the people. Even if there were not a single Jew among the nouveau riche, the anti-Semitic reaction will certainly snap into place automatically among a considerable number of those who are now superfluous. Once they have discovered the Jews as the cause of the catastrophe, there is no need to search for motives. In communist times, people knew about the cosmopolitanism of foreigners. In the time before that, in centuries of anti-Semitic pogroms up to the time of the massacres committed against the Jewish population by the fascist legions of St. Michael the Archangel in the 1930s, the Jews were, for many simple and treacherous peasant minds, notorious pests of the people and poisoners of wells. It's just in their nature. The desperate Folkish projected his destructive desires onto the cunning cheating merchant. When the international finance capital behind which Jews naturally hide, and the treacherous liberal Jewish bourgeoisie, are joined by the internationalist Jewish communist, the feverish conspiracy fantasy is complete and hermetically sealed against any rational thought. The radical right-wing anti-Semitic gang leaders, usually intellectuals who, like Ceausescu's court poet tutor, have for some reason come up short in the distribution of state assets, so their dragon's teeth, the anti-Semitic, Greater Romania propaganda also falls on fertile ground in the Schilt Valley. Against all appearances, the German interpreters of the Eastern European social catastrophes pray the sermon of inadequately implemented market liberalization. Where there is now almost no social security for the masses of impoverished superfluous people, they stammer about lack of personal responsibility and lack of initiative. But when they take the initiative, like the Schiltal and Polish farmers, they are rightly horrified. The fact is that post-communist societies have nothing more to offer many people. For any society to function in any way, it is necessary that, as Horkheimer writes, society, dominated by the self-preserving reason of the owners, however badly and accidentally, nevertheless co-reproduces the life of the dominated class. The self-preserving reason of Western capital, represented by the IMF and the World Bank, doesn't give a damn about the lives of the ruled. That much is true about the hatred of the Schiltalers. Where the reproduction of the lives of the ruled no longer plays a role, a social formation has reached its end. A single sharp decline in the remaining production, the spread of the currently rampant crisis of exploitation, which is causing the new middle class in Russia to wither away, could destroy all Western dreams of prosperity. The enthusiasm for the Western way of life could then easily turn into boundless rage among those who have been left behind and bruised, i.e. the vast majority of the population, against those who promised them all this, and possibly also against the few who received what was promised. But for the time being, it remains to be seen what will happen to whom. Whether it goes off without chauvinist and anti-Semitic intentions, as in the limited uprising in Albania 3 years ago, or whether types like Tudor set the course, is decisive for the future, not only for the rebels. The fascist leaders promise everything, but all they have to offer is plunder and predatory wars in areas that have already been thoroughly plundered. The only option left to their followers is to turn people into victims, the luxury of being allowed to torture and kill with impunity. It remains to be seen whether this will happen. The national Bolshevik movements, which are obviously gaining in attractiveness, will not steer post-communist societies into the calm harbor of egalitarian state capitalism. The dream of a self-sufficient national economy is irrevocably over with the end of Ceausescu. The rapid social decline destroys the course of peaceful exploitation. As a result, the possibility of long-term rule became obsolete. The cliques competing for power replaced each other in ever faster succession. With the disappearance of superficially grafted bourgeois forms, political programs are also becoming more radicalized. It should not be ruled out from the outset that the rebels will renounce the fascist, all-destructive and self-destructive dynamic. It is impossible to predict whether, in the course of their actions, the superfluous will become aware of the need to break open the continuum of history. Walter Benjamin. The West, however, will seek to punish any deviation from the predetermined goals, regardless of the direction the uprisings take. But even its arm does not reach endlessly. At the latest, when Clinton adds Russia to his list of rogue states, which today only includes Cuba, Iraq, Sudan, Libya and North Korea, i.e. when the apparently most phlegmatic part of humanity re-enters history, the phase following the Cold War will come to an end and a new era will begin. The shill-tailers can then claim that they knew it from the beginning. The dazzling myth of globalization seems to explain everything that currently constitutes capitalism. The triumph of free trade and the international movement of capital set the standards. Where free trade is glossed over as an opportunity for personal responsibility, the left is rediscovering the common good and that it is needed again in the face of global market competition. The statement that the valorization of value does not stop at national borders is very thin ground for the commitment to defensive struggles. Together with Die Zeit, Der Spiegel and other newspapers, a patriotic critique of capitalism has long been cultivated. We must stick together against the murderous competition. During the prosperity of the 1980s, the threat posed by the global market was not at the center of attention. It was not until the recession of the late 1980s and early 1990s and the impossibility of maintaining growth through supply-oriented economic policy that globalization came to the fore as a national challenge. At the same time, global phenomena such as the economic expansion to the south and the emergence of East Asian emerging economies were compounded by the problem of integrating Eastern Europe. This led not only to the crisis of social democracies in Europe, but also to the crisis of national liberation movements and their state projects. Those who are not prepared to adapt flexibly and quickly to world market conditions, without the obstructive protection of social and ecological regulations, will be punished with social decline. But those who are prepared to give up all their vested interests will not be spared this fate either. And so the basis of social democracy, that social security through distribution is also possible when securing a location, is completely undermined. What remains is the supposed safeguarding of achievements. And if cuts are made to social security, they at least want to mitigate competition from foreigners. But what is supposed to be an effect of globalization, the isolation of the labor market or its liberalization? Globalist regime, a term used in Le Monde Diplomatique, is intended to describe a regime of world market constraints and is seen as the model of the future. The state actors and their political power disappear behind the constraints. German or European Balkan policy is not the execution of globalization constraints, but the exploitation of a crisis created by international political and economic pressure. The case of Bulgaria is an example of how both adaptation and refusal lead to the same result for the weak in such a situation. In the course of glasnost and perestroika, the Bulgarian communists adopted reforms for a socialist market economy, as early as 1987 in the July concept of socialism, at a meeting of the Central Committee. In 1988, the legal foundations were laid for an economic policy that focused on the autonomous economic activity of companies. The reform process aimed to create a socialist civil society. In January 1989, a decree allowed private ownership of the means of production and the possibility for private individuals to set up companies. This not only opened up the possibility of legalizing the real socialist shadow economy, but also initiated a system change. The BKP then gradually disempowered itself and initiated and supported the Western orientation. It was the political driving force behind the change. A purge of the party, the rehabilitation of victims of the old regime and the trial against Zhivkov initiated a process of social democratization. The BKP argued with the opposition that subsequently emerged about the way in which private property should develop into the dominant economic factor and about the role that the state sector should play in this. Due to the strong position of the BKP even after 1989, there was no complete change of elite. The old economic elite was able to maintain its position even after the system change. In the BKP and its successor, the Socialist Party (BSP), which was formed in April 1990, wings of radical reformers and reformers coexist. The BSP is still one of the strongest successor parties to the Communist Party in the former Eastern Bloc, even if it is currently losing influence. In March 1990, the Communist Prime Minister Andrei Lukyanov announced that there is no alternative to a market economy in the current stage of human society. His party promoted the establishment of a free market, with a convertible currency, and released around 40% of state fixed prices. At the same time, Bulgaria concluded a trade and cooperation agreement with the EU, together with the then still existing states of the CSSR and the GDR. As a result, a coalition government with substantial communist participation strongly advocated the dissolution of the CMEA, even though Bulgaria conducted 80% of its trade with the CMEA. The consequences of land privatization show that it is not simply globalization pressures that are weighing on Bulgarian society. In Bulgaria, the former agricultural exporter, there is hunger today. Although food is available, many Bulgarians cannot afford it because a large proportion of it is imported in exchange for foreign currency. The country was deprived of its export routes by the UN embargo against Serbia and Montenegro, in which it had to participate out of loyalty to the EU, and had to bear the greatest economic burden in Europe during the war. But this is not the main reason for the hunger. In April 1991, the coalition government of the Socialists, BSP, the Bulgarian Farmers' Union and the Anti-Communist Alliance of the Union of Democratic Forces, SDS, passed a law that included the reprivatization of the agricultural land nationalized after 1946, as demanded by the IMF. However, since, in contrast to Hungary or the CSSR, for example, there was hardly any large-scale land ownership in Bulgaria in the interwar period, this law made around 6 million Bulgarians, i.e. 2/3 of the population, owners of land. This fragmentation of agricultural land led to a slump in production. An amendment to the law by the subsequent SDS government in March 1992 completed the restoration of the old ownership structure by dissolving all cooperatives. This led to a renewed slump in agricultural production. As a result, Bulgaria had to import basic foodstuffs in exchange for foreign currency. Today, 91% of land plots are no larger than 1 hectare and a further 8.5% are between 1.1 and 5 hectares. The dissolution of the agricultural collectives led to farmers' protests at the time and boosted the Socialist Party in the countryside. The BSP won the first elections in June 1990 with 47% of the vote. A year later, although it lost around 1 million voters, it became the second strongest force behind the SDS with 33%. However, the SDS government collapsed in the winter of 1992 and the BSP supported an interim government until December 1994. In March 1993, an association agreement with the EU was concluded under the so-called expert government. In contrast to Turkey, for example, these treaties were linked to a political connection to the EU for the Eastern European countries, which is why the approval of the EU members was necessary, which took until February 1995. An application for full membership was submitted in December 1995. Since 1994, around 80% of the population in Bulgaria has been living below the poverty line and 65% below the subsistence level. 28.8% are pensioners, who lost an average of 65% of their monthly pension between the end of 1991 and mid-1993. Together with Hungary, Bulgaria is the country with the highest foreign debt, 74.4% of GDP, among the EU-associated states in 1995, which is why the IMF linked the disbursement of further loans to a drastic reduction in state expenditure. When John Vajdnov became head of government at the beginning of 1995 after the BSP's election victory in December 1994, there were 17% unemployed, inflation was 120%, there was hardly any investment from abroad and crime had increased considerably. Vajdnov now reverted rhetorically to the pre-revolutionary period and criticized the previous policies of his own party as restorative. He presented himself as the more efficient and socially responsible transformer. Vajdnov's course consisted of trying to cushion the worst effects of the collapse with state funds. The results at the end of the first year showed a sharp drop in the inflation rate to between 30 and 50%, a reduction in unemployment to around 11% and growth of 2.5%. However, there was an inflation rate for consumption of 33%. Private households were burdened with constant sharp increases in energy costs. In March 95 alone, electricity rose by 47% and heating by 80%. Food prices were increased to such an extent that basic foodstuffs became luxury goods on the basis of the 49% fall in real incomes between 1991 and 1996. In May 1996, there was an acute shortage of bread. The inflation rate in 1996 was 310%. When the socialists came to power, 450 out of 3,500 companies were privatized, and state-owned cooperatives still generated 2/3 of the country's total production in 1994. By March 1996, the number of privatized companies had risen to 586. In order to obtain new loans, the BSP government agreed to close down 64 of the state-owned companies that were causing the largest deficits in the state budget. This meant 20,000 additional unemployed. Although the BSP turned towards the EU and NATO, Bulgaria was seen as an uncertain candidate in Germany after the socialists' election victory, with an absolute majority and support especially in small towns and the countryside, in December 1994. In particular, there were fears of alignment with Russia, as the BSP government continued the NATO policy of its anti-communist predecessor, but was of the opinion that Russia should not be isolated in Europe. In contrast to the post-communist governments in Poland and Hungary, the BSP was reluctant to declare its intention to become a formal member of NATO. Bulgaria did, however, take part in NATO's Partnership for Peace. President Zelov, BSP, was also heavily criticized in the press when he expressed understanding for NATO's bombing of the Bosnian Serbs. The fact that large sections of the population sympathized with a NATO-critical stance led to growing resentment in the West. The German press has already described Bulgaria's apostasy from the West, SE 14/15.6.95. In view of the fact that Bulgaria had been on the German side in 2 world wars, the Federal Republic did not want to let an ex-CP spoil the option of prosperous cooperation. The FAZ used the example of Slovenia to demonstrate that there should be no cooperation with parties that strive for a slower reform course and are not readily available for an anti-Russian front. Because representatives of the United List of Social Democrats, ZLSD, are to be responsible for defense and European integration issues when a new government of national unity is formed, EU and NATO membership is a long way off. Germany is the driving force behind the EU's eastward expansion. Almost all Eastern European countries approach Chancellor Kohl with a request to support their respective integration. This means that nothing works without German consent. Bonn also associates its own position in the future Europe with a German backyard. The aim is to ensure that these countries can be permanently assigned to a German voting bloc, especially when it comes to majority decisions in the EU bodies. To this end, any possible anti-German attitude must be prevented. Hence the importance of the German-Czech Declaration. Germany expects much more than the other allies in explicit loyalty of the individual governments to German interests, e.g. in their anti-Russian policy. This applies to all future EU members, but especially to the associated countries. While after the fall of communism the expansion to the east was still justified on geopolitical grounds, containment of Russia, after the Eastern European countries sought EU integration, a threshold was created with undefined economic and political access conditions for integration, making them all the more dependent on advocacy. This was reaffirmed at the Essen Summit of the European Council in December 1994. Since 1991, there have been clear indications that Bulgaria is not one of the countries that the EU is interested in fully integrating. However, the geopolitical interest remains. The EU of concentric circles or different speeds gives rise to the possibility that the associated countries of Eastern Europe will occupy the outer ring and thus have to accept a real deterioration compared to their current status as a result of the downgrading of structural aid. In the first half of 1994, Germany ranked first in terms of investment in Bulgaria, 40.6%. However, German investments are not significant in absolute terms and tend to emphasize geopolitical interests. In all Eastern European countries, the post-reunification trend is towards persistently high unemployment, impoverishment of broad sections of the population, low tax revenues, and an increase in white-collar crime. The alleged Red Mafia, which is mentioned so often in reports on Bulgaria, has come to terms with a Vidnov course of state support for large companies and is also profiting from past and upcoming privatizations, which are legalizing its areas of influence. When a crowd stormed the parliament building in Sofia on January 10, 1997, Prime Minister Vidnov had already announced his resignation. Slogans were shouted against the BSP and against any possible government. The FAZ, 13.1, was immediately clear. Quote, "It is therefore not surprising that Sofia is now apparently seriously considering approving a project that the World Bank and the Monetary Fund have long considered indispensable, to place Bulgaria under international curatorship in order to free it from its serious financial and economic difficulties."
End of quote.
On January 13, the BSP agrees to the establishment of an interim cabinet, which must carry out the radical anti-crisis program and install a monetary council. Under this anti-crisis program, everyone agrees that things will get even worse. Even before the parliamentary unrest, the populist opposition party SDS had called for the BSP to disband if it agreed to IMF demands. After the unrest, the SDS then called for the appointment of an interim government and new elections at a later date. The interim government was to carry out the most unpleasant tasks, such as the repayment of a large part of the foreign debt due in the coming weeks, and it was to adopt the crisis program. The anti-communist orientation of the protest, which subsequently lasted 3 weeks, was directed against any expert government, led by the BKP. The opposition's demands were also supported by most Western embassies in Sofia. This does not mean that the West is united in every respect. For example, the International Herald Tribune says that the Bulgarian currency will be pegged to a hard currency as part of the crisis program, while the FAZ notes that this will be the DM. The day after the parliamentary unrest, the first trade unions announced a nationwide strike. On January 15, the unions called for warning strikes in order to emphasize the demands for early parliamentary elections in the foreseeable future. In the meantime, there were many strikes and traffic blockades, but they never took on the character of a general strike. The students, who are said to make up more than half of the protesters, have not voiced any left-wing demands. More like, "Don't drive us out of our home. We don't want to seek our fortune elsewhere in the world, unloved and homeless. Give us a chance to build up this country with our knowledge and skills." The gathering of creative young people, which is quite compatible with a Berlin love parade, and the deliberately apolitical gesture of this protest show that the real decisions are made elsewhere. For German observers, the creative youth is proof that something like a civil society is emerging in Bulgaria, especially as the protests are directed against the red garbage. The NZZ 18.119.1 was triumphant. Wherever the successors of the communist parties were still in power, they were beginning to falter. It was striking that the process of democratization encountered the greatest difficulties in those countries where the communists had steered a course independent of Moscow before 1989. This course led to the piecemeal adaptation of the Western model and hindered the complete political takeover by a radically Western-oriented opposition. Germany in particular is demanding greater political control, which is why the barrage against the supposed communists of the BSP is particularly strong in the local press. The aim is to split the BSP, as its wings are indeed prone to division in view of the conflicting concepts between the market and the directed market. As long as this split is not completed, the radically Western-oriented opposition, including the small Social Democratic Party, OSD, which still participates in the BSP, does not have sufficient prospects. Many of us are fed up with the concrete heads and want to found a new party, the OSD chairman told a German newspaper. As the protests spread, the outgoing President Shilev, SDS, announced on January 14 that neither he nor the opposition controlled the demonstrating crowds. The constitution was unsuitable for resolving the crisis, and Bulgaria was the first post-communist state to fail in the transition to a market economy and is in the process of failing in the transition to democracy. He therefore called for a presidential republic. However, he did not prevail and handed over his post on January 22 to his already elected successor Petr Stoyanov, SDS, who had already announced that he would commission the socialists to form a transitional government. Although Shilev had recognized the signs of the times, his short time in office made him act prematurely. The West is also not currently backing the annulment of the constitution, but rather a government of national unity. In view of the expected deterioration in the general supply situation as a result of the unavoidable crisis program, the West is preparing the ground for a possibly more repressive form of government. The BSP is not strong enough for an authoritarian government on its own. This party, which claims to be a party of the losers of the transformation process and the former elite, and which also wants to meet the strict requirements of the international financial organizations, is bound to fail, especially as it lacks the support of the West and now also that of the population. The opposition would only be strong enough if the BSP lost influence and could be blamed for the misery. When the German newspapers constantly repeat that the BSP itself may have staged the parliamentary riots with arson as a pretext to install a new dictatorship, this says nothing about the BSP, but about the options of orientation towards the West. This rumor, often and gladly repeated in the German press, is intended to demonize the BSP, especially in the land of the Reichstag fire. The attempts to oust the ex-communist Social Democrats, who were forced into the market, and the mobilization of the population against them marked a fatal process. In addition to the protest against misery, which the demonstrations in Bulgaria also stand for despite their folk festival character, the liberated individuals cling to a market that does not exist. From the outset, they offer their labor in vain and believe they can eliminate the existing evil with the BSP, the old cadres with the traditional virtues, earning without working, for example, TSP 17.1. During the ongoing protests, the economic situation continued to deteriorate, and the rapid decline of the currency was striking. The BSP's offer to the opposition to share power has so far been rejected. As a result, the first Western voices were raised that the opposition was just as much to blame for the misery as the ruling socialists, TSP 3.2, who felt committed to a radical solution anyway. If this appeal to national unity, which exists in principle, is understood correctly, an authoritarian solution should be superfluous. The nations that emerged from the bankruptcy of Yugoslavia and the Soviet Union no longer have much in common with the traditional European nation-states. While the latter still proclaimed the breakthrough of a young and dynamic capitalism, which was to bring universal enlightenment and prosperity for all, today's, as useless manifestations of a social formation eaten away by overaccumulation and brainlessness, already bear the hallmarks of destruction. Among the latest offerings in the catalogue is Chechnya, which proclaimed its independence 6 years ago and defended it in the 1994-96 war against Russia, but only gradually developed its exemplary character as a historical apostasy. At the beginning of September, 100,000 Chechens gathered in the capital Grozny to celebrate independence and to complete the victory parade of their National Guard with salutes of joy, shouts of jubilation, and traditional dances. A few days earlier, the crowd had already turned out in the capital's Central Park to enjoy the public execution of some of the criminals convicted by the newly installed Sharia courts. A second execution, which had already been announced in the local press, was postponed at the last minute due to protests from Moscow and Brussels. Onlookers gathered in the park that day for nothing. On the second weekend in September, the Sharia courts prepared another mass attraction. A man of Azerbaijani nationality is to be publicly stoned to death because his Chechen partner murdered her husband. The pregnant woman is not to be shot until after the birth of her baby. In the meantime, around 30 unfortunate people are still waiting to be punished by God's court. For the Chechen people, the feeling of invincibility acquired in the domestic battle against the Russian troops, who, according to a U.S. military report, outnumber them 5:1, no longer seems to suffice as an identity-forming group experience. It does not really enjoy its sovereignty. Even if it is not recognized, it is renewed daily through hostage-taking and terrorist attacks. It takes more than winning a battle to build a nation. There is no plan for how to build an economic system on the war-won ground that would keep the people permanently employed and fed. Typical of the heroes of today's nation-building phase, President Aslan Maskhadov, a veteran of the War of Secession, never intended to organize a functioning production of goods. As a modern highwayman on the fringes of world trade, he had his sights set on surplus value made elsewhere. But this movement of goods is now being diverted past the ghetto controlled by his gang. The area has become too unsafe for international traders. As a result, the everyday combination of bread and games on which people in happier areas live cannot establish itself in Chechnya, and instead of a state people, a Volksgemeinschaft of the breadless is formed, which reproduces itself only symbolically through destructive social games. For Chechnya, even the highwayman option is no longer realistic. The foreign wealth on which Maskhadov speculated and which he had promised his supporters was Caspian oil, which would have flowed from the Azerbaijani port city of Baku via Chechnya, Russia and the Black Sea to Western European metropolises and North America. Transit fees would have been collected in Grozny. However, when Chechnya was still a de facto Russian province, some of the rubles siphoned off would have trickled down to Moscow. Masklyadov did not want to accept this. The decision to wage a war of secession was consequent in this respect. However, he made a serious mistake when he demonstrated his unpredictability by having the pipeline blown up. This naturally strained the sensitive nerves of investors worth billions, who are now looking in all directions for alternative transit routes. After months of negotiations between Moscow and Grozny, a finalized contract for the repair of the damaged pipeline has now been signed, but Maskhadov still thinks he can make his signature dependent on conditions. The politician, who is obviously incapable of providing even for his own clique, has recently demanded that his empty coffers be replenished from the funds of the Russian Federation in order to finance the alimentation of Chechen pensioners, the establishment of schools and other public expenditure. After a vehicle belonging to Russian repair workers blew up on its way into Chechnya at the beginning of September and officials from Moscow were turned into hostages almost daily on their way to Grozny, the Russian Energy Ministry finally announced the construction of an alternative pipeline, one that would avoid Chechen territory. From the point of view of the energy companies involved in the Caucasus, an agreement between Russia and Chechnya would certainly have been more favorable. Now the start of production, originally planned for this year, has been delayed indefinitely. However, since no investments had to be made for the Chechnya pipeline, which is still available from Soviet times, the loss is limited. What is worse is that none of the other states surrounding the oil and gas sources of Central Asia promise significantly more investment security. Since the end of the 1980s, the new states that have emerged from wars between peoples and warlords have formed a ring of insecurity around the natural riches. Apart from the transport routes, not even the ownership rights to the various oil fields of the Caspian Sea have been clarified among the neighboring states: Azerbaijan, Russia, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Iran. In Georgia, presided over by former Soviet Foreign Minister Shevardnadze, which was once considered for a pipeline route bypassing Chechen and Russian territory. Only Russian peacekeepers can currently prevent a relapse into civil war between Georgians and Abkhazians and North and South Ossetians. The possibility of routing the oil from Azerbaijan directly through NATO member Turkey to a safe Mediterranean port, which has already been considered, is still restricted by the ceasefire between Baku and Yerevan over the enclave of Karabakh claimed by Armenia, which is also guaranteed by Russia, albeit a precarious one. Finally, in Tajikistan in mid-August, the 25,000 Russian soldiers were no longer enough to stop shootouts between competing military units. If the coveted raw material is to be brought from inside the Caucasian Circle of Fire to safe climes, the transportation must ultimately be secured militarily, a task that is to be taken on by a Central Asian peacekeeping battalion, in which Kazakh, Uzbek and Kyrgyz troop units are currently participating. The USA has taken over the direction. At the end of September, the first exercises of the battalion took place together with Russian and Turkish military units under the command of a U.S. Marine general. The fact that the oil business in the Caucasus is directly linked to military protection measures gives the USA a direct competitive advantage. Anyone who wants to keep up here would do well to seek their proximity. Wolfgang Schäuble, chairman of the CDU/CSU parliamentary group in Bonn, therefore makes the following statement on German foreign policy in the period following reunification. For the major security tasks in Europe and on its periphery, the Caucasus, the Maghreb, the Middle East, we need joint efforts from Europeans and Americans.
We are dependent on each other.
Without the counterweight on the other side of the Atlantic, the Eurasian landmass cannot be balanced.
End of quote.
There is nothing to dispute about his assessment of the importance of the Americans. The only thing that remains incomprehensible is Schäuble's suggestion that, conversely, the Americans are also dependent on the Europeans. In August, this view was formulated even more pointedly in an essay published in the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung by the Stiftung Wissenschaft und Politik. In order to get the Caucasian chaos under control, the traditional concept of a power of order is unsuitable and must be replaced by a power of order. It's about nothing less than replacing the age of powers of order with the age of common rules. All states that wanted to be involved in international economic processes would have to commit to fair and transparent competition and guarantee the protection of foreign investments and secure transit routes. In the event of a dispute, all parties involved would have to submit to an arbitration procedure with agreed rules. The European Union had already created a treaty in 1990 with an energy charter that included the entire area of Europe, the former Soviet Union and all other Western industrialized countries, and laid down common rules for energy development and transport. Unfortunately, the Energy Charter Treaty was signed by all European and post-Soviet states in 1994, but not by the USA. The purely provocative intention of this supposedly new demand that a community of states in competition with one another should function according to deliberately defined rules is easily recognized by the fact that it is sold as an alternative to conventional forms of exercising power. The fact that the introduction of alternative forms of rule actually means the introduction of alternative subjects of rule is made clearer by Schäuble, who also announces the establishment of a European arms industry. The Foundation's essay clearly states to whom the challenge of the vaunted new world power Europe is directed. Europe carries neither the ballast of a successful power, United States, nor that of a failed one, Soviet Union. Moreover, the opposition on the other side of the Atlantic is not so stupid as to fail to recognize the advantages of propaganda that pretends to think the geopolitics of oil in terms of the 21st rather than the 19th century. According to U.S. Deputy Secretary of State Strobe Talbot in an article for the Financial Times at the beginning of September, nothing is further from his country's interests than a repeat of the great garn that was played out 100 years ago. The aim is to prevent the region's leading power, fueled and lubricated by the estimated 200 billion barrels of oil in the Caspian Sea, from once again becoming the rival of the great powers to the detriment of the people living there. In this case, the new thinking with which Gorbachev finished off the world power Soviet Union and which Europe is using against its competitor, the USA, is aimed at the Commonwealth of Independent States, Russia's attempt to preserve its regional power through the contractual reintegration of former Soviet provinces. Russia itself is the cause for concern. In the past, Russian leaders only felt strong, secure and proud when others felt weak, insecure and vulnerable, Talbot. Only the consolidation of sovereign states and free societies will ensure the opening of the strategically vital region for profitable trade and as a reliable transportation corridor. This assessment is naturally shared by the opposition on this side of the Atlantic. A paper published by the German Council on Foreign Relations in August 1997 states expectantly that the game has entered a new phase this summer. Bulgaria, Greece, Romania, Turkey and the Ukraine now also wanted to earn money from the oil business, because new pipelines are to be laid through these countries to Western, Central Eastern, and Southern Europe. After its defeat in Chechnya, Russia no longer has the power to foment civil wars and interethnic unrest in the former Soviet republics. But Moscow is also unable to contain the many ethnic conflicts along the future energy transportation routes. In future, the Kremlin will no longer be the sole peacekeeper in the region, but will be forced to accept other major and middle powers as partners. The next move could be Washington's approval of pipeline construction through Iran, which would finally destroy Russian supremacy in Caspian energy policy. However, this explains why the Great Game does not need to be replayed. The former leading power in the region has already lost the game. It is questionable whether it will be possible to regain control of the interethnic unrest blamed on Russia, which was actually useful in wresting control of the region from Russia. Crossing the region in question with a few pipelines patrolled by military posts would be no more than the complement of a Moscovian adventurist economy, an admission of the impossibility of establishing conditions of reproduction in the vaunted new nation-states that at least meet the requirements of imperialist trade policy. On the other hand, the experience of how costly it can be to pacify a civil war without the prospect of economic development that can withstand the world market is being made in the Balkans. In June 1998, the Kosovo Liberation Army presented its spokesman on the evening program on Albanian television. For the first time, the man gave a face to the intrepid heroes of his small nation, the KLA fighters, who were still shrouded in mystery at the time and who had taken on the Yugoslav military power feared even by NATO. Placed behind the desk like a weighty statesman, the national flag behind his back, more adorned than protected by young boys with Kalashnikovs on both sides, the sight of this man should make Albanian girls weak in the knees. Unfortunately, real life had not endowed him with such charisma, the village teacher from the southern Serbian province, because at home he was regarded as an inconspicuous everyman with no political profile. Shortly after his appearance in Tirana, he once again appeared to the public in the role of the daring guerrilla, this time on American CNN. Now the whole world knew him and his provocative pose, the excitement before the attack, stinging, painful, wonderful farewell, my beauty farewell, hard and sweet is the warrior's lot, recognized by Umberto Eco as an esoteric fad. A Kalashnikov smuggled from Albania cost 20 marks at the time. In Kosovo, the demand for this dangerous toy was extraordinary. More than 500,000 such rifles as well as grenades, anti-tank mines, artillery and other murderous tools, including the associated ammunition, amounting to tens of thousands of tons, are said to have been sold there within a very short space of time, enough to supply every provincial Albanian with a weapon. After all, they all wanted to be there. At the height of the Kosovo Liberation Army's military might, therefore, many people's warriors still appeared in the media, of whom one could never say for sure whether they were actually speaking on behalf of the KLA or whether a commando statement, which was not exactly rare, would deny this the next day and once again someone was just after the girls. Or both, because the hatred of the Yugoslavian state power was propagated in the patriarchal milieu of Kosovo's large Albanian families just as naturally as the urge to explore sexual possibilities in every adolescent in the world. Both aspects, the tragically sublimated and the irrepressibly desublimated male instinct, seem to be equally part of the more or less normal development of a Kosovar Albanian adolescent. At the beginning of November 1989, the American Yugoslavia correspondent Robert D. Kaplan described his impressions, admittedly from a bourgeois point of view, of one of the typical, everyday and basically harmless protest marches of Albanian ruffians in the provincial capital until a year ago. Kaplan was waiting with colleagues at the stadium exit after a soccer match, eager to see what was coming. Here they come, warned the journalist standing next to me, a Serb from Belgrade. Hordes of rough-looking young men with acne-ridden skin and empty beer bottles in their hands were streaming out of the stadium straight towards us. They wore faux leather jackets full of zippers. Some had no socks on their feet and were traipsing along in brown checkered slippers. I had noticed figures like this all over Pristina. On Saturdays, they went for a walk with their wives, their faces half covered with dark headscarves. On Sundays they went to soccer matches. On the other days of the week, they worked endlessly for little money or passed the time as unemployed people. The Milicija stood there like a wall. One of the soldiers rolled his eyes. Operations of this kind had been taking place regularly for almost 10 years now, 6 years longer than the Palestinian Intifada. Azem Vlasi, Azem Vlasi, the Albanian youth began to chant. It sounded like a steam locomotive starting to move. Azem Vlasi was an Albanian politician, a libertine, as Mother Tatiana, a Serbian nationalist, by her own admission, said, who had just been put on trial by Milosevic's Serbian authorities for treason. EO, the new slogan referred to Enver Hoxha, the last Stalinist dictator of Albania. "What poor bastards," remarked the Serbian journalist. "Hoxha is the only hero they have." A few empty beer bottles flew in the direction of the riot police, water cannons, burning car tires, police truncheons, thoroughly rehearsed scenes that have been a daily rite since the student revolt in the spring of 1981. Similar to what we still have to watch in bewilderment after every soccer match today, or what we could marvel at 30 years ago in Berlin, Paris, or an Italian metropolis. Umberto Eco writes, typical of those times, an unauthorized demonstration, but as long as nothing bad happened, the forces of order would be content to watch and make sure that the left, there were many territorial compromises at the time, did not overstep certain boundaries that were ideally drawn by the center of Milan. We usually believe that the tamer is attacked by an angry lion, which he then tames by cracking the whip or firing a pistol shot. Mistake, the lion is already full and drugged when he enters the arena and does not want to attack anyone. Like every animal, he has a certain safety zone around him, outside of which anything can happen without him moving. When the tamer sets foot in the lion's zone, the lion snarls, then the tamer raises his whip, but in reality he takes a step back, as if taking a running jump, and the lion calms down again. A simulated revolution must have its own rules.
End quote.
When the students of Pristina finally began to disregard the rules of the game, so that even the Serbian police gave up their restraint, they reacted exactly as the local comrades had a decade earlier. They thought they had only gotten a bloody nose because they were too badly organized, which was true, but instead of taking their defeat as an opportunity to question their political maturity, they hid in various revolutionary cells and founded one K group after another. That could have been the end of the game, or, as in Germany, it could have continued as a game of wrestling with touching. But in backward and desolate Kosovo, there were not so many opportunities for distraction with pop and popcorn. When British journalist Misha Glenny traveled to this region in the summer of 1991, he was no different from most of his colleagues before and since. Quote, "The main highway in southern Yugoslavia ends in Nis, one of the most important Serbian cities. If you turn right towards Pristina, the capital of Kosovo, you see the first signposts for Athens and Thessaloniki. The temptation to abandon all caution and drive to Greece is enormous. With almost audible reluctance, the car turns right towards the dirty Serbian town of Prokuplje, the first stage on a cracked dry road that ends in Pristina.
What hope does Kosovo have?
There is nothing to recommend this area, except perhaps contact with the Albanian intellectuals who live there and a few small restaurants near the ugly Grand Hotel. It is an unmistakable monument to the late Tito era in Pristina and was built in the 1970s at a time when the Yugoslav federal government kept pumping money into Kosovo in the hope of quelling the unrest among the Albanians. However, these funds fell into the hands of the bureaucracy of the Communist League of Kosovo, which is largely Albanian and whose ideal of a renewed infrastructure was expressed in the construction of many grandiose buildings in the capital. But these white elephants should only have been built after investments in jobs and to satisfy primary needs such as better roads and rail links to Kosovo.
End quote.
On the other hand, a channeling of the protest in the form of a march through the institutions from Belgrade was blocked. The murky mix of purpose-optimistic loss of reality and frustrated loudmouthness that made up the rebellion reacted like a chemical concoction in a closed vessel. As the Serbian state power had no intention of giving in to the pressure, the active masses gradually solidified into an underground association of several so-called Marxist-Leninist organizations, financially and ideologically enriched from their better-off Western European exile, from which the KLA later emerged when arms smuggling took on ever greater proportions as a result of the collapse of the neighboring Albanian state in the 1990s. In the same year as the suppression of the student revolt in Pristina, Enver Hoxha, who simulated his own revolution at home, recommended himself as the spokesman of the Kosovar Albanian brother nation. In the autumn of 1981, his Albanian Labour Party published a booklet in German that was modest in size and content, but overloaded with pithy slogans, perhaps because the vast majority of Kosovo Albanians, for whom the Yugoslav police had an arrest warrant, had fled to Germany and German-speaking Switzerland and were not supposed to do without the native language address of the locals in their exile, but perhaps also because Hoxha suspected a special understanding for Kosovo, which was striving for reunification with the motherland, among the remnants of the German K groups. In any case, Yugoslav revisionism was not only attacked in the pamphlet for representing a fundamental deformation of Marxist-Leninist doctrine in general, the Yugoslav communists were particularly criticized for not practicing a healthy treatment of the national question. Common sense cannot understand that the foundations of the Yugoslav Federation can be undermined by a simple change in the position of a territory. Instead of socialist ideals, Yugoslavia's nationality policy was only inspired by pragmatism, and the separation of Kosovo from the Albanian tribe is also a consequence of war. The Kosovo Albanians were the sacrificial lamb on the altar of national peace in the Yugoslav Federation. Hoxha propagated the national liberation struggle for the right of nations to self-determination and threatened to tackle the formal legal fetishization of the Yugoslav constitution with the healthy spirit of the Albanian people. However, the Serbian authorities were able to prevent this for the time being, so that the merger of the National Liberation Movement of Kosovo and the other Albanian regions of Yugoslavia, the Communist Marxist-Leninist Party of Albanians in Yugoslavia, the Red Popular Front and the Marxist-Leninist Organization of Kosovo planned for November 1981 had to be postponed. The corresponding activities also had to be moved abroad from Kosovo. An assassination attempt in Stuttgart on January 17 of the following year, in which two of the party leaders involved fell victim and which, although never solved, was blamed on the Yugoslav Secret Service, hindered the fraternization once again until the founding of the People's Movement of Kosovo finally came about in the German diaspora in the spring of 1982. The Marxist-Leninist Organization of Kosovo, which was close to Hoxha's Party of Labour of Albania and dominated the People's Movement, had already been founded in the 1960s by Adem Demesai, who had become famous as the Mandela of Kosovo due to his proverbial stay in Serbian prisons, and then back at large. Founded a legal arm of the popular movement in the 1990s with the Parliamentary Party of Kosovo, with which he was able to further fuel the local scene as a verbally radical mood cannon. Finally, he also appeared as one of the genuine spokespersons of what would later become the KLA, with the silly claim that the representation by a prominent figure would give the army factions, which were pointlessly at odds with each other, the political clout they had previously lacked. When the KLA was defeated on the battlefield in August 1998, he gave up the post, which was too demanding for him, for health reasons, as the now aged man emphasized. Until the summer of 1990, the Kosovo People's Movement brought together all those who were striving for the unification of all Albanians living in Yugoslavia, Serbia, Macedonia, Montenegro, or the annexation of these territories to neighboring Albania. In July 1990, the underground movement faced competition from the Democratic League of Kosovo, which was recognized by the authorities as a legal party and whose chairman, Ibrahim Rugova, who was reviled by the uncompromising as an intellectual Kashmiri scarf-bearer, was elected president of the illegally proclaimed Republic of Kosovo. The Serbian sovereign tolerated the anti-constitutional activities of this political current, which was fully occupied with building democratic structures in the underground, including government, parliament, finance, health and education, and with this pragmatic course created the not yet legal, but at least halfway civilized institutions that would make future political negotiations possible. The practically tangible results of this policy, however, undermined the rebellious imagination of the Kosovo Albanians in the long run, so that the slogans of the popular movement found less and less favor. Significantly, the education program that Rugova was later to negotiate with the Serbian authorities became a dead letter for his opponents. From then on, Rugova and Demesai represented the two opposing political camps in Kosovo. As time went on, however, the competition between them increasingly became an alternative between political and armed struggle. In reality, the stagnating popular movement had been performing its function of rallying all dissatisfied people increasingly poorly since the mid-1980s. Once again, the cause of the lack of success was sought in the answer to the question of organization, which was popular in such circles. However, the subsequent attempts to transform the uncertain movement into a mass party, led by a cadre organization, only ended with a split of the national movement for the liberation of Kosovo and the Albanian Revolutionary Party, which had played a leading role in building the KLA since the end of 1992. These national revolutionaries defined Kosovo as the unity of all areas of Yugoslavia with an Albanian population and, with their program of creating an ethnic Albania, after joining the neighboring state of Albania, which would be politically organized along the lines of Enver Hoxha, represented the craziest of the options that had been put on the market up to that point. However, this program was given a further boost against the backdrop of the extraordinary disparity between the standard of living and the level of political and military organization of the Kosovo Albanian elite, which is active in business throughout Europe and is now well served by profits from the drug trade, on the one hand, and Albania's lumpen oligarchy, clinging to a gambling economy and a lost state,
on the other.
Now it is no longer a question of Kosovo joining Albania. The new program proclaimed by Azem Vlasai, who was the head of the Communist League of Kosovo in the former Yugoslavia and president of the autonomous province of Kosovo, in an interview with Sarajevo TV last year is, a state of all Albanians of the Balkans with the capital Pristina. Mother Tatiana, the Serbian nationalist friend of Robert D. Kaplan, was right after all when she called Azem Vlasai a libertine. The conspicuously frequent reference to Marxism-Leninism by the Albanian people's comrades seems particularly strange when you consider that these people have no class struggle in mind, because the separation from Yugoslavia, i.e., the establishment of their own fiscal sovereignty, is explicitly the only thing these guys are interested in. This positioning is perhaps made understandable by the fact that Enver Hoxha was the only statesman in the world who stood up for their cause, hence their only hero. More comprehensive efforts to derive the Kosovo Albanians' right to national self-determination from international law are currently more the terrain of imperialist academics and publicists in Germany, who would not usually be classified as Leninists, but rather as old and neo-Nazis or late-returning ex-social revolutionaries. Typically, the Hoxha motif already cited, in which the formal legal fetishization of the Yugoslav constitution is subjected to a critique of the common sense of the people, is heard today from a correspondent of the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, who confronted the Yugoslavia contact group at the start of the Kosovo negotiations in Rambouillet, moderated by the latter with the accusation that it was elevating the territorial integrity of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia to a fetish. In fact, only the appearance of the KLA just under a year ago brought movement to the Kosovo problem. However, a commentary by Daniel Cohn-Bendit printed in the Tage-Zeitung on the justification of the Bundeswehr's Kosovo mission, which violated international law, indicates that a differentiated classification of the attitude towards the right to national self-determination to certain political camps would be misleading. For by denouncing the ethicists of non-violence in favor of the ethicists of responsibility, Cohn-Bendit is reproducing the same militant attack on the Yugoslav constitution and international law. Since human rights and international law do not coincide without contradiction, human rights must be given priority in Kosovo. This is legitimate, even if not entirely legal. Cohn-Bendit himself points out that this is not a party political problem, but a German one, because the existing structure of the United Nations gives the main powers of the anti-Hitler coalition prerogatives that no longer fit into the era of renationalized regional conflicts, and on the ruins Germany will expand its regained national sovereignty into supranational supremacy. Cohn-Bendit's advice to Joschka Fischer is made with regard to the major European powers opposing the Yugoslavia policy. Quote, "Even England and France will only allow themselves to be involved in collective procedures once a common European foreign policy has been developed and consolidated. No small task for the new foreign minister and German diplomacy."
End quote.
And that is the whole secret. To the armed provincial communists, the violent separation from Yugoslavia does not appear as immediate subordination to a reorganization of Europe dictated by Germany, but rather as an expression of a healthy relationship of the people to the Mother Earth and a right given by nature to violently overthrow established legal orders. The weapon gives the powerless the appearance of personal possession of social power. The revolutionary impetus serves to justify the gratuitous use of armed force, a pseudo-revolutionary act of liberation without emancipation. Despite the cross-party consensus on this issue, Leninists still defend their own tradition on the national question today, wrongly, as a closer look reveals. A document often quoted in this context is Lenin's essay on the right of nations to self-determination, which he wrote in the spring of 1914 as a polemic against Rosa Luxemburg with the aim of underpinning Poland's right to separate from Russia with some theory. Although Lenin defends this right of Poland tooth and nail, right at the beginning of the text he lays down a fundamental rule that seems to have been intended to distance himself preventively from uninvited supporters. Lenin demanded that the right of nations to self-determination should not be derived from all possible general legal concepts, but should be developed in the historical economic study of national movements itself. And when Lenin spoke of national movements in this context, he had the bourgeois classes in the rising capitalism of the 18th and 19th centuries in mind. Quote, "Throughout the world, the epoch of the final victory of capitalism over feudalism was connected with national movements. The economic basis of these movements consists in the fact that for the complete victory of commodity production, the conquest of the internal market by the bourgeoisie is necessary, the state amalgamation of territories with populations speaking the same language."
End of quote.
He could have mentioned that in the real course of history, a territory was usually conquered first and then the common language was instilled into the occupied population. More importantly, however, he evaluated the national movements according to the historically limited role they played in the development of their country. To pose the question of the right to self-determination within a certain historical framework meant, above all, to distinguish strictly between two epochs of capitalism that are fundamentally different from the point of view of national movements: the epoch of the formation of bourgeois democratic society and the bourgeois democratic state from the epoch of fully formed capitalist states with a long-established constitutional order. While it was typical of the first epoch that the national movements became mass movements for the first time and drew all classes of the population into the struggle for political freedom, the second was characterized by the antagonism between internationally entangled capital and the international labor movement. Lenin's most important argument in favor of Poland's right to separate from Russia was that in his time, the development of capitalism and the general level of culture in Poland was higher than in Russia, which was dominated by great Russian nationalism, so that remaining in backward Russia would have hindered Poland's development. If Lenin's historical arguments all spoke against the Kosovo Albanians' right to national self-determination, then his moral imperative, which went beyond the narrow historical framework, did so above all. The working class supports the bourgeoisie only in the interests of national peace. According to Lenin's yardstick, the Democratic League of Kosovo would therefore at best be such a national movement, which would stand in the tradition of an old-school bourgeoisie promoting civil development. However, the fact that such an assessment would be a short circuit is not so much due to the fact that one can hardly speak of the existence of a bourgeoisie or working class in peasant mafia Kosovo. A national movement could recognize its historical concern precisely in the development of these classes. However, such a political goal would be all too abstract, because other conditions now prevail in Europe. As much as Lenin is right against today's Leninists, he was already wrong against Rosa Luxemburg on the eve of the First World War, who asked herself as early as 1908 whether the development of the major capitalist powers and imperialism had not made the right of self-determination illusory for the small peoples. Quote, "Can one seriously speak of self-determination for the formerly independent Montenegrins, Bulgarians, Romanians, Serbs, Greeks, and in some cases even the Swiss, whose independence is itself a product of the political struggle and the diplomatic game of the European concert?"
End of quote.
While the First World War provided sufficient reason to revise Lenin's theory of nations at a decisive point, where he assumed an immediate connection between the level of development of capital, culture, democracy, freedom and peace, i.e. the contrast between civilization and barbarism, the full extent of this error only became apparent in the course of the Second World War. One would have to claim that the separation of the Sudetenland from Czechoslovakia, in which the right of nations to self-determination functioned as a political weapon in preparation for war, brought any advantage or any human progress to anyone other than the Reich Germans. In the historical epoch following the emergence of nation-states and the full development of capital, the right of self-determination has developed into an explosive that serves German imperialism to subjugate the continent according to the principle of divide and rule. Incidentally, this would not be the first time that nationally minded workers' parties and Kosovo Albanians have lent a helping hand. If more than one good word is said here for the Albanian insurgents, and even an attempt is made to prove that they are at least a movement with a tendency towards emancipation that deserves this label, then this may rightly come as a surprise. Have we been criticizing the political activism of the various liberation movements, insisting on the affirmative nothingness behind the loquacious slogans of Tierra y Libertad and the like, only in order to ultimately back an armed favorite that will ease the burden of theoretical criticism with tangible actions? Or, having willingly left the opportunity to others in the case of the Mexican EZLN, are we planning the professional establishment of a Skipetarian information office? The author as honorary consul of Red Vlora? Such a project is probably the most surprising. After all, the Albanian insurgents are considered the least reputable of their kind in this country. Instead of presenting their struggle as the result of a process that took place under protracted torments of conscience after all legal possibilities had been exhausted in vain, and which can be understood in seminars and solidarity workshops, they seem to be calling for the president's head out of the blue. They don't seem to know the civic Gretchen question: is this allowed? Instead of dignity, identity and nationhood, they insist above all on the money they lost gambling. Thus afflicted by materialism, they are incapable of presenting the democratic do-gooders with a debatable program. They have neither the Quran nor the crucifix, neither ethnic fragmentation nor national unification in mind. Instead they create all kinds of chaos and anarchy. With such references, it is no wonder that no left-wing German cultural manager has yet found or will find a worthy place for the concerns of the Albanian masses, alongside those of the Palestinian, Chiapas, etc. The rejection of a formally never submitted application for a promising list position in the German hit parade Peoples Fighting for Self-Determination, Democracy and, if necessary, Socialism, is formulated by Junge Welt author Werner Perker in Concret, April 97. Because they do not master the weapon of criticism, they immediately decided to criticize the weapons.
End of quote.
Tough luck, Perker punishes those who come too early. On behalf of the entire industry, the German-Austrian National Bolshevik notes with a shrug of the shoulders that unfortunately the dynamics of the insurrectionary movement bear no relation to a well-thought-out strategy, let alone a radical theory.
End quote.
Yes, and that's the kind of people you want to get involved with? Once again Perker, on behalf of most of the local remote wingers, the vanguard of the Albanian popular uprising is organized crime.
End quote.
A judgment that, incidentally, was also shared by Perker's opponent Jürgen Elsasser until a few weeks ago, especially when it came to keeping pro-insurgency positions out of the Junge Welt. But thank God anti-authoritarians are anything but dogmatic. So Wolfgang Port's authority quickly brought about a major change of heart in the strict Elsasser. After Port had told an interviewer all sorts of sympathetic things about the criminal Albanians in the same issue of Concrete in which Perker's curse appeared, the agile JW editor for special tasks hurriedly wrote a commentary in which support for the rebels was declared to be the only sensible thing to do. When the established worldviews are so upside down that passionate friends of the people warn of the moral immaturity and premature depravity of a popular movement, and on the other hand, notorious despisers of the people suddenly see the spirit of reason in the same movement, then good advice seems expensive. For the time being, therefore, there is no choice but to enter the glorified ground of historical empirical reality and question the deities, the facts that reign there. According to the judgment of all those who feel called to do so, the Albanians entered the realm of market economy and democracy in a state of intellectual immaturity. Depending on the particular orientation of the diagnostician, the causes are sometimes seen in the Balkan inability to do business at all, sometimes in the disastrous legacy of Stalinism, or, if it may be a little more critical, sometimes in the shock-like introduction of the market. This intellectual immaturity of the Albanians found its expression in the claim to something that was promised to them, but to which they were not entitled according to the laws of market economy reason, an effortless income, and immediately. In the bourgeois world, the representatives of effortless income are the members of the money and circulation sphere. Their handling of the abstract form of all social wealth, their seemingly mysterious ability to reverse the usual property of money to constantly move away from its owner and to multiply money out of itself without the seemingly natural compulsion to sell things and labor power, gives them an almost magical aura in the eyes of those who are separated from the unbiased enjoyment of things by the price imprint on the goods. What in this country is expressed in aversion to bankers, speculators, and other unproductive parasites and can culminate in a desire to destroy the Jews who integrate all these phenomena into the national everyday consciousness, may find expression elsewhere in the admiration of gamblers and other successful adventurers. This is a difference in the development of national social characters that can be decisive in crisis situations. Perhaps this is also the difference between Albanians and what they are to the local recipients of the Albanian tragedy on the one hand and what the German model stands for as an international cipher on the other. However, the Albanians' tendency to entrust their money to the so-called pyramid companies for magical multiplication also had very tangible economic reasons. With the end of real socialist rule, any independent Albanian national economy that could have justifiably claimed such a prefix was de facto written off. In Albania, as in most other Eastern European countries, it turned out that the material standard was solely due to the protectionist modernization dictatorship of the ruling Workers' Party. Only the attempt to politically define the standard of value made it possible for a short time to provide broad sections of the population with a reasonably secure livelihood. After the failure of this attempt, the unbridled action of market forces soon reassigned those parts of the world to the place they had occupied since the emergence of a capitalist world market, the cat's table for suppliers of the cheapest agricultural products and increasingly superfluous migrant workers. The development of private capitalist structures that enable wealth to be increased on the basis of the industrial exploitation of human labor was unrealistic in Albania from the outset. So what to do with the remaining abstract wealth, the monetary value of which is literally melting between the fingers? When existing money can no longer be used productively and, due to its inexorable devaluation, even large amounts are no longer suitable for bridging useless time, then the time has come for unconventional solutions. Around a third of Albanians, and thus 4 out of 5 households, were gripped by the fever of rapid enrichment and squandered their meager savings, the proceeds from the sale of their herds, their recently privatized properties or their apartments, which they had only just acquired at a symbolic price, as well as the money that their children who had emigrated to Greece or Italy had sent them. They invested everything in the 10 or so foundations, based on the principle of pyramid saving. In bourgeois society, the miraculous increase in financial wealth by the successful does not appear to be entirely absurd as the result of clever additions. What brings in only pitiful additional income for the wage earner by means of overtime drudgery, but at least there is some. What determines the success of the company as a result of increased turnover presents itself superficially as the additive increase of money. The passing on and accumulation of sums of money and the trade in them, usually referred to as interest transactions, led to a temporarily remarkable result in Albania. In 1996, the country reported the highest growth rates in the whole of Europe thanks to the black market and money laundering and, above all, due to the artificial boom in pyramid transactions, the collapse of which has since brought the country to the brink of civil war. The equivalent of more than $1 billion was earned in this way in the country of just under 3.5 million inhabitants in a period of little more than a year and sensibly taken out of the country, where it was exchanged for currencies that are currently depreciating less rapidly. Quite a remarkable economic achievement. However, the Albanians' achievement, which tends to be emancipatory, lies in their civic failure. Both profiteers and losers of the pyramid games had only one thing in mind: to get rich as quickly as possible and to leave the country as soon as possible with the expected wealth. Since the collapse of the pyramids, this deformation of values and social tradition, Tagesspiegel March 1897, has prevented a national consensus that would renovate the state's monopoly on the use of force. The losers insist on the return of their lost stake, although or precisely because they know that in Albania it is really good for nothing other than playing again. The legitimacy of the state is made dependent on its concrete use for the useless, which is quite out of date. This is what distinguishes the Albanian popular movement from the other well-known post-communist unrest. In this way, the insurgents and the regular army and police troops, who often capitulate almost without a fight, are going against the expectations of the free market world spirit in the realm of freedom. Full of amazement that this is still necessary today, the Neue Zürcher Zeitung nevertheless patiently formulates what no citizen in this country needs to be told: every investor who invested in the pyramids knew about the risk and therefore had to bear it himself.
End quote.
Such self-evident civic rules of procedure have become just as questionable as civic loyalty in general as a result of the failure of the monetary economy barely 7 years after its real version was introduced in Albania. In large parts of the country, people there have done for the first time what radical leftists believe should be done anywhere in the world: drive out state power and organize councils, open the prisons and directly appropriate the necessities of life. For the international community, they have therefore become the object of police executive tasks. But even for leftists, such behavior is extremely offensive. Werner Perker, proud to have paid his own way in every pub, harbors a nagging suspicion: whether they just want to steal back what was stolen from them or whether they have already developed visions that go beyond that is hard to tell.
End quote.
By contrast, the German Aussies developed far-reaching visions around the turn of 1989-90. Some people may still remember a photograph that was widely reproduced at the time. It showed a mustachioed man dressed from head to toe in stonewashed jeans with a female companion who stood out above all for her unusual, somehow mushroom or sponge-shaped headgear and a small umbrella dangling around her wrist. So there was something like that in the GDR too. In her leather-gloved hands, she held the pole of a banner carried together with the stone-washed man with the inscription: "If the DM comes, we stay. If it doesn't come, we'll go to it." As if to confirm Marx's metaphor of the fetish character of the commodity in a double way, as it were, magical effects were attributed to the FRG currency. Helmut Kohl's vision of the blossoming landscapes in the East, forced into the role of a clownish shaman, complemented the usual failure of agitated citizens to recognize the real failure. Where the introduction of the Deutschmark as real money instead of the GDR's play money, and a genuine market economy instead of the command economy, had led to the end of the market and the division of labor in the GDR, the fantasized prosperity was nevertheless to be achieved through the greatness of the state sovereign creating the currency. Deutschland einig Vaterland was the collective vision when the Aussies exchanged their play money for half the equivalent value of the real DM in the summer of 1990 and lost almost everything in the casino of the free market economy. In this respect, too, the Albanians failed commendably. In the German European strategy for the post-communist reorganization of the Balkans, the Albanian state was not only intended to play the role of an activist core for a future Greater Albania. Albania was also extremely attractive as an outpost for directly influencing events in the European southeast. With the battle cry Skipetars of all countries unite, Kosovo and the possibly insecure Kantonist Macedonia were to at least win the respect of the demonized Serbia. Nothing will come of this for the time being. The German long-distance fanatics' dream that the Albanian spark could set large parts of the Balkans on fire has fortunately become a nightmare after the revolt. This also sounds pretty gruesome in Werner Perker's J.W. Kitsch prose. The Balkans remain the bleeding wound of the post-communist reorganization of Eastern Europe.
End of quote.
Deutschland einig Vaterland expressed the barbaric option of bourgeois subjectivity in its crisis. If the exchange of goods can no longer be practiced because the individuals condemned to exchange have lost the equivalent value, the only chance left is to appeal to the state that constitutes the value form. We, your citizens at the mercy of the state, that is the content of the appeal. We are the living masses whose compliance as losers constitutes your power just as much as the success of the winners. Even if we are no longer suitable for increasing wealth through exchange, because the only thing we have to offer, our labor, is hardly of any value anymore, our almost unconditional allegiance may still be your freely available capital. This is also what German trade unionists meant recently when they demonstrated in front of bank headquarters with the slogan, "We are the capital," as a German greeting. Bring us the head of Sali Berisha, this minimum condition of the southern Albanian insurgents for any negotiations, on the other hand, tends to express a reasonable option. Although responsibility is delegated to a leader and it remains open as to whether a renovated rule might not be accepted after his fall, there is no trace of a subservient appeal to please continue to be used. The concentration of hatred on Berisha confirms the old ideological performance of free, equal citizens and politics as their privileged servants, thus ensuring that the smear comedy can continue with new actors, but such an outburst is the precondition for a mass movement born out of protest to reach its imminent ideological limits and thus have the chance to overcome them. In the folkish blood brotherhood of the Germans, this is not possible from the outset. Just think of how the popular RAF tried in one of its last actions to ingratiate itself with the Aussies by literally throwing the head of the true-hand boss Roeder at their feet and thus achieving less than nothing. At the beginning of every socially organized exchange of goods is not only the value of usable things as goods, but also the guarantee of their value by state authority. The private owners, whose act of will manifests itself in exchange, must recognize each other as such, and the form of this recognition is the contract. This is guaranteed in its legal form by the laws of the state. In its capacity as guarantor of the abstract value form of things, the state puts a national currency into circulation, which functions as a medium of general exchange and the projected benefit of the exchangers. All wealth is measured by the disposal of its quantity. Money, as the general equivalent of all commodities, differs from them in that its exchange value is not an abstraction from its use value, but that its use value consists precisely in its exchange value and vice versa. In this way, money appears to those exchanging commodities as an independently existing key to wealth. Although money and the need to earn and spend it separates individuals from the immediate satisfaction of needs, its possession appears to them as the only means of realizing these needs. The compulsion to exchange, i.e., to obtain abstract wealth in the form of money, is therefore logically regarded by bourgeois subjects as a quasi-natural striving for the disposal of money. Money thus appears as a form detached from concrete things, without which the latter could never be achieved. It appears as a universal tool whose handling is dependent on the skills of its users, which, in the popular view, range from dilettanteism to virtuosity. The empirical expression of the compulsion to exchange is the necessity of obtaining money under the state's necessarily enforced recognition of other people's possession of money on the one hand and the rules of the game deemed necessary by the state, from financial laws to the restrictive observation of gambling, for the effective increase of national wealth on the other. Because the acquisition of money is generally not very pleasant for most people, and even for the successful, the possession of money is constantly relativized by the potential availability of goods that are not equivalent to it. There are niches in bourgeois society for the unconventional increase of money. One of these is gambling. Its conventional form, positively sanctioned by the state and citizens, is found in the state-licensed lottery, betting, and casino industries. There are also semi-legal and illegal gambling communities in which considerable sums pass across the table. Interestingly, gambling in the FRG reached a peak shortly before the end of the post-war order in the late 1980s. A quote from February 1987, "The German gambling instinct is breaking out in a breathtaking way. In the city centers, gambling halls are crowding into almost every store that has gone out of business, and the lottery administrations are constantly reporting new record numbers. The number of casinos has risen steadily over the past 3 years. Under the name Pilotenspiel or Schneverdinner Joker, private gambling clubs have sprung up out of nowhere, where dozens of previously sensible people throw 1,000 or more marks on the table to possibly make a few thousand."
End quote.
Pilot games were particularly popular in educated and wealthy German circles. The games, which worked according to the chain-letter principle, similar to the Albanian pyramids, promised a 7-fold increase in the stake. According to the TAZ, players had to put between DM 1000, Volksmodel Jumbo, and DM 7000, Concorde Luxury Model, on the table. In addition to well-heeled architects or tax consultants, many left-wingers enjoying the pleasures of responsible realpolitik, mainly from academic circles, also came to gamble. The participation of Berlin Senator and Klein, alternative list, became prominent at the time, whose CDU colleagues, no less involved in the pilot game, demanded her resignation on the grounds of dubious moral integrity. As expected, the boom in these games ended when it became increasingly difficult to find suitable replacements. After all, it lasted for more than 2 years, summer '87 to fall '89. The pilot games finally disappeared into oblivion when the Aussies sold their play money for Western money and the Germans' big game for a definitive world power position began. Around the turn of the year 89/90, it was possible for a short time to make a cut in a playful and speculative way due to the exchange rates of GDR marks for D marks, which were not based on any real calculation. The West Berlin welfare recipient got his money's worth with his exchange starvation money in East Berlin, as did his millionaire fellow citizen who snapped up East German real estate. Once the loot had been divided up, the public agitation against black marketeers and money launderers began. At the moment of its greatest triumph, Germany's stability was now threatened by the irresponsible financial behavior of its citizens, and the general consensus was that this was a gateway for, mostly foreign, organized crime. If general austerity is announced and accepted, if the national currency is to mutate into the core of a new European, internationally competitive monetary power despite insurmountable utilization problems, then the private pursuit of enrichment must justify itself before the national sense of responsibility. Gambling will then be just as out of the question as wage demands. At least in Germany. Elsewhere, people were less impressed by the state's need to save money, which was not because the nation had less ambitious plans. After all, Albania also had a foreign policy mission and an internal reconstruction project to accomplish. The sympathetic commonality of the Albanian social classes described above, i.e., using the nation's residual wealth for their own benefit, preferably outside the country, was not only the result of the recognized hopelessness of state projects. It also reveals an important, probably decisive difference in what is commonly called political socialization, the training of people not only to become subjects of exchange, but also to become citizens who are libidinally devoted to their sovereign. For better or worse, decades of real socialist rule obviously did not bring about a political sadomasochism in its subjects. This is now being chalked up posthumously by German observers as a particularly Stalinist crime. As a modernizing dictatorship in the spirit of the traditional workers' movement in an agrarian and backward country, the Enver Hoxha government was essentially dependent on its executive power. There were neither sufficient material resources available that could have set in motion an exchange in the form of goods that would have increased in value, nor were there any social groups worth mentioning that could have been motivated to engage in economic activities by the prospect of realizing particular interests. The landowning class and the clerical caste had been disempowered for good reasons. The political driving forces were anti-fascism, left-wing nationalism, and a definition of state socialist workers' power that often changed depending on the inspiration of the head of state. As there was not even a minor working class to begin with, the Albanians were declared to be both the state nation and the ruling class. With state terror and predominantly moral rewards, a work of national construction was carried out without the usual ingredients of a modern nation, the internalization of value and the compulsion to exchange by the people of the state. As usual in real SARS, wage labor and the market were to become the means of the material well-being of wage laborers under the political supervision of the Workers' Party. For Western observers, the absurdity of rationally directing the irrational, of intellectually shaping the mindless, also led to a situation in Albania that somehow gave the impression of incompleteness. For Albania, writes Christian Semler, who should know, because he was once the leader of a proletarian avant-garde and also Enver Hoxha's deputy in Germany, the rule of the real socialists largely destroyed the existing archaic structure of society, but the new forms of socialization, trade unions, committees, associations were enforced by terror and were illusory. TAZ March 17, 97. What was missing was the unanimous declaration of all those involved: we want it this way and no other way. In the end, the Albanians no longer lived in the misery and hardship that the free world market had in store for a backward agrarian population, but on the basis of a state mini-industry based on the division of labor and a relatively productive, largely industrialized agriculture. They no longer lived in religious derangement, but had a standard of education that was largely shaped by the meta-religious ideas of state socialism, but which nevertheless allowed them to separate the benefits and disadvantages of work precisely because the seemingly natural self-evidence of exchange was lacking in real SARS or could only be developed in a rudimentary way. This attitude distinguishes the Albanians not only from the Germans, but from them in particular. When, after the end of the real SARS, there was soon no longer any prospect of any benefit from work, which, under market economy conditions, was soon to mean a clearer utilization of their work than was ever the case under state socialism, they largely stopped working. This could only provoke disgust and horror in this country. Semler again, the replacement of real socialist rule left behind a devastated terrain. A well-educated, largely literate population stopped working, a situation that Marx would have considered unimaginable even for a day.
End of quote.
The invocation of the patron saint in the face of the horror of workers unwilling to work shows that the professional ex-communist Semler and the still workerist Perker still breathe more than the same air. What would Marx have said about today's left-wing journalism? Let's leave that alone. Incidentally, Semler gives his article the very cute title "Come Back, Little State." In a regressive infantile way, he thus provides a psychoanalytical introduction to the libidinous state fetishism of people of his ilk. Hadn't they converted to a more powerful democracy when the recognition of the state's ineffectiveness of realsas seemed inevitable to them? As far as Albania is concerned, the advice of all those in the know, not including Perker, is, the lazy lot didn't invent work. So it must be taught to them. Quote, more must be done to change the mentality, to build a democratic society. Otherwise, reform successes could once again be destroyed by revolts within a few years. Tagesspiegel, March 18, 97. First of all, this means military intervention. Purely humanitarian, of course. There is really no need to repeat it. It would be unthinkable in this country to wish money and the state to hell if they were no longer of any use, or even to question them collectively. The term German Sonderweg refers to a state and social development at the end of which there is a national social character that understands the forced collectivity of competing citizens as a community of fate removed from any calculating reason. The ordinary citizen of capitalist states, condemned to sell his labor or other skills, assumes that the social obligation to exchange is self-evident. Nevertheless, he is usually in a position to recognize his interests as a disadvantaged person and to defend them against the owning competitors. The collective expression of the conflict of interests then takes the form of class struggle. This does not call into question the compulsion to exchange goods, i.e., also the exploitable sale of labor power, but the value of one's own possession of goods, i.e., labor power, is defended or expanded. The struggle between opposing interests in the class struggle is constantly confronted with the interventions of the state, which guarantees and promotes the exchange of goods and the increase in value. In addition to direct, even violent interventions in favor of the owners of capital, the state's repertoire includes moral appeals invoking the common responsibility of the conflicting parties for the welfare of the nation. This is where it is decided whether the misunderstood interest in preserving the commodity spectacle leads to an identity with its nation-state form or whether the particular interest in the highest possible equivalent value for the working time sold prevails. In Germany, this conflict has been decided in favor of the integration of every particular interest into the overall national welfare since 1933 at the latest. Those who still make social claims here and now do not do so without invoking the advantage for Germany's position in the world and the democratic state doctrine. It is well known that the defense of the social standards of the lower classes is frowned upon by all those involved as the protection of vested rights, with the result that it hardly ever takes place. Under these conditions, there can be no creation of any vested rights for the non-possessing classes, which would have to be defended at some point. Unlike in Germany, the superfluous in Albania knew how to help themselves. Where labor was no longer used, where there was hardly any social exchange of goods, people found other quite obvious ways to acquire property besides gambling. German observers' hair stands on end. The best earning opportunities were for smugglers who smuggled goods, weapons and refugees. Spiegel, December 97. There was good money to be made as a smuggler over the mountains or as a helmsman for boat refugees. Smuggling flourished. Spiegel, November 97. It is not only due to the cognitive and intellectual immobility of the German Aussies that they have not yet come up with the idea of exploiting their geographical location lucratively. The smuggling of drugs and other illegal goods across Germany's eastern borders could generate some modest prosperity. The smuggling in of refugees and other undesirable foreigners would probably also bring in some cash as well as the idealistic recognition from the Bahamas editors. The fact that the Aussies are too stupid for these advantageous activities, but rather act as voluntary auxiliary policemen of the German state, is due to their disastrous socialization as Germans of the Volksgemeinschaft. In view of their superfluousness for the capitalist valorization of value, the Albanians have finally done what would also make sense under less precarious conditions. They acted like Bertolt Brecht's communards, whose resolution was one of the hits of the local working class left years ago. In consideration, etc., let us realize that only window panes separate us from the good bread that we lack. Window panes, like the price tags on goods, are an obvious expression of the state-guaranteed value of necessary things. To disregard them, to overcome the exclusionary abstraction of value in favor of immediate appropriation, is the message of the insurgents that goes beyond the moment. The fact that they will hardly be successful in the long run under their concrete conditions is another matter. But the necessity of the direct appropriation and expulsion of state power in the developed countries we are all too familiar with is not only on this page. And thus also the emancipation of the Germans into human beings, Marx. Whatever the end of the Albanian revolt, the practiced denunciation of loyalty to the market and the state, the destruction of the old structures and the self-organization for the Spiegel, significantly, the suicide of a nation, December 97, are bringing basic preconditions for the sublation of capitalism back into consciousness. The roles within the family are clearly divided between most siblings. There is the good guy and the bad guy, there is the overachiever whose career is proudly reported on at grandma's birthday, and his wayward brother, who, despite all his efforts, does not succeed in attracting the sympathy of the clan, and whose botched life is the central topic of conversation at every family celebration for this very reason. The roles between the groups of the armed struggle were similarly distributed within the West German left. There were the loudmouth comrades from the RAF, whose aloofness and embarrassing avant-garde arrogance outraged the left in almost every commentary on the subject of urban guerrillas. There were the family clowns from the June 2nd movement, who, despite the chocolate cakes they occasionally handed out during bank robberies, weren't funny at all. And there were the nerds from the revolutionary cells, who are still mourned today, almost 15 years after their last attack, not only by the remnants of the autonomous scene, apart from sentimental reminiscences, when the Berlin autonomous newspaper Interim not so long ago once again hoisted the old slogan "Every heart is a revolutionary cell" onto its cover, or when Wolf Wetzel from the autonomous lupus group told the autonomous offspring about the good old days when the cells still dutifully fulfilled their attack quota every month. The RZ are regarded as the only urban guerrilla group to have thoroughly and self-critically addressed their history on the occasion of their dissolution. However, just as the years of armed struggle are not made more glorious by their protagonists' retrospective glorification, the group's dissolution phase is also subject to a misunderstanding, as it was not about self-criticism at all, but about modernizing the anti-imperialist ideology. The fact that the RZ declarations of dissolution in the early 1990s were interpreted as self-criticism was due to the state of shock on the left after German reunification, when people were surprised to realize which country they were living in. The reason for the different distribution of sympathy among the urban guerrilla groups is probably less to be found in the fact that the RAF's path is paved with corpses. Firstly, the German left never had anything against murderers, see the solidarity work for Pol Pot, Idi Amin, or Yasser Arafat. Secondly, the revolutionary cells are also responsible for several deaths. When a commando of the RZ and the Palestinian Wadi Haddad group attacked the OPEC conference in Vienna in December 1975 and took 11 ministers hostage to demand that their government support the Palestinian struggle against Israel even more strongly than before, a Libyan OPEC employee, an Iraqi security official, and an Austrian policeman were killed. In 1976, when members of the group, together with anti-Semites from the PFLP, hijacked an Air France plane en route from Paris to Tel Aviv, selected the Jewish from the non-Jewish passengers and flew them to Idi Amin in Uganda, concentration camp survivor Dora Bloch and at least 3 other passengers died. In May 1981, the revolutionary cells shot the Hessian Minister of Economics Heinz Herbert Carey, one of the first Jews to hold a German ministerial post since the assassination of Walter Rathenau. As the group later explained, it had not been planned to send Carey to the eternal hunting grounds. He was only to be immobilized by a shot to the knee. However, the sequence of events alone, the perpetrator fired 6 shots at the sleeping minister from a ladder leaning against Carey's bedroom window, and the fatal injuries to his abdomen at least cast doubt on this version. And so the revolutionary cells explained succinctly after the crime that they were only concerned about Carey's death insofar as this was not planned and we missed the target. While the revolutionary cells, with their anti-Zionism as well as their agitation against pigs like Carey, were completely in line with the left-wing mainstream of the time, the beginning of the armed struggle in the Federal Republic of Germany was initially marked by a break with a majority of the left. If the protagonists of the protest movement, who after the liquidation of their anti-authoritarian phase flocked by the thousands into academia, one of the countless proletarian vanguard parties or straight through the factory gates, repeatedly referred to historical regularities and waiting times for the liberated society predetermined by this, the groups of the armed struggle at least knew that the capital relation has been ripe for its abolition since it was in the world. So while the majority of Maoists, Stalinists, Trotskyists and academic Marxists saw themselves as executors of a hallucinated agenda of history and their idea of revolution, as the revolutionary cells criticized in 1974, could hardly be distinguished from evolution, the groups of the armed struggle mostly dispensed with such authoritarian reassurances. Instead, they simply and materialistically pointed out that Marx's categorical imperative was correct even if history did not lead to the vanishing point of free association with scientific precision. It is possible that this at least relative distance from the belief in a common thread of history was the reason why the urban guerrillas, in contrast to the majority left, were initially not particularly optimistic. In an interview in May 1975, the revolutionary cells declared that the left was in a defensive phase. There was currently hardly any basis for the mass work in the factories propagated by K groups and Spontus. However, these justified doubts about the revolutionary will of the masses did not prevent the group from accusing SB member Oscar Negd, of all people, of not giving a shit about the masses in the same interview. The following year, they accused the SPD of pursuing a division of the people. The BKA and the state-supporting press were described as a criminal organization against the people. As with Rudi Dutschke and Hans-Jürgen Kroll, who in 1967 had declared in their organizational report, the initiation text of the German urban guerrillas, that the propaganda of shots in the Third World had to be supplemented by the propaganda of action in the metropolises. The link between the realistic assessment of the population on the one hand and the revolutionary enthusiasm for the masses on the other was also the so-called manipulation theorem in the revolutionary cells. In other words, the German people and their proletariat were considered to be inherently revolutionary and merely manipulated by the Springer press, consumer terror, and false needs. In 1976, the revolutionary cells spoke of a military psychological warfare against their own population and hallucinated a huge conspiracy of the Secret Service, police, and press against the masses at work. The head of the Federal Criminal Police Office, BKA Harold, regularly summons the major news agencies, the editors-in-chief of daily newspapers and magazines, the heads of radio and television stations. In the meetings of this criminal organization, the media political, psychological warfare against all social movements is discussed, tactically and strategically coordinated as a prerequisite and supplement to police military measures. The respective concept is adapted to the different readership. Different lines of argument are developed for the Frankfurter Rundschau than for Die Zeit or the Bild newspaper. Criticism of government measures in particular is determined and played out in this way. The same shit, just warmed up differently, is pumped into the brain and subconscious on a daily basis.
End quote.
These ideas of conspiracy and manipulation are the background against which the revolutionary cells, echoing the spokesman of the protest movement, spoke of their task being to expose the state. Dutschke, Enzensberger, Horlman, Salvatore, and others, who were referred to as student leaders at the time, had already declared as an anonymous collective of authors in concrete in 1968. Only when the manipulative violence of the rulers has been transformed back into open violence can the internalized violence of the wage earners liberate itself into proletarian violence.
End quote.
Behind this debunking strategy was, at best, an interested misunderstanding of the country in which many revolutionary cells and finally the guerrilla as a mass perspective were to emerge from one revolutionary cell. For the fascism that was repeatedly invoked by the armed struggle groups was not fascism in this country, but National Socialism. The famous masses were not oppressed by the bourgeoisie, but merged with it to form the Volksgemeinschaft for the good of the whole and the woe of the Jews. As late as 1991, when it briefly seemed as if the reunified Germany would indeed turn into a Fourth Reich, the revolutionary cells signaled their vision of their fatherland. In February, a group from the RZ attempted to blow up the Victory Column, which members of the KPD had already tried their hand at in the 1920s. 4 months later, they set 2 incendiary devices in the Reichstag building in Berlin. According to the group, the first attack was intended to protest against the impending Second Gulf War and against male violence. The incendiary devices in the Reichstag building were intended, as explained in the letter of confession, a few days before the Bundestag decides on the future seat of government, and to prevent Berlin from becoming a bigwig metropolis. It was precisely with these attacks, with which it wanted to react to the events since November 1989, that the group signaled, as another revolutionary cell, which consequently disbanded shortly afterwards, declared that it was now moving completely outside of time and space. The German Empire, whose militarism is symbolized by the Victory Column, had irrevocably come to an end in 1918. The last arson attack on the Reichstag, on the other hand, had been carried out in February 1933, at the beginning of a new era. Even if historians now argue about whether the building was actually set on fire by the Nazis, as Georgy Dimitrov declared in his famous defense speech before the Reich Court in Leipzig, the burning Reichstag symbolizes the complete defeat of the left and the beginning of National Socialism rather than a rebellion against German nationalism or militarism, let alone against a bigwig metropolis. The later members of the revolutionary cells could have known in which country they wanted to pursue mass politics at the latest in the course of the wave of arrests against the first generation of the RAF, which was the decisive factor in the founding of the RZ. After the RAF's May offensive, not only the police apparatus was on the lookout for Bader, Meinhof, Enslin and their comrades, but an entire country. Families denounced their neighbors as terrorists. Celebrities who, like the insufferable but guaranteed urban guerrilla Heinrich Böll, called for moderation, were attacked in public as RAF supporters. Even when the biggest traffic chaos in the history of the Federal Republic occurred on May 31, 1972 due to the search measures and roadblocks, the population reacted with more than just understanding. I have never again experienced such a high degree of identification between citizens and police, Horst Herold, the top terrorist hunter in the Federal Republic, later recalled. I flew the routes myself in a helicopter, and we actually only encountered waving motorists everywhere.
End quote.
The left was also not unimpressed by this identification of the state and the people. The apartment that RZ co-founder Brigitte Kuhlmann had provided for Ulrike Meinhof, and where Meinhof was eventually arrested, came to the attention of the officials not thanks to their own search measures, but through Meinhof's host, a left-wing teacher, he informed the police. The more the urban guerrillas seemed to sense the distance between themselves and those whose affection they were desperately trying to win, the closer they drew to them. Thus the revolutionary cells agitated against a profit-hungry, inhuman bunch of bigwigs and speculator scum, carried out an attack on a speculator lawyer, or planted a bomb in the house of a speculator sow. In June 1976, they finally declared in the style of the National Zeitung that they understood their struggle as that of a colonized people whose territory was made available to U.S. imperialism by the West German government as a main supply area and as a military and strategic center. In the fight against this colonization, the revolutionary cells carried out attacks on American military facilities, officers' messes, and U.S. Army canteens. They justified one of these attacks in 1981 by claiming that American policy was unscrupulously disregarding the right to self-determination of all peoples in order to achieve world domination. When attacks were carried out on American residential areas and a U.S. Armed Forces hospital in the Rhine-Main region the following year, the police and press initially assumed that the revolutionary cells were responsible. The autonomous left was delighted. Shortly afterwards, however, it emerged that the bombs had been planted by a neo-fascist group, whose leader, Ottfried Hepp, had received his training from the Palestinian Friends of the German urban guerrillas. The revolutionary cells published Beethoven against MacDonald, one of their best-known texts, and tried to draw a distinction between their own practice, keyword, anti-imperialism, and the attacks by the neo-Nazis, keyword, anti-Americanism. However, they did not blame themselves or the radical part of the left for the supposed blurring of anti-imperialism and anti-Americanism, but only others, left-wing reformists of all shades, the matadors of the peace movement and the signature cartel. The political responsibility for the uncertainty about where the perpetrators of the anti-American attacks are to be found, according to the RZ, does not lie with us or other groups of the armed left. It is not us, but parts of the peace movement in particular that are indulging in diffuse nationalism, spreading the nonsense of the FRG as an occupied country.
End of quote.
Not a word about the fact that the revolutionary cells had themselves described the Germans as a colonized people just 5 years earlier. Not a word about the fact that the other still existing group of the armed left, the RAF, had also spoken of the colonial status of this country in September 1981. The correct criticism of the anti-Americanism of the reformist peace movement left not only became an acquittal of the radical left and its armed arm. The revolutionary cells letter also served to save the honor of anti-imperialism, and thus also the core elements of anti-Americanism, the right of peoples to self-determination and the Revolutionary People's War, which the RZ were still talking about in 1983. Like all representatives of autochthonous peoples who are concerned about their identity and culture, the revolutionary cells saw themselves threatened not only by the USA, but also by Jews. Despite all those who repeatedly want Israel to be described as a completely normal state, the RZ already referred ex negativo to the special nature of Israel in the first issue of their magazine Revolutionäre Zorn. The actions of the revolutionary cells, according to the group, can be divided into 3 areas. 1. Actions intended to further the struggles of workers, young people and women. 2. Anti-imperialist actions. And 3. Actions against the branches and accomplices of Zionism in the FRG. Anti-Zionism no longer even appeared here as a subcategory of anti-imperialism. Zionists were instead listed as an independent opponent alongside imperialists and normal capitalists. While the RAF left militant anti-Zionism to their Palestinian comrades and celebrated them as the new anti-fascists, the revolutionary cells took it upon themselves to lend a hand, in addition to support work for the Palestinian commando that carried out a massacre among the Israeli Olympic team at the 1972 Olympic Games in Munich, the hostage-taking at the OPEC conference and the hijacking of the Air France plane to Entebbe. The revolutionary cells and later RZ members were involved in more than half a dozen anti-Zionist actions. They detonated an explosive device in an El Al office, planted bombs in companies allegedly owned by the Zionists, and carried out arson attacks on movie theaters showing the feature film Entebbe Enterprise. The PFLP thanked its German friends by naming the commando that hijacked the Lufthansa plane Landshut to Mogadishu in the fall of 1977 martyr Halame. Halame was the combat name of RZ founder Brigitte Kuhlmann, who was shot dead in Entebbe in 1976 and is said to have knocked the kippahs off the heads of some of the selected Jews beforehand. Even the Revolutionary Cells Group, which made public the murder of its ex-comrade Gerd Albardas by a Palestinian organization in December 1991, was able to muster understanding for the activities of the time. However, the obituary of Albardas, which is still regarded as the beginning of a self-critical examination of anti-Zionism, served less to criticize the anti-Zionist worldview than to bring hatred of Israel up to date. It does not contain a single correct thought that is not immediately denied by formulaic compromises and appeasement phrases. In strict contrast to Marx's critique, whose central sting is denunciation, its essential pathos is indignation, its essential work is denunciation, MEW 1-380, the authors emphasized that their obituary was precisely not intended to denounce those with whom we fought at the time. Those, that is, with whom the revolutionary cells had hijacked the Air France plane to Entebbe and who at times planned to assassinate Heinz Galinsky, the then chairman of Berlin's Jewish community and long-time chairman of the Central Council of Jews in Germany. Moreover, the only central argument they could come up with against the selection of Jews was their own origin. Our history, the group said, precluded unreserved partisanship. Quote, as understandable as the conclusions that the Palestinians had drawn from their experiences of expulsion and persecution were, we could not share them in consequence without coming into an indissoluble contradiction with our history and our political self-image.
End quote.
In other words, we understand the Palestinians, but because of the past, we as Germans must not approve of every means of fighting against Israel, even if, in the face of Israeli policy, one could sometimes come into contradiction with one's political self-image. Here only the political self-image as an anti-fascist or revolutionary can be meant, and become an enemy of the Jews. This understanding of the intrinsically justified struggle of the Palestinians was also matched by consideration for the murderers of the comrade and alleged friend. The revolutionary cells declared how dear Gerd Albartis had been to them. However, they refused to denounce those responsible by name. After all, the group must have known which of the countless Palestinian murder gangs Albartis was in contact with. The reason: the revolutionary cells feared discrediting the Palestinian struggle. Although the terror of Palestinian femcourts was already claiming more victims among the Palestinians than the clashes with the Israeli security forces, the authors claimed that what falls under the responsibility of a single group, the murder of fellow fighters, did not apply to the Palestinian resistance as a whole. We consider it wrong to draw conclusions about the constitution of an entire movement from the rules and methods of one group.
End quote.
Instead of drawing conclusions about the constitution of the movement, of which it is a legitimate product, from the rules and methods of a group, the revolutionary cells switched to rhetoric about sensitivities and consternation. In the face of left-wing anti-Semitism, the selection of Jewish passengers and Palestinian femme-justice, they spoke meaningfully of themselves in the style of a self-discovery circle, of the violence in their own ranks, the ambivalence and brokenness of metropolitan subjectivity, or the strength of being able to think in opposites and endure tensions. As if anti-Semitism was a trap into which even the most critical person could always fall, the revolutionary cells declared that after Entebbe, instead of misunderstood actions, they did not do any at all if they had concerns about whether they were perhaps anti-Jewish or at least could have been interpreted. The anti-Zionist practice of the 1970s here becomes the well-intentioned engagement of philanthropists who have either simply forgotten that their parents' generation had already participated in the persecution of Jews, or have been taken in by anti-Semitism in good faith but without guilt. In order to be able to hold on to respectable anti-Semitism, Jean Amory, with a clear conscience, it was necessary either to deny that Jews had been selected in Entebbe or to impose a self-restriction on anti-Zionism. In order to continue to believe in the fiction of a difference between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, a faction of the revolutionary cells simply stole the explosives from their comrades in arms after Entebbe. The reason: the part of the RZ later referred to as the hardliner faction relied on a quick and harsh reaction to the end of the hostage-taking in Entebbe and, according to statements by RZ dropout Hans-Joachim Klein, discussed attacks on the chairman of Jewish communities in Germany. Because the revolutionary cells did not distance themselves from anti-Zionism after Entebbe, but merely shied away from its logical and compelling consequence, the slogan "Death to the Jews," the tone of their anti-Zionist statements from the 1980s did not differ greatly from their anti-Israel propaganda of the 1970s. After Heinz Herbert Carey's death in 1981, the revolutionary cells spoke of the minister's Zionist involvement. In 1982, they claimed a planned genocide against the Palestinians, and as late as 1988, they referred to Israel as an apartheid regime, called for a boycott of the Jewish state, and carried out an attack on a German importer of Israeli products. Even when the text Gerd Albartis is Dead was published in 1991, another group of the revolutionary cells objected to the critical salvation of anti-Zionism and declared, in the style of the 1970s, that the existence of a racist state of Israel meant the denial of the right to exist for the Palestinians. Against this background, the talk of a new beginning after Entebbe and the German Autumn, which first appeared in the RZ writings of the early 1990s, served not least the purpose of adapting the history of the revolutionary cells to the current economic cycles of the left. The group's activities, attacks and campaigns, which could no longer be whitewashed even with the best will in the world, were subjected to half-hearted criticism and separated from the rest of the history of the revolutionary cells with the help of the relevant stunned null rhetoric, new beginning, new start, refoundation, etc. The self-historicization that the group has pursued since the early 1990s with the help of critical reappraisals and retrospectives, as former members of the revolutionary cells involuntarily openly declared in 2001 in a retrospective on 20 years of RZ, primarily pursued the goal of defending the history of the 1980s from being filled with old horror stories. However, such a defense is not possible even if anti-Zionism and the old horror stories are split off from the activities of the revolutionary cells in the 1980s. Just as little as with anti-Zionism, the revolutionary cells in the 1980s did not break with its inner left premises, the love of the people, the belief in the potentially revolutionary masses, and the anti-imperialist idea of good and oppressed peoples. Accordingly, in the 1980s the revolutionary cells accompanied the boom waves of the respective mass movements, anti-nuclear, peace, runway west etc., tried to merge with these movements, delivered the appropriate attack on the topic, distanced themselves from the object of their desire after the obligatory disappointment, only to start all over again. Even when the group distanced itself from the new social movements again in 1985 in order to open up its own front with its refugee campaign, it wanted its attacks on asylum authorities and the destruction of the files stored there to be understood as a contribution to the recovery of a concrete anti-imperialism in the metropolises. After their departure from the new social movements, the group simply saw refugees as a new revolutionary subject. Migrants were considered allies by virtue of their origin. Like the classical ethnocentric anti-imperialism of the KPD, the KBW or the KPD/ML, this new concrete anti-imperialism of the revolutionary cells was one of the many detours on the way to the people and the masses in their own country. One revolutionary cell from North Rhine-Westphalia declared in its declaration of dissolution in January 1992 that it had never believed in a quick fraternization of refugees and German workers. However, with their refugee campaign, the RZ actually wanted to pose the social question anew for the autochthonous proletariat in the Federal Republic. The two groups named by the revolutionary cells in 1983 as the protagonists of the future struggles, foreigners and those affected and threatened by social poverty, were to be brought into contact with each other with the help of the campaign. According to the RZ, the refugees were being used to demonstrate what would also threaten the lower strata of the population in the Federal Republic in the event of a crisis. In the statement on their knee shots at Gunter Korbmacher, the presiding judge of the Federal Administrative Court, they accordingly declared in September 1987 that their aim was to wage a class struggle with the people and for the people. In line with this planned popular front of migrants and the German underclass, the revolutionary cells addressed xenophobia on German building sites, at the Aldi checkout or in the Taz newspaper, where a foreigner ban was also discussed at the time, but only marginally at best. Here too, the enemy remained the state, whose asylum policy was primarily seen as a calculation of domination and a means of class division. As part of their campaign against Germany's asylum policy, however, the revolutionary cells did not just try to get closer to the beloved masses. With their attempt to link the right solidarity with those who are to be crammed into asylum seekers' homes or deported with anti-imperialism, they were also one of the generators of the transformation of anti-imperialism. After the left-wing applause for Pol Pot, the Mullah Revolution in Iran or neo-Nazi attacks on American military facilities had led to a timid turning away from enthusiasm for peoples and their ancestral rights, at least among a small section of the left. The revolutionary cells modernized the anti-imperialist worldview by linking anti-racism and anti-imperialism. The slowly discredited term people was gradually replaced by the word culture. The frenzies of the autochthonous peoples were trivialized as cultural assets worthy of protection. The result of this anti-racist modernization of anti-imperialism could not only be read in a 1995 declaration by the Red Zora, the women's movement spin-off of the revolutionary cells. The group, which otherwise never missed an opportunity to castigate actual or supposed oppression of women in the metropolises, presented here, of all things, a song of praise for the peasant subsistence economy, small farming families and the semi-nomadic pastoral economy in eastern Anatolia. The aforementioned obituary of Gerd Albardas, which was also presented by the authors as a reckoning with previous anti-imperialist habits, also contains the form of cultural relativism that was the basis for the left's later appeasement of Islam. The responsible revolutionary cell repeatedly pointed out that the reasons for Albardas' murder were not to be found in his political activities. For us, the group was able to explain, knowing Albardas' vehement hatred of Israel, Gerd's personal integrity is beyond question. Their obvious assumption that their comrade was murdered by Palestinian virtue guards because he was homosexual was at best expressed in a form that can hardly be deciphered after 15 years without knowledge of the discussions and rumors at the time. They referred to the fact that Albertus lived offensively as a gay man, organized events on the subject of AIDS, and enjoyed the gay scene in Ibiza, only to declare a few lines later in a glum manner, under conditions dictated by the logic of war, unconditional allegiance, and subordination count, where views and behavior that do not conform to the usual patterns are met with mistrust and rejection. And further, where life is determined by military attacks, a permanent state of emergency, curfews, arrests, and torture, there is little room for ambivalences that are due to the metropolitan origin. A more euphemistic description of homosexuality cannot even be found in the pamphlets of the Catholic Church. There the question of one's own person must sound almost ridiculous. Even if the group responsible for the revolutionary cells then decided to reject this declaration as too superficial, their words still reflect the need to place the barbarism of the peoples fighting for liberation under their paternalistic curatorship. This proximity to paternalistic anti-racism points to one of the reasons for the differing levels of popularity of the RAF and the revolutionary cells, and this is where the question raised at the beginning of this article should be taken up again. The main reason for the left-wing distribution of sympathy is probably to be found in the different degree of proximity to the people and the movement of the two groups. The RAF was in no way inferior to the RZ in terms of popular enthusiasm. Bader, Ensslin, Meinhof, Raspy, Mahler and company had already titled the RAF's third programmatic document from April 1972 with the Maus slogan, "Serving the People." In contrast to the revolutionary cells, however, in the 1980s the RAF spoke almost exclusively about itself and the state. The left was repeatedly insulted in an extremely appropriate manner in the group's various statements. The RZ, on the other hand, despite their brief attempt to open a separate front, always acted according to the motto from the movement, for the movement. They propagated their concept of a counterpower in small nuclei, saw themselves as popular guerrillas, and in this respect also repeatedly sought proximity to the famous masses with their actions, against speculators, Zionists, etc. The principle of our actions, explained the group in 1981, is that they are based on social conflicts in which we are involved, that they are linked to the political conflicts taking place there, that they must be clearly identifiable under the question: do they further the movement, or do they intensify the contradictions?
End quote.
With this concept, the revolutionary cells were able to become what the RAF always wanted to be, the avant-garde of the left. Due to their continued propagated engagement in legal groups and their obsessive attachment to the left, the revolutionary cells were able to recognize moods early on, pick them up, escalate them, and ultimately carry them back into the movements. However, the revolutionary cells were not only what the RAF always wanted to be. They also corresponded to the ideal image that the various autonomous and undogmatic leftists had of themselves, as the political location of the revolutionary cells was always close to the most popular mass movement in each case. Unlike the RAF, they could never be accused of dogmatism, behind which, after all, a remnant of the rigorism, consistency and fidelity to convictions that once constituted the person as subject in the golden age of the bourgeoisie can still be assumed. Moreover, they always knew how to present their various changes of course as the result of thoughtful, solidary debates in the shared kitchen, endless consternation, and deep introspection. This self-reflection corresponded exactly to the form of self-criticism that the left repeatedly demanded for itself. It hurt no one, remained within the framework of left-wing common sense, and always avoided actual confrontation. Both the RZ text on anti-Americanism, Beethoven Guggen MacDonald, and the brochure on the peace movement, Krieg Kreis Friedensbewegung, could have marked the beginning of a real break with anti-Americanism, mass fetishism, and anti-imperialist popular enthusiasm. The criticism formulated therein was to a certain extent, and despite all the appeasement formulas and concessions to left-wing majority opinion, still very much in tune with the times. Wolfgang Port also wanted to defend anti-imperialism against anti-Americanism in the first half of the 1980s. Unlike the revolutionary cells, however, he refrained from giving the radical part of the left a clean bill of health when it came to anti-Americanism. However, while Port's contemporary articles mark the beginning of a comprehensive critique of the left-wing worldview, the texts of the revolutionary cells, which were written almost simultaneously, stand for the capitulation to this task, while Port's essays, despite initially still similar statements, aimed at a farewell to the premises of left-wing fascist Chattergram-Lisa. The texts of the revolutionary cells pointed in the opposite direction, the preservation of these premises under changed framework conditions. In addition to this permanent preservation and modernization of left-wing habits, and this points to another reason for the left-wing enthusiasm for the RZ, the revolutionary cells succeeded in democratizing the concept of urban guerrillas. Year after year, the reports on the protection of the Constitution showed that the RZ concept of a massification of militant actions actually worked. Since the beginning of the 1980s, the guardians of the Constitution have repeatedly noted that the number of arson and explosives attacks carried out by unknown small groups modeled on the revolutionary cells has increased. Against this background, BKA Chief Herald and the then federal prosecutor Kurt Rebmann spoke at times in the first half of the 1980s of the revolutionary cells being the most dangerous German terrorist group. Following the RZ model, with the help of the Praxissondernummern special practical issues of the RZ's Revolutionäre Zorn, Revolutionary Anger leaflet, their DIY brochure Fewer UND Flamme für Dyson Stadt, Fire and Flame for the State, and other incendiary and bomb-making guides from the group, every autonomous hobbyist could become their own revolutionary cell. With the help of their DIY instructions, every autonomous do-it-yourselfer could put their resentment against Zionists, speculators, Americans, and other enemies of the people into action. In one of their handicraft instructions from 1981, the revolutionary cells enthusiastically described a scenario reminiscent of the end-time films of the 1980s. Mollies fly, pig cars burn, coercive defenders tremble for their knees, speculators for their properties, authorities and offices are smoked out, industrial and U.S. facilities are bombed out. There are mass demonstrations and clandestine gatherings. The decomposition is spreading.
End of quote.
Here the revolutionary cells seem to be more enthusiastic about the fact that something is burning than about why something is burning. After all, if even a group of revolutionary cells had to admit in their declaration of dissolution that the manner of their attacks was the central constant of their politics, then the assumption is justified that means and ends blurred into one another in the activities of the revolutionary cells. For the RZ, the medium seemed to be the message in a mixture of postmodern and German ideology. The RZ's closeness to the people and the movement finally impressed the RAF so much that, from 1992 onwards, it tried to move closer to its former rival. In its de-escalation declaration, it suddenly spoke of a counterpower from below in the style of the revolutionary cells, referred positively to the autonomists in Hamburg's Hofenstrasse, who were already using Pippi Longstocking to promote themselves at the time, and presented the residents of Hamburg's Stresemannstrasse, who had founded a citizens' initiative for a 30 km/h speed limit in 1991, as a prime example of resistance. Thus, at the end of the armed struggle, what belonged together grew together again. Entebbe was not Auschwitz, recalled Michel Goldberg a few years after he was kidnapped by a Palestinian German commando as one of 248 passengers on a French airliner on its way from Tel Aviv to Paris and held hostage in Entebbe in Uganda for several days. Goldberg could not have known what it was like in Auschwitz. He knew Entebbe, but he had never been to Auschwitz, although he had been designated for this place by the National Socialists. Born and raised as a Jew in France on the day of the November pogrom in 1938, his life was also supposed to end in a German extermination camp according to National Socialist ideas. Goldberg survived, with a false identity. But he had to witness his father being deported and murdered in Auschwitz.
This shaped his life.
Decades later, Goldberg, who now lived under the name Michel Kojat, made his way to Bolivia. His goal was to kill the butcher of Lyon, Klaus Barbie. He abandoned this plan at the last moment, returned to France and traveled to Israel shortly afterwards, accompanied by his son. On the way back, shortly after a stopover in Athens, for members of a Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, PFLP commando took command on board, including two Germans, Wilfried Bose, born in 1949 and raised in Bamberg, and the Hanoverian education student Brigitte Kuhlmann, born in 1947, both founding members of the revolutionary cells. The hijackers immediately began to collect the passengers' passports and all other identification documents and, after another, this time unplanned, stopover in Benghazi, Libya, forced the French crew to fly on to Entebbe, where they were met by other Palestinian commando members and the Ugandan dictator Idi Amin. After the plane landed in the early hours of June 28, 1976, Bose made an announcement on board and read out the PFLP's declaration. France was the historical enemy of the Arabs, a junior partner of American imperialism, a neo-colonial player in the Mediterranean and a supporter of Israel. The Zionists had expelled the Palestinians from their land under a humanist guise and, under the pretext of saving Jews from the Nazis, brought foreigners into the country instead. The goal of the PFLP is to liberate all of Palestine, expel the Jews and establish a secular socialist democracy. After the announcement, Goldberg, his son and the other passengers were taken to the airport's old terminal building. There, the hostages were divided into two groups the following day, supposedly, at least according to Bose, not on the basis of national affiliation. But when the names were read out, it quickly became clear that all Israeli citizens and those with dual citizenship were separated from the other hostages in a small adjoining room. There were also 6 Orthodox Jews, 2 Brazilians as well as an American and a Belgian Jewish couple. In addition, Janet Almag, the non-Jewish wife of the Israeli Ezra Almog, voluntarily accompanied the separated hostages. "There is the impression of an immediate execution," wrote the young Israeli Moshe Peretz in his secret diary that day. Goldberg and his son remained in the large hall, along with numerous other Jewish and non-Jewish passengers who did not have Israeli papers. Both groups also included several refugees from Nazi Germany and survivors of German concentration and extermination camps. It was therefore hardly surprising that memories of the selections in the camps came to mind as soon as a German read out the names. Jean Amery, on the other hand, knew Auschwitz. After the acclaimed annexation of Austria, he, who had been forcibly turned into a Jew by the Nazis, fled to Belgium, where he joined the resistance. After Amery was arrested and brutally tortured in July 1943, he was deported to Auschwitz and forced into slave labor at the IG Farben factory in Monowitz. However, Amery only knew Entebbe from the movies. Shortly after the successful liberation of the hostages remaining in Entebbe by an Israeli elite unit, 2 films about the heroic deed were produced in the USA. 1 year after the events, Amery published an essay about these films in the magazine Merkur. The reason for this retrospective look at the abduction to Entebbe was the liberation of German vacationers from the hands of a Palestinian commando in Mogadishu, which had called itself Commando Martyr Halame, after the Arabic fighting name of Bridget Kuhlman, who was killed in Entebbe. Amery was not convinced by the films about Entebbe. He saw them first and foremost as kitsch that the cineasts afforded themselves in order to get tears and money flowing. But, and this addition is crucial, in view of the desperate situation of the Israeli government, which was confronted with eliminatory terrorism on the one hand and a crowd of people longing for their parents, their children on the other, even this film kitsch took on a human dimension for the critic. Obviously, Amery was one of the few who wanted to understand the perspective of the Israelis beyond the limited German and left-wing German view. Neither the tense and distanced German public observing the events in Entebbe, nor the more or less openly sympathizing or serenely strategically judging German left seemed to be in a position to do so. For this reason, and precisely because Amery saw through the dramatizing artifice of the Entebbe films as such, he remained all the more aware of the difference between the optically representable and reality. And this reality was first and foremost, as Amery knew from his own memory, an experienced reality. Regardless of how exaggeratedly the Jews selected at the airport in Uganda as they once were in Auschwitz, again by Germans, wept and prayed in the film version, the experienced reality of capture, the threat of death, separation and humiliation by hostage-takers, who involuntarily and even involuntarily had to recall the deeds of their fathers through their actions, lifted this and other films, as Amery rightly notes, at the same time out of the aesthetic debate. Although an exaggeratedly sentimental work of art, one no longer believed one's own objections. The impossible director Wirklichkeit retained the upper hand over the bad cinema director Chomsky. Whatever it was so terrible, it remained. In Germany, the spectacle in Entebbe in the summer of 1976 was followed from a distance. As there were no German passengers on board, the German public did not feel affected by the hijacking. This is surprising not only because 2 Germans were involved in the hijacking, but also because 6 members of the Red Army faction, RAF, and the June 2nd movement were on the list of prisoners to be freed published by the PFLP command. Thus Entebbe also became a central chapter in German post-war history. Strictly speaking, 8 German left-wing radicals were to be ransomed from prisons. In addition to the 3 prisoners from the RAF and the 3 members of the June 2nd movement, the kidnappers also demanded the release of Hassan and Solwa from Kenyan prisons. These were the Arabic fighting names of Thomas Reuter and Bridget Schultz, who had traveled to Kenya with false passports on behalf of the PFLP in January 1976 to find out the whereabouts of 3 PFLP fighters who had been arrested while trying to shoot down a plane of the Israeli airline El Alab. Reuter and Schultz had been secretly extradited from Kenya to Israel. They were released in 1980. Obviously, Reuter and Schultz played a central role in motivating the revolutionary cells to participate in the hijacking. After reading out the PFLP statement on the plane, Bose once again spoke on his own behalf. "You will wonder why Germans are part of our group," he addressed the hijacked passengers directly, explaining that German guerrilla groups support the global struggle against imperialism and that their aim is therefore to make the world aware of the revolutionary ideas of the PFLP and to free fellow fighters from prisons in France, Germany, Israel, and Africa. It doesn't take much to see a helpless attempt at rationalization in this statement, which was quickly followed up. The PFLP's declaration had been unambiguous in its choice of words. Jews were to be expelled from supposedly occupied Palestine, and this demand concerned the entire territory of the sovereign Jewish state founded in 1948. Jewish refugees who had fled from German Nazi henchmen to Palestine or who had entered the country illegally after liberation from the camps were dubbed foreigners, in line with folkish ideology, which at the same time repeated an anti-Semitic stereotype, namely that of the homeless and eternally wandering Jew. Bose therefore literally had to put forward a higher legitimization, the anti-imperialist liberation struggle, in order to justify, perhaps above all to himself, the extermination fantasy that motivated him. Attacks on uninvolved civilians, who were arbitrarily turned into combatants because of their origin or citizenship, have been a central component of Palestinian operations since the late 1960s. This also applied to the PLO and Fatah-affiliated organization Black September, which took several Israeli athletes hostage during the 1972 Olympic Games in Munich and, as we know today, abused them in heinous ways. The separation of Israeli and non-Israeli passengers was also part of the standard program of Palestinian plane hijackings and was therefore not only known to Israelis, but also to German leftists. The PFLP had already successfully tested this strategy in July 1968 with the hijacking of an Israeli EIL plane from London to Rome. In April 1974, another PFLP commando proved that civilians could be murdered arbitrarily and in a bestial manner during such supposed resistance actions when it attacked the northern Israeli town of Kiryat Shmona, taking the residents of a rental complex hostage and throwing small children out of the windows of the high-rise building. A month later, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, DFLP, took children hostage at a school in the northern Israeli town of Ma'alot. On the way, the commando had arbitrarily shot at a car carrying Druze and Arab women workers and murdered 2 of the women. After this attack at the latest, talk of Palestinian solidarity and socialist struggle must have rung hollow. These fighting strategies of the PFLP, Black September and DFLP were probably also known to the radical left-wing evil, and even if some unconditional supporters of the so-called Palestinian liberation struggle perhaps did not want to admit it, their methods too. This interpretation is also supported by the numerous conversations and discussions Bose had with Israeli hostages about his role in the kidnapping. The eerie references to the Nazi past came up again and again, as numerous survivors have reported. This may also have been one reason why Bose, as several hostages unanimously reported, turned down the opportunity to shoot civilians during the Israeli rescue operation, a decision that actor Klaus Kinski pathetically exaggerated in the Israeli film Avisa Yonatan, ISR 1977. However, this did not stop evil from targeting Israeli soldiers. Entebbe was not Auschwitz, of course. But the death threat against randomly and arbitrarily selected passengers, who were projected by the hijackers as the physical embodiment of the Jewish state, expressed the desire to destroy the state, which alone can make a repetition of Auschwitz impossible. But this is precisely the undeniable link between Auschwitz and Entebbe. The historical comparison of the selection in Entebbe with the selection at the Auschwitz ramp has often been objected to on the grounds that in Auschwitz it was not Jews who were separated from non-Jews, but fit-for-work Jews from those who were destined for immediate extermination. Entebbe would therefore correspond more to the segregation of Jews from the majority of non-Jewish society, which the Germans carried out at all levels shortly after the handover of power to the National Socialists. In fact, some hostages have pointed out that the humiliating nature of the situation was based precisely on this impression of dehumanization. Sarah Davidson, for example, described the separation from the other passengers in her secret diary. Now it is clear that we are not human like the others. Our fate will be different. Paradoxically, however, the historical comparison, which is always necessarily based on the moment of difference, seems to be much more accurate when one considers that the PFLP commando also divided the Jewish passengers into useful and useless ones. Only this time the useless passengers, those who did not have Israeli papers, were released, while the useful ones were kept as a living bargaining chip against the Jewish state. Regardless of the interpretation, however, the memory of the Nazi crimes was real for the hostages. From their point of view, the situation could not have been any different. This is shown by all the hostages' statements, even those who, like Goldberg, insisted on the fundamental difference between Auschwitz and Entebbe. For Goldberg, Entebbe seemed like a hiccup in history. Shortly after his trip to Bolivia, where he had come face to face with the butcher of Lyon, he was now confronted with the guns of 2 young Germans. For Goldberg, in retrospect, all the protagonists were thus in their place for a psychodrama, from which he returned with his old/new name and the knowledge of his Jewish history and identity. For Sarah Davidson, on the other hand, the Holocaust served less as a foil to describe the events in Entebbe. As an Israeli who had not experienced Auschwitz, it was only against the background of her own experiences in Entebbe that she was able to better appreciate the significance of the Shoah. I needed this nightmare in Entebbe, she wrote in her diary, to understand better. Only now can I understand. The news of the selection in Entebbe was made public by the freed hostages. Israeli newspapers then emphasized the historical references to the Nazi era. However, this was just one reference among many. Even more than memories of the Holocaust, the helplessness of the hostages in Entebbe touched on a trauma of vulnerability that has been virulent since the 1973 Yom Kippur War. In fact, paradoxically, it was probably only the experience of this war that catapulted something of the experience of total powerlessness during the Shoah into the collective consciousness of many Israelis. If the Eichmann trial was the moment when Israeli society, and especially those parts of it that had no family ties to the experience of the Shoah, perceived and absorbed the memories of the survivors for the first time, the Yom Kippur War, which actually made the complete annihilation of the Jewish state and its inhabitants seem realistic, was experienced as a concrete and collective experience of the threat of annihilation. But the more recent past was also present in the reports on Entebbe. Many commentators referred to the massacres in Munich and Malat. The planning of the liberation operation, on the other hand, was inspired by both the now almost forgotten successful liberation of a Sabena Airlines plane hijacked to Tel Aviv in spring 1972 and the failed liberation operation in Malat. The German public initially showed little interest in the historical analogies, and if they did, then, as Amory recalls, completely different historical comparisons were made. Instead of comparing Entebbe with Auschwitz, the Israeli liberation operation was compared, with both positive and negative connotations, with the Operation Oak, led by the Austrian SS Obersturmbannführer Otto Skorzeny, in which the interned Italian dictator Mussolini was liberated from Allied captivity in September 1943. Skorzeny had died in Madrid the previous year and had probably therefore returned to the public consciousness. Left-wing critics of the Israeli liberation campaign such as Marcus Moore gratefully exploited the comparison between the Israeli soldiers and Skorzeny in Nazi newspapers such as the Deutsche Nationalzeitung, although left-wing newspapers in particular also made use of historical Nazi comparisons. Moore himself cites, albeit without critical commentary, the reference to the blitzkrieg action of Entebbe in the magazine Die Tat, published by the Association of Persecutes of the Nazi Regime, VVNBDA. We will discuss the Skorzeny-Israel comparison in concrete in more detail below. Overall, it remains questionable why the Nazi-Israel comparisons should be less problematic than the reference to the fact that the involvement of radical left-wing Germans in the kidnapping evoked memories of Nazi anti-Semitism. Der Spiegel was one of the few German magazines to deal with the division of the hostages in Entebbe. Under the Marshall headline "Toughness Means Massacre," the magazine rationalized the division of the passengers as a tactic informed by the politics of the past. Quote, "The hijackers cleverly used the special relationship between Germans and Jews in their calculations. Once they had seen the world's attention focused on their action, they demonstrated generosity and released the majority of the hostages. At the same time, however, they held back all the Jewish passengers. And they obviously calculated that Bonn would have to respond to their request for the release of 6 West German prisoners. For neither domestically nor in the eyes of the world could the Germans, with their past, afford to share responsibility for the murder of Jews again."
End of quote.
Perhaps this interpretation, apart from the fact that the hijackers kept a majority of Israeli Jewish passengers, comes pretty close to the hijackers' intentions. However, it also shows that both the German public and the Palestinian German commando were dominated by a primarily instrumental relationship to the past. Israeli civilians were, as Ulrike Meinhof had once accused the Israelis of deliberately distorting the facts with regard to the Munich massacre, tactical bargaining chips and means of exerting pressure, intended to profit from the German Judenacts, Dieter Kunzelmann, invoked above all by the left. Empathy, as Amory demanded in his film review, would look different. It was limited to an article in the newspaper Die Zeit by Hans Schuler. Schuler also used the heroic epic that the liberation of the hostages was stylized into in the public perception. But he also pointed out that Entebbe was not the end of the threat posed by eliminatory terrorism, and that the liberation was a one-off and therefore, perhaps in a special way for the Germans, a stroke of luck. Quote, "What would we have done, what should we have done, if Israel had been forced to release 40 imprisoned Palestinians in order to save its hostages? Would we have refused an exchange a la Peter Lorenz at the expense of the lives of Jews who had previously been selected at gunpoint by a German terrorist just to avoid having to hand over 5 Baader Meinhof people in German prisons? We would hardly have put up with that."
End quote.
In contrast to public opinion, the interpretation of the division of the hostages that took place in Entebbe certainly played an important role for the German government. Similar to parts of the German left, government agencies behind the scenes feverishly tried to dispel any analogy to the Nazi past and to prevent publications in this direction, especially in Israel. After speaking with released hostages, the German ambassador to Uganda, Richard Ellerkman, emphasized in a telegram to the government in Bonn on July 1 treatment of Israelis was strict and not without harassment. Selection and separation of Israelis from other hostages evoked terrible memories of Nazi-era selection in concentration camps, among them.
End of quote.
1 day later, the German ambassador in Tel Aviv, Per Fischer, reported in detail on the Israeli press coverage. In this report, explicit reference was also made to the memory of selections in concentration camps. After the successful liberation operation, Fischer then endeavored to avert any damage to German-Israeli relations, as the fact that 2 German terrorists were significantly involved in the kidnapping was particularly unedifying, especially because it was obviously under their direction that Israeli citizens, dual nationals and some Jewish passengers were separated from the others.
End quote.
It was therefore hardly surprising that this evoked memories of selection at KZ ramps in Israel. Fischer referred to various newspaper articles and the speech given by Immigration Minister Shlomo Rosen at the funeral of Shoah survivor Pasco Cohen, who died in Entebbe. Although he also referred in his report to the speech by opposition leader Menahem Begin after the liberation action in the Knesset and statements by Defense Minister Shimon Peres, both of whom had particularly emphasized the parallels between the German kidnappers and Nazi henchmen, Fischer was able to come to a satisfactory conclusion from the German point of view. Quote, "What is striking, however, and this is a sign of positive development, is that incriminating parallels have not led to anti-German rhetoric."
End of quote.
From a German point of view, too open an emphasis on the German origins of Bose and Kuhlmann and any historical analogies between their involvement in the hostage-taking in Entebbe and the Nazi past should therefore be avoided as far as possible. The left-wing German press was unable to find anything positive in the Israeli hostage rescue. Nazi comparisons were reserved for the Israelis. In August 1976, it was reported that an Israeli commando had attacked the airport of an independent country a few thousand miles away in a mixture of Desert Fox Rommel and Mussolini Liberator Scorzeny style, shot everything to pieces and took home the hostages kidnapped by air pirates, not terrorists, certainly not German leftists and Palestinians, setting fist law against fist law. Upright anti-Semites would have said an eye for an eye. The next article on the subject in concrete is from 1981 and by Alice Schwarzer, who, as a German, has always been in favor of the existence of a Jewish state despite her criticism of Israel, an attitude that is inextricably linked to my being German. In Entebbe, she complains, RAF people, among others, selected the passengers of the hijacked plane not according to Israeli citizens and others, but according to Jews and non-Jews.
End quote.
Her statement, which is correct in itself, becomes even clearer. As far as I know, there was no public outcry from the German left afterwards. Those who flinched, like me, remained silent. "We should have spoken up" is nothing more than a polite display of one's own good conscience, and implicitly legitimizes the taking of Israeli civilians as hostages.
End of quote.
On the whole, the reactions can be characterized as eloquent silence. Of the few contributions that appeared at all, and then positioned themselves exclusively against Israel, one is particularly interesting. Detlev Clausen's text Terror in der Luft, Konterrevolution auf der Erde from the Links-Sozialistische Zeitung des Sozialistischen Büros of September 1976. It is rightly regarded, alongside the modernization of anti-imperialism by the revolutionary cells in Gerd Albertus ist tot, as one of the earliest self-critical texts of the radical left, although this says more about the left's capacity for self-criticism than about the actual content of the criticism. Clausen's text occupies a special position above all because, as Jeffrey Herf emphasizes, it combines conventional left-wing views of the time, i.e. ignorance of anti-Semitism and denunciation of Israel, with an atypical historical self-reflection on the involvement of German leftists in the hijacking. Guggenmoos, on the other hand, does not mention the German involvement in the hostage-taking and the separation operation with a single syllable. While he attests to the criminal character of aircraft hijackings and hostage-takings of unarmed, helpless and literally innocent people, he describes the hijacking to Entebbe as an action by Palestinians, who, in their desperation, take on traits of political banditry here and there in their legitimate war against Israel. Clausen criticizes both the kidnapping, and also partly the ideology of the German left expressed in it, and the German involvement and its significance. He attributes to the German left of the 1970s a dangerous weakness of identity, which stems from the fact that we in the FRG cannot achieve socialist change by the same means as with the successful practice of the Revolutionary People's War that brought freedom and independence to Vietnam. This is why the German left does not know how to distinguish itself from bourgeois politics in practice and yet feels that the practice of the RAF is not a historical alternative. The longing for a revolutionary life, if the material resistance of a non-revolutionary reality is not understood as a contradiction, leads to the confusion of identity and identification. Not their own practice, but the experience of oppression of others is the source of their self-confidence, with which they can only establish a violent connection.
End quote.
As will become clear, Clausen's central problem is that he assumes the oppression of the Palestinians as an undoubted fact, and that this unquestioningly confirms the idea of Israel as the oppressor. In any case, it is precisely the forced connection between the German situation and internationalist intentions, between the experience of the lack of revolution and revolutionary will that turns good intentions into counter-revolutionary deeds. Because Clausen is only concerned with revolution.
This is his core point.
A social revolutionary action must have within it the moment of real change. With a struggle, not only the conditions of the fighters must change, but also those of their social environment, which only then gives them its support, without which a guerrilla action is only a commando operation.
End quote.
For Clausen, this was the only reason why the enterprise was doomed to failure. The act was not to be condemned because of the hostage-taking itself, not because of the separation of the passengers, and certainly not because of the anti-Zionism expressed in it. He criticizes the kidnapping merely as a commando operation. It was an instrument of foreign state policy. The fighters were an instrument of foreign interests, which they themselves do not see through. Their demands for the release of their acquaintances have only a private character that cannot generate solidarity. This reproduces categories of anti-imperialism, the real and the false, the autochthonous and the foreign, with which the kidnappers also operated. Clausen recognizes in a bizarre way that the terrorists' interest in the well-being of the Palestinians is not far off. The Palestinian splinter organizations, which occupy the public consciousness with their hijackings instead of leading the liberation struggle, have placed their organizational chauvinistic interests above those of the real struggle. The Entebbe action is proof of their historical superfluousness.
End quote.
While terror, a term that Clausen, in contrast to Guggemos for example, certainly uses for Entebbe, on the Palestinian side means for him betrayal of the Palestinian cause by Palestinian splinter organizations, he adheres to the projection of state terrorism carried out by Israel. For Clausen, Israel is therefore itself a terrorist foundation that can only survive through the oppression of the Palestinian people. In this logic, this project should and must be ended, and ultimately, the Jewish state must disappear from the face of the earth. If Clausen nevertheless also describes Entebbe as terrorist and this terrorist character as the mistake of the action, it is because, unlike the terror of anti-imperialist revolution, it was not limited to legitimate targets and neither hit the occupiers nor isolated them. So even if they point sharp weapons at innocent people and do not shy away from using them, Clausen does not take the terrorists' murderous intentions seriously, and not only in the case of Entebbe. If our information is correct, the bloody hostage-taking, during the Munich Olympics, was only intended to have a particularly demonstrative effect and show the Palestinian resistance's ability to act after the defeat of 1970.
End quote.
Israel, on the other hand, had already overreacted at that time. Military actions against the State of Israel, which are only representative in the eyes of the world public, make no sense, because the State of Israel is really fighting, even if it is only symbolically challenged.
End of quote.
Here, too, Clausen does not think of the victims first, but argues in tactical detachment that the Munich action severely harmed Palestine. Clausen also excuses Bose in a similar way when he implies that the radical left-wing German urban revolutionary only wanted to play. Clausen quotes a Swedish stewardess among the hostages. The German called Bose was very, very nice. When the shooting started, he stammered, "I didn't want this." He would never have gone along with it if he had known there was going to be shooting. When he said this, he had a hand grenade in his hand with the safety off.
End quote.
For Clausen, aircraft hijackings are not legitimized by themselves, but for him they are not delegitimized by themselves either. Armed action against civilians should instead be measured against objective criteria as to whether an action is revolutionary or reactionary. However, this already rationalizes the crime and thus denies its criminal character. The same applies to the violent separation of passengers, which is reminiscent of selections. For Clausen, this too is not anti-Semitic per se, regardless of whether it is based on folkish or civic criteria, but is only to be condemned because it played into Israel's hands an argument to strengthen its nationalism, especially through the participation of Germans. Quote, "It will remain incomprehensible to every resident of Israel when civilians of the Jewish faith become victims of terrorism organized by Germans."
End quote.
This only seems to bother him because it strengthens Israel as the personification of reaction per se. And to avoid appearing pro-Zionist, Clausen immediately adds, "It is not a defense of Zionism if we criticize this anti-Zionism without history, which places every use of violence by Germans against Jewish civilians in the continuity of German anti-Semitism."
End of quote.
And again, it is not the Jewish hostages who are the first victims of the terrorist action, but the Palestinian Revolution, because Palestinian organizations that do not exclude every German from armed action against Israel do serious damage to the anti-racist character of the Palestinian Revolution.
End quote.
Conversely, this means that any Palestinian action against Israeli civilians that is not carried out by Germans is legitimate. Another point in which Clausen goes at least a little further than most other German official and left-wing reactions to Entebbe, albeit not far, is his comments on Idi Amin, the Ugandan dictator who has tens of thousands of people on his conscience. Amin had been in power since a coup in January 1971 and initially maintained good relations with both Germany and Israel. After a state visit to Bonn in early 1972, he thanked Chancellor Willy Brandt kindly for the invitation and the good relations, only to establish an even more brutal dictatorship shortly afterwards and turn against the West and Israel. Amin decided to cooperate with countries such as Libya and the Soviet Union. It was also Amin who urged almost all African countries to break off diplomatic relations with Israel after the Yom Kippur War. At home in Uganda, he ordered the expulsion of Asian immigrants and continued the brutal executions of alleged opponents and opponents. With regard to the attack on the Israeli team during the 1972 Olympic Games in Munich, he emphasized that Germany was the right place for such a massacre due to its Nazi past and the Holocaust. Quote, "Germany is the right place where when Hitler was the prime minister and supreme commander, he burned over 6 million Jews. This is because Hitler and all German people knew that the Israelis are not people who are working in the interest of the people of the world, and that is why they burnt the Israelis alive with gas in the soil of Germany. The world should remember that the Palestinians, with the assistance of Germany, made that operation possible in the Olympic Village."
End of quote.
As Hitler was, in his opinion, a true conqueror, Amin recommended having streets named after him, and announced on state television in 1975 that a statue of Hitler would be erected in Uganda. While the USA closed its embassy in Uganda as early as 1973, Germany maintained diplomatic relations until the end of Amin's rule in 1979, although the cooperation between Amin and the terrorist commando was known. For Clausen, Idi Amin merely represents the type of African leader that Fanon criticized as a sad product of the decolonization process that did not lead to a social revolution, a demagogue with revolutionary rhetoric, under whose rule the history of colonialism stabilizes as neocolonialism.
End of quote.
Clausen considers Amin ridiculous and takes him as little seriously as the terrorists. He neither criticizes his anti-Semitism, nor does he criticize the revolutionary cells for making common cause with an anti-Semite. Herf would have to agree that the immediate anti-Semitic character of the hijacking to Entebbe was expressed above all in the cooperation with the avowed anti-Semite and apologist of the National Socialist murder of Jews, Amin. Even more than through the separation of the passengers and the associations with Nazi selections provoked by this, the supposed difference between anti-Zionism and hatred of Jews disappeared, in Herf's words, through the cooperation with a head of state who, after the Munich massacre, had openly and directly called for the murder of Jews in the spirit of Nazi terror, a statement that Bose, Kuhlmann, and the revolutionary cells must also have been aware of. Because the German left did not otherwise criticize any of this, Clausen's superficial and trivializing text, which misses all the essential points, has a comparatively critical reputation. In fact, however, it once again testifies to the general agreement that anti-Semitism is the common business basis of the PFLP, the revolutionary cells, and the German left. However, Clausen's text is interesting above all because, at least at the beginning, he deciphers the projection of the German left onto the Palestinians as the collective subject, which, unlike themselves, is in a revolutionary situation because it is oppressed. However, this remains below the level of actual criticism because Clausen, once again a German leftist of his time, uses oppression as the absolute oppressor. He does not decipher this pathological projection onto Israel, and it is remarkable that the two projections can fall apart, a projection that turns the Jewish state into the ultimate evil and denounces it as a terrorist foundation. Clausen formulates the truth, but is himself shielded from its insight, so to speak. He calls it a topsy-turvy world. The counter-revolution appears humane, the revolution bloodthirsty. The revolutionary rhetoric of the radical German left then erupted in the spring of 1977 as a veritable revolt, a hate-filled proxy war, so to speak, in the field of culture, motivated by narcissistic grievance. For lack of a direct opponent, the special IDF unit that had freed the hostages was ultimately difficult to confront. The hatred was vented on their cultural-industrial imago in the form of cinematic heroic epics about the Entebbe liberation operation. Shortly after the liberation campaign, the American film producer David L. Wolper was the first to bring a film version of the events to the screen. Under the German distribution title Unternehmen Entebbe, The feature film Victory at Entebbe was also released in West German cinemas at the end of December 1976. The film's release was met with mixed to negative reviews in the arts pages. As was the case a few years later with the television series Holocaust by the same director Marvin Chomsky, German critics were particularly annoyed by the supposedly superficial, stereotypical, and melodramatic Hollywood style. Enterprise Hollywood failed miserably was the headline in the Badische Zeitung. But there was something else hidden behind the quick and easy resentment against Hollywood. Although the reviewer criticized the film for always showing the same thing, what particularly bothered him was the constant glorification of successful military actions and the supermen involved in them, which on the one hand expressed the subliminal rejection of the Israeli right to self-defense and protection of their citizens, and on the other denied the exceptional nature of the liberation action and the specific, traumatic form of the kidnapping. However, the film, framed by individual stories of fate and melodramatic emotional orchestration, had certainly expressed both. The military action, carried out by soldiers who are less like supermen than the proverbial all-American boys, expresses, for example, the tension between universal and particular meaning that is characteristic of the Israeli context. In the liberation action, and this is emphasized even more explicitly in the film versions, a universal humanistic level, the commitment against the arbitrary hostage-taking and threat of death against innocent people, and the particular struggle against anti-Semitism and for the self-defense of the Jewish state are mixed. This is expressed, for example, by mixing the classic hero narrative with biblical allusions and at the same time weaving in cultural industrial self-references to espionage literature. The historical political resonances are also clearly emphasized, and this was the main reason for the film's rejection by the German left. Helmut Schmitz in the Frankfurter Rundschau was the only reviewer to emphasize this historical dimension, in which he saw the surprising quality of the film, by which we Germans, together with the Israelis, are most affected. There are constant references to what was done to Jews by National Socialism running like a red thread through Unternehmen Entebbe. The Auschwitz ramp is being rebuilt by Germans in Entebbe.
End of quote.
Schmitz precisely observed that it was precisely the Hollywood aesthetic, the structure of causal and motif chains, that added an additional level of meaning to the film spectacle, touching on a specific historical experience that connected Germans and Israelis in a special way and at the same time separated them from each other. Beyond the artistic quality of the film, it was precisely this that demonstrated its relevance in a society that, following the Auschwitz trials and the protests of 1968, was seeking to establish itself in a new form of historicizing rationalization and thus a new culture of concealment. The Entebbe enterprise was a reminder of the core of German crimes, which are only imprecisely described by the name Auschwitz. This core is formed by anti-Semitism and the memory that it was primarily Jews whom the Germans had designated for the gas chambers. But this disturbing realization had long since been pacified, especially by left-wing radical and left-liberal Germans. Some did this by making Auschwitz an indescribable and thus historically singular, and consequently unrepeatable place, which could thus be split off and whose victims and surviving witnesses could be silenced by paternalistically pathologizing them or by classifying, and pushing away, their memories as subjectively colored. The others universalized the catastrophe in a leveling mixture of fascist theory and anti-imperialist phrases, which ultimately had only one goal: to put themselves in the place of the victims. Paradoxically, however, it was precisely the cultural industrial form that brought Unternehmen Entebbe into opposition to both left-wing attempts at rationalization. By using melodramatizing elements, the film personalized the story, in this case the abduction to Entebbe, and gave the victims former and new faces. In this way, the supposedly distant was brought closer and also affected the German audience through the film kitsch. And because the promising mixture of melodrama and action film also concealed an Auschwitz film, what had been pushed away and successfully rationalized emerged again. In doing so, the film, which was primarily aimed at an identificatory resonance with the audience, unintentionally underlined a line of continuity that had been realized above all in the German context of reception and led to the new left-wing anti-Zionism that had broken out in particular after the Six-Day War. In fact, the film particularly emphasized the clash between the actions of the terrorists and their perception by the abductees through a series of allusions, for example the German language, shouts of the Kuhlmann character, los, schnell, and the staging of the separation, which is very clearly reminiscent of the deportations and selections. It was precisely against this interpretation of the events, the intertwining of the memory of Entebbe and the memory of Auschwitz, that the left-wing resistance in Germany turned. Shortly after the film's release, magazines such as Der Pflasterstrand and leaflets called for protest. The Red Flag saw the film as nothing more than Zionist propaganda and denounced the pro-Zionist American actors in particular, including Kirk Douglas and Elizabeth Taylor, who had offered to be exchanged for the hostages during the kidnapping. In Berlin city kino, the screening was monitored by plainclothes police who intervened against troublemakers. The film was also shown under police protection in Münster and Mainz. In Frankfurt, the area around the Zeal cinema was cordoned off on a large scale to prevent protests. Attempts were also made to attack 2 German cinemas a few weeks after the film was released. On the morning of January 5, 1977, a cleaning lady discovered a plastic bag containing a time bomb under a box seat in Aachen's Gloria Palast. After a warning from the police, the manager of the Dusseldorf Residenz Kino also checked the auditorium before the screening and found a 6-pound bomb package. Only 5 minutes before the timer expired was it possible to defuse the incendiary device. As a result, the film was cancelled in numerous cinemas in Germany. The revolutionary cells claimed responsibility for the attacks in Aachen and Dusseldorf. In a letter signed Fighters for a Free Palestine, they declared, "Today we set fire to several West German cinemas showing the film Unternehmen Entebbe." This should be understood as a warning by the film distributors and theater owners who want to make money from the racist agitation, but also as a warning to the audience. This time we have ensured that no one will be harmed by the nature and extent of our action. In order to eliminate avoidable risks for the future, we demand the immediate cancellation of the inflammatory film Enterprise Entebbe. Boycott all subsequent Entebbe films.
End quote.
The bombs served as weapons in a dispute over interpretation, in which the opponents of the film tried to defend the reputation of their comrades in arms. The past-related dimension of the Entebbe attack was omitted and ignored. The way it was shown on the screen was bound to shake the worldview of left-wing sympathizers of the Palestinian liberation struggle. By turning the film into a racist smear campaign, the unpleasant memory of their own anti-Semitism could be blocked out. Even in the justification for a butyric acid attack on the second American Entebbe film Die Kein Nade Kennen, Ride on Entebbe, USA 1976, Irvin Kershner, with Charles Bronson, the kidnappers are referred to as comrades, and the Israelis are branded as perpetrators. Quote, "Films such as Enterprise Entebbe, or Those Who Know No Mercy glorify the attack by Israeli military forces on an airplane hijacked by German and Palestinian comrades. The Israelis are celebrated as liberators. The comrades are portrayed as evil par excellence, scum, insane and crazy, and the murder of around 20 Ugandan soldiers is hailed as a successful coup d'état."
End quote.
The numerous victims that the abduction to Entebbe claimed even after the liberation are simply ignored. Amin not only had the hostage Dora Bloch kidnapped from a hospital and murdered, but also had numerous Ugandan airport employees executed because they had not opposed the Israelis, and had hundreds of Kenyans accused of collaborating with the Israelis and the Ugandan photojournalist Jimmy Parma murdered. Amin's anti-Semitism is also not mentioned with a single syllable. Instead, with cultural relativist intent, it continues, Idi Amin appears as a bloodthirsty, stammering slob, black, uneducated primitive. Racism and Zionism, that's the consistent tenor of this military and heroic sloganeering.
End quote.
The left-wing assassins did not shy away from historical comparisons either. The Israelis were turned into new Nazis with the same intensity with which they tried to ward off the memory of the Shoah that Entebbe had opened up. The statement quoted above continued, "Just as in the Third Reich, attempts were made to get the Germans in the mood for the murder of Jews and the incitement of communists with propaganda films, the Entebbe films, like other war films of this kind, are intended to portray the Palestinians as inhuman and thus prevent the background to the Palestinian struggle from being made clear."
End of quote.
The choice of words is clear. In a classic perpetrator-victim reversal, the Israelis become explicitly the master race, and the Palestinians the subhumans in the further course of the declaration. In this way, the desired victim identification can be maintained, while the Germans during National Socialism are casually exculpated as seduced and the films are denounced as propaganda. The German fighters no longer needed to confront their own Nazi past. The victims of yesterday were reinterpreted as the perpetrators of today and the murderers of the PFLP as the actual victims with whom unconditional solidarity had to be practiced. An unknown author in Infobug took this projection to the extreme when, in response to a television report on Entebbe, he fantasized that the Zionists were the ones who expelled an entire people and are now trying to completely annihilate this people through merciless terror. Their goal was the destruction of the Palestinian Revolution and thus the extermination of an entire people. The intention clearly expressed in the PFLP statement on the Entebbe hijacking to eliminate the State of Israel in its entirety, which was established on occupied Palestinian land, is turned into the projection of an Israeli intention to annihilate, which implicitly turns the Palestinians into the new Jews. But the author goes one step further and ultimately puts his radical left-wing comrades, and thus himself, in the place of the victims of National Socialism when he writes, "The aim of the revolutionary action was the liberation of imprisoned guerrillas who were interned in concentration camps as so-called criminals."
End of quote.
The leaflet campaigns, stink bomb attacks and bomb attacks on cinemas thus illustrate the vehemence of the left's refusal to remember. In order to keep the action of the comrades in Entebbe free of any blemish, a legitimization had to be fantasized that actually, as the justification for the attack by the revolutionary cells after the attempted bomb attacks on the cinemas in Aachen and Dusseldorf insinuated in reverse projection of the films, twisted reality beyond recognition. For the revolutionary cells, the death threat in Entebbe became an attempt to save lives. The Palestinian struggle was not directed against the Jews, but against Zionism as a form of state and ideology that justified the expulsion of an entire people. The fight against Zionism is therefore no more racist than the fight against fascist Germany was, which was never waged against the German people, but against fascism as a form of rule and the organized reactionaries and warmongers.
End of quote.
In a twisted way, the RZ activists thus not only justify the violent act of Entebbe, and thus reverse the reality of the kidnapping, but at the same time they link this to the longed-for exoneration of the entire German people, which, contrary to their ideas, actually had to be fought and defeated before the National Socialist War of Extermination could be ended. The reparation of the radical left after Entebbe thus goes hand in hand with the reparation of the Germans. The perpetrator-victim reversal is the central element in this. Only a few days after the attempted attacks in Aachen and Dusseldorf, the first arrests were made. Gerhard Albartus was among those arrested. In September 1977, he and 2 other RZ activists were charged before the Dusseldorf Higher Regional Court and eventually convicted. In December 1987, 10 years after the attempted attack on the cinema in Aachen, a Fem court finally convened against him in Lebanon. The comrade was accused of treason. The longtime supporter of the Palestinian struggle against Israel was sentenced to death by his former comrades in arms and finally executed.
Gert Albartus is dead.
Under this title, the revolutionary cells announced in 1991, 4 years late, the execution of their comrade by a group which considers itself part of the Palestinian resistance and for which he had worked. Whether Albartus was executed because of his open homosexuality or because of some other betrayal of the Palestinian cause is left open by the revolutionary cells, as is the question of which group was responsible for his death. Magdalena Kopp, the longtime girlfriend of RZ founding member Johannes Weinrich and wife of Carlos Ilich Ramirez, later testified that both men left with Albartus. Palestinian Abul Hakam was also present at the execution. Former RZ member and co-author of the December 1991 text Thomas Cram also pointed to continued Stasi contacts as a possible reason for the Fem court. They were not interested in denouncing their own past, nor in openly accusing their former murderous allies of their policies, which, however, would have constituted criticism in the first place. The late obituary for the man murdered by the comrades is regarded as the starting point for an examination of anti-Zionism on the left since the 1970s. In fact, the revolutionary cells are still the only one of these terrorist groups to have published such a statement as a group. And the text was important for and against the German left in several respects. The contribution it made to the desired legitimization of so-called criticism of Israel, which in all its shades, functions first and foremost as a carte blanche to denounce the Jewish state, can hardly be underestimated, as the revolutionary cells were by no means concerned with a critique of anti-Semitic anti-Zionism. Even if the revolutionary cells claim to have realized that Israel is a necessity as long as a renewed mass extermination cannot be ruled out as a possibility by anyone, i.e. as long as anti-Semitism lives on as a historical and social fact, for them, the legitimate and necessary criticism of Israeli occupation policy and solidarity with the resistance of the Palestinians was still self-evident in 1991. An attitude that has since become part of the canon of left-wing German criticism
of Israel.
Where the issue, meaning the attack on Israeli facilities, was on the agenda, they claim, after Entebbe they therefore sought out West German agencies that benefited from Israel's policy and, as a precaution, instead of misunderstood actions that were perhaps anti-Jewish or at least could have been interpreted as such, they no longer took any action at all. However, this is not true. In 1978, the RZ carried out an attack on the Israeli company Agrexo in Frankfurt. In the letter of confession, the RZ insinuate, the Zionists, that their specialty is to ensure that as many people as possible are harmed in attacks on Zionist institutions in order to be able to brand the attack as anti-Semitic. This is a strategy that is familiar, without accusations of anti-Semitism, from Palestinian terror against Israel. When a gang of hostage-takers, whose actions are intrinsically harmful to civilians, makes this accusation and is still taken seriously, there is not much left to say. Remorse over the obvious anti-Semitism only really legitimizes anti-Semitic anti-Zionism. In addition, the text has contributed to the fact that the Entebbe hijacking, including the emphasis on anti-Semitic selection, has remained in the memory of the left and is therefore still one of the most cited examples of anti-Semitism in the New Left. The selection took place along folkish lines, wrote the revolutionary cells, thus confirming the intention of the act as the originator, so to speak. However, they did not have to emphasize the explicitly anti-Semitic character of the kidnapping again. It could have been clear to everyone anyway. The fact that they did, however, made it possible to salvage the criticism of Israel in contrast to the open anti-Semitism that was acted out in Entebbe in 1976. The greater the sin, the more abundant the mercy. Respectable anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism, remained unsullied because open anti-Semitism was condemned. What on the one hand legitimizes criticism of Israel, on the other nails the left to the fact that it has, or at least had, a problem with anti-Semitism. At the same time, the text has, if not initiated, at least fueled the discussion on the left about anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. By emphasizing the folkish, anti-Semitic criterion in the reappraisal, Gerd Albardas is taught became the hook for many discussions and debates about the now well-known anti-Semitism in the left, which led to important divisions, including in the disintegrating Communist League. In the text, the criticism of Israel is separated from the open anti-Semitism of the selection and supposedly liberated from it in a self-critical gesture and through insight and remorse. It can be continued in this way precisely because, Nazi-like, anti-Semitism is strongly condemned. The question of whether only ordinary anti-Semitism, symbolized in the selection, deserves its name or also Israel-related anti-Semitism, such as criticism of Israeli settlement policy, is still answered incorrectly by large sections of the left. However, despite all the criticism, the fact that a left-wing group that was involved in openly anti-Semitic actions was capable of such, albeit very limited, self-reflection remains to be noted. After Entebbe in 1991 had led to a kind of administrative reform instead of the end of activities against Israel in large parts of the left and to the fact that criticism of Israel, now properly legitimized, could be continued, the canonized memory of the event 10 years later contributed to Joseph Fischer being able to keep his job as German foreign minister. In 1983 and 1999, Fischer used Auschwitz to legitimize political positions, once against NATO nuclear missiles in Germany, once for the attack on the rest of Yugoslavia by the army of the legal successor to the Third Reich, in order to demonstrate the reparation of the Germans. Entebbe was enough to demonstrate Joschka Fischer's reparations. In the course of the debate about the stationing of nuclear missiles in Germany in the early 1980s as a result of the NATO double-track decision, he did not speak of an impending nuclear Auschwitz through Pershing II and Tomahawk, as the later Minister of the Interior Otto Schiele did. But he did reduce the logic of Auschwitz to the technical possibility of mass murder and deprived anti-Semitism of its ideological specificity, its eliminatory character. At the beginning of 2001, Fischer was under fire for his militant left-wing extremist past, for throwing stones and beating up cops in the Frankfurt riots, and the CDU even demanded his resignation. He managed to avert this by convincing the public that he had turned his back on militant left-wing radicalism a long time ago, shortly after Entebbe in 1976 and the German autumn of 1977. In an interview with Der Spiegel in the middle of the debate at the beginning of 2001, he said that the Entebbe controversy, the debate about the plane hijacking in which German terrorists selected the passengers into Jews and non-Jews, was more decisive for his turning away from violence than the German autumn. We gradually realized that those who had begun by turning away from their parents' generation as anti-fascists had ended up with the deeds and language of National Socialism.
End quote.
The story of Entebbe as Fischer's Damascus experience, which turned him, like Saul into Paul, from a militant left-wing radical into a legitimate foreign minister, does not begin in 1976 or shortly afterwards, as one might think, but in 1997 with his first biography. Its author, Sibylle Krausberger, summarized Fischer's comments on Entebbe, which he had made shortly before, in a journalistic metaphorical way. Entebbe became Damascus for Joschka Fischer. However, the Entebbe confrontation in which Fischer claims to have experienced his Damascus did not actually take place publicly in the 1970s. He may have gained this insight privately, as he reported in 2001 that fists almost flew at the breakfast table in the shared flat, because of Entebbe. However, Fischer did not express his horror experience of pure anti-Semitism, as he later claimed to have experienced it, far beyond the kitchen table. In the cobbled beach of April 1978, he was primarily concerned with the memory and reputation of his dead comrade and good acquaintance Bose. As in almost all German and left-wing reactions, Fischer was anything but empathetic towards the hostages. Fisher thought that they should rather be grateful to Bose for not turning more of them into murder victims. Quote, "The fact that Boni let himself be shot by the Israelis in Entebbe without using the opportunity he had left to kill defenseless hostages with his hand grenades and his MP relieves me and hits me very deeply. Otherwise he would have been a pig."
End quote.
But all was well in Uganda in 1976 and in Frankfurt in 1978. During the turbulence surrounding the publication of the photos of his cleaning group and the trial against former RZ member Hans-Joachim Klein, Fisher himself knew how to use the Damascus narrative he had begun a few years earlier whenever his past threatened to make him uncomfortable in office, when Klein was on trial, in several interviews and during question time in the Bundestag about his past. Fisher's supposed break with his past in the militant left and superficially also with its anti-Semitism was possible so seamlessly precisely because he too did not see the meaningful anti-Semitism in anti-Zionism, as which it was already primarily expressed at the time. Fisher outsourced anti-Semitism exclusively to the selection scene, of which he said in 1997 that it harked back to the worst German past. By distancing himself from this, he was able to distance himself from the militant left on the one hand and, like the revolutionary cells themselves, from open anti-Semitism on the other. He was thus able to remain silent about the anti-Semitism of criticism of Israel and the anti-Zionism of the left at the same time. The Germans and their left would certainly not have liked to hear anything other than this silence from their foreign minister. It is hardly surprising that someone like Fisher, whose political and meaningful functions range from PLO Congress participant in Algiers to German foreign minister, lacked empathy with Jews and Israelis. Fisher also managed to remain foreign minister thanks to his instrumental relationship with the past. He imitated the figure of the revolutionary cells in the form of a belated revival experience and thus created a solid basis for mutual empathy between himself and the Germans. After participating in the war in Afghanistan, which Germany could hardly have stayed out of because it was the first NATO alliance case, Fisher, still foreign minister, was able to cancel Germany's participation in the fight against terror in Iraq in 2003. The fact that his criticism of Israel lacked radicalism was forgiven by many. The outsourcing of left-wing anti-Semitism to the selection scene at Entebbe airport by, above all, the Germans Wilfried Bose and Brigitte Kuhlmann, in whose Arabic noms de guerre Mahmoud and Halameh the Arabization and identification with the Palestinian national movement, including its cult of martyrdom, already resonated at the time, is the starting point for one of the debates in which the German left and its critics have been going round in circles ever since. What is legitimate criticism of Israel? What is anti-Semitism? Studies, doctoral theses and books have since been published on this question, which in itself fails to recognize the absurdity and uniqueness of the concept of criticism of Israel and its inherent resentment against the Jewish state. For example, on the 40th anniversary of the Entebbe abduction, the Munster-based publisher Unrast Verlag addressed the issue in the form of a book publication. This sinister dimension perhaps only became perceptible after the experience of the mass murder of 9/11. At least there was never any opposition from the German left to the Islamization of their comrades.
On the contrary,
in the fall of 1977, a Palestinian commando hijacked a Lufthansa plane carrying tourists from Mallorca in support of their German RAF comrades. This commando named itself Kommando Martyr Halameh after Kuhlmann. While Hollywood's supposed heroic epic sparked a furor on the German left, the Arab Islamic martyr cult didn't seem to bother anyone, nor did the fact that Idi Amin's dead comrades were given a state funeral and lie in Uganda's heroes' cemetery as Mahmoud and Halameh to this day. Entebbe and the recurring and irrelevant arguments about whether Jews were separated from non-Jews or Israelis from non-Israelis, as if one were more legitimate than the other, have several implications. Firstly, by implicitly or explicitly condemning Entebbe and open anti-Semitism, it is now easily possible to call for the abolition of the State of Israel, as BDS has been doing worldwide since 2005. The distancing from anti-Semitism that is almost always preemptively included are the shoes with which one would like to follow in the footsteps of the revolutionary cells after Entebbe, insofar as they, as mentioned, claimed in their obituary of Gerd Albardus that they had no longer carried out any actions after Entebbe that could be understood as anti-Jewish. BDS's assertions that their boycotts are not directed against Israeli individuals but against institutions are also intended to prevent the accusation of harming innocent civilians and attacking Jews because they are Jews. On the other hand, the accusation of apartheid against Israel, which in turn is articulated by BDS in particular, but not only by BDS, is precisely the projected selection that the PFLP and the revolutionary cells carried out not only, but most prominently in Entebbe. In this reversal, to attribute the selection scene carried out on Israelis in Entebbe causally to the Israelis themselves, both are expressed very clearly: the denial of one's own anti-Semitism and the uncanny compulsion to repeat it. In addition to the current apartheid narrative, this was made particularly clear by an action by left-wing activists in Hamburg in 2009, who, disguised as their own pathological projection of Israeli soldiers, selected the viewers of the film Warm Israel, F. 1973. The narrative of narratives of the Middle East, the alleged Israeli apartheid, has become much more prominent today than the memory of the separation of the hostages in Entebbe. This is why Marcus Moore, the publisher of the Unrest book, can still very much wish in his self-description that all Christians, Jews and Muslims, or in a quantum leap, even better, all non-believers in the Israel/Palestine region, if not always free of conflict, can somehow, whether with or without a state, live in lazy peace and without any form of apartheid.
End of quote.
What is vaguely implied here is understood by the anti-Semite in the critic of Israel as more probably means it: Israel is an apartheid state. The anti-Semitism of the German left is either split off to the extent that with Mahmoud and Halame, the two anti-Semites of the German left have passed away and we can essentially carry on as before. Or the anti-Semitism of the German and Palestinian left, and thus also that of its in the German case products of decay and in the Palestinian case products of fusion and Islamization, is declared a legend. In both cases, these leftists have made amends and thus paved the way for criticism of Israel, as long as one avoids pointing guns at Jews. Through an abstract anti-nationalism and an equidistant criticism of religion, criticism of Israel turns into the trivialization of anti-Semitism and would prefer Israel/Palestine to be a region, i.e. without a state. A region would not save Jews from the death threatened by anti-Semites, as Israel, the state and its army, did not only in Entebbe. The later Knesset member Amnon Rubinstein wrote the day after his liberation by an elite unit of the Israeli army that the plane hijacking that ended in Entebbe on July 4, 1976, was the continuation of the war against the Jewish people. And he aptly called the 2 German and 2 Palestinian terrorists who took 258 passengers of an Air France plane hostage, in order to select those Jews, or those who the hijackers thought were Jews, from the other prisoners in Entebbe, the disciples of the Mufti and Goebbels. Just in time for the 40th anniversary of the hijacking by the Che Guevara Commando, the Munster-based publisher Unrast Verlag published a 400-page investigative pamphlet against the alleged selection narrative, printed on eco-paper. As the title, Legends of Entebbe, already reveals, the aim is to get to the bottom of the legends that have been revolving around Entebbe ever since. Since the extra-institutional left, which includes the editor, Marcus Moore, is politically ostracized by the establishment, he wants to examine the narrative from a left-wing perspective, from an ostracized narrative, so to speak. It is not history itself that is to be placed at the center of the presentation, but rather the narrative about historical events is the subject of the investigation, whereby the truth is apparently to result from the mere partisanship of the outlawed, which dispenses with all methodological considerations and reflection on a concept of truth. All of the contributions seem to naively question whether the selection by the hostage-takers actually took place as the presumably hegemonic narrative claims. This is crucial, as it is the yardstick by which to measure whether the new left can be called anti-Semitic or not. In the investigative presentation, the reader is supposed to be able to answer the following key question of the anthology himself on the basis of numerous source documents, including all kinds of reprints of exemplary facsimiles, which are intended to underline the serious examination of the topic and, as usual for the Unrast publishing house, appear extremely amateurish. Can Entebbe, as is often claimed, be regarded as the ultimate proof of the anti-Semitism of the West German left? Although the authors of the anthology do not deny the cruelty of the hijacking, the terrorist action is, as the subtitle makes clear, euphemistically dubbed an act of air piracy. The answer to the above-mentioned question ultimately depends on whether the act was anti-Semitic or not, whether left-wing revolutionaries acted, just like Nazis more than 20 years after Germany's military defeat or not. However, according to Moore, it would only be possible to speak of a selection if it can be proven that the air pirates intended to and did carry out a complete registration of all Jewish passengers from the plane. This criterion is used to attest to the new left what is already suggested in the introduction, that it cannot be anti-Semitic because it is not allowed to be. Since anti-Zionism is not understood as a form of anti-Semitism, left-wing anti-Semitism cannot be assumed either. Numerous statements, from those of the Orthodox Communists to the Revolutionary Cells, RZ, and other splinter groups of the New Left in the 1970s, would testify that there can be no question of an anti-Semitic act. The permanent reference to the fact that it was an act, i.e. an isolated event that cannot be linked to anything else, already degenerates the naive questions that the editor poses to the readership into leading questions. In the introduction, Moore even suggests speaking of the separation of airplane passengers instead of a selection. This would be too reminiscent of the death factory in Auschwitz. This would probably only serve the narrative. Despite the academic meticulousness of the footnotes, this book is not intended to serve any academic purpose. Rather, according to Moore, this volume is intended to make a reflective, free contribution to the relationship between Germans and Jews, which has been disturbed since January 30, 1933 at the latest. This sentence is truly free of reflection. Moore assumes here, far from any knowledge and completely without history, that the Jews had entered into some kind of voluntarily disturbed relationship with the Germans, something like a contract that destined the Jews for persecution and ultimately extermination by the German Volksgemeinschaft and was concluded by agreement between two declarations of intent. The Shoah can also be relativized in this way. This is simply an expression of left-wing historical revisionism, which only serves to trivialize German crimes. But even more, the disturbed relationship, as which National Socialism is seen, should, according to the editor's intention, be continued into the future, a left-wing ontology that is no longer prepared to accept any trace of the utopia that a society free of domination tried to imagine. Or to put it another way, by ontologizing the disturbed relationship, in which both parties would thus be partly to blame, the delusional anti-Zionism that perpetuates the disturbed relationship is no longer surprising. The permanent attempt to wipe the Jewish state off the map thus finds plausibility, and even more, justification. The apodictic assertion in the introduction is elaborated in the first article Unternehmen Entebbe. Source-critical perspectives on an airplane hijacking by Alexander Sedlmayr and Freya Anders. Through the stipulated separation of anti-Semitism, which must fulfill the categories of race or religion, and criticism of Israel or anti-Zionism, which in the author's view legitimately are directed against the Israeli state, the two authors want to prove that the selection of the hostages was not an anti-Semitic action. By dividing the hostages according to citizenship, it is proven that anti-Semitism was not the criterion for the selection. At no point is it mentioned that the selection was already denied by parts of the RZ as bourgeois media propaganda. The joint action of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, PFLP, and the two founding members, Wilfried Bose and Brigitte Kuhlmann of the RZ, is considered morally questionable by the two authors, presumably to clear their own consciences, and it is also a political moral problem, but they do not want to place anti-Zionism at the center of the criticism. By stipulating that anti-Semitism must fulfill the criteria of race or religion, and emphasizing that Jewish passengers were also able to escape from the hostage-taking through fortunate circumstances, they want to attest to the New Left, which was still characterized by a basic attitude of solidarity with Israel before the Six-Day War, that it never had anything to do with anti-Semitism. The realization that anti-Zionism is the continuation of anti-Semitism by other means, or in other words, the geopolitical reproduction of anti-Semitism, Initiative Sozialistisches Forum, is to be systematically prevented. Instead, a critique of Israel can be advocated without further justification, which sees itself side by side with the socialist struggle against the Israeli occupying power. Anti-Zionism finds its justification, not only here, qua existentia. In the background of all this is a romantic reminiscence of the socialist dream of days gone by. Since the resurgence of Islamism in the Arab world, the German-Palestinian partnership, under the banner of a united struggle of the peoples against Israel, can no longer be cultivated with such moral good judgment as it once was. Alexander Sedlmayr and Freya Anders cite the fact that the hostages were forced to fill out pre-printed questionnaires on PFLP letterhead as proof that this was not anti-Semitism. The hostages were forced to give their name, year and place of birth, nationality, place of residence, occupation and departure or destination airport. The PFLP announced on a Ugandan radio station that they accepted the proposal of the then Ugandan dictator Idi Amin to release all non-Israeli hostages. It is therefore questionable whether the answers to the questions were used to decide who was allowed to leave the terminal in Entebbe after the terrorists forced the passenger plane to land in Uganda and who was forced to stay. But this question is completely irrelevant. Who is Jewish is not determined by the subject himself, but is always in the hands of the anti-Semite. Those persecuted by anti-Semitism could not escape selection at all. Any behavior, for or against, is completely indifferent, irrelevant for the anti-Semite. No hostage could know whether they could have freed themselves from the clutches of the hostage-takers by stating a nationality other than Israeli, whether they were not attributed to Israel anyway because of a Jewish-sounding name. The terrorists were playing with the omnipotence that is attributed to the Jews in the pathic projection of anti-Semites. This confirms what Jean-Paul Sartre once pointed out so forcefully, that the fate of being a Jew exists independently of one's personal decision. It is the anti-Semite who decides who has to be a Jew and who does not. As is usual for the left, the fact that Israel, the state of the Jews, is a place of refuge and differs from other nation-states precisely because of this is almost compulsively ignored. The fact that Israeli citizenship was used to select who would continue to be held hostage and thus be at the mercy of the hostage taker's permanent willingness to kill was something the hostages themselves could not decide. They were exposed to their fate of being Jewish or Israeli, whether they wanted to or not. The kidnappers decided who was to be used as a political bargaining chip and, according to the logic of every hostage taker, who was also destined for death, for example when stormed by another political force. What distinguishes the kidnappers of the Che Guevara Commando from ordinary kidnappers is, of course, the moment of selection. Only those who were thought to be Jews were to be exposed to possible death. This unambiguous procedure in no way gave rise to a discussion about the relationship of the left to armed struggle, anti-Zionism, and anti-Semitism. It was only 15 years later, when an RZ section published an obituary of its comrade Gerd Albartis, in which the RZ's anti-Semitism was also brought up, that left-wing anti-Semitism was to become the subject of a tough debate. In the course of this discussion, however, the authenticity of the document in question was primarily questioned. When the successful action of the Israeli army was filmed and shown in German cinemas in 1977, there were protests and attacks in the Federal Republic against those cinema operators who wanted to show the film Operation Entebbe in public. Incendiary devices were also set in several cinemas. The slogan was, "Immediately cancel the inflammatory film Operation Entebbe." The name of one of the assassins was Gerd Albartis. The other contributions are seconded by an article by Moshe Zuckerman, who, as usual, accuses Israeli politics of self-victimization of the Shoah as a hollow ideology. This would allow Israel to exonerate itself from the injustice of its own brutal aggression and use of force, and at the same time, repeatedly portray the Palestinians as Nazis. In addition, this would justify the occupation practice and the self-inflicted escalation of violence, which primarily has to do with a blindness towards one's own untenable actions and the harmonization of narcissistically offending self-perception dissonances. If the process of escalation still describes something extremely unclear, such as a more or less opaque interplay through which a conflict could presumably escalate into war, then self-inflicted escalation is an oxymoron. Because the suggestion that something is self-inflicted excludes reciprocity. The accusation is that the Jewish state itself is to blame for anti-Semitism. This is precisely the hallmark of a thoroughly shrewd anti-Zionist who skillfully ignores the ongoing anti-Semitic aggression of the Arabs. At the same time, Israeli politics, which like all politics always relies on rhetoric and propaganda, is accused of being politics. Quote, "Nowhere else in the world has the banalization of the Shoah, sometimes its trivialization through inflationary use in outrageous everyday rhetoric, been so blatantly unscrupulous as in the country that has written the uniqueness, and therefore the incomparability, of the Shoah on its official commemorative banners."
End of quote.
What Zuckerman fails to mention, and this is his leitmotif, when he supports the anti-Zionist International and occasionally pats it on the back in a grandfatherly manner, is that the very fact that the Shoah has found its way into the everyday rhetoric of politics only confirms that the new anti-Semitism, Jean Amory, directed against Israel, points to an everyday problem that Israel has been confronted with since the founding of the state. Flanked by an anti-Zionist Jew who confirms that one cannot be anti-Semitic oneself, as one has nothing against Jews, but has a problem with the existence of Israel, one can feel morally equipped as an honorable anti-Zionist, Jean Amory. In one of his contributions, Moore also attempts to outline the horizons in the positions of the non-institutional left in West Germany. For the most part, the author is content to refer to the statements and quote them at length. If he does get carried away with making judgments, it is only to give the Anti-Semitic International a clean bill of health. For example, the Communist Party of Germany/Marxist-Leninists, KPD/ML, for which he otherwise has no great affinity. In a statement in the Wrote Morgan, the central organ of the KPD/ML, it said with regard to the liberation action in Entebbe, following the pattern of this fascist propaganda of the Hitler fascists, with which they justified their fascist invasion of Poland, the invasion of the Israeli Zionists is now presented as an act of self-defense and self-defense. International lawyers are found, as Hitler also found them, who scientifically declare that it was Idi Amin who attacked Israel and violated its sovereignty.
End quote.
The KPD/ML went on to declare that Israel was a fascist regime, whose purpose of existence is to prevent Palestinians and Jews from living together in peace in their homeland in the interests of the two superpowers and the other imperialists.
End of quote.
Moore then comments on these passages quite soberly with the words, "Today, one of the common markers in anti-Semitism research is to qualify the perpetrator-victim reversal with reference to Nazi analogies as a characteristic of left-wing anti-Semitism. There can always be evidence for this, but it does not apply in this case. You are addressing the Israeli government as a military actor."
End of quote.
In this way, the accusation that Israel is a fascist regime can also be played down. More can muster great enthusiasm for the sociologist and socialist Detlev Clausen, who maintained personal relations with Comrade Bonnie Bose and reconstructed the course of events on the night of July 4, 1976 in his article Terror in the Air, Counter-Revolution on Earth. In it, he accused the German left, much like today's anti-racists, of causing serious damage to the anti-racist character of the Palestinian revolutions by taking part in armed actions against Israel. By reflecting on the act from the perspective of a comrade, but not arguing solely from the perspective of a personal acquaintance, Clausen would have given the discussion about Bose's special engagement within the framework of an anti-Zionist perspective, the militant struggle against Israel, a new twist. This is the reason why his contribution has an intensity and depth of argumentation that no one has been able to match. According to Moore, Clausen's reflections can be read in the light of a political strategy definition of the non-institutional left of the Federal Republic in the globally understood anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist motivated liberation struggle. Based on this consideration, the act of Bose and his comrade would have to be understood as not thought through. What a well-thought-out anti-Zionism could be remains more secret. In his contribution Der Link Antizionismus in Westdeutschland und Westberlin, Gerhard Heinlein outlines the relationship of the New Left to anti-Zionism on the basis of numerous publications and once again postulates that left-wing anti-Zionism, which does not have a good reputation today, has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. After more than 50 pages, he comes to the conclusion that it is primarily fed by a mirror-inverted position on the policies of the Federal Republic, which were allegedly Zionist in nature. There was also a desire for confrontation with the prevailing FRG reality, which necessitated a one-sided positioning on the side of the Palestinians, who were perceived as underdogs and justified fighters in a complex conflict over land and national recognition. Ultimately, anti-Zionism did not result from anti-Semitic resentment, but from an anti-imperialist worldview. According to Heinlein, the positions must be understood in a historical context. The impetus and intention of left-wing anti-Zionism must first and foremost be discussed in the context of revolt and attempts at revolution. He therefore also understands Dutschke's primacy of revolution. You can't come to terms with the murder of the Jews and make a revolution at the same time. By agreeing with Dutschke here and indicating that there can either be revolution or reappraisal, confession of guilt and retrospective reasoning, Heinlein probably expresses most clearly what he understands by revolution: erasure of historical experience, thus also erasure of the experience that the world revolution was replaced by the Volksgemeinschaft along with the proletariat, which here completed the transformation into nothing but rabble. Joachim Brun. By portraying the New Left as having given priority to revolt and revolution rather than reflection, Heinlein is able to trivialize anti-Zionism, which was allegedly only the result of an anti-imperialist longing for Third World liberation, as a social revolutionary consequence. But why the selection did not become the subject of left-wing controversy and why they instead amused themselves with further attacks against cinema operators is something Heinlein and all the others remain silent about. Since they were in radical opposition to the policies of the FRG, it would have been only logical to have nurtured and cultivated anti-Zionist dispositions. It is important to empathize with the times, in other words, with the narrative of the anti-Semites. Japanese musician Haru Nemuri describes herself as a feminist and considers herself part of the Riot Girl movement. On October 7, 2023, she can be seen on a total of 8 Facebook posts, including the screen printing of her new tour shirt. She is also very present on social media channels on the following days. It is not enough to make a statement about the worst genocidal rampage for which a name needs to be found since the Shoah. Nemuri, who sees herself as a political artist, only became active on November 4, 2023. Quote, "What the Palestinians have been through is genocide on a racist basis, and they have been robbed of their land, their voice, and their lives. Japan has failed to vote in favor of the call for a humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza by the UN General Assembly. I hold Japanese and Western society partly responsible for this situation."
End quote.
She does not say a word about the victims of the bloody deeds of Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and the numerous people who have been taken hostage in the Gaza Strip. On December 13, she then published a 3-page statement revealing that for her, October 7, 2023, was not just about selfies while screen printing. On this day, she writes, "I learned for the first time that the Israeli genocides, occupations, settlements and oppressions against the Palestinians have been going on for 75 years. These actions are based on colonialism, eugenic ideology and other evils that man has produced. Ironically, it was Hamas military attacks against Israel, which called for Palestinian freedom, that brought this to my attention." 2. Although Nemuri is not well known, the attitude revealed in the quoted statements is characterized by a callousness towards the victims in Israel that is symptomatic of what has been observed since the early days of October last year, not least from the ranks of people who see themselves as cultural workers. How can it be, one wonders, that people who appeal to the empathy of their fellow human beings see the events of October 7th as an occasion for ironic self-reflection at best? Namuri can certainly be considered pars pro toto here, because her and others' bluntly displayed inability to at least still be shocked by the human cruelty committed on that day in the face of the murders of Jews was soon transformed into political statements. This shock did not even set in view of the fact that those perpetrators who survived the day and were not captured returned to Palestinian society in the Gaza Strip and to their families, an idea which, despite the acts they committed, apparently also does not arouse concern or even horror. A so-called open letter to the Israeli and U.S. governments and others who instrumentalized the issue of rape testifies to how radically they were prepared to suppress the suffering that befell Jews and non-Jews alike in Israel on October 7th. The title says it all, even if the text itself contains the businesslike assertion that it condemns rape and all forms of sexual assault against people of any gender or age, regardless of whether they are committed by Hamas, the Israel Defense Forces, IDF, or others. Apart from the fact that the text fails to provide any evidence of rapes allegedly committed by Israeli soldiers, the suffering of the victims of October 7th has already been erased here. Not the rape, but the rape victim is described as a weapon of war, weaponizing the issue of rape, on a website that can be found at the meaningful address www.stopmanipulatingsexualassault.org. History is replete with examples in which allegations of rape have been used by actors in armed conflict to make the enemy appear more monstrous, and thus someone who deserves the use of ever more heinous forms of militarized violence against him. This tactic is as old as war itself. The fact that systematic rape and sexual violence can actually be and often are part of warfare and not just propaganda is no longer explicitly mentioned in the letter, so fixated is one on the propaganda aspect. The academic debate on the subject, which only became more widespread in the 1990s in the wake of the wars in the former Yugoslavia, has so far only received very limited public attention. In Germany in the late 1970s, Klaus Thueleit focused his social criticism on the bestial acts committed against women by members of the Freikorps in the years following the First World War, starting with the question of why the rape of women was often accompanied by the cruel mutilation of the victims. He based this not least on the accounts of the perpetrators themselves, which he found in their memoirs, diaries, and other sources. The need to showcase the abuse and rape committed against women and allow others to participate is therefore not new, even if the GoPro cameras used by Hamas fighters, advertising text, the official camera for fun, and the internet naturally provide completely different documentation and dissemination opportunities. The fact that Freikorps members were still boasting about their deeds years later suggests that it is not just about actions that are immediately embedded in warfare, but about deeds whose memory still has a gratifying effect long after they have been committed. This aspect is not taken into account by Thueleit, who concentrates very much on the question of the perpetrator's bodily sensations at the moment of their cruel acts. Rape has been committed in almost all wars, confirms social psychologist Rolf Pohl, who has studied the subject intensively, in an interview with the Süddeutsche Zeitung, but adds, the fact that rape is used as a weapon of war is not enough of an explanation for me. This is because it emphasizes something that, in my opinion, is part of a skewed image of masculinity. If rape is a weapon, it can be carried out on command.
End quote.
This only reproduces a cliched image of masculinity, according to which men always have an erection and can maintain it, even on command. Pohl contrasts this with a more complex issue, which is also significant for the acts committed by Palestinians on October 7th. Sexual physiological processes must also function. So there must be something like a desire linked to fear and hatred. This is not possible out of pure disgust for the enemy.
End of quote.
Pohl thus poses a very central question regarding sexual violence or the connection between sexuality and violence. As difficult as it is to attribute a sexual element to such acts in view of what happens to the victims, it is not possible to completely abstract from the obvious pleasure associated with them. Nor can sexuality be reduced to a means of exercising power and violence, as Pohl makes clear, otherwise, without lust and hatred of women, it would be enough to torture and shoot the victims. There are many documented cases of rape, especially at the festival in the Negev, and also during the raids on the kibbutzes, some of which were recorded and disseminated by Hamas itself. Of course, this cannot be reduced to a pure masculinity problem, but the cruelty of the acts cannot be analyzed without the gender dimension. The Hamas rapes are a threefold hatred. She is Israeli, which is hatred of the state; she is Jewish, which is anti-Semitism. And thirdly, the victim is a woman. This third dimension would disappear if sexual violence were seen solely as a question of power.
End of quote.
Accordingly, the intertwining of anti-Semitism, hatred of Israel and hatred of women must be taken into account in order to talk about the acts of October 7th and analyze their genocidal anti-Semitic dimension. Pohl also refers to sexual physiological processes and thus emphasizes that physicality, a specific bodily sensation, and also lust played an important role in the acts. His assumption, formulated in the SC interview, is that women in patriarchal and heteronormative societies appear as desirable objects on the one hand, but pose a threat on the other. My thesis is that men are nowhere weaker than in the field of heterosexuality, because they are nowhere more dependent. So they have to demonstrate their superiority, and if that doesn't work, they compensate. There is a potential for violence in that.
End quote.
However, contrary to Pohl's own intention, this does not make it plausible what role lust plays in such acts of violence, nor to what extent anti-Semitism is a driving force behind the actions. He also returns to peer pressure as a presumed reason for the rapes committed, in an environment in which men are otherwise often among themselves in their combat unit, sleeping in the same room and standing together in the shower. Heterosexuality is thus also proven to the others. So the men are not only communicating with the enemy, but also with each other. This, in turn, corresponds with the thesis that he actually doubts, according to which men can use their tools at will, in this case to prove their heterosexuality. Klaus Thueleit also questions in his book Das Lockende Täter whether peer pressure is sufficient to arouse the necessary sexual arousal in the face of the prospect of murder or rape. Or does this work via the folk festival character of all these transgressions of the usual civil codes? Like Pohl, Thueleit therefore asks about the psychophysical precondition of rape, erectility in the face of victims whose subsequent execution is planned in many cases. He comes to a different conclusion than Pohl, namely that people with sexual feelings would not be capable of this. For him, lust is therefore not involved in such acts. The only conclusion that remains from whichever side one approaches these acts of violence is that they are something other than sexual acts.
End quote.
It seems clear to him that the rapes occur primarily because they are permitted, allowed by superior powers, state, army, media, proper group, etc., that either call for communal murder or allow it to happen. This explains the occurrence of rapes and killings of those who are authorized to kill. It does not explain the broken glass in the raped woman's vagina.
End of quote.
With this, Thueleit addresses what is also one of the questions arising from the horrific acts of October 7th, namely how the cruelty of the immediate rape goes together with the additional atrocities committed. However, it is questionable whether the perpetrators themselves see the separation between the violence of the rape and the cruel mutilations committed as absolute, as Thueleit suggests. For them, it is perhaps one and the same thing. Thueleit notes that sexual civil behavior on the part of men looks different, even when feelings of displeasure or defensiveness become noticeable in the partner. In bodies that desire pleasurable sexuality, the member fails its service in such cases. However, this presupposes, among other things, that the other person is perceived as an independent person with their own will and needs. However, this does not apply to pathic projection, which plays a central role in anti-Semitism. Following Pohl, it is further assumed that it is a certain form of lust that was felt by the perpetrators of October 7th during their crimes, and that this lust is a driving force behind both the rapes themselves and the additional atrocities associated with them, which presumably are not so clearly separated from one another, especially from the perpetrator's perspective. The dimensions of anti-Semitism, hatred of Israel and hatred of women mentioned by Pohl all play a central role in this desire and are intertwined, just as the folk festival character of the acts, as Thueleit calls it, forms a basis. October 7th was also a veritable folk festival for the murderers and their entourage, as can be seen from the reports of survivors of the crimes committed in various places on that day and also from the Hamas video recordings. The events of this day are in the tradition of an anti-Semitic culture of celebration, the individual occasions of which contain the promise that all the work on the Jews is yet to be done. This anti-Semitic festive culture, following cultural historical observations on political festive culture and its functions, for example, is linked to a specific social or socially conditioned individual drive economy. In his text The Man Moses and the Monotheistic Religion, completed shortly before the beginning of the Second World War, Sigmund Freud emphasizes the drive economic significance of the foundation of Judaism. He presents it as a monotheistic religion whose gods spurned ceremonial and sacrificial service and demanded only that one believe in him and lead a life of truth and justice. It is therefore a religion that does not contain any psychological compensation, as promised by sacrificial rituals or other magical ceremonies. At the same time, it is a religion that places enormous ethical demands on its members. This is because the act of sacrifice provides both the opportunity for a quick release of urges in the act of violence, as well as the idea that guilt can be atoned for and repaid in this way and no longer has to be endured. Judaism has said goodbye to this. In The Man Moses, Freud explains what renunciation of instinct and thus also renunciation of sacrifice means for the individual. If the ID in a human being raises an instinctual claim of an erotic or aggressive nature, it is the simplest and most natural thing for the ego to satisfy this instinct through a sexual or aggressive action, and thus transform displeasure into pleasure. A renunciation of this satisfaction through external obstacles would result in permanent displeasure if it is not possible to reduce the strength of the drive itself through a shift in energy. Therefore, in the course of individual development, a part of the inhibiting powers of the outside world is internalized. In short, the conscience or superego is formed. The drive for renunciation now also arises from within. This represents a kind of substitute satisfaction that is experienced as a gain in pleasure. The ego feels elevated, it becomes proud of the renunciation of urges as if it were a valuable achievement, says Freud. This feeling could only take on the peculiarly narcissistic character of pride, after the originally external authority itself had become a part of the ego. The psychological compensation therefore consists in the fact that the renunciation of the instinct is perceived as one's own achievement, of which one can be proud. Freud emphasizes here not only the prohibition of violence inherent in the renunciation of sacrifice, but also sexual abstinence. Although abstinence is not demanded, sexual freedom is noticeably restricted. According to Freud, God is completely removed from sexuality and elevated to the ideal of ethical perfection. But ethics is a restriction of instinct. What Freud describes here in The Man Moses is an analogy to the Oedipal constellation in relation to Judaism, in which parental authority with the power to punish, represented by the father in patriarchal structures, is internalized. Judaism can also be understood as a father religion in this sense. While Judaism renounces sacrifice and lives solely in accordance with divine or paternal law, Christianity represents a regression in comparison. There, the sacrifice of Christ takes center stage. But what does this do to Christians, who cannot claim this narcissistic pride in renunciation for themselves, because they celebrate the Eucharist and therefore continue to indulge in sacrificial rituals and the rejection of instinct, at least symbolically? Judaism's renunciation of sacrifice represents a narcissistic insult for Christians, who continue to need sacrifice. Christian anti-Judaism reacts to this. In order to compensate for the narcissistic insult suffered, projection is used to endow the Jews with all the aggressive and sexual urges that Christians are unable to cope with. Following the anti-Judaic fantasy, it is precisely the Jews who live out these urges in the most cruel way. Behind the supposed renunciation of sacrifice hides, in a secret and conspiratorial way, an even more bestial sacrifice. This projection gave rise to the well-known anti-Judaic rumors of the desecration of the host or of ritual murders, often with sexual connotations, as analyzed by Ernst Simmel in his essay on antisemitism and mass psychopathology. Generally speaking, projection is one of the unconscious psychological defense mechanisms. In anti-Semitic projection, one's own impulses, unconscious and repressed feelings are attributed to the Jews. Central to this is the aspect of guilt. One's own desires associated with feelings of guilt are suppressed and projected onto the Jews. However, the anti-Semitic projection not only serves as a defense against guilt, but also has a narcissistic aspect. Insofar as the Jews' renunciation of sacrifice represents a narcissistic insult, the healing is carried out by exposing the renunciation of instinct that the Jews claim for themselves as an alleged lie, behind which all the more unrestrained acting out of aggressive and erotic instincts is hidden. Under the assertion of legitimate punishment for the deeds committed by the Jews, occasions can then be found to act out one's own aggressive and sexual inclinations, which is linked to the narcissistic gratification of giving the supposed liars what they deserve and thus ensuring justice. A traditional setting for this is the anti-Jewish pogrom. As an event, it allowed for the loosening of the impulse to renounce. The collective and above all public nature of the pogrom is an important prerequisite for the acts committed. This authenticates that it was not merely a matter of satisfying individual urges, but a task of social significance. This offers the prospect of relief from individual feelings of guilt, both in terms of the aggressive and sexual tendencies felt and the resulting acts committed during the pogrom. In addition to the rebellion against the inner law, the internalized commandment to refrain from violence, the pogrom also allows the rebellion against the outer law, which normally prohibits murder and manslaughter. In short, the pogrom is an opportunity to let off steam, to give in to aggressive and sexual urges, often with the approval of the authorities. The anti-Semitic pogrom has the character of a festival. This festive character has been handed down in different forms in different European countries. In the Spanish province of Leon, for example, the saying "Vamos a matar Judios," let's go kill Jews, is still used to this day when people say that they are going to drink sangria. In Luxembourg too, at least until a few years ago, the reference to the pogrom was still part of contemporary festive culture, where the Märchen, a variant of the Martinsfeuer, is celebrated in the small town of Vianden on the night of November 9th to 10th, as it is every year. A few years ago, the following rhyme was sung: "Ho ho ho, the Jud he lay in the straw began to burn, the Jud began to run." While some argued about whether the rhyme, which was sung in Luxembourg on the same day that the Reichspogromnacht is commemorated in Germany, came to Luxembourg with the Nazis and thus with the occupiers or is older, others emphasized that the song is traditional customs. It has been sung like this here forever, and has absolutely nothing to do with hatred of Jews. The argument that it is a tradition serves to completely deny the anti-Semitic character of such customs. Another argument is that the hatred of Jews is not actualized in these festivals, but is merely the harmless ritualization of a Christian anti-Jewish practice that was once possibly taken seriously. The inherent anti-Semitic threat of violence is negated. The festive character is defended and should be preserved. And, at least unconsciously, this also applies to the anti-Semitic threat of violence itself. What connects the pogroms of the Middle Ages and the pogroms of the modern era is the prospect of a relaxation of the renunciation of impulses. This is a continuity that threatens to disappear in the face of talk of Christian anti-Judaism in the Middle Ages on the one hand and the anti-Semitism of the modern era on the other. The renunciation of impulses is not only demanded by the Jewish religion, in comparison to which Christianity represents a relapse into totemic rites. The demand to renounce impulses is also a consequence of the universalization of the exchange of goods. The generalization of exchange relations went hand in hand with the emergence of generally applicable forms of law and contract. Law and contract, however, also mean a renunciation of instinct, because the commodity cannot be appropriated through the use of immediate force. Detlev Clausen has emphasized that a direct path leads from the medieval slaughter of the Jews, as the pogroms were called in earlier times, to the pogroms of the 19th and 20th centuries. The focus is always on the relaxation of the killing taboo, or more precisely, the solemn breakthrough of the ban. This applies to the renunciation of sacrifice just as much as to the renunciation of violence in the exchange of goods. Renouncing violence in exchange is easier to bear if the unpaid bill can be periodically settled in blood, writes Detlev Clausen. In this context, it is interesting to recall the work of the religious scholar Horst Kernitsky, who questions the function of money within a social drive economy. He derives the emergence of money from a cult of sacrifice, the archaic roots of which are still effective today. To this day, there has never been a society that does not in some way remember the sacrificial context that constitutes it, even if not usually in a conscious form. However, any attempt to free oneself from the victim presupposes an awareness of the victim. Kernitsky's argument here is therefore very similar to Freud's. In The Man Moses, Freud assumes that the foundation of the Jewish religion was based on the murder of the father. In the sense of a return of the repressed, this act ultimately leads to the enthronement of a single, unrestrictedly ruling Father God. At least in this form, this is tantamount to a remembrance of the act of murder. Christianity is different. Instead, it fantasizes the atonement of the act of murder. According to Kernitsky, the exchange merely represents a rationalization of the sacrifice, meaning that the sacrifice is not abolished by rational forms of exchange. The repressed, tabooed desires of the individual remain. Even in rebellion against restrictive laws or in wild, carnivalesque celebrations, sacrifice remains the center of gravity around which community and society revolve, says Kernitsky. Regardless of how plausible you think this thesis is, there is a tradition of the anti-Jewish killing festival. The pogrom is the genuine expression of an anti-Semitic festival culture. And the murder of Jews was always accompanied by an upsurge and enthusiasm, which is already expressed in the terrible word pogrom mood. The temporary suspension of the renunciation of violence was at the center of the transgressive moment of this anti-Semitic festive culture. Werner Bergman has attempted a sociology of the pogrom, and also addresses its ritual character. According to him, pogroms are forms of ritual action that are about the purity of society. Pogroms are rituals of violence, in which the otherwise valid rules and hierarchies are temporarily suspended or even turned upside down, in which the otherwise valid social order is liquefied for a moment. Adorno and Horkheimer also wrote in The Dialectic of Enlightenment, anti-Semitism is an ingrained pattern, indeed a ritual of civilization, and the pogroms are the true ritual murders.
End of quote.
Irina Astashkovich therefore also speaks of the pogrom as a carnival of violence. In her book Gendered Violence, published in 2018, She examines in particular the violence against women during the anti-Jewish pogroms in Ukraine in the years of the Civil War between 1917 and 1921. Mass rape was an important part of the pogroms. She also emphasizes the public nature of these rapes. For those who carried out the pogroms, it was important to carry out the acts collectively and in front of witnesses and to turn them into a public spectacle. This was intended to maximize the humiliation inflicted on the victims and involve as many people as possible who were watching, both as victims and perpetrators. The acts of violence that Ostashkovich reports on in her book are indescribable. The perpetrators followed a pogrom script that the Jewish communities immediately recognized based on their historical and recent experiences. According to Ostashkovich, the year 1919 was particularly bad. The anti-Jewish violence manifested itself in an unprecedented number of deaths, an excess of humiliating torture and brutal, visceral rape. According to even conservative estimates, at least 50% of Jewish women in the places where pogroms took place were raped. Mass rape often marked the climax of the pogrom. Ostashkovich ascribes a genocidal intent to such public mass rapes. According to her, the purpose of such acts is to assert the power and superiority of the perpetrators, to publicly destroy the dignity of women, and in doing so, to victimize the entire Jewish community through humiliation. The shame and humiliation caused by rape lasts long after the crime and is passed on from generation to generation. The traumatic experience has a dramatic impact on the victim community. Mass rape is thus aimed at the social death of the community, where the goal of complete physical destruction has not yet been achieved. According to Ostashkovich, the public and ritualized execution of rape, in which the women concerned were often also cruelly mutilated, also had the purpose of eradicating the emotional and intimate aspect of sexuality, but not the aspect of sexuality itself, in order to free the perpetrators from responsibility and feelings of guilt. Like the entire anti-Jewish pogrom, the mass rape was staged as an act of public punishment. However, this does not mean that the perpetrators did not experience all this with great pleasure. Violent mass rape and torture of the Jews became a source of satisfaction and pleasure, writes the author of the study. However, according to her, this had nothing to do with sexual intercourse as such, but everything to do with the public celebration of power, free of restrictions. Nevertheless, Ostashkovich describes in detail the pleasure the perpetrators derived from participating in the pogroms. For members of the White Army during the Russian Civil War, for example, taking part in pogroms was a kind of furlough. The deserved pogroms, which lasted several days, included not only looting, but also actions described by the Russian word guliot, which means to have fun, to amuse oneself, to enjoy oneself, to let off steam. Pogroms, especially rape and torture, became a visceral pleasure for the Cossacks, a kind of emotional relaxation. Officers and Cossacks were not afraid to openly express their enjoyment of pogroms. A. Teitelbaum, a student at a girls' high school, quotes the white officer who took part in the pogrom in her apartment in Kiev, abused her and bragged about his pogrom experiences. "I am an intelligent person," he belonged to the intelligentsia, "but when I see Jewish blood, I feel moral satisfaction. It is nothing to kill a man by shooting him, the real pleasure is to stab him to death."
End quote.
Elderly, sick and even women who had just arrived, they all became indiscriminate victims of this cruel form of enjoyment. During the advance of the White Army in August 1919, the Cossacks took a 3-day pleasure break, which included hundreds of rapes and about 20 murders. The rapes, which took place in public, were particularly humiliating. Among those raped were 2 70-year-old women, a young girl who was in agony, and apparently also some new mothers.
End quote.
During a pogrom against the Jewish community of Korsun in December of the same year, the daughter of the wealthy merchant Pokras was brutally raped and strangled to death several times by several groups while she lay in a feverish bed with pneumonia. The perpetrators continued to torture and rape her dead body.
End of quote.
According to Ostashkovich, the perpetrators were constantly looking for ways to increase the humiliation and degradation they committed in order to surpass previous acts of violence. There were no more moral restraints, no restrictions, no limits.
End quote.
The anti-Semitic projection that it is the Jews who have committed a crime and must therefore be punished provides the participants in the pogrom with the legitimization to commit the acts described and to indulge in more and more furor. The public nature of the acts contributes significantly to making them appear lawful, as acts to protect or restore the existing order. Even the most brutal acts are thus staged as necessary and legitimate in accordance with anti-Semitic delusion. After all, everyone was there and certified it. The historian Thomas Chopard is of the opinion that the collective and public character of the rapes during pogroms marks a fundamental difference to, as he writes, as the examples of sexual violence during the pogrom show, the rapes during the pogroms, in contrast to the rapes in wartime, were no longer limited to individual sexuality. They were a clearly visible, integral element of anti-Jewish violence, perpetrated with the knowledge or even under the supervision of field officers.
End quote.
For Ostashkovich, it is above all the public character that reveals the genocidal anti-Semitic intent of the perpetrators. Spectacle makes mass rape genocidal. And it is precisely the spectacular, folk festival-like nature of these pogroms that is preserved and updated in the anti-Semitic customs of the present. At the same time, it is about the exercise of limitless violence. The excess of brutality is intended to deny the merely temporary character of the anti-Semitic act. This follows the logic that where such violence is carried out, not only the physical and psychological destruction of those affected, but also the ethical and legal limitations intended to prevent such acts can no longer be reversed. In this respect, an omnipotence fantasy of apocalyptic proportions is being lived out. The apocalyptic tendency of anti-Semitism is also evident in the insatiable greed of the perpetrators for even more pogroms. As long as there are Jews who have survived them, not enough has been punished. Nor were the acts committed spontaneously. The pogroms were planned and carried out with military precision. Rampant torture and slaughter and planned, organized violence are by no means contradictory, but rather a relationship between means and ends, which Ostashkovich describes as genocidal. Everything is subordinated to the goal of annihilation. In summary, pogroms are thus an expression of a traditional, genuinely anti-Semitic festive culture, but although they appear to have a limited character as transgressive rituals, they are genocidal in nature. They always contain the threat, or rather the promise, of complete annihilation. It is therefore hardly surprising that Israel in particular often refers to these historical experiences when classifying the acts committed on October 7th. The Zionist idea was not least a response to the threat of annihilation contained in these pogroms. With the memory of these earlier massacres, October 7th immediately brought the word pogrom to mind, writes Alvin Rosenfeld. Anyone familiar with Jewish history immediately thinks of mass violence.
Hamas and company
are also familiar with Jewish history, especially the persecution of Jews. They have followed the script of the pogrom, described by Irina Ostashkovich. In an interview with the Lebanese television station LBC on October 24, 2023, Ghazi Hamad, a senior member of the Hamas leadership, made it unmistakably clear that they intend to repeat October 7th many times until the destruction of Israel is complete. Quote, "The Al-Aqsa flood is only the first time, and there will be a second, a third, and a fourth time, because we have the determination and the capabilities to fight."
End quote.
Of course, he claims that they did not want to harm civilians and speaks of complications in view of all the civilians killed, but this is just a clever play on the expectations of those who want to maintain a distance from the bloodshed committed that day in the global intifada. Immediately afterwards, he summarizes what can confidently be understood as the credo of the global hate community against Israel: the existence of Israel is illogical. It is Israel's existence that causes all the pain, blood, and tears.
It is Israel, not us.
We are the victims of the occupation.
Period.
With this, he sums up the redemptive anti-Zionism of the global intifada. The eliminatory anti-Semitic consequence of the pogrom script is therefore logical to him. That's why no one should blame us for what we are doing. On October 7th, on October 10th, on October 1 million, everything we do is justified. 61 anti-Semites have never acted for reasons other than claim self-defense, and in a self-defense situation, everything is legitimate. Everything we do is justified. October 7th was ordered by the Hamas leadership and was given both political and religious legitimacy. Israeli legal scholar Ruth Halperin Kadari reports on videos of captured Hamas members who state that they received clear and unambiguous instructions to kill, take hostages, and rape, so the murders and sexual violence were systematic. There is also the statement that there was general permission from religious authorities to rape and do whatever they wanted to civilians. It was no longer just about killing, but rather about triggering the greatest possible horror in the population, making everyone's worst fears come true, destroying all security. The order was to leave no evidence of the rapes, i.e., no women who could talk about them. This fits in with the fact that the vast majority of victims of sexual violence were murdered. The UN report on October 7th also records, for example, destructive burn damage to at least 100 bodies further complicated the assessment of targeted genital mutilation.
End quote.
In this way, October 7th was organized and staged in all its dimensions as an act of sexual violence without guilt. Starting with the publicity that the perpetrators created with their GoPro cameras and via social media, through the political and religious legitimization, which was intended to make the whole thing appear as a military or punitive action, to the efforts already described by Astashkovich to extinguish the emotional, intimate aspect of sexuality that serves the satisfaction of individual urges, to let it perish in collectively exercised cruel violence. It needs to be clarified whether the sexual motive must therefore really be understood as completely subordinate or even absent. Hamas attacks were also aimed at exercising and publicly certifying absolute, unlimited power over the individual people they tortured and murdered. In addition to the Palestinian population, the main target of this demonstration of power was Israeli society. The aim was to show them that Israeli sovereignty cannot be protected, cannot be preserved, that the promise of protection made by the Israeli state and its army has been disgraced for all time. It was about traumatizing the entire Israeli population, about inflicting a blow from which it will not recover. As clearly anti-Semitic as the purpose of the crimes of October 7th is, the question of the sexual physiological processes, pole, or psychophysical preconditions of the acts of violence against women in particular remains open. The question is to what extent sexual motives are also linked to the motivation for such anti-Semitic acts and objectives. A large number of psychoanalytically oriented works on anti-Semitism can be summarized to the effect that the decisive motivating factor of anti-Semitism is the defense against feelings of guilt. A possible connection between the motivation for such anti-Semitic acts and sexual motives would therefore be the unbridled acting out of sexual and aggressive urges without the feeling of guilt. In addition to the psychological gain from anti-Semitism in the form of a defense against feelings of guilt, which then no longer have to be endured, there would be a sexual gratification. But where do these feelings of guilt come from? According to classical psychoanalytical theory, they result from the Oedipal constellation, in which parental authority, which in patriarchal structures is represented by the father and has the power to punish, is internalized. Freud assumed that at a certain phase of its development, the child develops the unconscious desire, emanating from the ID as the instinctual drive, to unite sexually with the parent of the opposite sex. It therefore recognizes the same-sex parent as a rival. However, this parent is perceived as superior. This in turn awakens fears and at the same time creates the desire to eliminate the rival, which then leads to feelings of guilt. In order to ward off these fears and feelings of guilt, the child ultimately identifies with the same-sex parent instead of trying to replace them. It now tries to emulate him or her. It is this identification in the course of which the ego is constituted and learns to distinguish the instinctual demands of the ID from the requirements of reality. As the defensive pole of the personality, the ego is the instance that stands for successful coping with the Oedipal conflict. It attempts to reconcile the instinctual demands of the ID with the demands of the outside world and the internalized demands of the outside world, superego, and in this way recognizes reality as such. However, the now suppressed instinctual demands and desires have not simply disappeared. The feelings for the caregivers therefore remain ambivalent. This increases the feeling of guilt, which is based on the incest and parricide already committed in the imagination. Here, the anti-Semitic worldview seemingly offers a way of resolving the ambivalence and thus also the feelings of guilt. The psychoanalyst Rudolf M. Lowenstein explained in 1952 that the Jews in the psyche of anti-Semites not only act as representatives of their own repressed drives and desires, as is the case in racism, but also as representatives of the feared, forbidding father. The Jews thus become the unconscious symbol of the Oedipus complex, the symbol of everything that is conflictual about it. So it is not only wishes that are projected. The image of the father is split up, everything that is frightening about him, that triggers feelings of guilt, anger and hatred, is shifted onto Jews. In this way, the relationship with the father can be kept pure and the anger and hatred that are actually directed at him can be acted out on the Jews. Conflicts about instinctual demands, taboos and prohibitions that threaten psychological stability are externalized in this way. One may indulge the frowned-upon drive if there is no doubt that it is to be eradicated, wrote Adorno and Horkheimer in Elements of Antisemitism. The anti-Semitic acts of sexual violence on October 7th can also be interpreted in this way. The Supernova Festival in particular, where several hundred people were murdered, lend itself here to projecting onto the Jews what one wishes for oneself but must not be allowed to do, and destroying it with them. The festival terrain became an anti-Semitic misogynistic battleground against supposedly Jewish deviant sexuality. In the ambivalence so typical of anti-Semitism, the imagined female form stands for unbridled permissiveness and devouring sexual desire just as much as it is seen as unfeeling, cold and rational. Horkheimer writes in Egoism and the Freedom Movement that it is a deep erotic resentment that demands the death of the representatives of such desires. They are to be extinguished, if possible in agony, for the meaning of one's own existence is called into question every moment by theirs. Even the way in which the women were raped and mutilated seems to correspond concretely with the respective anti-Semitic fantasies, fears, and feelings of hatred. The acts of violence committed together or after the rapes could then be understood as a demonstration that sexual pleasure must be negated as much as possible at the moment it is experienced. Just as much as it is about the victory over the Jews and their state, the annihilation of Jewish women, the destruction of their bodies and especially their genitals, is also intended to guarantee that the desires they represent, which are frowned upon, are extinguished. Outsourcing and thus avoiding the real Oedipal conflict, as Lowenstein calls it, thus on the one hand provides the illusion of being able to control the drives that trigger anger and hatred by controlling those onto whom these drives have been projected or displaced. On the other hand, keeping the relationship with the father clean also represents the fulfillment of a narcissistic wish. Fantasies of merging with the parental figures seem to come true in an imaginary world that now appears to be free of conflict. This context sheds some light on the content of the telephone conversation published by the Jerusalem Post that one of the murderers of October 7 had with his parents during the bloody deed. "Dad, I'm talking to you from the phone of a Jewish woman. I killed her and her husband. I killed 10 with my own hands," the terrorist said excitedly to his parents in the Gaza Strip. You can hear the father crying with joy, and he says, "May God protect you, my son," while the mother adds, "I wish I was with you." Oedipal demands and prohibitions, one would think, lead to the parents in particular not being told the details of their own bloody actions. But that obviously doesn't play a role here. Instead of feelings of guilt, the murderer feels pride. He celebrates his deeds together with his parents. The murder of the Jews quite obviously provides a communal pleasure directed against the Oedipal constellation. Following on from this, it is questionable whether the Oedipal constellation can still be understood in such a way that the question of the psychological gain from anti-Semitism centers on overcoming feelings of guilt, i.e., whether it is actually primarily the fear of the paternal ban that is overcome with anti-Semitism so that the satisfaction of aggressive and erotic drives can take place. The reference to the narcissistic personality provides a somewhat different perspective. Generally speaking, the formation of the personality consists in overcoming the Oedipus complex, as outlined above, and thus at the same time in distancing oneself from primary narcissism. This in turn means accepting that reality demands the postponement or even the renunciation of the fulfillment of emerging instinctual demands. But what happens if this coping with the Oedipus complex fails? Pathological narcissism is a possible consequence of this failure, a false solution to the Oedipal conflict. In this case, the child projects itself onto the same-sex parent, viewing them as a mere extension and complement of itself. It does not perceive the parent as a representative of the outside world with its demands and imperatives, with which it must come to terms in conflict. "I am already everything I should be," is how the psychoanalyst Otto Kernberg summarized the resulting personality structure. The intrapsychic world of such people is populated solely by their own self-image. They experience themselves as completely independent of others, as virtually self-sufficient. All others are either perceived as worthless or as potential persecutors. In extreme cases, they lack any ability to identify with ethical value systems, to feel guilt and remorse, the ethics that Freud identifies with drive restriction. In his study Narcissism, Christianity, Anti-Semitism, co-written with Pierre Desuant, the French psychoanalyst Bella Grunberger argues that it is precisely hatred of Jews that makes it possible to avoid the Oedipal conflict, like the child who feels incapable of accepting the Oedipal situation and who seeks an escape mode in narcissistic self-sufficiency, the anti-Semite, whose psychosexual immaturity is a constant, chooses as a solution the evasion of the real Oedipal struggle.
End quote.
The authors write, mind you, that anti-Semites behave like a child who feels incapable of accepting the Oedipal conflict, at the end of which is the recognition of reality and maturation of the personality, and they thus make a choice. They thus draw a distinction here between the character structure of anti-Semites and pathological personality disorders in the narrower sense. As Grunberger and Desuant make clear, Jews are hated as representatives of the norms, values and laws embodying the paternal principle within a patriarchal order. In their opposition to Judaism, anti-Semites may engage in a pseudo-Oedipal struggle. This pseudo-solution grants them the pleasure of maintaining narcissistic supremacy against the paternal principle. The narcissistic illusion triumphs over the reality of Oedipus. Thus these anti-Semites can regressively escape in their fantasy into a narcissistic universe, which they subsequently fantasize as a state of perfection and contentment. It is also a state of purity that does not require them to contaminate themselves in conflict with the outside world, with reality. In contrast to Grunberger, the psychoanalyst Werner Bohleber understands anti-Semitism not as anchored in the personality structure, but in the sense of a collective fantasy system. According to Bohleber, This collectively shared narcissistic group fantasy does not revolve around a mass ideal embodied by a leader, as in Freud's text Mass Psychology and Ego Analysis. Rather, it is about the fantasy of an ideal state of the ego, in which a symbiotic relationship with the mother of early times is illusionarily restored, and it must be added, the ego is actually abandoned again. As the members regressively merge into the group, it becomes an illusionary substitute for the first lost object, the mother of early life. The other group members are not perceived as others, but merely as mirror images of one's own self. According to ROBBER, such ideal narcissistic states are psychodynamically linked to violence and apocalyptic ideas of purity. Hatred of anything that disturbs the desire for unity becomes a companion to this kind of narcissistic self-expansion. This means that hatred of what supposedly disturbs the fantasized unity can, in principle, also be directed against others. Due to the historical tradition of anti-Semitic resentment, however, it culminates in hatred of the Jews. The French psychoanalyst Fethi Ben Slama has made observations in his work with young people radicalized by Islamism that confirm the above statements. According to him, the community of Muslims also represents an illusionary substitute for the original unity with the mother for radical Islamists. This feeds the fantasy of coming from the same body. This is imagined as a sacred, desexualized body. At the same time, a constant fear of the destruction of this community evokes phantasms of the invasion of enemies into the collective maternal body in order to corrupt it and leave a genealogical stain in it in a sexual way, a stain that is passed down through the generations. These phantasms of dispossession are among the most violent, Ben Slama continues, and often lead to cruelty against women during hostilities. And so the rapes on October 7th were probably about precisely that, leaving such a genealogical stain in Israel, doing exactly what the Jews are accused of intending to do. They wanted to inflict an injury on Israeli society from which it will suffer for generations, just as Ostashkovich writes in view of the pogroms in Ukraine. With regard to the atrocities against women, Ben Slama significantly refers in a footnote to one of his older texts from 1995, in which he talks about the mass rape of Bosnian women during the Yugoslav Civil War, and in this context also deals in detail with the text The Human Sex by Robert Antelme. Quote, "When Robert Antelme writes about the power of the executioner, he can kill a man, but he cannot transform him into something else, then this sentence, which contains the most radical ethical statement of our time, contains within it that which it seeks to oppose, namely the endeavor to go beyond mere killing and to transform man into something else."
End of quote.
And this transforming into something else possibly also meant, on October 7th, going after people's bodies, not just killing them, but raging against them, destroying them as completely as possible, transforming them into something other than human beings and thus conforming to the anti-Semitic delusion. Here, too, the ideas of purity mentioned by Ben Slama recur. What is perceived as impure in itself is projected onto the Jews or Jewish women, externalized in this way, and is to be eradicated with them. Ben Slama emphasizes that the Serbian militias proceeded systematically, in contrast to the rapes observed in all wars. Another aim was to impregnate the women. We suspected that a new frontier of human extermination had been crossed here, but we didn't understand why the cleaner impregnated his enemy when he wanted to exterminate him. The shameful thing here is that he wants to implant himself as an unassimilable stranger in the body of the other, just as he had previously fantasized this enemy introjectively as part of himself. According to this fantasy, the raped women are supposed to give birth to strangers within their own community, thus destroying its genealogy through the very act that actually guarantees its continuation. What Ben Slama writes about the mass rape of Bosnian women is different from what was observed on October 7th, but also from the Nazi delusion of the Jews as an opposite race, which would not have allowed officially sanctioned mass rape. The case described by Ben Slama involves a destructive defilement, while at the same time striving for an equally destructive cleansing. Unlike the Serbian rapists, Hamas and company did not want to impregnate their female victims on October 7th, but to abuse and kill them. However, the two seemingly paradoxical sexual motives alluded to by Ben Slama's sexual defilement, and at the same time destruction with the aim of sexual cleansing, may also have played a role on October 7th. According to Ben Slama, the sexual aspect of these ideal narcissistic ideas of purity, and the defilement fantasies and practices that arise from them, is closely linked to the idea of martyrdom. In his book Der ROBBER Muslim, Ben Slama explores the gratifying psychological effect of martyrdom. The willingness of individuals to make sacrifices and die is linked to a grandiose offer, such as that made by the Islamic State, IS. According to Ben Slama, the offer consists of the promise of regaining the infinite enjoyment of which one was once deprived. A pleasure that is derived from the fantasy of an ideal narcissistic state and, according to Ben Slama, is linked to the willingness to commit murder and self-sacrifice, because this promises the restoration of the stolen symbiotic unity with the mother as a kind of sexual experience. A sexual experience, however, that is cleansed of all frowned upon, dirty elements. In this case, pure sexual enjoyment is to be made possible through the dissolution of the body. As Ben Slama emphasizes, Islamists regard the body as the seat of sin par excellence. Suicide bombing or martyrdom is therefore a prerequisite for a bodiless, sexual enjoyment that is free of all taboos and prohibitions. As enjoyment, the term jouissance, which is used by Jacques Lacan and to which Ben Slama refers here, is to be distinguished from desire désir. The relationship between the two is similar to that between the satisfaction of needs and desire. While desire is ultimately directed towards the reproduction of the individual and tolerates a surge of drive, pleasure, jouissance, refers to the satisfaction of the drive itself, the moment of its fulfillment, and in this respect it should also be distinguished from Freud's concept of pleasure, and not only in the sense of orgasm. Ultimately, however, this is not about an understanding of jouissance enjoyment/pleasure, as developed by Lacan, but about what Ben Slama means by it. However, death is not the only form that makes sexuality possible in this imaginary world without being guilty of transgressing a prohibition, without committing a sin. The enslavement and rape of Yazidi young women and girls by IS fighters was also religiously legitimized by its ideologues. The New York Times journalist Rukmini Callimachi documented this in detail in 2015 and described it as a theology of rape. She reports on a 12-year-old girl who was told by her rapist that what he was about to do was not a sin. He prayed before and after the crime. He told me that according to Islam it was permissible for him to rape an infidel. He said that he would come closer to God if he raped me, the girl reported. According to the ideology of IS, rape does not lead to guilt, but to coming closer to God. Ben Slama gives an indication of how this can work in the Islamist's delusional worldview. He speaks of a human God incest, because a human being pretends to be merged with his creator to the extent that he can act in his name, and can therefore no longer commit any guilty deeds. Instead of submitting to the law of the Father, such people become lawmakers themselves. Ben Slama calls them super-Muslims, alluding to the Freudian superego. The law is not internalized by them, but the individual takes its place, projects himself onto the lawgiver, merges with him. Ben Slama quotes the father of an Islamist radicalized youth who confirms this in an almost ideal way: "My son acts like my father, he preaches Islamic morality to me. And what's more, he considers himself to be the father of God, whom he wants to protect."
End quote.
So here, too, the classic pseudo-Oedipal constellation of seemingly following the father's law while maintaining narcissistic dominance over it. In one case, the sexual act remains illusory in order to preserve the idea of purity. In the other, it is ideologically legitimized as rape. In both cases, it means brutal violence in practice. The 7th of October was both an abolition of libido restrictions, the acting out of hatred of women and Jews in an orgy of largely sexualized violence, and at the same time a meticulously planned extermination campaign. In Israel, this genocidal dimension of October 7th has been understood, even without having to study the Hamas Charter again. Nevertheless, many questions remain unanswered regarding the intertwining of sexual and aggressive motives with antisemitism, and their use by the ruling rascals. Perhaps all this also has a lot to do with what Adorno formulated when he wrote his notes on the new anthropology. In them, he assumed that society and the renunciation of instinct it demands confronts the individual under conditions of a plannable, continuity-oriented existence, as something external, as a living necessity. But what if these conditions are not given? It will have to be shown that precisely this limit no longer applies, says Adorno. He is referring to the constitution of the subject as it takes place under conditions of racket rule, conditions in which the social authorities have confiscated the individual itself, instead of confronting it as an external entity. When collective subjects are formed, then the entire drive economy, including the pleasure mechanism, is suspended. What he is referring to here probably also applies to conditions of existence such as under the rule of the rackets of Hamas and company. As elsewhere, Adorno also states a weakening of the ego instance, the instance that in addition to checking reality, also takes on the repression of unauthorized and socially tabooed impulses. As Adorno writes, this leads to the fact that non-repression and the satisfaction of urges are instead constituted in a strange and mutilated way by the collective subject. This corresponds to what he tries to summarize elsewhere as collective narcissism. However, this collectively shared narcissism cannot fulfill the compensatory performance that it promises. It cannot do without anger at all those who do not conform, who do not correspond to the extension of the narcissistic ego into the outside world. The narcissistic delusion and the frenzy associated with it is also a substitute for the dream that humanity will humanize the world, which the world stubbornly drives out of humanity. Under such conditions, the Oedipus complex is no longer valid. Adorno states, the resulting destruction of taboos means not liberation, but rather self-hatred. This also had an impact on the sphere of the erotic. The erotic partner is no longer loved, rather contempt is felt for him or her. Contempt is an expression of defiance that springs from the awareness of haplessness. This revaluation or devaluation affects all social relationships. The result is what Adorno calls an atmosphere of degradation, and sees as a key function of this anthropology of racket societies. The corpse, the body in general, becomes a piece of dirt. So perhaps what had to be observed on October 7th also has to do with this self-hatred, and with the identification of the Jews with a happiness that is not in prospect for oneself. When the individual drive economy is no longer valid, when the individual relationship to drive stimulation, renunciation and denial is completely taken over by the demands of the collective subject, the ruling rackets such as Hamas and Islamic Jihad and taboos no longer apply, then this mutilated barbaric form of drive satisfaction can be unleashed at the command of the rackets, driven by the self-hatred of the individual and their hatred of everything that promises happiness. Anything reminiscent of another life is despised and is to be turned into a piece of filth. Perhaps the rapes and mutilations and the treatment of one's own body also go hand in hand in this way. As with the historical role models, unbridled rage, sometimes with the involvement of so-called civilians, and planned military precision went hand in hand on October 7th. The claimed spontaneity was always part of the pogrom, but it was also always part of the anti-Semitic propaganda. And Hamas has also repeatedly announced since October 7th that it intends to organize many more similar atrocities, thus reaffirming its genocidal intention. The fact that the raped women should be murdered if possible also fits into the anti-Semitic calculation. It relies on the fact that there are no witnesses who can confirm the acts if their extent and quality are called into question, as has long been the case. This paves the way for a new negationism. In a sensational interview after October 7th, the conservative British journalist Douglas Murray claimed that the Nazis were ashamed of their deeds and therefore wanted to conceal them, while Hamas was proud of them. The other thing that the Shoah represents in relation to the murderous pogrom is not shame. It is not least the indifference that is added to anti-Semitism, which made an administratively driven mass murder possible. Auschwitz was not based on the excitement of the pogrom, but on the coolly calculated planning and execution of an industrially organized extermination organization. This was probably also what Himmler had in mind with his Posen speech and Hitler with the anti-Semitism of reason he postulated. They mistrusted the instinctual economy of the pogrom because it was still too much based on a temporary transgressive overcoming of guilt and taboo, while they wanted to create a completely new ethic and liberate evil from the character of deviation, as Pohl put it. Something of this indifference was also expressed in the callousness with which many in this country, but also throughout Europe and beyond, reacted to October 7th. According to Halperin Kadari, she had hoped for recognition of at least one thing, namely that what happened on October 7th went beyond scenes of conventional warfare, that on that day we saw one of the worst crimes that has happened in recent years. That this did not happen, I believe, is a form of anti-Semitism that I have wanted to believe all my life belonged to the past.
End quote.